J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Roller Skating on a Rainbow. You all know how a plain room can be brightened right up with a bowl full of vivid summer flowers. Well, a plain meal can be brightened up that same way with a mold full of gay, shimmering Jell-O. Perhaps rich crimson strawberry Jell-O, for right now it's strawberry time, and a grand way to enjoy the fresh berries is to serve them with strawberry Jell-O. It's just as appetizing and delicious as the fresh fruit itself. It echoes that fragrant, tempting goodness and makes a lovely picture to adorn a simple meal. A mold of strawberry Jell-O garnished with fresh berries. And all 6 delicious Jell-O flavors bring you this same refreshing taste, so cool and delightful, especially with hot weather on the way. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. They're filled with extra rich flavor. They glow with cheerful summery color. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O and don't accept any substitutes. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was Roller Skating on a Rainbow, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our own movie star who has just finished another epic at Paramount and is nervously awaiting the preview, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I'm not a bit worried about the outcome of my latest screen triumph. But you're wrong about one thing. The picture isn't finished yet.
Oh, it isn't?
No, we have another week to go. You see, I've been having some story trouble. And I don't want to mention any names, but after all, I'm the star of the picture, and there's a certain party that's having a little too much to do in it. And if this certain party...
Well, our maestro isn't here yet, so if you're talking about Phil Harris, why don't you come out and say so?
Because he's got 18 stool pigeons sitting right in back of me, and you know it. They're disguised as musicians. Look, Don, the way the picture ends now, Phil Harris wins the girl and marries her. Now, as long as I'm the star, don't you think I ought to win the girl?
Well, Jack, there are several angles to consider. Now, in the first place, Phil is much younger than you are.
That's just the point. He's in no rush. But I got to get rolling before it's too late, my dear. And another thing has come up. Mr. Hornblow, the producer, wants to use Rochester in the picture. Imagine Rochester, my butler, an actor. That's all I need.
Well, Jack, I think it's a grand idea.
I know, Don, but what'll they pay Rochester? Maybe $50 a week. And by the time he gets 25 and I get 25, it's not worth it to me. What does it amount to?
Well, tell me, Jack, does Rochester know about this offer yet?
I think so. Yesterday he went out and made a down payment on a gold tooth. Not only that, he's so lazy, he just had a sidecar built on the vacuum cleaner. Anyway. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello.
What's the matter with you?
Darn that Apple machine out in the hall.
What's wrong with the Apple machine?
Oh, I just put a nickel in and a worm came out.
Oh, that's too bad.
Somebody's going to hear about this outrage, believe me.
Oh, Kenny, what's a nickel? Don't be such a little tightwad.
Look who's talking.
Where were we, Don, before this big problem came up?
Well, you were complaining about Phil getting the girl at the finish of your picture.
Oh, yes. Well, that's what's holding up the story, and now I'm trying to get it changed.
Trying to get what changed?
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, Mary, you were over at Paramount when we rehearsed the ending of our picture. Do you think it's right for Phil to marry the girl when I'm the star?
Of course not.
You see?
Phil ought to be the star.
I don't mean that. Imagine Phil winning the girl. Why, he's not the marrying kind.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Why, Mary, you know very well that Phil is the type of fella that plays with a woman's emotions, toys with her affections, breaks her heart, and then when he's through, discards her like an old shoe. You know the way that kind of a guy treats women.
Yes, and we love it.
I know you do. That's the trouble with women. They don't appreciate a good man.
I'm the rat type myself.
Oh, sure, a fine rodent. Anyway, getting back to my picture, the more I think about that ending, Don, the more I... Come in?
Special delivery for Mary Livingstone.
Here, boy. Thanks. Oh, Jack, this letter's from Mama.
How do you know?
The man on the stamp is laughing.
Oh.
Read us your mother's letter, Mary.
Yeah, I'll bet there's some hot news in it. What's the Ouija board of Plainfield got to say?
Here it is.
Oh.
Plainfield, New Jersey, May 19th. My dear daughter, Mary.
My, it's a scream already. Continue.
Just a few lines to thank you for your nice letter and the big bottle of perfume which you sent me on Mother's Day. It's lovely, and I smell like anything.
She would pour the whole bottle on.
Father's Day will be here in a couple of weeks, and Papa wants me to remind you that he needs a right sock.
A right sock? Doesn't he need a left one, too?
Yeah, but Papa hates to impose on me.
Oh, that's very sweet of him.
Your sister Ethel and her husband are back from their honeymoon, but we think she needs new glasses, as we are quite positive this is not the same man she left with.
My goodness, they ought to find out. Don't you think so?
The happy couple are going to live with us until your brother-in-law can find a job. This may take some time, as he is an Indian scout by trade.
Fine prospects there.
Oh, I must tell you, we went to New York the other day to see the World's Fair, and was it crowded?
Oh.
I lost your father in Japan and found him in General Motors.
Well, that was quite a trip there.
The attractions are simply marvelous. They have a big water show there with 100 beautiful bathing girls. So I lost your father again.
Well, I don't blame him.
Quiet.
Oh.
No other news at present except your Uncle Herman, who is learning to fly, dropped in the house the other day. We'll write you again next week. Meanwhile, if this letter is a smash hit, please have Jack send me a check.
Mary, I don't ask you to read them.
Regards to all, your loving mother, On the Beam, Livingstone.
She always has to get cute when she signs her name. Well, let's get on with the program. Hey, Kenny, if you can forget about your great financial loss in the Apple machine, how about doing a song?
Don't get fresh or I won't sing at all.
What? What did you say?
I said, if you want a nice, fresh song, I'll sing it all.
Oh, I misunderstood you. Go ahead.
The nursery line. We're all at the railing, for baby is sailing, sailing for dreamland tonight. Ship ahoy, my little skipper, the Sandman's calling. Don't delay. Climb aboard your baby clipper, but please don't sail too far away. At the foot of your bed is your faithful little crew. It's your own puppy dog, keeping watch the whole night through. Sail away, my Good night and pleasant dreams to you. Little man, you're crying. I know why you're blue. Someone took your kitty car away. Time to go to sleep now. Little man, you've had a busy day. Johnny won your marbles. Tell you what we'll do. Dad'll buy you new ones right away. Time you should be dreaming. Little man, you've had a busy day. Sail away, my little skipper. Good night and pleasant dreams to you.
That was Little Skipper, sung by Kenny Baker, which he did very well. That was really excellent.
Darn that Apple machine.
Kenny, stop worrying about it. If it'll make you any happier, I'll take a nickel out of my pocket and give it to you right now.
Shall I phone the newsreels?
That won't be necessary. I just hate to see a kid like that be so cheap.
Well, you're as bad as he is. Every time you give a waitress a little dime tip, you hold her hand for half an hour.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Now, wait a minute. Let me ask you something. Did you personally ever see me hold a waitress's hand?
Yes.
And now, folks, for our feature attraction tonight, we will continue with...
Yes, I did.
All right, you answered me. For our feature attraction tonight, we will continue with the second and final episode of... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Were you worried about me?
Well, I wasn't exactly worried, Phil, but I thought it'd be kind of nice if you dropped in sometime during our program and made a stab at earning your salary. Of course, I realize now that you're in the cinema, your radio career means very little to you.
Are you still beefing about the picture?
No, I'm not beefing.
Why, Jack, I wouldn't even be in the picture if it weren't for you. You asked me to be in it.
Phil, I asked you to be in one short scene at the opening. I didn't expect you to stay for 8 reels. You move in like a relative.
Oh, I haven't got so much to do in the picture.
You haven't? Why, even in that big fog scene in London where you're not supposed to see anybody, you have to walk around wearing a neon hat. But you know what really kills me? Here I'm the star, and my stooge marries Dorothy Lamour. It doesn't make sense.
But, Jack, Dorothy wanted it that way.
What do you mean?
She said she doesn't like to do love scenes with you.
Oh, she doesn't, eh?
No, she claims you're too masculine. You're too rough. She says you're the brute type.
Brute? No kidding? You mean Dorothy said that?
Why, sure. She says that when it comes to love scenes, you're a regular caveman.
Oh, she said that? Are you sure?
Absolutely. Why, man, when you've got a girl in your arms, you don't know your own strength.
Well, I have been eating my steaks pretty rare lately. And I guess that medicine ball hasn't hurt me any, but Oh, so I'm a brute, eh?
Some caveman. You couldn't find a mussel in a shore dinner.
Oh, yes, I could. Well, thanks for the information, Phil. Now I know I can change the finish of the picture. All I have to do is tell Dorothy that I'll watch myself a little. Well, let's get on with our show. As I said before, folks, we're going to continue with the second episode of our stirring drama. Gee, I can't get over Dorothy being afraid of me like that. the second episode of our... Gee, I must remember that women are fragile and delicate.
The second episode of our...
Oh, yes. The second episode of our stirring drama of military life in faraway India. That sensational RKO screen achievement, Gunga Din. Thank you, Mouseface. Now, as last week, I will be Gunga Din. Kenny will be Private Baker, and Mary, you will be sort of a Kipling again this week and recite the poem.
Okay, Hercules.
Now, this will go on immediately after a number by... Let's see who it is, Mary.
Oh, hello. Well, gee whiz, how are you? So nice of you to call. What's new, kid? Yes? Yes?
Who is it, Mary?
Mr. Hornblow, it's for you.
Give me that phone. What's new, kid? For my producer. Hello, Mr. Hornblow. Yes? Well, look, Mr. Hornblow, I've been thinking about that Rochester matter, and I don't see how I can allow him to go in the picture. Well, sure, he'd be very good, but... I know, but... Now, look, Mr. Hornblow. I know, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jack is listening to Mr. Hornblow, let me remind you about our product, Jell-O.
But...
It has that extra rich flavor. And it is not only economical and easy to make,
but...
It also comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry...
But...
Orange, lemon, and lime.
But, Mr. Hornblow...
So look for the big red letters on the horn. I mean, blow. I mean, box. My goodness!
Will you stop shouting down? I'm trying to talk. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Hornblow. You can have Rochester in the picture on one condition. You've got to change the script so that I marry Dorothy Lamour. What? Oh, Mr. Hornblow, I realize that, but I won't get her all black and blue. See, I'm an actor. I can restrain myself. Is it a deal? Okay, then Rochester goes in the picture. Goodbye. Can you imagine that fella's Dorothy told Mr. Hornblow that I'm a caveman, too? Gee, it's all over the lot, you know? Well, Phil, old boy, how about playing a number so we can get on with our sketch?
I'll do nothing of the kind. Imagine taking me out of the finish of the picture. Fine pal.
Now, don't worry. You'll be in that wedding scene, Phil. I'll fix it so you're a flower girl. Now, play before I slug you. You know my strength.
Oh, that's right. Hit it, boys.
Was The Ladies in Love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, folks...
Wait a minute, Jack. Wait. How'd you like it?
Well, Phil, if I say it was good, it'll go to your head. And if I say it was bad, it'll start a routine. So let's just forget it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, in our play tonight, you're going to be the head of the Hindu bandits. In fact, you're a cutthroat. So just play it straight. You know?
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the final installment of Gunga Din. As you may remember, last week, Gunga and Private Baker were sent to discover the hideout of the Hindu bandits. And as the scene ended, we left them both on the desert without food or water. Curtain. Music. Take it, Mary.
Now, in India's desert land, where there's nothing but hot sand, we find our punch-drunk hero, Gunga Dean. Private Baker is there with him. They ain't got water. They ain't got rhythm. And the buzzards up above them sure look mean. So it's Dean, Dean, Dean. Take it, Jack. I'm running out of steam.
Oh, I don't think I can go on much longer, Baker. The desert's got me this time. 14 days on this burning sand without water. 14 days. You hear that, Baker? 14 days without water.
What's the record?
9 days. It's held by a camel in Egypt. But we must carry on, Baker. We must carry on. 2 weeks without food or drink. 2 weeks on this infernal desert. 14 days under this burning, blistering sun.
Well, we got a nice tan.
I don't need a tan. I'm a Hindu. What a desolate place this desert is. How far away from everything. I'll bet even Mrs. Roosevelt has never been here. Well, come on, Baker. Let's make for those mountains right ahead of us. Chin up. Remember, we're Bengal Lancers. Hey, Baker, look. Here comes a camel with a man and a girl on it.
Oh, yes. And look at that sign. Just married.
Whoa!
Hello there.
Hey, buddy, how far is it to Niagara Falls?
12,000 miles straight ahead.
Well, we better hurry. Giddy up, Abdul.
Oh, so they're going to Niagara Falls, eh? Water. Water. That's what I want, water. There are those buzzards again. They're after us, Baker. They're after us.
Yes, we must not let them get us. We've got a duty to perform, and by heaven, we're going to do it. We must find a hideout of those bandits or die like rats on this forsaken desert.
Oh, I knew I should have taken that line. Look, Baker. Here we are at the foot of the mountains. I wonder if... Listen. What do you make of that, Baker?
Catchy little thing, ain't it?
Well, you know what that means? We finally reached the hideout of the bandits. Now be quiet, and we'll sneak up on them.
So they reached the place at last, down by the mountain pass, where the bandits are a-lurking. Oh, what thugs. So let's listen to their boss, which is played by Phil Herr Ross.
Herr Ross?
As he tells his natives how to cut a rug. So it's rug, rug, rug. Take it, Chief, you corny jitterbug.
Now listen, men. We're going to Calabadaz, Booga Gooba, Koosh, Harani. Is that clear?
Shukaraka.
Did you hear that, Baker? Shukaraka. That means they're going to attack the Bengal Lancers at dawn.
Gee, I thought it meant long time no see.
That's Shukarika. Now be quiet.
Listen, men, and get this straight. Zogai, 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 Zogai.
Nagasaki.
Want some Lancers, Mommy?
Oh, yeah? Well, they never attack our regiment. Remember what the captain told me to do, Baker?
Yeah, you're supposed to blow your bugle as a warning.
And that's just what I'm going to do.
Get hot, Gunga. 1, 2.
Did you hear that, men? Where did that bugle come from?
Sears and Roebuck, $1.98.
Baker!
There they are, men. Grab them.
Wait a minute.
Yike! We're captured.
All right, quit jiving, men. I'll take care of these guys.
Now, look here, Chief. We're not the fellas you want. You speak English, don't you?
Sure, I'm Hap.
Well, look, Bub. We're just a couple of wandering, harmless Hindus. A couple of magazine salesmen working our way through the desert. Please give us food and drink, and we'll be on our way.
Wait a minute. If you're a magazine salesman, why have you got that horn around your neck?
All right, then. I sell fish. Come on, Baker, let's go.
Ain't we going to spy on the bandits first?
Baker!
Spies, eh? I knew it. Take them to my temple, men.
Your temple?
Yes, there it is, that big white building over there.
Some temple. Wilshire Bowl, no cover charge. Let's run, Baker.
Grab them, men. All right. Now drag them inside.
That's a fine way to get customers. Okay, we're coming.
So they captured Gung and Baker and dragged them in the bowl. They couldn't see the floor show because they sat behind a pole. Now, Gunger is from hunger, and his tongues are hanging out, and Baker's sitting with him. What will happen? Let's find out.
Oh, water. Water, where's the waiter?
Well, how about it, Gunga? You might as well come clean. Are you going to tell us where your regiment is or not?
No. I don't care what you do to me. I'm a Bengal Lancer, and I'll never tell. Never.
Oh, yeah? You'll talk, brother. Where's your regiment?
I won't tell. Torture me, kill me. But my lips are sealed.
Mine are chapped.
I don't want to die, Chief. I don't want to die. Give me some water.
No, not until you talk.
I won't talk. I won't.
All right. Then I'm going to torture you as a human being has never been tortured before.
What?
You'll suffer. You'll squirm. You'll die 1,000 deaths before I'm through.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on, men. Let's give it to him. We'll see whether he talks or not.
Down in the Medi in the ittle bitty pool, fam fee ittle fitty, and a mama bitty.
Not that!
Fam,
Not that!
Mama bitty, fam a putan, and a fam and
No!
fam, all
Brand me with a hot iron!
top
Throw me in the
fam,
slave
bitty,
pit!
all them,
Feed me to the crocodiles, but not that!
Bitty, bitty, all the people. The free ittle bitty,
Water.
and out on the
Water,
feet,
that's what I
and
want.
the fam, and the fam,
Water.
right out to the feet. Boop, boop, did 'em, dot 'em, water.
Water! That's what I want!
Boop, did 'em, dot 'em, water.
Oh, I can't stand it any longer.
Boop, did 'em,
I'm only
dot 'em,
human.
water.
I'll tell.
And they
I'll
fam,
tell.
and they fam,
Stop
right
that
out
music.
to the feet.
I'll tell. I'll tell.
All right, Gunga. Give us the information we want and you can go free.
Okay, Chief. Our regiment is located about 3 miles south of Calcutta. You can't miss it. Come on, Baker, let's go.
Nothing doing. I just ordered a twimp cocktail.
Now, I'll have one, too. Take it, Mary.
So it's dween, dween, dween. Those itty-bitty fitties make oo scream. Though we belted oo and fade oo, I can hardly blame oo. Oo's a better man than I am, and I'm a girl.
Is that so? Play, Phil.
What has a baseball game to do with a fruit cocktail? Well, I'll tell you. If you've been sitting out in the hot sun watching a ball game all afternoon, you'll be mighty glad to start your dinner with a cool, refreshing fruit cocktail made with shimmering lime jello, fresh oranges, and grapefruit. Or you can serve it for a dessert. It's delicious either way, and here's how to make it. Dissolve 1 package of lime jello in 1 pint of hot water. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Then take a sharp knife and cut the jello into shiny little sea green cubes that are cool and tempting. Now, in individual sherbet glasses, arrange a layer of orange sections, add a layer of grapefruit sections, and top it off with a layer of jello cubes. It's gay as a rainbow with oranges, grapefruit, and shining green lime jello. And you'll go for that real extra rich fruit flavor, which makes lime jello taste so good. So ask your grocer tomorrow for some lime jello and try this new fruit cocktail.
This is the last number of the 34th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, folks, be sure and listen in Tuesday night to We the People, sponsored by those 2 grand preparations for homemade ice cream, Jello ice cream powder and Jello freezing mix. Water. Water. That's what I want. Water.
You could use some soap and towels, too.
Good night, folks.
Kitty Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Merrill Roy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with You've Got Everything. Do you remember this popular song called You've Got Everything? Well, you know that song might well have been dedicated to Jell-O, for really there is one dessert that does have everything. Color, bright, sunshiny, and gay. Flavor, extra rich, cool, and refreshing, as tempting as the real ripe fruit. Ease and speed, for Jell-O dissolves instantly and sets quickly. Economy, Jell-O costs only a few cents a package, and one package serves the average family generously. And variety, for Jell-O offers you dozens and dozens of delicious new dishes. Serve it plain in a colorful mold of beauty. Garnish it with whipped cream or any seasonal fruits. Use it for salads, for Jell-O makes swell salads that even the men folks go for. Yes, sir, one box of Jell-O is filled with real kitchen magic, the kind that every busy woman appreciates. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was You've Got Everything, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you Hollywood's newest glamour boy, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I appreciate your calling me a glamour boy, but really that's not quite my classification.
Oh, it isn't?
No, Don. According to the latest publicity from Paramount, I'm the oomph man. Oomph.
The oomph man?
Yeah, you see, Don, a glamour boy is merely good looking. But when a star has, in addition to that, a certain charm and appeal to women, then he becomes an oomph man, which is me.
You better stay out of the hot sun, brother.
Oh, you're here already. Listen, Phil, I'm not a fortune teller and I'm not psychic. But I see you soon scattering your brilliant remarks in greener pastures. And hello. You know, Don, ever since we switched the ending of the picture, Man About Town, and I married Dorothy Lamour, Phil has been a wreck. So jealous because I'm a ladies' man.
Me jealous? Why, every girl you go out with regards you as a big brother.
Well, that's part of my technique. I sneak up on them. So don't be so sour grapesy.
Oh, by the way, Jack, last week you had an argument with the studio about Rochester. Are you going to let him be in the picture?
Rochester? Oh, he's in it already, Don, and am I having trouble with him at the house? The airs he's been putting on.
Oh, getting ritzy, huh?
Ritzy, he bought a sport coat yesterday with 3 belts in the back. Not only that, it's getting so he won't wear anything but silk underwear.
Well, it's all right for him to wear silk underwear, isn't it?
Not when the monogram says J.B. No, sir.
Jack, I can't understand why you keep Rochester when he causes you so much trouble. Why don't you fire him?
Oh, I can't. You see, he found the treasure map of my backyard and won't give it back. But I'll get him in time.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, Mary, have you heard the latest? They changed the ending of the picture, and instead of Phil getting Dorothy Lamour, I'm the one that marries her.
Yes, I know. She's sick about it.
She's nothing of the kind. And you're just making that up because Dorothy happens to be very fond of me. In fact, the other day she gave me an autographed sarong.
How do you look in it?
Gorgeous. Are you surprised?
Oh, Mary, Jack's got a new one. He says that everybody at Paramount's calling him the oomph man.
Yeah, but did Jack tell you how he got the title?
Quiet.
The director punched him in the stomach and he went, oomph.
That's not the reason at all. They call me the oomph man because in this picture I'm virile and rugged.
Oh, yeah? Tell them what happened when you shot the wedding scene yesterday afternoon.
Oh, well, that was just a novelty, that's all. Something different.
What was it, Mary?
Yeah, tell him.
Oh.
Well, after Jack marries Dorothy, he's supposed to pick her up in his arms and carry her across the threshold.
Mary.
Well, Jack tried and tried, but he couldn't lift her.
And what happened?
She carried him across.
Mary, I told you it was just a novelty, something original.
Well, say, Jack, did you feel kind of silly being carried in a girl's arms?
Well, I didn't mind being in her arms, Don, but when she started to rock me, I thought that was going to... Anyway, let's drop the whole thing because we've got an important sketch to do tonight. Where's Kenny? Hey, Kenny. Kenny.
What?
It's time for your song.
Well, wait till I get through. The drummer's teaching me how to play poker.
Well, tell him to give you your shirt back and come over here.
Okay.
Phil, I wish you'd tell your boys not to take advantage of Kenny. He's too young to gamble.
Oh, yeah? I got over 1,000 marbles hid under my mattress.
I don't care what you've got. I don't want you learning how to play cards.
I got a fine chance to grow up around here.
Never mind. I don't want any more gambling. Now go ahead, young man, and sing your song.
I will not.
You will, too.
I tell you what. I'll match you 2 songs or nothing.
Kenny, sing your song and not another word out of you. Hold it a minute. There's the phone.
I'll bet $5 it's for me.
Quiet. Hello? Yes? Oh, he's right here, Mrs. Wilson. It's for you, Don. It's your wife.
Oh, thanks. Hello, dear. Yes, I know we're having company for dinner. Oh, that's up to you, dear. Any flavor will do. Well, strawberry or raspberry would be swell.
Don, we've got a long play today.
We haven't had cherry in a long time. What about orange, darling?
Don, we've got a long play.
Oh, I know. Let's have lemon.
Don't forget lime. You might as well get them all in.
Well, look, sweetheart, it's all up to you. If you want a real tempting and economical dessert...
Give me that phone. Hello, Mrs. Wilson. Look for the big red letters on the box and hang up. We've got a play to do. Sing, Kenny. That was a frame-up if I ever heard one.
When the somber shadows of the night grow dim and the daylight dawns on the hillock's brim, in the black of the night by the light of the moon, on the top of the day when the clock is at noon, no matter what the hour, I'm a slave in the grip of your power. Melancholy mood forever haunts me, steals upon me in the night, forever taunts me. Oh, what a lonely soul am I, stranded high and dry by melancholy mood. Gone is every joy and inspiration, tears are all I have to show. No consolation, all I can see is grief and gloom, till the crack of doom, oh, melancholy mood. Deep in the night I search for a trace of a lingering kiss, a warm embrace, but love is a whimsy as flimsy as lace, and my arms embrace an empty space. Melancholy mood, why must you blind me, pity me and break the chains that bind me? Won't you release and set me free? Bring her back to me, oh, melancholy mood. Deep in the night I search for a trace of a lingering kiss, a warm embrace, but love is a whimsy as flimsy as lace, and my arms embrace an empty space. Melancholy mood, why must you blind me, pity me, and break the chains that bind me? Won't you release and set me free? Bring her back to me, oh, melancholy moon.
That was Melancholy Mood, sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, that was a swell song, a natural for you.
I threw a 7, huh?
Kenny. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a great treat in store for you. Last week, the Benny Gypsies gave you their interpretation of Gunga Din, which took place in faraway India. And tonight, to show you that we get around, we take you to Boston, Massachusetts, and present our version of Darrell F. Zanuck's outstanding 20th Century Fox production, that grand tribute to a great man and famous scientist, Alexander Graham Bell. Thank you.
Can I go home now, Mr. Benny? I'm all in.
Not yet, Jojo. Now, as you all know, Don Amici portrayed the famous inventor in the picture. So in our version, I will naturally play the title role.
May I ask why?
Certainly. Now, this picture also featured...
I said, why should you be Alexander Graham Bell?
Well, for one thing, Phil, the part fits me. I used to be an inventor myself. Wasn't I, Mary?
Oh, Jack, you weren't the first one to think of putting a mousetrap in a wallet.
I don't mean that. Years ago, when I was in the Navy, I invented a chin rest for portholes. They went over very big. Now, getting back to our play, Mary, you will be my wife, as portrayed on the screen by that sweet, gorgeous, beautiful, and talented young actress, lovely Loretta Young.
Well, if you think she's so good, why didn't you get her?
Don't think I didn't try. We were quite good friends, you know, but she had a previous engagement.
Listen, Dreamer, you're not even acquainted with Loretta Young.
I'm not, eh? It might interest you to know, Phil, that I've got Loretta's address right in my little book.
What book?
Guide to the Movie Stars' Homes.
I mean my little red book. Now, Kenny...
Yes, Jack?
Kenny, when the play opens, I'm a poor, struggling inventor, and you're a wealthy businessman who finances my experiments. Do you think you can handle it?
I'll lay you 3 to 1, I can.
Now, Kenny, for the last time, I don't want to hear another word about gambling. You're too young. Anyway, you're going to be my backer. And as I was saying, Mary, you're going to be my patient, loyal wife. We've had a hard struggle. I'm trying to invent the telephone, and everybody thinks I'm a madman. They think I'm eccentric. They think I'm crazy. But you, my little wife, what do you think?
What do you think?
Mary, will you please get in the mood for Pete's sake? Huh? Now, the locale...
Say, Alexander, am I going to be in this?
Yes, Phil, you're going to be my assistant who helps me invent the telephone.
But, Jack, I'm a musician, not a mechanic.
Listen, Phil, I'd rather have you tinker with my toaster than tamper with Tannhauser. Any day. Now, our dramatic offering will go on immediately after a number by... Oh, come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Say, boss, are you in a pleasant frame of mind this evening, or are you cloaked in gloom?
I'm feeling very good, Rochester. Why?
Well, I got some news that may turn your dabber down.
What? What are you talking about?
Boss, remember when you and I were driving down to the studio in your car tonight?
Yes?
And when the motor kept stalling, you got mad and said, you wish somebody would steal this thing?
Yes?
Well, hallelujah, you're a pedestrian.
A pedestrian?
That's from the Latin.
I know where it's from. You mean to say somebody stole my car?
Well, all I know is I parked the car in front of the studio and went across the street to buy a cigar.
Uh-huh.
And when I got back, there was nothing there but the anchor.
Oh, that's awful. Now, who would want to steal my car?
Somebody that goes... blah, 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 blah.
Now, don't be funny. My car's been stolen, and it's nothing to clown about.
Tell me, Jack, did you have any insurance on it?
Only tornado. Ding the luck. Rochester, this is all your fault.
I'm sorry, boss.
Well, it's too late now to be sorry. Now, I want you to go right down to the police station and report the loss. Hurry up.
I ain't going near that police station.
Why not?
I'm behind in my alimony.
Alimony? Why, Rochester, I didn't know you'd been married.
Oh, boss, repeatedly.
Well, that's your business. Now get going.
Okay, goodbye.
So long.
Oh, say, Rochester, I see you're playing a part in our picture.
Yeah, that's right.
How you coming along?
Mr. Harris, I'm in the groove, on the beam, and dog victory. So long.
He's the biggest ham I ever saw.
The biggest, Jack?
Yes, the biggest. And I'm going to get out that car back if I have to offer a reward. Play, Phil. Now, where would I go if I were a Maxwell?
Snug as a bug in a rug whenever you hold me tight, cozy and warm on the chilliest night. Just as snug as a bug in a rug whenever I feel your kiss. Talk about home, home was never like this. First your arms come stealing and my heart goes on a roller coaster. Then I get that feeling like a little piece of toast in a toaster. Gee, but my life would be cold without your delicious hug, keeping me snug as a bug in a rug.
That was Snug as a Bug in a Rug, played by a mug in his lugs. How was that, Phil?
Thanks for the plug, Slug.
Going from that neat bit of comedy to our dramatic highlight of the season, we are now going to offer our contribution to the annals of scientific progress. That epic of American ingenuity, Alexander Graham Bell. Wait for me. Now, the locale of our play is Boston, Massachusetts, in the year 1870. The scene is the little attic laboratory where we find Professor Bell and his assistant, Mr. Harris, working feverishly on their great invention, the telephone. Mrs. Bell has just entered the room. Curtain. Music.
I'll take it. Hello? Alexander Graham Bell's residence. What? No, you can't talk to him. He's busy inventing the telephone. Goodbye.
I'll say I am. Oh, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris.
Yes, Professor Bell?
I think I've got something here. Hand me that duplex circuit repeater and the multiple induction coil. I'll attach them to the supervisory electromagnetic oscillator.
You're kidding.
I am not. Now, give me a hand. Give me a hand with this quadruplex frictional deflector.
Okay, here's the metallic cylindrical felicitator.
What's that?
The screwdriver.
Oh, trying to top me, eh? Wait a minute. I'll use this little hammer. There, that's coming along all right.
Say, Alex, I wish you'd hurry up and invent this telephone. The blonde gave me your number this morning, and I want to call her up.
Has she got a friend?
Oh, and she's gorgeous.
Oh, what am I rushing for? I'm married. I'm so absent-minded. But I'll tell you one thing, Harris. We got to work fast if we expect any more help from our financial baker, Mr. Backer. I mean our financial backer, Mr. Baker. Now help me with this vacuum generator.
Oh, darling, you look tired. You're working too hard, Alex. Much too hard.
I am?
Yeah, look at those bags under Harris's eyes.
Oh, well, he got those on his own time. But, darling, I must work hard. I know it's a mad dream. I know it sounds impossible. But I'm going to invent the telephone, or my name ain't Alexander Graham Bell. Come on, Harris. Let's get to work. Come in.
Well, what's this?
This is the laboratory.
Oh, pardon me.
Darn these interruptions. Harris. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, hand me that annunciator, Magneto.
Here you are.
Hello? Oh, hello, Barbara.
Now hand me that vibrator.
Okay, Alex.
Did you have a good time last night? Who was there?
Oh, it still won't regenerate.
They were?
Hand me some more of that copper wire.
Here you are, Professor.
Well, look, Barbara, we'd love to come over, but Alex is still working on that invention of his.
How's it coming, Professor?
I'm afraid it won't work, Harris. I'm afraid it's a failure.
Oh, it's some gadget he calls a telephone, but it'll never be a success.
I got another idea, Harris. Hand me that rheostat.
All right, Barbara, I'll call you later. Goodbye.
I don't know, Harris. The more I work on this, the tougher it seems to get. Sometimes I get so discouraged.
Don't give up, Prof.
I won't. Come in. Well, hello, Mr. Baker.
Hello, Alex. How's everything coming along?
I'm making great progress, Mr. Baker. Great progress. You see, it's my theory that if I could make a current of electricity vary in intensity precisely as the air varies in density during the production of multiple sounds, I should be able to transmit speech electromagnetically.
Oh, you can talk plainer than that.
But unfortunately, Mr. Baker, my financial resources are depleted. And before I can continue with my experiment, I must have additional monetary aid.
You mean more casheroo?
That's a bullseye if I ever heard one.
Well, how much do you want?
$4 million.
Yeah!
Oh, I know. I know that sounds like a lot. But you've already given me $32. What's $4 million? What do you say? Why don't you gamble with me?
You said I was too young.
That was in the first routine. Oh, Mr. Baker, if I don't get the money from you, where else can I get it?
You mean I'm the only sucker in the world?
Yes.
All right, then, Alex. I'll give it to you.
Hooray! Did you hear that, darling? Did you hear that, Harris? He's going to give us $4 million.
Here you are, Professor. $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7.
2 years later.
$1,993. $1,994. $1,995. $1,995.
4 years later.
$3,999,998.
Yes?
$3,999,999.
Yes, yes.
And 40 cents. I don't think I can make it.
Well, that's close enough. Thanks.
Well, I gotta go now. Goodbye.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Baker. Where can I reach you in case I need you again?
In the poorhouse. So long.
Oh, boy. $4 million. I wonder how he could carry so much money in his pockets.
He's got 2 pair of pants.
Oh. Well, Harris, we've got the money. You know what that means? You know what all this money means to us?
Yes, I can tie a can to my orchestra.
Yes, thank heaven. And it also means that I can finish my work, complete my invention. The telephone must and will be perfected. Let's go!
6 weeks later, and on March 10th, 1876, in a public auditorium in Boston, Massachusetts, the first telephone, a crude instrument, stands on the desk before Professor Bell. For the first time in history, he is about to transmit the human voice.
Quiet, gentlemen, please. Now, gentlemen, all I ask of you is to have patience. You are about to witness the most amazing demonstration of our time. Gentlemen, please.
Bring it on. What are you stalling for? Yippee!
Young man, I'm introducing a telephone, not a fan dancer. Now, gentlemen, in just a moment I will transmit my voice by wire to Professor Homer J. Osgood, who is waiting on the other end of this line in Baltimore, 500 miles away. Silence, please. All right, gentlemen, the experiment begins. Mr. Harris, lift the receiver.
Yes, Professor.
Hello. Hello, Baltimore. Baltimore, hello. Hello, Baltimore. Hello, Baltimore. This will work. This must work. Hello, Baltimore. Baltimore, hello.
Did you put a nickel in?
Quiet. Gentlemen, please. Please give me a chance. Hello. Hello, Baltimore. Baltimore, hello.
Boston Meat Market, your order, please.
Get off the line. I want Baltimore. Don't worry, gentlemen, I'll get it. Hello. Hello, Baltimore. Hello. Hello.
Jell-O.
I said hello.
And I said Jell-O.
Hang up. I want Baltimore. Don't get disgusted, gentlemen. This will work. This must work. Hello. Hello, Baltimore. Baltimore, hello. Baltimore, hello. 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 Hello.
Hello, stranger.
At last! At last. Professor Osgood, can you hear me?
What?
I said, can you hear me? Am I coming over?
Don't come over this week. We got relatives.
I mean, am I coming over the wire? Can you hear my voice?
What?
My voice.
Oh, my boy's fine. He's in college.
No, not your voice, my voice. Sound.
That's what I said. My son's in college.
Look, Professor Osgood, this is Alexander Graham Bell talking. This is important. This is for the advancement of science. Now, if you can hear me, repeat this sentence. I hear you clearly. Have you got that? I hear you clearly.
I love you dearly.
Hooray! There you are, gentlemen. The telephone is a success. Ah, what a triumph. What a dramatic situation. What a picture this would make.
I'll buy it.
Thank you, Mr. Zanuck. Play, Phil.
I bet a lot of you men heard this line today. Say, Daddy, can we please go for an automobile ride? Well, next time that happens and you get home kind of tired and hot, ask your wife for this cool, refreshing Jell-O dessert, Jell-O a la mode. She won't mind, for it's quick and easy to make. Dissolve 1 package of raspberry Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Then take a sharp knife and cut the Jell-O into shimmering rose-red cubes. Pile the Jell-O cubes into sherbet glasses and top with the vanilla ice cream, or do it the other way around. Place the ice cream in sherbet glasses and top with Jell-O cubes. It's a swell hot weather dessert and one that's bound to be popular. But here's a special word to wives. Be sure to make your Jell-O a la mode with genuine Jell-O if you want that tempting, delicious, extra-rich flavor, that colorful summertime beauty. Ask your grocer tomorrow for raspberry Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 35th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Now, come on with me, Mary. I'm going over to the police station, get a squad of men to go out and look for my car.
J. Edgar Hoover's in town. Why don't you get him, too?
He's just the man I need. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Snug as a Bug is from the film The Gracie Allen Murder Case. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with From Alpha to Omega. what is so rare as a day in June, cried the poet. Well, I know something. That's a June bride who can turn out a perfect home-cooked meal. But don't be downhearted. That new husband of yours will forgive you for an awful lot if you bring on a swell-looking, swell-tasting dessert. And that means Jell-O. There's no fuss or trouble with Jell-O. There's nothing to go wrong. Dissolves instantly in hot water, sets quickly in icebox or refrigerator, and comes out in a shimmering mold of beauty that looks and tastes like $1 million. There are 6 delicious flavors, and every one is extra rich. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. They're simply swell, served just as is, or you can garnish them with any fruits in season. And Jell-O is one of the thriftiest desserts you can serve. Every husband appreciates that. So skip around to your grocer tomorrow and look for those big red letters on the box that spell Jell-O. That was From Alpha to Omega, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Hollywood. In just a moment, you will hear from your Hollywood reporter with his frank comments about motion pictures, radio, and their glamorous stars. A man who will startle you with his sensational scoops. And here he is, folks, that human dynamo, Jimmy Fiddler Benny.
Hello again. This is Jimmy Benny, the fiddler, coming to you from Hollywood. Hollywood, that small body of land entirely surrounded by racetracks. And here we go with our news bulletin. Exclusive. Now that Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck are married, and Tyrone Power has recently wed Annabella, who will be next? Gossips have it that May Robeson and Mickey Rooney have been seen dining and dancing together in the late night spot. But take it from me, they are just good friends. Attention, New York reporters. Eddie Cantor, comedian, noted for his 5 daughters, is in your town celebrating his 25th wedding anniversary. On their way back to California, Eddie and his wife Ida will spend a week at Sun Valley. Watch this column. Watch this column for further development. Back to Hollywood. Movie stars seen recently in Ruby Foo's Chinese restaurant ordering their specialty, Egg Foo Young, were Robert Young, Loretta Young, Roland Young, Victor Young, Clara Kimball Young, and young Dr. Kildare. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a special scoop.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing?
Quiet, Mary. More Hollywood news. Miss Ginger Fizdale, new child singing discovery, who is destined to become a great star, will be professionally known as Gin Fizz. She is 3 years old, and in her first screen effort, Bobby Breen will play the part of her father. More Hollywood news.
Oh, Jack, let me do one.
All right.
I have it on good authority that the Paramount studio is planning to build Jack Benny's next picture around him.
That's right.
As soon as he is completely hidden, they will release it.
Quit making things up and give me that. Intimate notes from my little black book. Observed recently coming out of Maisie's fashionable beauty parlor in Beverly Hills were Joan Bennett, Myrna Loy, Carol Lombard, Hedy Lamarr, and Phil Harris. When confronted, the popular band leader claimed he made a mistake. The sign said Maisie's Salon, but he thought it was Muzzie's Saloon. And now a word from our sponsor. Take it, Don.
Jell-O. Take it, Jack.
Good. Open letter. Open letter to Fred Allen. Dear Mr. Allen, I understand you are going off the air shortly for a well-deserved vacation in the rock-bound state of Maine. You've earned that vacation, Fred, and you need it. Boy, how you need it. But before you go, Fred, may I give you this friendly bit of advice? Instead of coming back on the air next fall, get out those Indian clubs and that green wig and go back to vaudeville. Believe me, I'm speaking as your affectionate friend, Jimmy Fiddler Benny. Previews of the new picture. The first picture I recommend tonight is the Jones family in a gopher hole. This is a 2-bell picture. Now this 3-bell picture is good, clean fun for the entire family. The next picture I recommend is Charlie Chan in St. Paul or Mr. Moto in Minneapolis. This mystery gets 3.5 bells. The plot is fascinating. It is about 3 smart girls who grow up in Dodge City. And the high spot of the picture is when the Cisco Kid falls off of Wuthering Heights. Oh, don't miss it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recommend wholeheartedly, with no reservations whatsoever, Paramount's latest comedy triumph, Man About Town, starring Jack Benny. I give this picture... Don't miss this picture, folks. It has plenty on the bell. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember that old proverb, a rolling stone gathers no moss? Well, if you want a tempting and delicious dessert, you must get Jell-O.
Oh, Uncle.
So look for the big red letters on the box.
Thank you, Don. Well, it's about all the news for tonight, folks. But before I go, I want to leave you with this thought. When you've reached the top of the ladder of success, don't forget your friends. And your relatives won't forget you. So until we meet again, this is Jimmy Fiddler Benny saying good night to you, and I do mean yoo-hoo! Take it, Maestro. That was Hooray for Spinach, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, that was the best number you've done this season. You know, there wasn't one sour note in the whole thing. Not one.
Some shock, eh, kid?
You said it. Say, Phil, how'd you like my little takeoff on Jimmy Fiddler? I had some pretty hot news there, didn't I?
Hot news, nothing. I haven't been to Maisie's beauty parlor in 2 weeks.
You haven't?
Why, Phil Harris, I saw you in there last Thursday getting a permanent wave.
Oh, then I was right about that little item. Imagine a man sitting in a beauty parlor having his hair curled.
Why don't you send yours over sometime?
Never mind my hair. Say, where's Kenny? I've got another big scoop that I've been saving, and I want everybody to hear it. Hey, Kenny.
Here I am, Jack. I was up on the roof taking a sunbath.
Oh, up on the roof, eh?
Gee, I got a headache.
Well, naturally, you stayed out in the hot sun too long.
Well, it wasn't that. I fell down the elevator shaft.
Oh, my goodness. Why don't you look where you're going?
Gee whiz, Jack, it was the funniest feeling.
What do you mean?
I stepped in and said, main floor, please, and I got it right in the kisser.
Well, for heaven's sake, watch yourself from now on.
What's all the news you're going to tell us, Jack?
Oh, yes. Now, listen carefully, everybody, and this is on the level. You know, 2 weeks from tonight, we do our last broadcast of the season. And we're going to do it from Waukegan, Illinois.
Waukegan? Oh, boy, that's...
Yes, sir. And the same night, we're going to have the world premiere of Man About Town.
No kidding, Jack. Are we really going to Waukegan?
Yep, 2 weeks from today, we'll be in my little hometown. Boy, what a hot time we'll have.
We'll have to have it before 9 p.m.
Phil, they've abolished that curfew. There's plenty of excitement there now.
Well, I was there last summer, and they rang that bell right on the stroke of 9.
That wasn't a bell. They were kicking the gong around. They'll show you a thing or two, brother.
Well, I'm wide open, sister.
Don't worry, Phil. You'll be able to keep those bags under your eyes. You won't lose them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, if we're going to Waukegan, I got to get some new clothes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week...
Me too.
As I announced last week, tonight the Benny 2 tickets for the price of 1 players will present their version of the...
I need a new evening gown.
Will present their version of Darrell F. Zanuck's...
I need some white flannels.
Of Darrell F. Zanuck's thrilling white flannels. Or murder mystery. Will you kids be quiet? We've got a whole week to get ready. Their murder mystery, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Now, in this gripping drama...
I need a new grip, too.
Kenny. I will play the part of Sherlock Holmes, the internationally famous detective. Kenny Baker will be my assistant, Dr. Watson. And Andy Devine, where's Andy?
Here I am, Bob.
Gee, came in like China across the bay, didn't it? Now, Andy, you'll play the part of the vicious, snarling, murderous hound. Do you think you can do it? Perfect. Now, this play will go on...
Say, Buck, am I going to Waukegan with you?
You certainly are, Andy.
Then I better put my shoes on.
Yeah, you'll never regret it. You'll have the time of your life. Now, our play will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello? Who? Plainfield, New Jersey? That must be for you, Mary.
Oh, gee, I'll bet it's Mama.
Yes, Tugboat Annie is on the wire.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mama. Gee, this is a surprise.
Oh.
What? You've been listening to the program? How is it? Oh, it does?
She should be so critical.
What, Mama?
She was thrown out of the Floridora Sextet for wearing red bloomers.
Yes, we're going to Waukegan. It's Jack's hometown. Yes, he was born there right above a clothing store. Oh, Mama, are you corny?
What'd she say?
Suits and clucks.
That's about her speed.
Well, look, Mama, I got a great idea. Why don't you and Papa come to visit me in Waukegan? We can spend a few days together and you can see Jack's new picture. Oh, I don't know. I'll find out. Say, Jack, are they going to...
No, certainly not.
No, Mama, no free dishes.
Tell her to stay home, Mary. I'll be busy enough that week.
Well, I gotta hang up now. I'll write you later. Goodbye, Mama. Goodbye. Oh, Jack, hasn't Mama got the most wonderful sense of humor?
Oh, she's a gem. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Our play, The Hound of the Baskervilles, will go on right after Kenny Baker's song. Go ahead, Kenny.
Okay. Say, Jack.
What?
Do you know any dames in Waukegan?
I certainly do.
Are they good looking?
They certainly are.
Can you get me a date with one of them?
He certainly can't.
Don't worry now, Kenny. You'll be all fixed up. Go ahead with your song. All right, Andy. Excuse me, fellas. I got to take Andy out for a walk.
We meet and the angels sing. The angels sing the sweetest song I ever heard. You speak and the angels sing, or am I breathing music into every word? the setting is strange. I can see water and moonlight beaming, silver waves that break on some undiscovered shore. Suddenly, I see it all change. Long winter nights with the candles gleaming, through it all your face that I adore. You smile and the angels sing, and though it's just a gentle murmur at the start, we kiss and the angels sing and leave their music ringing in my heart.
That was And the Angels Sing, sung by Kenny Baker, the little devil of the Jello program. And now for our feature attraction, that thrilling detective mystery, The Hound of the Baskervilles, or The Mayor of Van Nuys. Say, Andy, I think you ought to try that howl just once more. It's very important to our plot.
Okay.
Very good. Now, the opening scene of our play is the residence of Sherlock Holmes in London, England. As the curtain rises, we find Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson in the library. Curtain. Music. Excuse me, Watson. Hello? Sherlock Holmes on this end. Are you on your end? Oh, it's you, Lord Trickletop. What? Your son has run away with a chorus girl? Well, why worry about it? Oh, you saw her first. Very well, I'll get on the trail immediately. Toodaloo. His son is always up to something or other. Dr. Watson. Watson, what are you doing there?
I'm looking over the mail.
Anything important?
I'll say you got a postcard from Paris.
Well, put down that magnifying glass and give it to me.
Okay.
I say, this is from Fifi, the little dancer I met at the Folies Bergère. She says, Dear Sherlock, qu'est-ce qui c'est, voulez-vous? Venez elle de quoi très chaud.
What does that mean?
Long time no see. I think I'll run over to Paris and visit her.
But what about your work here, Sherlock? After all, you're a detective.
Well, I gotta chercher la femme, don't I? I tell you, Watson, is so dull around here. The cases I've been getting lately are ridiculously simple. They're not baffling enough. There's no excitement. What was that?
It's 12:30.
Oh, yes. You know, Watson, if there isn't any more action around here, I'm going to take a vacation. There's someone at the door.
I wonder who it is, Sherlock.
It's a young lady about 23 years of age, with beautiful blonde hair, blue eyes, and a divine figure.
Why, that's amazing. How do you know?
Well, to tell the truth, Watson, I'm just hoping. Come in.
Hello.
Oh, shucks, it's Mary.
Quiet, Watson. How do you do, madam?
How do you do? Oh, Mr. Holmes, you must help me. You must.
What seems to be the trouble, young lady?
Well, you see, Mr. Holmes, I'm engaged to Philip Baskerville, the son of Sir Hugo Baskerville.
Oh, Sir Hugo. I know him well. He's quite a lively old boy.
Well, he's calmed down considerably. He was murdered last night.
Well, that'll do it every time. Now, are you sure Sir Hugo is dead?
I'm positive.
How do you know?
He doesn't giggle when we dust him off.
Then he is dead. Continue, my dear.
Well, according to the legend of the Baskervilles, Sir Philip, my fiancé, is the next one marked for death.
Amazing.
The first Baskerville was killed. So was the second. Then the third and the fourth.
I see. And Sir Philip is next?
Yes, when they get him, it's bingo.
It's a very interesting case. Now tell me, Miss...
Lady Barrel.
Lady Barrel, is there any clue to these murders?
Only one. Before each death, we always hear the howling of a dog on the lonely moor outside the castle. Oh, it's ghastly.
Oh, a dog, eh? Then we have a clue already. Lady Barrel, I'll be glad to take the case. My fee, of course, will be $1,000.
You won't get it, of course.
Of course. Make a note of that, Watson.
Okay. No sale.
You may go now, Lady Barrel. Dr. Watson and I will follow immediately.
Thank you.
Oh, tell me. I've never been to Baskerville Castle. How will I find it?
Very drafty. Goodbye.
Well, at last, Watson, we've got a case worthy of my merits. Let's hurry. We haven't a moment to lose.
Scene 2. 3 hours later, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson have just crossed the dark and desolate moor and are approaching Baskerville Castle.
What a night. Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, is that you behind me?
Yeah.
Stick close to me.
Gee, I can't see a thing. It sure is dark tonight.
I'll say it's dark. I just saw an owl with a lantern. Look, Watson, do you see that light up ahead?
Yes, that must be the place.
I'm positive. Let's hurry. This is the castle, all right. Look at that coat of arms on the door. It says Baskerville Hall. In hoc signum multum paro. What does that mean?
No cover charge.
If this is the Wilshire Bowl, I'll kill myself. Ring the bell, Watson.
Okay.
Cheerful little spot.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Is this Baskerville Castle?
Yes. Whom shall I say is calling?
Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Smarty.
Gee, I wish I could do that.
You fall down that elevator shaft a couple of more times and you'll be all set. Where's Lady Barrel?
Follow me, gentlemen. Lady Barrel, the detectives have arrived.
Thank you, Butch. You may go.
I'll go, but watch your step, Mr. Holmes. You may be next.
Now, Lady Barrel.
Wait a minute. I'm not through.
Silly boy. Now, Lady Barrel, I want to meet your guests and question them.
Very well. First, I'd like you to meet my fiancé, Sir Philip Baskerville.
Hello, Sir Philip.
How do you do, Mr. Holmes? Weren't you once the house detective at the Savoy Ritz?
No, that was my brother that used to throw you out. He's not there anymore.
Oh, goody.
And this is Dr. Wilson, our family physician.
Good evening, Doctor. Can you give us any information about the late Sir Hugo Baskerville?
Yes, he was very fond of Jell-O.
Make a note of it, Watson.
Okay, commercial taken care of.
Very good.
And now, Mr. Holmes, may I present Madame Zoraki, the famous psychic. She has supernatural power.
Good evening, Madame Zoraki.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
And that's Sir Hugo lying across the table.
Oh, the victim. Well, that's the first time I ever saw Sir Hugo on top of a table. Well, now that I've met everyone, I've got to get to work and solve this case. The victim looks as though he met a violent death. Look at the way his clothes are torn. And those long scratches on his throat.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it. I swear it wasn't me.
We know it wasn't you, Dr. Watson.
Don't be too sure.
Quiet. Sir Philip.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
You inherit a lot of money by Sir Hugo's death. Tell me, where were you at the time of the murder?
You can't pin this on me. I've got an ironclad alibi.
Oh, you have, eh? Well, just answer my question. Where were you at the time of the murder?
In Maisie's beauty parlor, and you know it.
Well, somebody committed this crime, and I'm going to find out who it is.
Maybe I can help you, Mr. Holmes.
Help me? How, Madame Zoraki?
Sir Hugo himself will tell me.
But Sir Hugo is dead.
I know, but I will talk to his spirit in the great beyond.
Why, that's impossible.
Oh, she's very good. She got South America this morning.
Why, this is ridiculous. But we'll try it.
Now will you all please sit around in a circle and hold hands.
Oh, all right. Come on, everybody.
I think it's fake.
Now turn off the lights. Quiet, everybody. Now concentrate. Concentrate on Sir Hugo. Sir Hugo. Sir Hugo, are you there?
This is silly.
Sir Hugo, if you are there, answer me.
Bosh, it'll never work.
Yeah, bosh.
Quiet, Watson.
Sir Hugo, we are calling you. If you hear my voice, answer me. Answer me.
Oh, I hear you, madam.
What? Did you hear that, Watson?
Yeah.
Madam Zareki, can I speak to him now?
Yes, but don't lose the contact.
I won't. Sir Hugo, do you hear me?
Yes.
Then tell me, how were you killed?
Well, I was out walking on the moor last night.
Yes.
And just as I got to the garden wall, I saw a huge rabbit seal force me. All of a sudden, I started for it, and he grabbed me by the rabbit seal force me. I couldn't get myself into all that fire. But that didn't kill me.
It should have.
Quiet. But, Sir Hugo, if that didn't kill you, what did?
Well, I picked myself up and ran toward the house.
And
just as I got there was a huge fung and he really strike us all of it. You know that, Brooklyn?
Yes.
Well, the whole crime of seed is faded, and there I am on the table.
But, Sir Hugo, you still haven't told us. Who committed this crime? Who murdered you?
Very well. I was killed by...
Put in a nickel, please, for 5 more minutes.
Get off the line, operator. Continue, Sir Hugo. Your murder must be avenged.
I was killed by...
Stop! I can't stand it any longer. I confess I did it. I killed him.
Ha ha! I knew it all the time.
I don't know why I did it. I must have been mad, crazy, delirious.
Slap the handcuffs on him, Watson. The case of the Baskervilles is solved.
Hey, Sherlock, what about me?
Oh, my goodness, I forgot all about the Hound. I'm sorry, Andy. Play, Phil.
The other day I heard a woman say, when I feel like going fancy on desserts, I want to go fancy in a great big way. Well, I hope she's listening, for here's the answer. A brand new dessert called Deluxe Strawberry Loaf. Strawberry jello, juicy fruit berries, and creamy marshmallows combined in a shimmering mold of jello. And here's the way to make it. Dissolve 1 package of strawberry jello in 1 pint of hot water and chill until cold and syrupy. Then place in a bowl of cracked ice and whip it up with a rotary egg beater until the jello is fluffy and thick like pink whipped cream. Now fold in 2 cups of sweetened sliced strawberries, 6 marshmallows finely cut, and 1 cup of whipped cream. Mold in a loaf pan, and take it from me, there is a deluxe dessert. A lovely, shimmery loaf of whipped rose-pink jello filled with fresh berries and foamy marshmallows. So try it soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for strawberry jello.
It's the last number of the 37th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And, Andy, I'm awfully sorry I overlooked you in our play. I don't know how I ever happened to forget about the Hound.
Oh, that's all right, Buck.
You want to howl now? Was that a dog?
Sounded like the 5:15.
It sure did. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Confidentially. When I was a kid spending the summer in the country, my grandfather used to tell me about the country stores when he was a boy. He said he'd sit on a sack of flour and swing his bare legs while his mother argued with the storekeeper. Seems there wasn't a thing she'd take his word for, from a dill pickle to a barrel of crackers, and good old Grandpop said it was sure something to listen to those arguments. Well, things have certainly changed. Today, there's no ground for an argument. When you go into a grocery store, you find packaged foods with brand names you recognize as your guarantee of quality. For instance, when you see the word Jell-O on a package, you know that here is a fine product, the real thing. Because that very name, Jell-O, is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, that's incorrect, for there is no other Jell-O. And remember, Jell-O brings you that extra rich flavor, as tempting and refreshing as the real ripe fruit. So always ask your grocer for Jell-O. And, by the way, this week, the National Association of Retail Grocers are holding their annual convention. And we want to send them congratulations and best wishes from Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. Confidentially played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being Father's Day, we bring you a man who is daddy to a polar bear, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you're right. I do take rather a paternal attitude toward Carmichael. You know, that animal is like a child of mine. He's so affectionate.
You're really very fond of him, aren't you, Jack?
I certainly am. Believe me, we're going to have a lot of fun this summer on our trip to Alaska.
Oh, are you taking Carmichael to Alaska?
Yes, he has relatives in Skagway. 2 uncles and a sister-in-law, I believe. Huh? By the way, Don, what are you going to do on your vacation?
Well, I haven't planned very much, Jack, but let me tell you something. When you see me next season, you're due for a big surprise.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'm going on a diet this summer and take off 10 pounds.
My.
You'll never know me.
Don, you could take 10 pounds off your lower lip and nobody would notice. You know, when you go on a diet, you ought to try and take off about 50 or 60 pounds. Why, you'd even feel better.
Jack, this may surprise you, but I'm not as fat as you think. What appears to be fat is really muscle.
Oh.
My stomach, for instance, is as solid as the Rock of Gibraltar.
Oh, it is. Well, Don, I saw you playing golf the other day in nothing but a pair of shorts, and Gibraltar was out of bounds. What a physique.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Phil?
I wouldn't talk about Don's figure if I were you. I've seen you around your swimming pool, and you're no Adonis in a bathing suit.
Oh, I'm not, eh?
Your chest caves in, your stomach sticks out, and your legs look like they were tired of it all.
Well, Phil, you don't even have to get undressed to lose a beauty contest. You know, your nose looks like a pack mule with those bags hanging down each side. And by the way, have you got your other bags packed for Waukegan? You know, we're leaving tonight right after the broadcast.
I'm all set, Jackson.
Gee, I can hardly wait to see all my old friends and pals. Yeah, I'm excited as a kid all week thinking about it.
I can imagine. Where are we going to live when we get there, Jack?
Well, you fellas are going to stay at the Hotel WAUKEGAN. So you stopped there last summer, didn't you, Phil?
Yeah.
Oh, you'll love it, Don. It's a swell hotel, very modern.
Go on, they got a house detective there with a bow and arrow.
Is that so?
And if you're not downstairs by 7 a.m., they send a maid up to see if you're dead.
Well, that's because Waukegan is a wide-awake town. Everybody gets up early.
Are you going to live at the hotel, Jack?
Well, I'm not sure, Don. I'll probably stay with relatives. I don't know whether to live at Aunt Clara's or Aunt Molly's or Cousin Sudie's. They're all so anxious to entertain me.
Well, which one is the closest to town?
Aunt Molly. She lives right over the elite Turkish baths. As a matter of fact, she's a rubber there. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Oh, say, Jack, I just got a wire from Mom, and she won't be able to meet us in Waukegan.
Well, I'm just sick about that. What does your mother say?
She says that, Dear Mary, we'll be unable to take the train to Waukegan as your grandfather, who is off the beam again, cut paper dolls out of the tickets.
Oh. Well, maybe you can go to Plainfield afterwards and visit your mother and father. By the way, Mary, this is Father's Day. Did you send your dad anything?
I sure did. I sent Papa some cufflinks and studs for his dress shirt.
Dress shirt? Well, your father never wore a full dress suit in his life.
He does now. He got a job with an escort service.
Oh, fine.
Now when he takes Mom to the movies, he charges her 60 cents an hour.
Well, it's worth it to go out with her. Anyway, Mary, I'm glad you remembered your father. That was a sweet thought.
Not only that, I sent him the cutest card with it, and I made up the words myself.
You did? What was it?
Oh, Daddy dear, I send you cufflinks with good cheer. And when you hawk them, which you'll do, if you can't get 5, go ahead, take 2.
Well, that's a lovely sentiment. He'll probably take advantage of it.
Say, Jack, I sent a present to my father down in Tennessee that he'll be crazy about. I sent him a vacation outfit.
A vacation outfit?
Yeah, a hammock, a jug, and a fly swatter.
Well, he's all set for the summer. What does your father do in the winter, Phil?
Same thing, only we give him a blanket.
Well, that's the life, I suppose. Take it easy and don't worry about anything. You know, it's kind of nice that Dad gets a break once a year. I sent my father a pair of leggings.
Oh, is he still with Western Union?
No. He wears them when he goes horseback riding.
Say, Jack, you know what I sent my father for a present?
Yes, Don, I know how many flavors it has, so don't get cute.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hiya, Kenny. Say, Kenny, you all set to leave for Waukegan? You know we're going right after the broadcast.
Oh, sure. I got my suitcase downstairs on the sidewalk.
On the sidewalk? Well, for heaven's sake, bring it in. Somebody's liable to steal it.
Well, don't worry. Nobody will touch my suitcase.
How do you know?
I printed J. Edgar Hoover on it.
Well, that's very clever, Kenny. How'd you ever happen to think of that?
Oh, Kid Baker has a flash once in a while.
You have it that. Now, Kenny, when we get to Waukegan, I want you to be on your best behavior and make a good impression. You know, I don't want you whistling at the girls like you do here.
Can I wink at them?
No. You can't whistle and you can't wink, so watch yourself. And now, folks...
Can I wiggle my ears?
No. You won't show off at all. I want everybody in Waukegan to say, now there's a nice boy. And now, folks...
I'd rather have them run me out of town.
Kenny. I don't want to hear another word about it. And now, folks, we will have a song by our fresh young tenor who's going to get his canoe paddled if he doesn't watch out. Now, go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I just dropped in to wish you a very pleasant trip to Waukegan and to tell you that I'll miss you while you're gone.
Well, thanks very much. Well, what are you standing there for?
Ain't you going to kiss me goodbye?
No, I'm not. Get out of here. He's the most affectionate lunatic I ever met. Sing, Kenny.
Don't worry about me, I'll get along. Forget about me, be happy, my love. Darling, why should you cling to some faded thing that used to be? If you can forget, don't worry about me. This is the one moment that I thought I never could live through. But now somehow that it's here, my dear, that foolish fear has gone away. And saying goodbye seems sweet. Fate didn't want us on a one-way street. Don't worry about me, I'll get along. Forget about me, be happy, my love. Let's say that our little show is over and so the story ends. Why not call it a day the sensible way and still be friends? Look out for yourself, should be the rule. Give your heart and your love to whomever you love. Don't be a fool. Darling, why should you cling to some faded thing that used to be? If you can forget, don't worry about me.
That was Don't Worry About Me, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, before I forget, I saw your picture, the Mikado, last night, and I thought you were swell in it. You looked great in Technicolor.
Oh, I thought I was too darn pretty.
Well, that oughtn't to worry you. Good looks never hurt anybody. At least it never hurt me.
Can I say something, Jack?
No. Anyway, the Mikado was a swell picture, Kenny, and you were grand in it.
The Mikado. Say, that's a Western, ain't it?
That was our musical director, folks. Phil, for your information, the Mikado is one of the most famous operettas ever written.
No kidding.
You're a fine musician, Phil. For you to pick up a baton and lead an orchestra is perjury.
Why, Jack Benny, you didn't know what the Mikado was yourself until you saw the picture.
I didn't know what the Mikado was? Why, Mary Livingston, before we went into the theater, I told you it was an Oriental story.
You told me Charlie Chan was in it, too.
All right, so I made one little mistake. But Phil has no excuse. He's supposed to have studied music.
That studying don't mean nothing. Why, some of our greatest musical geniuses never studied music.
Name one.
Abe Lyman.
Oh, fine. Lyman is worse than you are. He directs his boys with a rawhide whip. You know, funny thing about you and Lyman, Phil, you both started out as drummers, and now you both have your own orchestras.
Proving what?
Proving hooray for the red, white, and blue. It could only happen here. That's what.
Oh, Jack, why do you criticize other musicians? You took violin lessons for 12 years, and all you can play is Love and Bloom.
All I can play is Love and Bloom. What's the matter with Thanks for the Memory? What's the matter with Deep Purple?
Nothing until you start sawing on them.
Listen, Mary, your opinion doesn't matter very much. If you want to know something, I've been complimented by Heifetz.
Heifetz? Why, Heifetz doesn't even know you're alive.
He does, too, because he tried to shoot me once. It was at the Penn Theater in Wilkes-Barre. So don't be so smart. You know, I don't like to pat myself on the back all the time, but there's one instrument I've really mastered. Well, I can make a violin talk.
You certainly can, Jack.
Thanks, Don.
Why, many's the time I've heard your violin say, I'm proud to snuggle under the chin of a man who works for Jell-O.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Because Jell-O is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
You mean my violin even knows the flavors?
Yes, sir.
Well, isn't that amazing?
This stuff is strictly for the kids.
It was pretty subtle, Baker, so go and sit down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from my talking violin to our last play of the season, tonight, the Benny Run Do Not Walk to the Nearest Exit players will present for your amusement, approval, and edification that stirring melodrama of the gay 90s, Lavender and Old Louse. Now, I will play Lavender, and our maestro will be the rest of the title. Now, in this play, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, boss. This is Rochester.
All right, what do you want?
Well, I just finished pressing your clothes for the trip, and I don't think you ought to take your white flannels with you.
Why not?
Well, you know that trouble I have with the toast every morning.
Yes?
Well, the same thing happened to your flannels, only I can't.
Rochester, did you burn a hole in my new white flannels?
It ain't my fault, boss. It's that cheap material.
Cheap material? What are you talking about? I paid $45 for those pants.
$45?
Yes.
Is this you, boss?
Yes, it's me. And don't act so surprised. By the way, is Carmichael all ready?
I think you're making a mistake taking that polar bear to Waukegan.
Well, I'm not going to leave him in the house by himself for 2 weeks. He'll get lonely.
Why don't you rug him?
Rug him? Rochester, I'm getting tired of these constant threats against Carmichael. Now put him in that big packing box and take him to the station.
I can't put him in that box, boss.
Why not?
I'm talking from there now.
You're in the packing case? Well, for heaven's sake, where's Carmichael?
He's sitting on the lid.
Oh, my goodness.
If I had a long pin, I'd dethrone him.
Oh, stop playing with that animal and finish packing. And by the way, Rochester, I'm taking my violin with me, so don't forget it.
Doggone, I looked high and low for that fiddle, and I can't find it nowhere.
Oh, well, I suppose it never occurred to you to look in my violin case.
I did, boss.
Well?
There ain't nothing there but 4 strings and a fat termite.
Now, don't give me that. The violin is around someplace. Now, get everything together. My trunks, bags, Carmichael, violin, and hurry down to the station.
Okay. Can I take a taxi?
What's the matter? Have the buses stopped running? Now, hang up and get going.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Doggone, if I could get $3 a head, I'd quit this job.
What? What did you say?
Didn't I hang up?
No, you didn't.
Well, here goes. So long, boss.
The guy is always complaining. Never saw such a guy. Now he wants to ride in taxicabs. Oh, well. Getting back to our play, the opening scene...
Say, Jack, I don't think we're going to be able to do our play tonight. Look what time it is.
Oh, yes, the train leaves in about 40 minutes, and we got to get downtown.
Where do we leave from?
The new Union Station. Phil, have you got your car here?
Yeah, I'll have my guitar player run us down.
Oh, you mean Happy Bolivar? Well, that's swell. Come on, Mary, we'll be late.
Well, wait a minute. I got to kiss the orchestra goodbye.
Put down that piano player and come on. So long, boys. See you at the station.
So long, Jack. So long. Hit it, man.
Now, stick close to me, everybody. I don't want anyone missing the train. I'll call the roll. Don Wilson?
Here.
Mary Livingstone?
Oh, Jack, stop acting like a scoutmaster.
Well, I'm trying to be systematic.
Hey, Kenny, get a load of that blonde. Wow, what a doll.
Ain't she something? Hiya, babe.
Hello, Kenny.
Why, Kenny, do you know her?
Yeah, that's my Aunt Rosie.
Well, she ain't my aunt. Wait a minute, Rosie.
Bill, come back here. You'll miss the train. Oh, Don, take a look around, see if you can find Andy in Rochester.
Okay, Jack.
Gee, I don't know where they are.
All aboard. Train leaving on track 3 for Santa Monica, Santa Clara, Santa Anita, Santa Barbara, and Santa present to your dad is Father's Day. Aboard!
Well, he's a topical announcer, I'll say that. Hey, Kenny, where's your suitcase?
Somebody stole it.
Somebody stole it? Well, that's awful. What are you going to wear on the train tonight? You haven't got pajamas or anything.
I'll lend him a pair of my pajamas, Jack.
Just give him the uppers, Don. He can use it for a nightgown.
And tie a bell around his neck. He might get lost.
Yeah.
Oh, this is too complicated. I'll sleep raw.
Sleep any way you want to. I don't care. Say, Mary, I'm going over and buy the tickets. I haven't got them yet.
Okay, Jack. I'm going to get some magazines. Meet me here.
All right. Well, let's see. Where's the ticket window? Oh, here it is. Pardon me. I'd like to buy 7 tickets to Waukegan.
Waukegan. That's in Asia Minor, isn't it?
No, it's in Illinois. I want 7 round-trip tickets to Waukegan, Illinois.
Why don't you buy one way? You might like it there.
I know I'll like it there. It's my hometown. But I got to come back here. I'm in pictures.
So was I, and look at me now.
Well, that's your tough luck. Now, hurry up. I got to make a train.
Okay, here you are.
And, oh, yes, I want berths. I want 4 uppers and 3 lowers.
Well, you know, the lowers are higher than the uppers.
I know. I did that in vaudeville 20 years ago. So don't start that routine. Just give me the berth.
Here you are.
Thanks. Gee, what a guy.
Have a nice trip, Deadpan.
Deadpan, he wants me to laugh yet.
All aboard. Train leaving on track 16 for Louisville and Bowling Green, Nashville, Knoxville, Vicksburg 2, and all points south on the choo-choo-choo. Aboard!
That guy has more fun than the Ritz brothers. Now, let's see. Where's the magazine stand? Oh, there's Mary now. Hey, Mary.
Yeah?
Did you get your magazines?
Uh-huh. I got Look, Pick, Click, and Cluck.
Oh, Cluck. That's that new one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got Kenny Baker's picture on the cover.
Well, that ought to sell 1 million copies. Come on back there with me, Mary. I want to get a book.
Okay.
I want to get something light. A good mystery or something.
Why don't you get Ferdinand the Bull?
Ferdinand the Bull isn't a mystery.
He is to the other bulls.
I'll pick out my own book. Now, here we are.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? I'd like to get a book, please. A real good mystery story.
Yes, sir. Have you read Phil Harris and his gang or Murder at the Wilshire Bowl?
No, but I get what you mean.
Say, Jack, here's a swell book, and it's a special.
A special? What is it?
The Rains Came and an umbrella for $2.50.
Oh, that's by Louis Bromfield. He's a little too deep for me. Say, buddy, what's your best seller here?
Well, our most popular book is Twin by Kansas Jr.
Funny, I never heard of that.
Why, it's very popular. He also wrote Swindon Urson and the Life of Amos.
Oh, never mind. Come on, Mary.
Wait a minute. Why don't you take this one, Jack?
What's that?
Ralph Schramm did it by George P. Stomfum.
Don't you start that stuff. Hey, buddy, just give me a Saturday Evening Post.
There you are.
Come on, Mary, let's go.
Goodbye. Any kind of post. Please. Oh, see.
I meet the most unusual people. I wish Rochester would get here. He's making me very nervous. There's Don Wilson. Oh, Don.
That's the information booth.
I mean next to it.
Pardon me, mister.
Oh, now what?
Can you tell me what time the airplane leaves here for San Francisco?
Airplane? I'm afraid you're going to have a little trouble, buddy. Airplanes don't leave from a railroad station.
Oh, you're one of those wise guys that knows everything.
I'm not a wise guy, but I know you can't take an airplane from a railroad station.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Board, airplane leaving on track 8. For Bakersfield, Salinas, Oakland, and San Francisco. Board!
What?
You see, you big smarty?
Oh, go pin your hair up. Fresh guy.
Oh, Jack, I found Andy. Here he is.
Hiya, Buck.
Well, Andy, I was worried about you. Gee, you got a lot of friends at the station. Are you all excited about going to Waukegan with us?
Yeah, but gee, I'm scared. I've never been on a train before.
Well, you'll get a big kick out of it. Did you bring your pajamas?
Pajamas? Doggone, can you sleep on a train?
Why, of course, certainly.
Well, I'll be darned. Can you eat, too?
Yeah, Jack brought sandwiches.
One more crack and you won't get any. Where am I? Oh. Now let's get over. Hate to miss my place at a station. Now let's get over to the gate.
How long does it take to go to Waukegan anyway?
Well, Andy, we'll be on the train for 2 whole days and 2 nights.
We will?
Yep.
Say, Buck, do they have
Yes, don't worry. You'll be all right.
Well, what are we going to Waukegan for anyway?
Well, Andy, we're going to do our last broadcast from there. And besides, they're going to have the premiere of that new Paramount picture, Man About Town.
Starring Jack Benny. Get it all in.
Never mind. Hey, Phil, stick around here, will you? I don't want to have to look for you.
Okay, Papa.
Gee, I wish Rochester would get here. The train will be pulling out in a few minutes.
Well, it's your own fault, making him look all over the house for that violin. Why do you want to take it to Waukegan anyway?
Because my old violin teacher, Charlie Lindsay, will be at the premiere. And I want to show everybody in Waukegan what he's done for me.
Well, that's the dirtiest trick I ever heard of.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to practice every day on the train.
Oh, Greyhound, where is thy depot?
Phil, if you don't like it, you can stay home.
All aboard. Train leaving on track 7 for Grub Hollow, Possum Junction, Squirrel Center, Beaver Creek, Mud City, and Waukegan.
Oh, my goodness, there's our train, and Rochester isn't here yet.
Yeah, I am, boss.
Well, it's about time. Have you got all the stuff with you?
Yep, trunks, bag, violin, and everything.
Good. Where's Carmichael?
He's buying the tickets.
I bought the tickets already. Carmichael, come here. Come on, gang, let's go.
Okay, Jack.
Say, Rochester, I'm afraid to put Carmichael in the baggage car. He'll have to share a compartment with you.
I don't want that animal in with me. He snores.
Oh, what's the difference? You're only going to be on the train 2 nights.
Well, if he snores the first night, the second night you can get a piece of him in the dining car.
You lay a hand on him and I'll...
Hurry up, Jack. The train's leaving.
I'm coming.
It's not true that nobody does anything about the weather. We've done something about it. We have the perfect recipe for those hot, sultry nights when nobody feels like eating. Jellied fruit made with shimmering, fruit-rich lemon jello, and here's what you do. Dissolve 1 package of lemon jello in 1 pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1 can of fruit salad cut into small pieces. Mold until firm and serve as dessert or salad, either one. It's swell. Delicious lemon jello with that wonderful extra-rich fruit flavor, so tangy and tempting and cool. And molded firmly inside, the colorful fruits, peaches and pears, cherries and apricots shining through the golden jello. It's grand to look at and to eat and easy to make. So ask your grocer tomorrow for some lemon jello and try this new summer recipe, jellied fruit.
That was the last number of the 38th program in the new Jello series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from my hometown, Waukegan, Illinois. Well, Andy, are you thrilled being on a train for the first time?
I sure am, but say, Buck, ain't it dangerous going through that Indian country?
Oh, no, Andy. I've been through it 100 times, and I haven't been scalped once.
You'd never know it.
Is that so? Good night, folks.
Eddie Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Don't Worry About Me is from the Cotton Club Parade. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Waukegan, Illinois, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Man About Town from the picture of the same name. The other day, walking along the street, I stopped to look in the windows of a grocery store. And I was thinking how attractive the cool, fresh fruit looked piled up in heaps. Well, you know one of the best ways to serve fresh fruits is to combine them with Jell-O. Jell-O is delicious, served with fresh strawberries, with circles of orange, or with sliced bananas. And it makes an ideal hot weather dessert, cool, inviting, and satisfying. For Jell-O brings you that delicious, extra-rich flavor. The flavor is appetizing and refreshing as the fresh, ripe fruit itself. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 flavors are extra rich, and all 6 colors are extra gay and summery. Just be sure of one thing. Be sure to get genuine Jell-O when you buy, and don't accept any substitutes. Look up any substitutes. Look up any substitutes. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. Played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Waukegan. Our last broadcast of the season is coming to you from the stage of the Genesee Theater in Waukegan, Illinois.
Yes, sir. Jell-O again, folks.
Please, Jack, wait till I introduce you.
Oh, pardon me, I'm nervous.
On a certain Valentine's Day many years ago, a stork flew over this fair city and dropped a little bundle of joy. And who do you think this bundle was?
Jell-O again. This
Jack, will you please wait a minute?
Don, who was born here, you or me? For heaven's sake.
So, without further ado, I bring you that local boy who surprised everybody by making good, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again. This is Bundle Benny talking. And it's about time. Gosh, Don, I've been so thrilled and excited the last few days that, well, really, I don't know where I'm at or what I'm doing.
Well, I can certainly appreciate that. You look it.
Well, you know, Don, I spent the last 4 days just renewing old acquaintances and visiting all my old hangouts. What a time I've been having.
Well, who'd you see, Jack?
Oh, everybody. Ollie Eimerman, Stub Wilbur, Cliff Gordon. And yesterday I dropped into Bobby O'Farrell's pool room. I haven't seen Bobby in 15 years.
Hey, I'll bet he was thrilled to death.
Was he? Why, the minute I walked in, he said to me, Jack, will you ever forget the day you were showing off and you ripped a hole in the cloth on the billiard table? I said, I sure do, Bob. And he said, that'll be $3. Oh, he was just tickled to death. And how?
Oh, by the way, Jack, did you see that pal of yours that you're always talking about? Oh, you know, the fellow that runs the clothing store.
Oh, you mean Julius Senecan.
That's the fellow. Was he glad to see you?
Glad to see me. Don, when I walked into a store, there were tears in his eyes as he jumped over the counter, threw his arms around me, and said, yes, sir, what can I do for you? Before I got out of there, I had 3 Palm Beach suits and a raccoon coat. He must have been kidding, you know. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the Waukegan kid?
Oh, I'm swell, Phil. Have you been having a good time?
I'll say, but you know what happened last night, Jack?
No, what?
Well, a bunch of us fellas were sitting up in my hotel room, just sitting in my room, and we were singing and laughing and making a lot of noise, and the first thing you know, a couple of cops came up and took us to the Hoosgow.
Took you to the Hoosgow? Wait a minute, Phil. You mean to say they put you in jail?
Those weren't candy bars I was looking through.
Well, for heaven's sake, why didn't you call me? I'd have had the mayor, Bitey Talcott, fix it up. He could have taken care of that.
He could, eh? He was with us.
Oh, my goodness. I should have warned him about you. So you and the mayor have been palling around together, eh?
Yeah, he thinks I'm a riot.
Yeah. Listen, Phil, I know Bitey Talcott pretty well. He isn't going to fall for that corny chatter of yours.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. How are you, Jack? Well, Mary, here we are in my hometown. Are you enjoying yourself?
Am I? Gee, everybody's been so wonderful to me. I've been out sightseeing every day.
Hey, you don't have to get nervous. It's my hometown, for heaven's sake. Well, Mary, there's plenty to see here, too. Huh?
You know, Jack, I even saw the house you were born in.
No kidding.
It's a fish market now.
A fish market? Well, of all things.
But they haven't forgotten you, Jack.
They haven't, eh?
No, they got a big sign there that says, Jack Benny born here. Fresh mackerel daily.
Well, naturally, they have to advertise what they're selling. What else did you do, Mary?
Well, I went over to the City Hall Park to see that elm tree they planted in your honor.
Oh, yes. Did you see that elm tree?
I'll say.
What are you laughing at?
There was a squirrel in it signing autographs.
That was my uncle, Tarzan Benny. But say, fellas, you ever notice for a town this size, how many pretty girls there are here?
You're right, Jack. The girls are beautiful. How they go for me.
Oh, sure.
Why, they're always staring at me.
Well, Phil, marcelled hair for men is a novelty around here. You know, so stop taking bows.
Say, Jack, you told me that you used to be quite a ladies' man in this town. Have you seen any of your old girlfriends?
Have I? Why, Don, only this morning I was walking down Washington Street, and who did I run into but Vivian Thompson? You know, when we were kids, she and I were kind of stuck on each other. You know, I used to write her notes, and we used to give each other presents. In fact, I still have a lock of her hair.
You ought to paste it on, brother.
Never mind that. Vivian and I had quite a romance.
Was she thrilled seeing you again?
Well, Don,
Did she kiss you?
I didn't put this lipstick on my forehead myself. You know, to tell you the truth, I think she's still crazy about me.
Well, if she's so crazy about you, why did she kiss you on the forehead?
Because she's taller than I am. That's why. What do you want me to do, carry a box to stand on? Anyway, let's not get into an argument here. I'm feeling too good.
Me too. And I'm so grateful the way people here have treated me that I wrote a poem all about Waukegan.
Well, that's a fine way to pay him back. Now, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Well, Jack, I'm going out in the hall for a glass of water.
I'm going with you, and I never touch it.
Come back here, both of you. If I can take it, you can. Now, go ahead with your poem, Mary. What's the title of it?
To Waukegan, where Jack Benny was born in the year
Never mind. Read the poem.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, Waukegan, on the shores of Lake Michigan.
Michigan?
Jack was born here in this place. He was very pretty, except his face.
I was pretty all over. Well, go ahead.
Once you were a little village. Indians roamed here to and fro. But now you are a great big city, and you gotta buy beads in the 10-cent stove.
10-cent stove?
Sure enough, honey.
Oh, we certainly got to Alabama fast. Continue.
Oh.
Continue, Mary.
Go ahead. I like your parks. I like your streets. I like your homes. They are so neat. I like your lake. I like your boats. Your sailors really know their oats. So, oh, Waukegan, we'll be sad when we are leaving. But before I go, this kiss I give to one and all from Mary Liv. The end.
Well, it's about time. Now, Mary, that was simply wonderful. Oh, Phil, do you think you can follow that with a number?
Sure, Jack, I'll follow anything.
I know. I've seen you on the street. Now, go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Oh, Waukegan, here am I. Did I walk or did I fly? Is this just a dream, perchance? Oh, gee whiz, I forgot my pants. Woo!
Well, I'm going to shoot him during the quail season, folks. Play, Phil. That was Rose of Washington Square, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And I'm not saying this because it's our last program of the season, Phil, but on the level, that number was really swell.
Thanks, Jack.
Now, if your boys played like that every week, I'd be proud that I was a member of the Musicians' Union.
I thought they threw you out.
They did not. I'll show you my membership card. I got it right here in my wallet.
Oh, don't take off the barbed wire just for that.
That's a fine way to talk, Mary, after the way I've been spending money on you. I took you to Nolan's restaurant every single night this week for dinner.
Yes, and I know why we always went to Nolan's.
Never mind.
Why, Mary?
15 years ago, Jack bought a meal ticket there, and he had 8 punches left.
Well, I can't carry it around with me forever. I'd like to take one of those punches and give it right to you, right in the nose. Smart on the last program, huh? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a special announcement to make this evening. As you all know, tonight, immediately after our broadcast, we are having the world premiere of Paramount's new picture, Man About Town. And there are a lot of Hollywood celebrities here in our audience. There's Mark Sandrich, the director, Dorothy Lamour, Hedda Hopper, myself.
Phil Harris?
Yes, we know you're here, Phil. And incidentally, when your face appears on the screen, just applaud. Don't stamp and whistle. You know, you're not the only one in the picture.
I'm the only one with sex appeal.
Well, if that isn't the hammiest remark I've ever heard. Listen, brother, I got more appeal than you any day, and I'll leave it to Mary.
You better not.
Well, then you'll just have to take my word for it, Phil. Now, let's see, where were we? Oh, yes, in addition to our Hollywood celebrities, we also have with us several distinguished guests from Waukegan. And I'd like to present to you now an old school chum of mine who, through hard work and diligent perseverance, has gone far in the field of politics. Here he is, folks, the Honorable Mansell Bidey Talcott, Mayor of Waukegan. Well. Hello, Bidey. Welcome to the Jell-O program.
Hiya, Jackson. Are you in the groove?
What? What's that?
Are you jiving, kid?
Oh, you've been around with Harris, all right. Well, anyway, Bidey, it's sure good to see you again, and you're certainly looking fine. How do you feel?
Swell, Jack. I'm right on the boom.
That's on the beam. On the beam, Bidey.
Well, this stuff is new to me.
Oh. It's new to everybody but Phil.
Say, Mayor, why don't you give out with a couple of those gags I told you? Okay, Twitch.
It's a fine mayor. I couldn't even be alderman in this town. Let's see, where am I? Huh? Oh, here. Now, wait a minute, Bidey. I'm afraid we haven't time for any of Phil's gags, but I do want to tell you how much I appreciate your coming up here tonight to take a bow. And for the hospitality you've shown the gang and myself all week. I'll never forget it.
You're welcome, Jack, and believe me, that goes for the whole town. See you later.
Okay, Bidey.
Oh, just a minute, Your Honor. Before you leave, I'd like to ask you just one question.
What is it, Don?
Do the people in Waukegan eat a lot of Jell-O?
Oh, just oodles of it.
Oodles?
And why do all these charming people in Waukegan eat Jell-O?
Well, because
it's economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
That's right, buddy.
And what are those flavors, Your Honor?
Well, there's
strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Bidey.
What happened?
I tell you, Bidey, the plug is quicker than the eye, so be careful. Well, so long, Bidey.
So long, Jack. Well, Phil, see you later. And we'll go out and cut a rug.
Okay, man.
Well, that Bidey Talcott, he sure is a nice guy. He gave me 9 keys to the city already. He carries them around like lifesavers, you know. And now, folks, as Kenny Baker, our young tenor, was called back to Hollywood, he will not be with us tonight. So for the vocal highlight of the evening, Mr. Phil Harris, the Nightingale of the South, and Miss Mary Livingston, the Plainfield Thrush, will blend their voices in a popular little number called, that must be Bidey again. Is that you, Mayor?
It sure is, Buck. Open up.
Well, the Mayor of Van Nuys.
Hiya, fellas.
Well, Andy, I thought you'd never get here. What delayed you?
Well, I couldn't find the theater.
Why, anybody could have told you where the Genesee Theater is. All you had to do was ask them.
Well, I asked a lot of people, Buck, but every time I opened my mouth, they just looked in.
Well, your tonsils are intriguing. You know, Andy, you should have been here a few minutes ago. You being the mayor of Van Nuys, I could have introduced you to the mayor of Waukegan.
Oh, I know, buddy. I was over at the city hall with them all morning.
Yeah, what were you doing?
Oh, we just sat around and hammered with our gavels.
Say, I'll bet that was a lot of fun.
Hey, Andy, have you been down to Chicago yet? There's a town you ought to see.
Chicago? Where's that?
Oh, Andy, you know, it's that big city with the tall buildings. You know, where we change trains.
Is that Chicago?
Certainly.
Well, doggone, Bitey told me that was South Waukegan.
Well, he would. You better be careful, Andy. The first thing you know, he'll try and sell it to you.
It's too late now, Buck. I bought it.
Well, you got a marvelous buy. Well, Andy, now that you're here, stick around because Mary and Phil are going to sing a duet. You might as well hear it.
No, I guess I'll go back to the hotel. I like to ride up and down in the elevator. Them things fascinate me. So long, Buck.
So long, Andy. You know, folks, Andy's getting a terrific kick out of this trip. He's never been east before.
He's never even been in a hotel before.
How do you know, Phil?
I walked in his room this morning and he was making the bed.
Oh, he'll get by all right. Well, how about that number, kids? Are you ready?
I am.
Me too.
Then swing it and be good now. I want to be proud of you tonight. Hit it.
If there's a gleam in your eye,
Each time I straighten your tie, you'll know the lady's in love with you. If I can dress for a day,
without that waiting I hate,
it means the lady's in love with you.
and when my friends ask me over to join their table,
But I picked that faraway booth for two. Well, sir, here's just how it stands.
I got romance on my hands.
Because the lady's in love with you. If I go deaf, dumb, and blind,
And you got things on your mind.
you'll know the lady's in love with you. If I have met your old flame,
And you remember their name.
it means the lady's in love with you.
And Sunday night when I take you to see that movie,
And I say the balcony seat will do. Well, sir, here's just how it stands.
I got romance on my hands.
Because the lady's in love
with me.
That was The Ladies in Love, sung by Kenny Baker, and very good, Kenny. And now, ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen...
wait a minute. Phil and I sang that number.
Oh, yes, I'm so nervous. Mary, do I know what I'm doing today?
No.
Oh. That no wasn't in the script, folks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in a few more minutes, our little gang will bid you all adieu until next October. Say, Don.
Oh, yes, Jack.
Just imagine we'll all have 14 whole weeks of rest. 14 weeks of nice, carefree relaxation.
And 14 weeks without getting paid.
Yipe! Oh, I never thought of that.
Say, Jack, I'm getting a little bit jumpy, are you?
You mean on account of the premiere of the picture? No, Phil, I'm sure it'll go over big. Why, look at all my friends sitting out in the audience. Sid Block, Ward Just, Mr. and Mrs. Pritchard. And there's my dad and sister. Don, look at that big smile on my father's face.
Yeah, he's sure thrilled.
He certainly is.
I don't see him. Which one is your dad?
The one in Jack's blue suit.
That's him. I wish he wouldn't put on both pair of pants, though. It's warm here. Say, Don, you know what I ought to do tonight as long as we're here in Waukegan?
What's that, Jack?
Well, after all, this is where I started on my musical career, and I think it's no more than right that I play a violin solo. You know. You know, my old violin teacher, Charlie Lindsay, is sitting in our audience, and right there in the front row.
He just moved to the back row.
He did not. And now that Charlie is here, I think I ought to play the first number he ever taught me, the glowworm.
Oh, my goodness, I'm getting out of here.
Charlie, come back here. He always was a great kidder, folks. Say, Phil, let me have a violin, will you?
Okay. Here you are, Jack. It goes under your chin.
I know where it goes. Well, I better tune this fiddle up. Give me an A, boys, will you? Oh, just when I wanted to show off a little. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, fine. Rochester, how many times do I have to tell you not to interrupt me in the middle of the program? Now, what do you want?
Well, boss, I'm tired of being cooped up in this hotel room with Carmichael.
Oh, you are, eh?
I want to get out in the sun. I'm losing my tan.
Listen, Rochester. Roger, you'll just have to stay with that polar bear. He's homesick. By the way, is he standing the heat all right?
Yeah, but I think you ought to feed him more. All we had for breakfast was 3 fish, 2 eggs, and a bottle of milk.
Well, my goodness, isn't that enough?
I don't think so. I caught him putting marmalade on the bellboy.
Oh, he was just clowning.
He was drooling, too.
Never mind. Now, Rochester, before I forget it, I want you to pack my bags because we're leaving for New York tomorrow. I'm going to see the Louis Galento fight.
You won't get shiny pants watching that.
Oh, so you're still bragging about Joe Louis, eh? Well, let me tell you something, Rochester. They don't call Galento the Iron Man for nothing. Why, he's got a chin like an anvil.
An anvil?
Yes.
Well, Brother Louis is going to play the chorus on it.
Oh, he is. Well, we'll find out. Now get going, and I'll see you right after the premiere.
All right. By the way, boss, how am I in the picture?
You're very good, Rochester. You'll be a big hit. Now go ahead and pack my bag.
Okay, boss, I'll put a man on it right away.
You'll pack him yourself. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Mr. Benny.
Now what?
I meant to ask you something. When we start on our vacation, does that mean I'm off salary for 14 weeks?
It certainly does. You're just like me, Rochester. When I don't get it, you don't get it.
When you get it, I don't get it.
Now, Rochester, I don't want to hear another word about it. You'll just have to take care of...
Carmichael! Carmichael!
What's the matter?
I gotta hang up now, boss. Here comes a fat bellboy.
Between Rochester and Carmichael, I sure have my hands full. Now, let's see. Where was I?
You were just about to play a violin solo, Jack.
You traitor. Why'd you tell him?
Mary. All right, boys, the glowworm. You know, I haven't had much time to rehearse it, folks, but I hope all my Waukegan friends will remember and recognize it. Well, I just tune up a little here. All right, boys, give me an introduction to the glowworm, will you? Plink, plink. Plink, plink.
We'll never get back in this town again.
Oh, quiet. Plink, plink. Plink, plink.
You can talk plainer than that, brother.
Phil. Isn't that awful? Well, thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I could have done better if I had my own violin. And now for an encore, I will
Hey, Jack, you haven't got time to play anything. Your picture goes on in just a few minutes.
What time is it? Oh, yes, you'll have to excuse me, folks. Come on, gang, let's all hurry out in the audience and see it. Gee, I'm excited.
Oh, boy, wait till I get a load of me.
You, that's all you think of.
Oh, stop arguing. Hurry up or we'll miss the picture.
Don't worry, they won't start it without me.
Where are we going to sit, Jack?
Don, where do you generally sit? Come on, kids, let's go, will you?
All right.
Everybody, let's get going.
Well, tonight we're starting out on our summer vacation, and, you know what makes us want to leave you with a suggestion that's just swell for these hot days to come. It's crisp summer salad, a dish to spruce up the tiredest appetite. You can make it with cool golden lemon jello or tangy sea green lime. And here's what you do. Dissolve 1 package of your jello in 1 pint of hot water. Add 1 tablespoon of vinegar and a dash of salt and chill until slightly thickened. Now, fold in 1 cup each of diced cucumber, sliced radishes, and sliced young onions. Mold until firm and serve on crisp lettuce. Ah, there's a cool, invigorating salad that's bound to make you hungry. Shimmering jello, lemon or lime, with that wonderful extra-rich fruit flavor and the fresh summery color. And crisp, fresh vegetables molded firmly inside. So ask your grocer tomorrow for some lemon or lime jello and try this delicious summer salad.
This is the last number of the last program in the current Jello series. And we'll be back on the air again, the whole gang and myself, next October the 8th. We have just a few minutes before the picture starts, so in the meantime, I'd like to thank my listeners for their fine support during the year, my cast for their splendid cooperation, and I'd also like to thank my authors, Bill Morrow and Ed Beloin, who worked with me in the preparation of my material.
Well, say, Jack, don't forget about our summer show.
Oh, yes. Starting next Sunday, Jello will bring you the Aldrich Family, which has been a feature on the Kate Smith program during the past season. And if you've been following it, you know that Ezra Stone as Henry Aldrich is America's funniest teenage hero. So be sure to tune in next Sunday night.
Oh, Jack, can I have a bag of popcorn to eat during the show?
Now, Mary, there'll be no crunching during my picture. This is a talkie, not an eaty. Good night, folks. Thanks again, and see you next October.
The tune Rolls of Washington Square is the title tune of the picture of the same name. This program has come to you from This program has come to you from This program has come to you from This program has come to you from
Rochester, step on it, or we'll be late for the broadcast.
Okay, boss.
Don't turn here. We got to pick up Miss Livingston.
Pick up Miss Livingston?
Yes, then we've got to pick up Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson. This is our first program, and it's up to me to gather my little group together.
What are you, a mother hen?
Never mind what I am. Be careful of those bumps. It's a wonder you wouldn't put a little air in these tires.
There's plenty of air. There just ain't enough tires.
Now, don't be so funny. I've got a brand new one on the front.
Sure stands out, don't it?
Rochester, just drive. Take it easy. Here we are at Miss Livingston's house now.
There she is, waiting for us.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't she look cute? Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Gee, Mary, I called you only 10 minutes ago. I'm surprised to see you all dressed up and waiting for us.
I owe it all to zippers.
Well, they are very handy. Well, hop in the car. We got to get to the studio.
Okay. Hold those springs down. I don't want to tear my new dress.
All right, get in. There you are.
Ouch, they got me.
Isn't that awful? Rochester, how many times have I told you to fix these seat cushions?
Either 9 or 10.
Well, I wish I knew what number was bingo with you. Now get going. We still got to pick up Phil and Don.
Okay, boys.
This motor's a little cold.
Gee, Jack, I thought you told me you bought a new car this year.
I said nothing of the kind. I said I was looking at new cars.
That'll never start a boom.
Rochester, this is a two-way conversation, so keep out of it.
Oh, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Still driving a 1920 Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute. It's a late 1920. Anyway, in a couple of weeks, I may trade it in on a new model.
Don't do anything rash. I hear the horse is coming back.
Well, thanks for the tip. Now, turn here at this corner, Rochester. We got to pick up Mr. Harris.
I think we better stop and get some gas.
Gas? Oh, we can make it. We only got about 5 more blocks to go.
I know, but we've been riding on borrowed time all week.
What are you talking about? Look at that gauge. The needle says full.
You glued it there.
I did not. Now, hurry up. We got to get to Mr. Harris.
Where are we going to meet Phil?
Well, he told me to pick him up at Maisie's beauty parlor. He's probably getting the bags under his eyes pressed.
Oh, Jack, you're always running him down.
I am, eh?
Yes. You're just jealous because Phil's handsome and you're you.
Look, Mary, if you think I'm homely, why don't you come right out and say so?
It was perfectly clear to me.
Rochester, when I want anything decoded, I'll ask you. Until then, hush your mouth. Now pull over. There's the beauty parlor. Rochester, run in and get Mr. Harris. We haven't much time.
Never mind. Here he comes now.
Oh, yes. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Phil.
Well, how do I look?
Oh, just like Ann Sheridan. Now get in the car. Move over, Mary.
Boy, what an afternoon I had, sitting under that hot dryer.
Hey, I can imagine.
Who does your hair, Phil, Gladys or Maybelle?
Oh, I always use Goldie. She can curl rings around the other girls.
You know, Phil, if you'd wave your baton more and your hair less, I'd be a lot happier. Have you any good orchestra numbers prepared for our first show?
Darned if I know. I haven't seen my boys in a month.
Why, Phil Harris, you mean to say you haven't even rehearsed for our opening program? We'll be on the air in 5 minutes.
All right, so my band will sound spontaneous.
Spontaneous?
Yes, Mary, that's French for lousy. Can you imagine that? A guy has all summer to get a couple of numbers ready and doesn't do a thing about it.
Oh, stop worrying. My orchestra will sound as good as last year.
Well, Phil, for your information, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, orchestra better get better, or orchestra better get. Get it? I'd remember that, Phil. Who are you tooting at, Rochester?
There's Kenny Baker.
Kenny Baker, where?
There he is, sitting on his front porch.
Oh, yes. Hello, Kenny. Oh, Kenny.
He can't answer. He's on another program.
Oh, that's right. Say, Rochester, you better step on it. We still have to pick up Don Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, my.
What are you my-mying about? This car seats 5, doesn't it?
Yeah, but Mr. Wilson seats 2.
Now, there's plenty of room, Rochester. He can sit in front with you.
You know, boss, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when fat man sit down in small car sit down also.
All right, Confucius, just drive.
Hey, Jack, isn't that Don Wilson's house there on the corner?
Yeah, there it is.
Look, there's his mother in front selling Jell-O.
Oh, loyal, isn't she? Slow down, Rochester. Oh, Mrs. Wilson! Mrs. Wilson!
What flavor, please?
Strawberry, and where's Donald?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Don's gone ahead to the studio.
Oh, he has. Well, thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Jell-O, get your Jell-O here. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Oh, isn't she a sweet little lady, huh?
Hey, Jack, look what time it is.
Oh, my goodness. Step on it, Rochester. We'll be late for the first broadcast.
I told you we better get some gas. This miracle can't last.
Oh, it's downhill from now on, so hurry.
Okay, boss.
Not too fast. There's no top on this car.
There was when we started.
Oh, did we lose that again? Faster, Rochester, faster.
Darn it, my hair's blowing all over the place.
Well, stop complaining. So is mine.
Yeah, but yours blows right off.
Is that so? Come on, step on it, Rochester. We'll be late. Step on it.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Merry Old Land of Oz. Well, here we are again, folks, beginning our 6th year on the air for Jell-O. Sounds like a long time, but speaking for myself, I never knew time to go so fast. Why, it's disappeared before my very eyes, the way a Jell-O dessert disappears when you serve it to the family. For Jell-O has been good news to families ever since your grandmother brought home her first package of it, more than 40 years ago. And it's better news than ever today, for Jell-O has been constantly improved. It's quicker and easier to prepare nowadays. Dissolves instantly and sets quickly. It's far less expensive to buy, one of the most economical desserts you can have. And that wonderful Jell-O flavor has been made extra rich, made so full-bodied and tempting that it rivals the real ripe fruit. So remember what I've been telling you for the past 5 years. Those big red letters spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. Land of Oz played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as this is our inaugural program of the new Jell-O series, I would like to present our master of ceremonies. Who is he?
Who is he?
To begin with, he's a star of stage, screen, and radio. Plays the violin and was born in Waukegan, Illinois.
Oh, it must be me.
He is humorous, witty, and spends money like a drunken sailor.
Now that throws me off. Oh, well.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, there you are. It's up to you. Who is he?
Ya-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. For heaven's sake, Jack Benny. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm simply amazed at our audience. I've only been off the air 14 weeks. You'd think that somebody would have recognized me.
Well, Jack, you can't exactly blame our guests here tonight. After all, they're strangers.
Well, my father isn't a stranger. Look at him sitting in the second row. He's still guessing. Well, anyway, Don, it's sure good to be back on the air again, isn't it?
It certainly is. You know, Jack, I'm much happier when I'm working than when I'm laying off.
Me too, Don. I hate just walking by the bank. What have you been doing this summer, Don? Did you have a nice vacation?
Well, Jack, I didn't do much of anything. I just got on my yacht and took a cruise up and down the coast. It was a lot of fun.
You got on your yacht? Why, Don, do you own a yacht?
Oh, sure. I bought one last July. It's a tremendous thing.
Well, that's quite a surprise. You mean to say that you bought a yacht on what I... Well,
I was pretty lucky in the stock market this summer.
Oh, you must have been, Don. You must have been. Well, that was nice, Don. I'm glad you had such a grand summer. And, you know, I've never seen you looking better. You've lost weight, haven't you?
Yes, boating in the salt air will do that for you. I've lost 5 pounds.
5 pounds? That's like a centipede losing a toenail. 5 pounds.
Well, it's a start. By the way, Jack, what did you do on your vacation?
Well, I wanted to do something different this year, so Rochester and I just piled into my car, took a tent along, and toured the whole country. You know, we sort of led the gypsy life.
The gypsy life, huh?
Yes, Rochester read tea leaves, and I played the fiddle. We did very well in Memphis. And, oh, Don, I must tell you something. Just a second. Come in.
Pardon me, is this the Aldrich family?
No, this is the Benny family. The Aldrich family has moved to another station.
Well, turn my dial. Goodbye.
Oh, how I'd love to. Well, anyway, Don, say, what was I talking about?
You were telling me about your vacation, Jack.
Oh, yes. I must tell you what happened when I was... Oh, wait a minute. I'll tell you later. Here comes Mary.
Hello, Joe. What do you know? I'm back again on the Jell-O show. I hope I make you laugh and giggle. Chop, 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 and dig, dig, diggle.
Well... Well, it was certainly nice to you, Mary. I didn't get a reception like that.
Hello, Mary. It's sure good to see you again.
Oh, hello, Don. Say, what happened to you? You look marvelous.
Well, thanks. I've been taking good care of myself this summer.
Yes, Mary. Don lost 5 pounds on his yacht.
His stomach looks thinner, too.
Certainly does. Say, you got quite a nice coat of tan, Mary. What'd you do all summer?
Well, I stayed right here in Hollywood until we had that awful heat wave. Good thing you missed it.
Yeah, they tell me it was pretty bad here.
Jack, it was simply unbearable. It was 107 degrees in my shade.
You must have been in demand, Don. Say, Mary, you didn't stay in town during that hot spell, did you?
No, I went down to Laguna Beach and spent 2 weeks with my aunt and uncle.
Oh, is your uncle in business down there?
Yes, he's a shill for a lemonade stand.
Well, that's quite a novel occupation. So you were down at the beach, huh?
Yeah. And, oh, Jack, I must tell you.
What?
I met the cutest lifeguard down there.
Yeah?
What a doll.
Uh-huh.
He saved my life 4 times.
Mary, how could he save your life? You always wear water wings.
I bit a hole in him.
Well, that was using your teeth. So you found a new romance, eh? What's his name, Mary?
Barracuda Jones.
Oh, I'd like to catch him or meet him sometime. Bring him over. Well, Don, I think it's about time that Mr. Harris got here. Where's Phil?
Here I am, Jackson.
Oh.
Hi, everybody. This is Smiling Phil Harris back on the good old Jello program. Yeah, make it Jello. Back at the NBC studio, which is just a mile and a half from the Wilshire Bowl, no cover charge. Yeah.
Don't humor him, folks. He's conceited enough. Well, Phil, that's quite an entrance you gave yourself. Music and everything.
Well, I had nothing to do with that, Jack. The boys planned it themselves. It was spontaneous.
Is that from the French?
Definitely. Well, Phil, at that, I don't blame you for giving yourself a build-up on the first show. And now that you're here, how about a number?
Look, I'm an actor. I ain't playing till I get a little dialogue.
Oh, a little dialogue, eh? All right, then. Tell me, Phil, what'd you do this summer? Did you have a nice vacation?
I certainly did.
Well, and now, ladies and gentlemen, Phil Harris.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I told you I'm not playing a number until I get a couple of laughs here.
Phil, the easiest way for you to get laughs is to play a number. Now, go ahead.
Okay, Jackson.
Oh, by the way, Jack,
Yeah.
I meant to ask you, aren't we going to have a singer on the show this season?
Oh, of course, Don. I'm trying out a young tenor. He's a kind of a cute kid, too. He should be here soon.
Say, Jack.
What?
Tell him about that other singer you wanted to get.
What other singer?
You know, the one you thought you could put over on the sponsor.
I didn't try to put anything over, so don't...
What was it, Barry?
Well, after Kenny Baker left, Jack thought he'd save a little money this year.
I did not.
What happened, Mary?
He tried to get his canary on the program.
Well, I just figured it'd be a novelty for a couple of weeks. Besides, Dickie Boy can whistle Sunrise Serenade with the best of them. Believe me.
What's the name of this young fellow you're trying out?
His name is Day, Dennis Day. His mother's here with him.
How old is she?
It's none of your business. Anyway, you'll meet him soon. Now, go ahead, Phil. Let's hear a good, hot tune.
Would you like to hear something about 107 in the shade?
As if you could, brother. Play anything. We can take it. Hold it a minute. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Who? Yes. It's for you, Jack. It's Mrs. Day.
Oh, Dennis's mother. Give me that phone. Oh, boy, what I've gone through with her already. Hello, Mrs. Day. How are you? Yes. Uh-huh. Yes, we're expecting you right away. Well, look, Mrs. Day, can't Dennis take his bath later? I mean, we're on the air now. We need him. Fine, he's been in town 3 weeks, and he has to take a bath today.
That'll never hurt the program.
Quiet. Now, look, Mrs. Day, I'm not trying to run your affairs, but you see, this is our first program of the season, and Dennis should be here on time. You know, this isn't a clam bake. We're established. Now, please hop in a car and rush Dennis over here immediately. What? Should he wear a blue suit or a gray suit?
Tell her to wrap a towel around him.
Mary. He can wear anything, Mrs. Day. Now, hurry, won't you? Goodbye. Oh, boy, what a lilac she is. Play, Phil, and that canary wasn't such a bad idea after all. That was Go Fly a Kite from the Star Maker, played by Phil Harris and his spontaneous orchestra. Say, Phil, that number sounded a lot better than I expected. Wasn't it good, Mary?
Yeah, that was swell, Phil.
Oh, it was all right, but personally, I thought the boys played a little too pianissimo.
Too what?
Pianissimo, too loud.
Phil, even though you carry a union card, for your information, pianissimo means soft. Fortissimo is loud.
Is that so? Would you like to make a little bet on that?
Would I like to? I'd love to.
Then you must be right.
You're darn right I'm right. You know, I didn't study music 15 years for nothing.
No kidding, Jack. Did you study the violin for 15 years?
I certainly did.
He admits it yet.
Listen, Mary. Mary, you can joke about it now, but when I was a young fella, I was torn between two loves. In fact, it was a toss-up whether I'd become a concert violinist or a comedian. I didn't know which path to take.
Don't tell her finish. I'm reading the book.
That's very amusing, Mary. However, if you'd like to know the truth, the first time that I... Hey, that must be Dennis Day and his mother. Now, listen, fellas, before they come in, I want to tell you something. While they're here, I want you to show me a little courtesy and respect. I'd like to get this kid started out on the right foot. Now, remember that.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
And that's more like it.
There's somebody at the door, kind sir.
All right, don't overdo it. Come in. Well, how do you do, Mrs. Day? How do you do? Come right in.
Thank you. Come along, Dennis.
Yes, come in. Well, I'm glad you found the studio all right, Mrs. Day. Did you take a cab like I told you to?
Yes, it was $1.65. Here's the slip.
Oh.
You sure walked into that one.
Oh, well, I don't mind.
Then smile.
Mary, I'll mind my face and you mind your business. Oh, Mrs. Day, I want you to meet the members of my cast. This is Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, and Phil Harris.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Day? How do you do, Miss Day?
And this is her little boy, Dennis.
Say hello to the people, Dennis. Hello to the people.
Oh, fine.
Well, naturally, Mary, he's a little nervous, aren't you, Dennis?
Am I, Mother? Certainly not.
Oh. Now, Dennis, I want you to feel right at home here. After all, I know you must be a little bit nervous. We're all your friends, and we want to help you in every possible way.
I'm indeed grateful, Mr. Benny.
That's sweet. And now, Mrs. Day.
Yes?
How can a basso profundo like that have a tenor for a son? Now, Mrs. Day, I realize this being Dennis's first time here that you're not aware of our schedule. You see, we have a very definite starting time.
You have?
Yes, we do our first broadcast at exactly 4 o'clock Pacific time, and our repeat broadcast at precisely 8:30. Now, is that clear?
Perfectly. And when is payday?
Payday?
That's not so definite.
Miss Livingston, please. Oh, he'll get paid, Mrs. Day. Don't worry about that. Now, Dennis, I think that about covers everything. That's all there is, and that's all you have to know. You're here to sing, so just be on time and do your best. Now, are there any questions?
Yes, when do I get some funny lines?
Funny lines?
I know how you feel, Bub.
Phil, you complain once more, and you'll be known as the Silent Maestro. Now, Dennis, what song have you selected for your debut on our Jell-O program?
He's going to sing a delightful new number called Good Night, My Beautiful. It's becoming very popular.
Yes, I know. It's a grand number. Now, before you sing, Dennis, I thought our audience would like to know something more. Know your age. How old are you?
59, including Mother.
Well, that's not what I meant, Dennis. How old are you by yourself?
Dennis is just 19.
19? Well, 19 from 59. That makes you 40, doesn't it, Mrs. Day?
I'll take that.
Take it. You snapped at it. Now, just one more question, Dennis. Where is your home? That is, where were you born?
Dennis was born in Cairo, Illinois.
Oh, Cairo, eh?
Whoop, an Egyptian.
Phil, the boy was born in Cairo, Illinois, not Egypt.
Well, a comedian like me overlooks them details.
I'd like to catch you overlooking the Grand Canyon someday. Now, go ahead, Dennis. We're all waiting and anxious to hear your song. Now, this is the microphone.
How do you do?
You are nervous, aren't you? But go right ahead. You haven't a thing to worry about. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for his first song on the Jell-O program, Dennis Day will sing Good Night, My Beautiful from George White's Scandals. Take it, my boy.
Now remember, Dennis, breathe deeply.
Yes, Mother.
Don't forget the words.
No, Mother.
Come here, let me fix your tie.
Oh, don't bother, Mrs. Day. You know this isn't television.
You're quite fortunate, Mr. Benny.
Very good, Mrs. Day, very good. Sing, Dennis. Oh, boy, I'd love to give her a hot foot.
The night will be lonely but beautiful when I am alone with my wonderful dream of you. Darling, someday I hope that bidding you good night will mean nothing more than turning out a light. Someday good night will bring me closer to you. But in the meantime, this will have to do. Good night, my beautiful. Just being with you is so beautiful. And tearing away from your arms is not easy to do. Good night, my wonderful. There's nobody who is so wonderful. Each moment with you is like living a dream come true. So hold me close to you. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Your love is all I have to waken for tomorrow. Good night, my beautiful. The night will be lonely but beautiful when I am alone with my wonderful dreams of you. My wonderful dreams of you.
Dennis, that was very, very good. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. You've made me the happiest girl in the world.
Oh, he is nervous, folks. Play, Phil.
If you want to enjoy real delicious old-fashioned goodness in a new-fashioned dessert, a dessert that's quick and easy and inexpensive, here's the answer. Jell-O chocolate pudding. Yes, ma'am, there's the answer to your family when they ask you for something new for dessert. Jell-O chocolate pudding is the best-tasting dessert you ever dipped a spoon in. Rich and creamy with a satin smoothness, with an old-fashioned chocolate flavor, and a rich, full chocolate flavor that's tempting and delicious. And best of all, Jell-O chocolate pudding is just one of 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, mellow tasting and smooth. It has a delicious taffy color and a real true butterscotch flavor as appetizing as old-fashioned butterscotch candy. And there's Jell-O vanilla pudding, delicate and inviting, always a family favorite. All 3 Jell-O puddings are quick and easy to make. The simple directions are in every package, and the easiest and most economical way to buy is 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding.
This is the last number of the first program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, Mary, our first program is over. Aren't you happy?
Yeah. Just think, only 38 more weeks and we can take our vacation.
That's right. Gee, I don't know where to go, do you?
Oh, we'll someplace think of... Oh.
Gee, I don't know where to go, do you?
Oh, we'll think... I'm nervous, Jack.
Oh, we'll think of someplace. Yeah, good night, folks. See you next week.
Jelloo.
Here's news. There'll be another Jell-O product on the air starting next Tuesday night, October 10th. Jell-O pudding. Jell-O puddings will bring you the Ulrich family, and if you've enjoyed the adventures of Henry Ulrich all summer, we think you'll be mighty glad to know that he'll be with you this winter, too. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. Next Tuesday, October 10th.
The Merry Old Land of Oz is from the Wizard of Oz. Go Fly a Kite is from the Star Maker. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Jell-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Donald Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Baby Me. If you have a family of football fans, you know what an afternoon at the game can do to their appetite. Send them zooming up higher than a kite. So be prepared with a good hearty meal. And for dessert, that all-star favorite, Jell-O. You always win with Jell-O. You make a touchdown every time. It's so good to look at, gayer than the college colors. Cheerful and bright and appetizing, and it's so good to eat. Jell-O's rich, zestful fruit flavors make a real occasion out of every meal. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 are chock full of extra rich flavor that tastes as tempting as the ripe fruit itself. There are dozens and dozens of different ways to serve Jell-O, and you'll find attractive recipes on every package. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was Baby Me, played by the orchestra. Now, folks, as you all know, 447 years ago last Thursday, Christopher Columbus discovered America.
That's right, Don.
To finance this expedition, he borrowed a huge sum of money from Queen Isabella of Spain.
Yep.
So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man Columbus would have had trouble with, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, although I appreciate your timely introduction, aren't you assuming too much?
Now, what do you mean?
Well, how do you know Columbus would have had trouble borrowing money from me? That's just a wild guess.
Well, Jack, I was merely trying to be topical, that's all. Last Thursday was Columbus Day, and I wanted to tie you in with him.
Don, tying me in with Columbus is indeed flattering. But you didn't have to make me tight.
He didn't make you tight. He just lifted the veil.
Oh, he did. Now, listen, Phil, and this goes for you, too, Don. We're beginning a new season, and I think we ought to make a few changes. I'm sure there are more vital things to talk about than me being tight.
I'm awfully sorry, Jack.
Me too.
Don, I believe. You know, fellas, this is only our second broadcast, and during this new season, we ought to try and get on more believable subjects.
You're right, Jack. We've all been picking on you too much.
You said it, Mary. Imagine saying I wouldn't finance Columbus. Well, if I'd have been living in those days, I would have been glad to loan him the money.
Yeah, but he'd have a tough time sailing that boat with one arm.
Mary, I wouldn't have asked for collateral. To hear you talk, you'd think I never spent a dime.
Well?
Well, nothing. What about that party I threw Wednesday night at the Coconut Grove?
What party?
You know, the party I threw at the Coconut Grove. Didn't I pay the check for 10 people? Didn't I leave a big tip?
Yeah, but you took a tree home for firewood.
I did not. I just took a few branches that fell off. So don't exaggerate.
Boy, that's rich. Benny the wood chopper.
Phil, get this straight. I didn't go to the Coconut Grove Wednesday night to chop down any trees.
Then why did you wear that lumberjack shirt?
That wasn't a lumberjack shirt. That was my tuxedo shirt that was washed with some plaid socks. So there.
Why, Jack, you ought to sue the laundry.
He can't. He did it himself.
Well, you're certainly right up on your toes tonight, Miss Livingstone. Quite a contrast to your opening performance last Sunday.
You said it, Jack. Oh, boy, was I nervous. I nearly fainted.
I'll say you did. It's a wonder you couldn't control yourself. You've been on the air before. Why all the worry?
Did you ever have a strap break in the middle of a program?
Oh, I see. So that's what happened, huh?
Say, Mary, is that why you borrowed my fraternity pin?
Yeah.
Phil, how can a hillbilly that only went as far as third grade have a fraternity pin?
What are you talking about? I'm a college man.
What college?
Cornpone Tech.
Cornpone Tech?
Yeah, cornpone. Here we come. Shave and a haircut. Say rum.
Oh, a barber college. Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that, Phil. Right after the program, I'll let you cut my hair.
Okay, just send it over the Wilshire Bowl.
All right, Smarty.
No cover charge.
Mary. Now, wait a minute, fellas. That's another topic I want dismissed this season. I don't want to hear another word about my toupee, because I don't wear one.
What's that over your right ear, a halo?
Now, Mary, cut it out and let's change the subject. Say, Don, come here a minute.
What is it, Jack?
Did you hear any nice reports on our opening program last Sunday? I mean, was there any good comment on it?
Why, yes, everyone I talked with liked it very much, and they were especially enthusiastic about our new tenor, Dennis Day.
Oh, that's swell. Of course, he was a little nervous his first time on the air.
Well, I have to admit, Jack, that I was pretty nervous myself.
I had the shakes, too.
Phil, you've never had anything that a good night's sleep won't cure. But really, Don, I'm very happy about Dennis. Of course, I'm going to have to do something about that mother of his. Oh, boy, what I've gone through with her already.
Well, after all, Jack, it's a mother's instinct to look after the best interests of her son.
I know that, Don, but I don't want her around while we're broadcasting.
Oh, why don't you put your foot down, Jack? Why don't you threaten her?
Not a good that'll do. She's bigger than I am. Look, we've been on the air 10 minutes and they haven't shown up yet. And you know why? Because I told her to be here on time.
Oh, Jack, you're just imagining things. Mrs. Day seems to be a very nice woman.
Don, you don't have to put up with her like I do. She's always interfering with my business. She came over to my house the other day and made Dennis stop mowing the lawn. How do you like that?
Don't tell me you got that kid mowing your lawn already.
Well, it keeps him out of mischief, and besides, Dennis was perfectly willing to do it.
He should be. You got it in his contract.
I have not. His mother took it out. Anyway, my lawn sure looks nice, half mowed.
Well, why don't you make Rochester finish it?
Oh, he can't. He joined some kind of a union where he can only do 5 jobs for me. He's up to his quota now. Anyway, fellas, getting back to Mrs. Day, if she does... Whoops, that must be her now. Don't say anything, fellas. Come in. Well, Andy!
Hiya, Buck!
Well, hello. Well, Andy! Well, Andy, it's about time you showed up. I was expecting you to drop in last Sunday.
Well, I couldn't make it, Buck. I had to drive Ma and Pa to the Pomona Fair. We never miss it.
Oh, the Pomona Fair. I say, did your mother win first prize again on her famous elderberry wine?
Well, she was expecting to, Buck, but Pa was all alone in the back seat with the jug.
Oh, so your Pa drank it, huh?
I think so. We passed an orange grove on the way, and Pa said, "Holy smoke, look at that sunset."
Well, then you're probably right. Say, Andy, they generally have pretty good exhibits at the Pomona Fair. How were they this year?
Swell. The farm products were wonderful.
Oh.
You know, Buck, they had an ear of corn there 3 feet long.
What was that, Andy? I knew you'd be interested, Phil. Well, I'm glad you had such a good time, Andy. By the way, did you get a chance to tune in on our show last week?
I sure did, Buck.
How'd you like our new tenor, Dennis Day?
Oh, he was great, but Ma was a little disappointed. She thought I was going to sing this year.
Well, you could hardly talk that one, huh?
That's all we need.
Now, wait a minute, Andy, wait a minute. You're not a tenor.
I am on some words.
You're a quartet on some words. Well, stick around, Andy. I'll have you meet the kid. He'll be here pretty soon.
I'd like to, Buck, but I got to run along now.
Why, Andy? What's your hurry?
Well, my girl's picking me up in front of the studio.
Oh, your girl, eh? Who is she?
Whoever picks me up. So long, Buck.
Well, say, that Andy's getting to be quite a devil. Well, come on, Phil. Let's get going with the show. How about a number?
Okay, Jackson. Would you like a newie or an oldie?
Phil, just play a goodie if you can-y. A newie or an oldie. That was Put That Down in Writing, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, in all fairness to you, the band sounded very good, much better than last week.
What are you talking about? The music was sensational last week.
Sensational?
Yeah. Did you see that marvelous write-up I got in the musical Curio?
The musical what?
Curio. I got it right here.
Let's see that. Curio. That's Courier, musical Courier. He owns a fraternity pin yet.
If I could trust that strap, I'd give it back.
I don't blame you.
What does the write-up say, Phil?
It's a rave from start to finish, kid. You read it, Jackson. I don't want to sound hammy.
Okay. It says, musical review. Phil Harris and his orchestra are back again on the Jello program this year. And on the opening broadcast, Sunday, October 8th, we can only say that the music was abominable.
I guess that's bad, eh?
In all selections played, the brass was turbulent, and the strings were as stagnant as anything this reporter has ever heard.
And that guy's one of the best critics in the country.
He certainly is, Phil, so that's what you call a raid notice, eh?
Sure, I got a scrapbook full of that stuff.
Did you hear that, Mary? He saves those kind of write-ups.
Maybe he's going to blackmail himself.
That must be it.
What are you kids talking about? Why, that's one of the best write-ups I ever got. Did you notice them big words?
Phil, this review says that your music was abominable, turbulent, stagnant. If you take a bow on that, it proves that you're definitely an illiterate egomaniac.
No kidding.
Gee, that went to his head, too.
Well, I give up. I did my best. Now, let's drop all this nonsense and get down to business.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Speaking of write-ups, our opening program got a lovely notice in the Grocer's Journal.
Oh, in the Grocer's Journal, eh? Have you got it with you, Don?
Sure, here it is, right here. It says, the Jell-O program opened its fall season last Sunday night with the most enjoyable half hour.
Well.
It was a distinct pleasure to hear Don Jolly Boy Wilson.
Jolly Boy?
Yeah. Again remind us that Jell-O is not only economical and easy to make, but that it comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Well, that's very nice, Don. Doesn't it say anything about the rest of us?
Oh, yes, it says, Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Phil Harris maintained perfect silence as Mr. Wilson, in a voice vibrant with emotion, stressed the importance of insisting on genuine Jell-O with the big red letters on the box.
Well, that's a marvelous review, Don. You went over very big. You know, fellas, when you get that kind of...
Say, Jack,
What?
here comes Dennis Day now.
Where?
Right behind his mother.
Oh, yes. Hello? Hello, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, did you hear that, Dennis? That shows everybody liked you last week. You were a big hit.
Gee, it all seems like a dream to me.
I can imagine. Oh, hello, Mrs. Day.
How do you do?
Hmm.
And, how are you, Miss Livingston?
I'm fine, thank you.
Mary. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, I don't want to harp on any particular subject because this is all new to you. But as I told you last Sunday, it's rather important that you be here on time. You were a little late again today.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Benny.
That's quite all right.
You see, we haven't lived out here very long.
You've apologized, Dennis. That's enough.
But, Mrs. Day, your son was just trying to be courteous, that's all.
He said he was sorry. That's all that's necessary.
Oh, brother.
What was that?
I said, oh, brother. I was talking to my brother. He's sitting in the 18th row. Hello, Sam. My goodness. Now, Dennis, tell me, did you hear any nice comments about your singing last week? Did your friends like you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. I was so thrilled that I took the first paycheck you gave me and framed it.
Oh, you framed your check. You mean you're not even going to cash it?
No, sir, never.
This is the happiest moment of Jack's life.
Now, Mary, I'm glad he's sentimental. It shows good character, Dennis.
Thanks for the frame, Mr. Benny.
Never mind. You know, Dennis, I'm one of the friends who thought you were grand last week. You went over very well.
Sure, the kid went over. Say, Mrs. Day, how'd you like the way my orchestra accompanied your son?
Since you asked me, I thought the music was a bum.
There you are, Jackson. Everybody says so.
Phil, I can't stand this any longer. I'm going to explain this whole thing to you in your native tongue. When that critic said that your music was abominable, he meant that you weren't jiving, that you were off the beam.
You mean I wasn't in the groove, I wasn't hep?
Exactly.
Well, dummy up on that. Mama, Jackson.
Now, don't take it too hard, Phil. We all get a bad write-up once in a while.
Shucks, and I just subscribed to that paper for 25 years.
Well, that's too bad.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't have told him. He was so ignorant and happy.
I did it for his own good, Mary. Phil's been getting pretty swell-headed lately.
Is that so?
Yes, Phil. You know, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when orchestra leader gets kicked in pants, hats fit better. Remember that, Phil. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
we're ready for a number. Have you got your song prepared for tonight?
Oh, indeed I have, Mr. Benny.
Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day, our young vocal discovery, will sing that old and popular favorite, Melancholy Baby.
Dennis is not going to sing Melancholy Baby. He's going to sing Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Now, Mrs. Day, I've arranged with Dennis to sing Melancholy Baby. It's my favorite torch song.
Dennis is singing Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Just 1 minute, Mrs. Day. Whose program is this?
It's up for grabs.
Stay out of this, Mary. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day is going to sing Melancholy Baby.
Oh, no, he isn't.
Oh, yes, he is.
It's no use, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, I'm handling this. Just do as I say and we'll have no trouble. Melancholy Baby, folks. Sing, Dennis.
A few minutes to midnight, at the ball all the crowd was swaying. Then two charming people went dancing by, and I heard him say, "Stay in my arms, Cinderella, while the clock is striking, I'll hold you. At the stroke of 12, don't run away. Oh, can't you hear my heart? It begs you to stay in my arms, Cinderella. Maybe I'm that fella, Prince Charming. Since I met you, I've had one design. Your wedding shoes placed next to mine. Midnight of midnights and so divine. Cinderella, stay in my arms. While the clock is striking, I'll hold you. Midnight of midnight and so divine. Cinderella, stay, never stray from my
That was Melancholy Baby, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
That was Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Now, listen, Mrs. Day. Cinderella was a melancholy baby, and you know it. Anyway, Dennis, you sang that number beautifully. You didn't sound a bit nervous tonight.
I wasn't, Mr. Benny, but last week, gee, oh boy.
Well, that's only natural.
Gosh, if it hadn't been for Miss Livingston, I don't know what I'd have done.
Oh, it was nothing, Dennis. I didn't want you to be scared, that's all.
Well, that was awfully sweet of you, Mary. What'd you tell him?
I just said that if a certain comedian got by for 7 years, why should he worry?
Well, that's a fine way to talk about Fred Allen. Anyway, Dennis, don't feel upset about last week because we were all just as jittery as you were. Every one of us.
I was as cool as a cucumber.
Is that so, Mrs. Day? As if I care.
What was that?
I said we're on the air. We're on the air.
And hello, Sam.
Mary, I'm talking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may resume control here, I would like to announce our play for next Sunday. A week from tonight, the Benny Belligerent Barnstormers will inaugurate their new season of dramatic offerings. After much thought and careful consideration, we decided to open with our version of Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production, that historical drama of adventure in darkest Africa, Stanley and Livingstone. Thank you, Kismet. This, I feel, will be one of our outstanding presentations.
I agree with you, Jack. I think it's a great idea to do Stanley and Livingstone.
Yes, Don, at least it'll be something new.
New? Fred Allen did it 2 weeks ago.
Mrs. Day, what Fred Allen does on his program is no concern of mine. This is a true story that took place in the year 1875. And I have just as much right to do Stanley and Livingston as Fred Allen.
Even more, you knew the boys.
I'm not that old, Mary. Now, getting back to next week's attraction.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, please. Yes. Yes, Dennis.
Why does Mr. Allen talk through his nose?
What was that, Dennis?
I said, why does Mr. Allen talk through his nose?
Because he hasn't enough strength to blow it, and thanks for asking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, gosh, I hope he's listening. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the remaining moments of our program to give you a preview of some of the highlights from next week's stirring drama. First, pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bennett. This is Rochester.
Well, Rochester, I'm busy now. Call me back later.
But it's important, boss. Carmichael's got a toothache.
Toothache? Doggone, I knew there was something wrong with that polar bear this morning. Is he in pain, Rochester?
Yes, boss, and he's in a bad mood. I threw a fish at him, and he declined it right back in my face.
Well, Rochester, it's your own fault. Carmichael wouldn't have a toothache if you take care of him. Did you brush his teeth this morning?
Only as I passed by.
Well, that's awful. Which tooth is bothering him, Rochester? Is it a molar or a bicuspid?
What's that, boss?
I said, is it a molar or a bicuspid?
Yes, pretty bad.
Rochester, what I'm trying to get at, what's bothering him? Is it a front tooth or a back tooth?
It's that long front one. The one he dimpled my leg with.
Well, look, I'll be home pretty soon. Meanwhile, here's what I want you to do. Now, pay strict attention.
Okay, boss.
Now, take a piece of cotton.
Take a piece of cotton.
Roll it into a ball.
Roll it into a ball.
Put some toothache drops on it.
Put some toothache drops on it.
And then shove it in the cavity. Rochester. Rochester.
Your echo just resigned.
For heaven's sake, now don't be such a coward. Animals understand when you're trying to help them.
Uh-huh.
You remember that story about the man who took a thorn out of the lion's paw?
Yeah, whatever become of him?
Well, look, Rochester, just leave the bear alone. I'll take care of him later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Can I borrow your top hat tonight?
My top hat?
Yeah, I got a date with a tall girl.
Well, just stand on your tiptoes and leave my hat alone. Goodbye. And that polar bear's got more troubles.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, Carmichael's got a toothache. There'll be no living with him all week. Well, where were we?
You were going to give us a preview of Stanley and Livingston.
Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the highlights of our next week's attraction, Stanley and Livingston. That thrilling saga of the Dark Continent. Take it, Don.
Africa. The jungle. Headhunters.
These, ladies and gentlemen, are just a few of the highlights from next week's Sunday's sensational offering, Stanley and Livingston. So be sure and tune in. Pardon me, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'll be seeing you in the jungle next week.
Oh, are you a headhunter?
No, hair is all I'm after. Goodbye.
And he's not kidding, folks. Play with it.
You know, there's always something new for dessert if you just look around. And the new Jell-O puddings make the best desserts that you've tasted in a long time. Just try that Jell-O butterscotch pudding and find out how delicious it is. It has a creamy, mellow flavor, the flavor of real old-fashioned butterscotch, the kind you loved when you were a kid. And it has a tempting golden color like taffy that makes you hungry just to look at it. Then try Jell-O chocolate pudding, rich and dark and satin smooth. and a Jell-O vanilla pudding with that rich color of old ivory and a delicately tempting flavor. Yes, ma'am, you'll say all 3 Jell-O puddings are tops in goodness, and all 3 are quick and easy to make. For all you do is add milk and then cook and stir over a low flame till the mixture is smooth and thick. Simple directions are in every package, and you can't go wrong. Jell-O puddings are a swell cold weather dessert, a truly heartening treat for a brisk fall night. So try all 3 and try them soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla pudding.
This is the last number of the second program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure and listen in to the opening of our dramatic season.
Say, Jack.
What?
Let's go out someplace and get a sandwich.
I can't, Mary. I got to run home and take care of Carmichael. Oh, say, do you know a good dentist I can get for him?
Sure, I got an uncle that's a swell dentist.
Well, call him, will you? Is he painless?
No, he's got rheumatism, something awful.
Oh, well, I guess he'll do. Good night, folks.
Jakey, help, help. Oh.
Here's news. Every Tuesday night, the Aldrich family is on the air, starring Ezra Stone and Henry Aldrich, that lovable hard-luck kid. Consult your local newspaper for time and stations, and be sure to tune in on the Aldrich family next Tuesday night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. Casting Company. Casting Company. Casting Company.
Jakey, help, help. Oh.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Good Morning from Babes in Arms. Have you people got what I call a second helping family? A bunch of real He-Man eaters who always come back for more? Well, if you have, Jell-O is one mighty fine answer. For with Jell-O, you can always have plenty. First, because Jell-O is amazingly inexpensive. It costs only a few cents a package, and one package serves the average family generously. And second, Jell-O is so quick and easy to prepare, there's practically nothing to it. It dissolves instantly in hot water and sets quickly in your refrigerator. And Jell-O makes such swell desserts. It's a brand new hit every time. All 6 flavors are crammed with extra rich flavor. And that's put into Jell-O by a special process and sealed right in so it can't get out. It's a flavor so rich and full, tempting and delicious, that it tastes as refreshing as the real ripe fruit. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O when you buy. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. Good Morning, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the 3rd time this season, we bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who smokes a cigar so short that it finally becomes an inlay, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that introduction was so cute, and you're so big that I just can't be mad at you. It was very clever, Don, although a bit exaggerated.
Well, Jack, you do smoke your cigars pretty short.
I know, Don, but there's a reason for that. It just so happens that the cigars I smoke are very hard to get. They're made especially for me by a man in Tampa, Florida, a fellow called Perfecto Ginsburg. Oh, it's an excellent smoke.
Are your cigars very expensive, Jackson?
Well, they are, Phil, if you buy them individually. Of course, you can order them by the box or by the gross and save money.
How do you get them?
Jack buys them by the yard and cuts them off.
Now, Mary, that's not only silly, but unbelievable.
Go on. You even send your old matches back to Sweden to be re-dipped.
Mary, the only matches I ever sent back to Sweden were those that didn't work. Jeepers, nobody could be as tight as you make me out to be.
Oh, no? Tell him what you did last week to little Dennis Day, our new singer.
Mary, we got a long play to do tonight. And now, folks...
Come on, Mary, what happened?
And now, folks...
What about Dennis?
Jack paid him his salary in silver dollars and then taught him how to stand on his head.
Now, Mary Livingston, you're just making that up. In the first place, I don't pay Dennis his salary. I give it to his mother, who in turn gives it to Dennis.
Who in turn stands on his head.
Oh, that's topping him, Mary.
Phil, when we need a scorekeeper here, I'll let you know. Meanwhile, make like a mummy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you may remember, last week we announced that tonight, the Benny Livestock Company, the Benny Livestock Company, would present their version of Darrell F. Zanuck's production, Stanley and Livingston. Now, in our version, I will play the part of Mr. Stanley, the newspaper man, as portrayed on the screen by that sterling and inimitable actor, Spencer Tracy.
Inimitable?
Yes.
What are you talking about? That guy's a great actor.
Phil, that was a compliment. Inimitable means that Spencer Tracy cannot be imitated or duplicated.
Not tonight, anyway.
We'll see about that. Now, Mary, you're going to be my secretary, and Phil, for some unknown reason, you're going to be the editor of the newspaper. You know, my boss.
Your boss, eh?
Yes.
Benny, you're fired.
Wait for the play. And Don, you're going to be a cannibal.
A cannibal? Why, Jack, you promised me that I could be the editor. Gee, I had the headlines all set and everything.
Yes, Don, I can just see the big red letters on your headlines. Rain tomorrow, so go to your neighborhood grocer for Jell-O today. We'll take care of that for you, Don. Now, Dennis Day.
Wait a minute, Jack. Dennis isn't here yet.
He isn't? What's the matter with that kid, anyway? I told his mother last week that he must be here on time.
You know, Jack, I don't think Mrs. Day likes you very much.
Oh, she doesn't? Huh. I should worry and get a wrinkle.
Just worry about the ones you got.
What was that? What'd you say?
I said, just worry about the ones you got.
Oh, my wrinkle. Never mind. I'll find out what's keeping that kid. Mary, get Mrs. Day on the telephone. It's Hollywood 2734. I'll tell her a thing or two, believe me.
Operator, get me Hollywood 2734.
She's been getting away with murder, and I'm not going to put up with her temperament any longer.
What are you going to do, get off the program?
Phil, you better keep still. I'm mad at you clear through Christmas already. And another thing.
Hello? Who is this? Oh, Jack, it's Gladys.
Hang up. I gave you the wrong number. Mrs. Day is Oxford 7071.
Oh. Operator, get me Oxford 7071.
Gee, I got a little mixed up there.
Gladys, eh? Say, Jack, is that the tomato I saw you with on Vine Street the other night?
Phil, she's going to have her teeth fixed, so no cracks. She's a darn nice kid.
Hello? Just a minute, Mrs. Day. Here's your call, Jack.
Okay. Hello, Mrs. Day. This is Jack Benny. Now, Mrs. Day, what about Dennis? We've been on the air 15 minutes, and he's not here yet. What? He's been a bad boy, and he can't come to the program. But this is his job. I don't care if he won't eat his carrots. There must be other ways to punish him. But I know Mrs. Day. I know Mrs. Day. I know Mrs. Day.
Look, he knows Mrs. Day.
Mary. Now, will you please make an effort to get Dennis over here immediately? Thank you. Goodbye. Oh, just a minute, Mrs. Day, while we're on the subject. I've had just about enough of your meddling. I'm running this program. If you don't like it, you can stay away.
All right, Jack. Take your finger off the hook.
Mary, I was just rehearsing what I'm going to say when she comes in. Now, everybody settle down. Come on, Phil. Let's have a good number.
How about Hollywood 2734?
You know what I meant, Phil. So hit it.
Okay, Jackson.
I can't understand Gladys being home. She told me she was going to Santa Barbara for the weekend. That was Are You Having Any Fun from George White's Candles, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Pardon me, Jack. I just found this gold cigarette case under the piano. Does it belong to you, Phil?
No, I don't carry one.
Let's see that, Don.
I thought it might have dropped out of your pocket, Phil, while you were leading the band.
No, it isn't mine.
Let's see that, Don.
Is this your cigarette case, Mary?
No, I don't smoke.
Let's see that, Don.
I'm sure it doesn't belong to any of the boys in the band.
Of course not. Let's see that, Don.
I know it isn't mine.
Let me see that, Don, for goodness sake. Now, give me that cigarette case, and I'll hold it until the rightful owner claims it.
But, Jack, I found it. I better hold it.
Don, I'm responsible for anything that's found in this studio, so hand it over.
Okay, Jack, here you are.
Thanks. And now, folks, see, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's gold, all right. And now, folks, getting back to our play, Stanley and Livingston, we, smart looking, too. Lovely. We have attempted something in a more legitimate vein. Now, in our version... As I said before, I'm going to play the part of...
Come along, Dennis, and stop sulking.
Here she is, folks. Tugboat Annie. Well, good evening, Mrs. Day. I'm so glad you were able to get here. Really, it's very sweet of you.
I'll have no sarcasm, young man. I had a perfectly good reason for keeping Dennis at home. He was a bad boy.
But, Mother, I don't like carrots.
I don't blame you.
Dennis, if you ever expect to be a great singer, you must eat your vegetables.
Mrs. Day, for your information, Bing Crosby never ate a carrot in his life. And he's doing all right.
Well, Crosby feeds carrots to his horses.
Yes, and look at him. What they need is raw meat. Now, let's forget about carrots. Oh, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Right after your song, we're going to do our play. And since you don't like vegetables, you're going to be a cannibal.
Dennis is not going to be a cannibal.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Day, but that's what he'll have to be. He's had no acting experience. What else can he do?
I can stand on my head.
Wait till Saturday. Anyway, Dennis, it's all settled.
Oh, no, it isn't. He must have a more dignified part.
Oh, I suppose you'd like to have him play the lead. I suppose he can do a better job than I can.
He's wide open, Mrs. Day. Give it to him.
Mary, she doesn't need any help from you. The old hag.
What was that?
I said, let's play tag. I feel young. Do you mind? Now, let's have no more interruptions, please. Go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Now, hold it a minute. Come in.
Will you pardon the interruption, Mr. Benny, but I was rehearsing in this studio today, and I believe I left my cigarette case here. Did you happen to see it?
Why, yes, a cigarette case was found. As a matter of fact, I have it in my pocket.
Well, thanks. I'll just take it and run along.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you'll have to identify it, Mr.
Kaiser's the name. K. Kaiser.
Oh, K. Kaiser.
Well, Kay, it's good to see you again. Good to see you, Kay. It's been a long time.
Evening, folks. How are you?
Well, I didn't recognize you when you came in.
Say, who is this guy anyway? Got a big hand.
Phil, this is Kay Kaiser, the orchestra leader.
Oh, you working around here, Bob?
Phil, for heaven's sake, Kay Kaiser has his own radio program. And one of the greatest and most popular bands in the country.
Well, thanks, Mr. Benny. Thanks very much.
Oh, so you're in my racket, eh, Kaiser? Let me ask you something. How many pianos you got in your band?
One.
Well, take a look over there. I got 2 pianos.
I got one good one.
That's very good. Well, Kay, I'm really glad you dropped in to see me.
I didn't drop in to see you. I just came back from a cigarette case.
Oh. Well, as long as you're here, we might as well do a routine about it.
That's Jack, all right. Free talent, Benny.
Mary, I'm just trying to be a good host, that's all. Well, Kay, what are you doing out here in Hollywood? You generally broadcast from New York.
Yes, but I came out here to make a picture for RKO called That's Right, You're Wrong.
Oh, is that so? That's a swell title. You know, I made 2 pictures last year.
He's making one good one.
Mary, please. Well, Kay, how much longer are you going to stay in California?
Well, we only have one more week out here, so I'd better take my cigarette case now.
Oh. Well, look, Kay, I'll be glad to return the case to you, but I've got to be certain it's yours. Can you identify it?
Why, certainly. There's a monogram on it. It says KK. What more do you want?
Now, wait a minute. KK could stand for a lot of things. Kris Kringle or Crazy Cat. Why, it could even stand for Phil Harris.
Oh, you mean Colonel Corn?
That's it. That's it, exactly. That's it. Well, Kay, I'm afraid you'll have to identify the case a little better than that. Huh?
Well, I don't know if I can. I just got it yesterday for a present.
Well, maybe I can help you. Can you stand a quiz?
Why, sure, sir. Shoot the sizzling, sibilant sticklers, and I'll endeavor to circumvent the seriousness of the situation I'm in.
Oh. Well, that took up 2 minutes right there. Well, all right, Kay, let's go. Now, our first question comes from Mr. Jack Benny of Beverly Hills, California. Mr. Benny would like to know what metal your cigarette case is made of.
Well, it's...
Now, listen, Kay, here's a clue. When the blue of the night meets the what of the day, da-dum, dee.
Gosh, that's beautiful.
Phil, keep out of this. Have you got it, Kay?
Well, would you give it to me just once more?
Yeah, look. When the blue of the night meets the g of the day.
Yeah.
G. Come on, Kay. G.
Yeah.
Students!
Silver!
That's wrong. It's gold. Now, Kay, I'll give you another chance. What's inside the case?
Cigarettes.
Correct. And what kind of cigarettes are they?
Now, let's see. I should know cigarettes.
Okay, here's a clue. You are my la-la star. You are my what star.
Lucky!
Lucky what?
Lucky Strikes, and thanks for the plug!
That's well, Kay, and here you are. You win. Here are your cigarettes.
Well, what about the case?
You don't get that. You missed the word gold. You didn't say gold.
Well, I tried to, but you had your hand over my mouth.
Oh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day will sing...
Jack, I'm not leaving here till I get my cigarette case.
You'll have to see me later, Kay. Pull up a chair and watch our show. What are you going to sing, Dennis?
I'm going to
Dennis is going to sing South of the Border. And if you don't mind, I'd like to have Mr. Kaiser conduct the orchestra.
I'll be glad to.
Fine.
If he picks up that stick, I'll phone the union.
Oh, Phil, don't be such a baby. Sing, Dennis.
Light as I whispered, mañana, for our tomorrow never came. South of the border, I rode back one day. There in a veil of white by candlelight, she knelt to pray. The mission bells told me that I mustn't stay. South of the border, down Mexico way.
was Dennis Day singing South of the Border, and very good, Dennis.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to do our play now, so take your clothes off and put this ring in your nose.
Okay.
Mr. Benny, I told you Dennis is not going to be a cannibal.
All right, then I'll make him my native guide. That's a cannibal who went to college. Are you satisfied? And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction, Stanley and Livingston. The opening scene is the editorial office of the New York Herald, where we find Jack Stanley, star reporter, and his secretary, Miss Mary LaTouche.
LaTouche, I quit.
Mary, we don't want to confuse your name with Dr. Livingston.
Come on, let's start the show. I want to get on you, Benny.
Phil, just because you're my boss in the play, don't let it throw you. We now take you to the office of the New York Herald. Curtain. Music.
Hello, New York Herald. Miss LaTouche speaking. I hate that name.
Mary.
What's that? Yes? 9:30? All right, I'll tell him.
Who was that?
Gladys.
Oh.
She wants you to bring some White Rock.
Okay. Now, don't bother me for the next half hour, Miss LaTouche. I'm writing a story about Dr. Livingston.
Is that the explorer that's lost in Africa?
Yes, and the boss wants me to go look for him. He thinks it'll be a great scoop for the paper.
Here comes the boss now.
Where is he? Where is that star reporter? Let me at him.
Look at him. Hello, Chief.
Oh, there you are. Now, see here, Stanley. I've been looking over that story you turned in yesterday, and it's the worst lot of junk I ever heard.
Well, I thought it was pretty good, Chief.
Good? Why, that stuff was turbulent, stagnant, abominable.
You're showing off now. Last week, you didn't even know what that meant.
Never mind the wisecracks. You either go out and get some hot news or resignate.
Resignate?
I knew he'd slip.
Well, look, Chief, I'm trying to get all the news I can.
Well, you can't sit here and wait for it. You gotta go out and dig.
Chop, chop, chop. Well, all right. I'm doing my best, Chief.
And another thing, Stanley, I gave you an assignment 2 weeks ago. I told you to go to Africa and find Dr. Livingston.
Well, I'm waiting for my laundry to come back.
He sends it to WAUKEGAN.
I do not.
Now listen, Stanley, you better find Livingston or you're fired. You hear? Fired.
Okay, Chief. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, boy, was that fun.
The last time I'll work for him as long as he works for me. Well, so long, Miss LaTouche. It looks like I gotta go to Africa. I'm off to the jungle.
Wait a minute, I'm going with you.
Oh, what could you do there?
You need a straight man, don't you?
That's right. Well, come along, gal. We might as well leave right now. We'll find Dr. Livingston, or my name ain't Jack Stanley.
6 months later, the Stanley expedition has reached Africa and have started their long trek into the jungle. As we pick them up, we find Mr. Stanley with his native guide, Zombie.
That's you, Dennis.
Who is accompanied by his mother.
Oh, fine. Go ahead, Don.
Africa, the jungle.
Gee, it's hot. 4 months trekking through the jungle and still no trace of Dr. Livingston. Miss LaTouche, what do you got your finger up in the air for?
I'm trekking, too.
Now, stick close to me. We're in constant danger.
I wonder where we are.
Wait, I'll ask my native guide. Hey, Zombie.
Yes, please?
How far are we from Tanganyika?
Me think got him walk 6 more miles.
Dennis, watch your language.
Mrs. Day, he's a native. He's supposed to talk like that.
Oh.
Lead the way, Zombie. There's just about enough of this jungle. Nothing but swamps and wild animals and those awful tsetse flies. I wish they'd stay off my glasses. Oh, well. It won't be long now.
Oh, Jack. Jack, watch out.
What's the matter?
Look what's in front of you. Look.
Good heavens. Look out, Mrs. Day. There's a boa constrictor right in front of you.
Well, let it get out of my way.
Don't think it won't.
Now, let's all be careful and stick close together. We got to watch out for cannibals. Come on, Zombie. Lead the way.
6 hours later, our little group of explorers is approaching the village of Tanganyika. It's a wild and desolate country. Will they find Dr. Livingston? We shall see.
Hey, Zombie, are we near Tanganyika?
Yes, master, plenty soon.
Good. This may be the moment we've been waiting for.
Oh, Jack, look. Look at that sign on the tree.
Where?
Right there. It says Wilshire Bowl, 9,000 miles.
I must make a note of that. The boss will give me a raise. Hey, wait a minute. See that hut over there in the clearing?
Look, Master. White man, white man.
You're right, Zombie.
Where are you going, Jack?
I'm going over and talk to him. That might be Livingston. Pardon me, sir. Are you Dr. Livingston?
No, I'm young Dr. Kildare.
Dr. Kildare, what are you doing in Tanganyika?
We're having a sneak preview of my latest picture.
Oh, have they got a theater here in the jungle?
Yes, there it is.
Oh, yes.
Well, I'll be darned. Jack, look what's coming next week.
What?
Man About Town, starring Rochester.
Oh, well, I got a fine chance here. Oh, well. So long, Doctor.
So long.
Lead the way, Zombie. We must find Livingston.
3 weeks later, the Stanley expedition, tired and weary, have now reached the little village of Zambezi. Will they find Dr. Livingston? No.
Well, there's no use stopping here. Come on, kids. We must find Livingston.
2 years later, and our brave little band of explorers, after many hardships and privations, have now reached the little village of Tanganyika.
Tanganyika? We were here 2 years ago. What's the matter with you, Zombie?
Don't blame Dennis.
Well, he's our guide, isn't he?
Dennis is doing the best he can.
Mrs. Day, my nerves are shattered. I'm at my rope's end. We're out in the jungle. Take it easy. Well, I'm afraid we'll have to give up. Our expedition is a failure. Listen, do you hear that? What is that, Zombie?
Ujiji tribe. Very bad cannibals.
Cannibals?
Don't worry, Miss Latouche. I'll talk to these Ujijis in their native tongue. Here they come now. Gee, they look fierce.
Yeah, look at their leader. Are those teeth?
It ain't a grand piano. Now, all of you stay here. I'll go ahead and talk to them. I'll stop this. Cuba Zan! Hoka!
Hoka!
Me Hoka Kua Rani Kili Hoka Dr. Livingston?
Guba, all me know Jello. Straba, Rasba, Chera, Orange, Lemon, and Lime. Gunga!
Now look, Chief.
Master him no chief, this man chief.
Oh, well, I'll talk to him. Hey, Chief. Me Hoka Kua Rani Kila Hoka Dr. Livingston?
No Hoka Kua Rani.
He's pretty mad. It's lucky I brought some trinkets with me. Here, Chief. Here's a string of beads for you.
Guba beads. Me Puka Bamba Hoka cigarette case.
Cigarette case? Gazooks, it's Kay Kaiser. Let me out of here.
Oh, no, you don't. Student!
Guba, Professor!
Yes, grab him.
All right. Call him off. Here's your cigarette case. I wasn't going to keep it anyway.
Thanks, Jack. So long, everybody.
With all the cannibals in Africa, I had to meet him. Oh, well, play, Phil.
Everybody likes to save money when they can, and here's news about some delicious new desserts that are economical, easy to make, and swell tasty. They're the new Jell-O puddings, vanilla, chocolate, and butterscotch. And are they grand? Smooth as satin, rich and creamy, with a flavor, a texture, a taste that's every bit as perfect as the old-fashioned kind. But Jell-O puddings cost you only a few cents and take far less time and trouble to make. Each package serves 4 to 6 people. You'll say it's kitchen magic, for all you do is add milk, then cook and stir till the mixture is creamy and smooth. That takes only a few minutes, and you have a swell dessert. Vanilla pudding, delicate and inviting. Chocolate pudding, rich and dark and real chocolatey. Butterscotch pudding with a mellow golden color and a true butterscotch flavor, the good old-fashioned kind. So try all 3 new Jell-O puddings. The best way is to buy 3 packages at a time. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O vanilla, butterscotch, and chocolate pudding.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Make me help, oh.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with All in Favor, Say Aye. They say that a man is known by the company he keeps. Well, I'd say that many a woman is known by the meal she serves to her company. Now, you can always be sure of yourself when you're planning Jell-O for dessert. You know from the very start that it's bound to be a success. No matter how you serve it, Jell-O is a triumph. A shimmering mold of strawberry Jell-O garnished with nuts and whipped cream. Sherbet glasses of twinkling Jell-O cubes. Rich red cherry or sea green lime. A beautiful mold of layered Jell-O. Golden lemon with rose-colored raspberry. Foamy whipped Jell-O, as light as a cloud. Oh, there are dozens and dozens of ideas, all grand-looking and all grand-tasting. For Jell-O brings you that wonderful extra-rich flavor that can't be topped for delicious goodness. Just be sure to look for those big red letters on the box that spell Jell-O. For that name is a trademark, the property of General Foods, and it tells you here is the real thing. The one and only Jell-O. That was All in Favor, Say Aye, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny officially opens his social season with a Halloween masquerade party at his house for the whole gang. So without further ado, we whisk you to Jack's home in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
Ay, ay, no rancho grande. Ay, ay, no tanto via.
Rochester, hand me those slippers.
Okay, boss. Una rancherita,
Rochester, will you please stop that yodeling and help me with my costume? I want to be all dressed up when the others get here.
You sure look funny in that outfit, boss. Who are you supposed to be?
What's that?
What famous character are you struggling to convey?
Look, Rochester, I'm wearing a red jacket with a lace collar, a plush hat with a plume in it, and silk tights. Now, who am I?
I don't know.
I'm Romeo. Romeo.
The great lover?
Yes.
Say, boss, ain't you pressing a little?
Rochester, stop worrying about me and my costume. This is just what they wore in those days. My goodness, haven't you ever seen a Shakespearean play?
I never saw the Mikado till they swung it.
And don't be a critic. Now get busy and put those jack-o'-lanterns in the window.
Okay, boss.
And Rochester, I thought I told you to spread those corn stalks all around the living room. We got to have some atmosphere.
Can't we have atmosphere that's easier to clean up?
Rochester, I wouldn't complain. Now get busy before the guests arrive. Answer the door. Gee, I wonder if I got these tights on backwards. Oh, well, they're the same either way. I guess they're all right.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingstone.
Oh, hello, Mary. Hey, Mary, this is a masquerade, and you're wearing a fur coat. What are you supposed to be?
A fan dancer at the North Pole.
Well, it is pretty cold there.
Oh, Jack, I was only kidding. I got my costume on underneath. Look.
Well, I'll be darned. A campfire girl. Gee, that's cute, Mary.
Thanks. What are you supposed to be, Jack, in those silk tights?
What am I supposed to be? I'm Romeo.
Romeo?
Yes.
You mean the Romeo and Juliet?
Of course. Why?
You look like you fell off the balcony.
Oh, I do.
No kidding, Jack. Of all the things to wear, gee, that looks silly.
Mary, it's not silly. I got this Romeo costume because he was the greatest lover of all time.
Did you get a book of instructions with it?
Never mind. Now, Mary, we're having a swell party tonight, so try and be nice.
Who's coming, Jack?
Well, there's Don Wilson and Dennis Day and Phil Harris.
Yeah?
And then I invited Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor, Carol Lombard and Clark Gable, Tyrone Power and Annabella, and Ginger Rogers.
Gee, what names? Are they all coming?
No, they had a headache. Isn't that too bad?
Yeah, every time you give a party, there's an epidemic.
Oh, well, we'll have lots of fun with our own little gang. I hate celebrities. Hey, Rochester, stay away from that punch bowl.
I just wanted to see if it was strong enough.
Strong enough?
Yeah, the last party you gave, nobody passed out.
Rochester, I don't give those kind of parties. That's just plain fruit juice.
Poor Mr. Harris.
Don't feel so sorry for him. The shock will do him good.
Say, Jack, can I help you get the food ready?
Thanks, Mary, but Mrs. Day has volunteered to help me. She's out in the kitchen now.
Mrs. Day? You mean Dennis's mother is helping you?
Yes.
And she's going to prepare the food?
Certainly.
And you're going to eat it?
Of course. We're friends now. Gee whiz, Mary, don't be so suspicious. Gee. I told Mrs. Day she could prepare the whole meal.
I'm dining out.
Rochester! You'll stay right here and take a chance like I do. Gosh, Mary, to hear you talk, you'd think Mrs. Day was gonna... You'd think she was gonna poison... Oh, perish the thought. Anyway, Mary, when you get to know Mrs. Day, she's a very sweet woman.
Hey, boss.
Yes?
Where do you want me to hang this mistletoe?
Mistletoe? Don't put that up now. That's for Christmas.
Let him alone, Jack. It'll help your Romeo costume.
Mary, I can do all right by myself. Now, let's see.
Mr. Benny, I was wondering. Oh, good evening, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Mrs. Day.
Oh, is there anything I can do for you, Mrs. Day?
I can't seem to find the sugar. Where do you keep it?
The sugar? Have you looked in the sugar bowl?
Yes, and all I found was $85.
Oh, yes, that's my little nest egg, number 12. Say, Rochester, where do we keep the sugar?
$85 is sugar to me.
Well, you just forget where it is. Mrs. Day, I think you'll find the sugar on the second shelf right in back of the shoe polish. It's in a big can.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
You're welcome. And by the way, Mrs. Day, from now on, let's not be so formal. Please call me by my first name, Jack.
Very well, Jack. And I want you to call me Lucretia.
Lucretia?
I hope I don't get your plate.
Now, Mary, that's just a coincidence. Mrs. Day wouldn't... Oh, don't try and scare me. Rochester, what are you doing at that punch bowl?
I was just going to pour in a little Central Avenue oomph.
I told you I didn't want any alcohol in it. I wanted to be plain fruit juice.
Shucks, people won't even bob for apples in that.
Never mind. See who's at the door, Rochester.
Okay, boss.
Well, they're coming. How does my costume look, Mary?
Your tights are a little droopy. Pull them up.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Mr. Day. Come on in.
Hello, Rochester.
Why, Dennis. Mary, look at him.
Well, I'll be darned.
Dennis, this is a costume party.
I know. I'm supposed to be a tramp.
A tramp? What are you wearing a tuxedo for?
Gee, this is Hollywood, ain't it?
Oh, I see. You're a colossal tramp. Well, that's very novel.
Oh, say, Miss Livingston, you look wonderful in that campfire girl suit.
Thank you, Dennis.
And you too, Mr. Benny. You make a swell ballet dancer.
I'm not a ballet dancer. I'm Romeo. Romeo.
Why don't you have some cards printed, Jack?
That won't be necessary. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, don't think I invited you over to my house to work tonight, but we're going to have a little entertainment later on. It'd be nice if you'd sing a number.
Oh, I'd be glad to, Mr. Benny. Oh, do you mind if I run through it first?
No, go right ahead. There's a piano right there. Would you like me to accompany you on the violin? Would you, Dennis?
Gee, I'm afraid to say no.
Oh.
That gives you an idea, Jack. Now leave the kid alone.
Okay, go ahead, Dennis. Try out your song. Mary, the gang will be here pretty soon. Help me count this silverware. You take the spoons. Now, here's the...
Oh, Mr. Benny, have you any iodine?
Yes, Mrs. Day, there... What?
I knew it.
What was that, Mrs. Day?
I said, have you any iodine?
Iodine?
Yes, I just cut my finger.
Let me see that. Gee, that's swell. I mean, that's too bad. Oh, Mrs. Day, you want some iodine. You'll find a bottle in the medicine chest.
Thank you.
Dennis, go ahead with your song. Gee, for a minute, Gee, well... Mary, get me a glass of water.
I poured my heart into a song, and when you hear from the start. You won't be hearing just the words and tune of a song. You will be listening to my heart. I poured my heart into a song, and I'm afraid the words I chose are not so smart. I couldn't think of clever things to say in my song. I had to say it with my heart. If it's never played on the hit parade, it will still contain a heart that is beating true. If it's not a hit, I won't mind a bit, long as it conveys the love that I bear for you. Here is my heart wrapped in a song, and if you take it, please don't tear my song apart. For if you do, you won't be just destroying a song. You will be tearing off my
Dennis, that was swell. It's really a lovely song.
Yeah, why don't you sing it on our program sometime?
That's not a bad idea. Now make yourself at home, Dennis. The others will be here pretty soon. Rochester, for the third time, will you please stay away from that punch bowl?
Well, I'm worried about it.
Well, it's no concern of yours. It's just plain fruit juice, and it's going to stay that way.
You mean there's no hope for advancement?
Exactly. Now get away from there. Well, here come some more of them. Mary, why don't you go out in the kitchen and help Mrs. Day?
You mean watch her, don't you?
I mean help her. Don't try and scare me every minute.
Hello, Rochester. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
My goodness, Don, what kind of a costume is that? What are you supposed to be?
A dish of Jell-O.
Oh, yes. I see those sliced bananas around your neck. My, you're a heaping dish, aren't you?
What's that on your head, Don?
Whipped cream.
Whipped cream? Well, that's a novelty. I bet you win a prize tonight for the best costume.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Dennis?
I was wondering if I could see Carmichael. You know, I've never seen a real polar bear.
Why, of course, Dennis, although he's a little grouchy tonight. You know, he's mad because I wouldn't let him come to the party.
Well, some other time, maybe.
No, Dennis, you can see him right now. Rochester, take Dennis upstairs and show him Carmichael.
Carmichael?
Yes.
I'd better not disturb him, boss. He's reading Grapes of Wrath.
I'm reading that. Take it away from him.
Take it away from him? He's using my thumb for a bookmark now.
Oh, don't exaggerate. Now take Dennis upstairs. Never mind, answer the door. That guy has to argue about everything.
Say, Jack, I must tell you, you look swell in that Romeo costume.
You see, Miss Livingston? Well, thanks, Don. How'd you know I was Romeo?
Mary pinned a sign on your back.
Mary. Let's see that sign. Oh, fine. Romeo kicked me. Mary, throw this away.
Well, Mr. Harris, come on in.
Hi, everybody. Come on in, fellas.
You know that, don't you?
Hey, Phil, I'm glad you brought your band along.
Say, Jackson, you sure got the house fixed up swell.
Haven't I, though?
Oh, boy, look at those corn stalks.
Wouldn't you know it, folks? The first thing. Well, I suppose you fellas are all thirsty. There's a nice bowl of punch on the other side of the room. Walk over and have a drink.
It ain't worth the trip.
That's none of your business, Rochester. Say, Phil, that's not a bad-looking costume you've got on. May I ask whom you represent in that cap and gown?
I'm a college professor.
Oh, professor. Phil, I don't like to say this, but you haven't got the mentality for your costume, has he, Mary?
No, and you haven't got the body for yours.
Mary, regardless of what you think, I do look like Romeo.
No kidding. Are you supposed to be Romeo?
That's me, Phil, the great lover.
Oh, no, Jackson. No.
Phil, it's not that unbelievable, so don't knock yourself out. Hey, Rochester, I thought I told you to take Dennis upstairs to see the polar bear.
Maybe he's asleep.
He's not asleep. Now show Dennis that trick you did with Carmichael yesterday.
You mean the one where I put my head in his mouth?
That's it. That's the one.
That was no trick. He just caught me when I was bending over.
Well, he was only playing. Now take Dennis upstairs.
Can I go up and see the bear alone, Mr. Benny?
Of course you can, Dennis. His room is right at the head of the stairs. Now run along.
Thanks. Goodbye, please.
Isn't he polite, huh?
Oh, Jack, you ought to have your head examined.
Mary, I look all right.
I mean sending that kid upstairs alone with a polar bear.
Oh, well, Dennis is perfectly safe. Carmichael isn't vicious. He's just playful.
Playful?
Yes.
Next time he plays with me, we're going to have bear and dumplings.
Rochester, if you lay a hand on Carmichael, I'll send you back to that cabin in the cotton. Now remember that.
How soon are we going to eat, Jack? I'm getting hungry.
Are you now? Well, I got a surprise for you. Mrs. Day is out in the kitchen preparing the dinner.
You mean Dennis's mother?
Yes, we're pals now.
Say, that's wonderful, isn't it?
We shall see, the captain shouted.
Mary, I want you to stop with that silly idea of yours. Mrs. Day is preparing... Hey, Rochester! Rochester, what did you put in that punch bowl?
You mean just now?
Yes, just now. What did you put in that punch?
I was just stirring it.
Rochester, what did you put in that punch?
It could have been an idle gesture, you know.
Rochester, for the last time, what did you put in that punch?
Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum.
Rum?
One side, man. I'm the leader.
Phil, take it easy, fellas. There's punch enough for everybody. I'll see you later, Rochester. Oh, Mrs. Day, I was just telling Don about the marvelous meal you're preparing. How's it coming along?
Oh, fine. I just took the pumpkin pie out of the oven.
Pumpkin pie? Oh, boy.
And you know what, Mr. Benny?
What?
I had some crust left over, so I made a special little pie just for you.
Well, I'm sure it'll be delicious, Mrs. Day. Say, fellas. Before we go in to eat, what do you say we have a little entertainment? You know, everyone do something.
Let's everybody take part.
Okay, what'll we do?
Well, how about Mary and Phil singing a number?
That's swell. How about it, Mary?
Oh, Jack, I don't want to sing.
Me neither.
All right, then I'll tell you what. I'll play a good hot violin solo. How's that?
Let's sing, Phil. We haven't a minute to lose.
I knew that would do the trick. Come on, Phil. You too, Mary. Go ahead and sing. Wait a minute. Hold everything. Come in. Well, who's this?
I don't know. Gee, he's got on a white sheet and he's wearing a mask.
Yeah, he's disguised as a ghost.
Yeah, I wonder who it is. Who are you, stranger?
I ain't talking. You gotta guess.
Gee, I wonder who that can be.
Maybe it's Clark Gable. You invited him.
That's right. Are you Clark Gable, mister?
No, but you're hot.
Gee, this is a mystery, all right, huh?
Come on, be a sport. Take your mask off, stranger.
Yes, the suspense is awful. Huh?
Okay, fellas. Hiya, Buck.
Well, I'll be doggone. It's Andy Devine. Well, Andy.
I sure had you fooled, didn't I?
You certainly did. Well, make yourself at home, Andy. Come on, take off that sheet.
I can't do it, Buck. There's nothing under here but me.
Oh, well, then keep it on by all means. Say, Andy, what do you think of my costume? How do you like these tights?
It's swell. What are you supposed to be, a Floridor girl?
No, I'm not a Floridora girl. I'm Romeo.
Romeo?
Yes.
Well, I guessed closer than you did.
I don't know about that. Well, Andy, go over there and have a glass of punch. And Phil, you come back here. You got to sing.
Coming, Jackson.
Sit down, Andy. Phil and Mary are going to do a song, and then we'll all have something to eat.
Oh, that's well.
What's it going to be, Phil?
Well, it's a brand new song called Make with the Kisses.
Okay, and Don and I will take the second chorus. Hit it, boys.
Make with the kisses,
Make with the sighs,
make with the baby talk, give with the eyes,
here I am making with the I'll be true.
and everyone's making love to someone. What goes with you?
Make with the kisses, make with the thrill,
Make with the snuggle up, that brings the chills.
the sky is making with the moon above.
It couldn't be brighter, hold me tighter. Make with the love.
Take it, Don, take it.
Make with the lemon. Make with the lime.
You make with Jell-O most all the time.
That's what I like to do, and it's my job.
It fills the billsy.
Quiet, Philsy. You're on the cob.
Make with the cherry. Strawberry, too.
Well, how about raspberry?
That goes for you.
Let's get together now and give a cheer. Be a good fellow.
Make with Jell-O, and we'll work next year. Hey. Well, that was very clever, Don.
Hey, Buck, how about me singing a chorus?
Oh, no, Andy, nothing doing. We'll be eating pretty soon.
Come on and get it, everybody. Food's on the buffet. No cover charge.
Yeah, this way, everybody, and help yourself.
Oh, let me at it. I can hardly wait.
Jack, look at that lovely buffet. Mrs. Day certainly fixed a swell supper.
Oh, boy. Jell-O, baked ham, spaghetti, pickles.
Uh-huh.
Salad, cheese, candied yams.
Yes, sir.
And a great big dish of caviar.
Yike!
I thought I hid that. Oh, well, it's Halloween. Help yourselves, boys. Come on.
Get plenty of it.
Phil, unless that plate you're fixing is for your whole band, take it easy. My goodness. Mary, look what you did. Look what you dropped on my new Chinese rock. Look what you did, what you done, what you dropped out.
Well. Well, it's chop suey, so don't worry.
Don't worry, she says. I'll never get that out.
Have some more baked ham, Mr. Devine. It's mighty good, mighty delicious.
Don't sell it, just serve it. And please, everybody, stop grabbing.
This is sure a swell party, Buck. I wish Ma and Pa could be here.
Say, why didn't you bring them along, Andy?
Well, it's Halloween, and they had to stay home and keep an eye open.
Oh.
You know, we live out in the country where things ain't so modern.
Well, they're sure missing a good time, huh?
Well, folks, how do you like the food?
Really marvelous. I've never eaten such.
Really, it's swell, Mrs. Day. It's wonderful.
Now, everybody be sure and save room for some nice homemade pumpkin pie. And here's a little one I made especially for you, Mr. Benny.
Gee. Thanks.
Here you are.
Well, take it.
Don't rush me. Well, it certainly looks delicious, doesn't it, Phil? Huh?
Yeah. Mind if I taste it?
No, of course not. Here, have a bite.
Thanks. Not bad.
Next week, Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadians.
Mary. You like it, Phil?
Let me have a bite of that, too. I want to see if I made it sweet enough.
You mean you're going to eat a little piece of this little pie, Mrs. Denny?
Of course. Why not?
Oh, nothing. Darn you, Mary Livingstone. Well, let's dig in. Pumpkin pie. Oh, boy. Gosh, this is swell.
I kind of had you going there, didn't I, Jack?
You did not. I knew you were kidding all the time.
The color's coming back in your face, too.
Well, that's good. Now, fellas, as soon as we get through eating, we're going to play games. What'll it be?
I know. Let's play post office.
Why, Mrs. Day, Lucretia. I'll tell you what. What's that?
It's Carmichael.
What's the matter with them?
Mother, help!
Oh, my goodness, it's Dennis.
And Carmichael's right behind him.
Dennis, what are you doing with that bear?
Grab him, Rochester.
I got him, boss. Now he's got me.
Well, hang on to him. Carmichael, let go of Dennis. Don, get away from that ham.
Man the lifeboat.
Quiet. Carmichael, quiet. Carmichael, quiet. Quiet, I say.
Carmichael, shut up!
Thanks, Mrs. Day. That stopped him.
Stopped him. He fainted.
That's good. Are you all right, Dennis?
Oh, sure. That was fun.
Fun?
Dennis, don't you ever tease that animal again.
But, Mother,
Never mind. Don't argue. Well, come on, everybody. Let's play post office.
Okay, post office.
Well, here it is, that spooky time of year again, when witches on broomsticks are apt to go fluttering past your housetop. In other words, folks, it's Halloween time, and what better way to celebrate the occasion than to have orange Jell-O for dessert. Orange Jell-O with that clear, glowing, golden color that's highly appropriate for Halloween. Molded in fancy shapes and decorated with fluffy whipped cream. Small chocolate cookies on the side will add to the color scheme, and you'll have a swell dessert. For orange Jell-O is a lovely sight to see, with that gay, sunshiny color, and it's swell to eat. Chock full of delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor, as refreshing and inviting as sun-ripened oranges. Every spoonful brings you back for more, but remember, to enjoy this wonderful, extra-rich fruit flavor, you must be sure to ask for Jell-O by name. Don't accept any substitutes for Jell-O's fresh, glowing beauty, Jell-O's full-bodied flavor. Look for those big red letters on the box when you buy. They spell Jell-O.
Number of the fourth program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. You'll have to excuse me now, folks. We're still playing post office. Oh, Mary, did a message come from me yet?
Yes, the man's here for that Romeo costume.
Oh, and just when I got rolling. Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
Here's news. Every Tuesday night, the Aldrich family is on the air, starring Ezra Stone as Henry Aldrich, that lovable hard luck kid. Consult your local newspaper for time and stations, and be sure to tune in the Aldrich family next Tuesday night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Billy. Here is some helpful advice for every woman who likes to keep her family in good spirits. Give them Jell-O for dessert, not just once in a while, but often. For one of the grandest things about Jell-O is the wide variety of ways in which you can serve it. There are 6 lovely, glowing colors to add real beauty to your menus. 6 rich, delicious flavors to tempt every appetite. And there's almost no limit to the different Jell-O dishes which you can prepare. Dozens and dozens of desserts and salads, easy to make, attractive to look at, swell to taste. You'll find definite recipe suggestions on every package of Jell-O. Just be sure you get genuine Jell-O and don't accept any substitutes. For there's only one Jell-O, and only Jell-O brings you that delicious, extra-rich flavor. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was Billy, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the first Sunday in November, we bring you the last rose of summer, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I've heard you give me some pretty silly introductions in the past. But that one takes the cake. Last rose of summer. What does that mean, anyway?
Well, it doesn't mean anything. I was just trying to be clever, that's all.
Don, you just make with the Jell-O. I'll take care of the clever stuff around here. Anyway, I don't want to start out every broadcast talking about me. Me all the time. It's embarrassing.
It's a little dull, too.
Oh, it is? Well, Phil, let me ask you something now that you've established your presence among us. Is this program getting a little too monotonous for you?
Well, it's not exactly...
I mean, do you find me, personally, so incompatible?
What?
Incompatible.
Would you mind cutting that down where I can get at it?
Not at all. What I'm trying to get at, Phil, is this. Do I bore you? I mean, do I grate on your nerves?
No, not exactly. Why?
Because, Phil, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when orchestra leader unhappy over job, him soon clap hands with joy in bread line. Very good advice. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, One Lung. Is my laundry ready?
Never mind that. You know, Mary, I don't know why I even argue with Phil. I use an ordinary word like incompatible, and it throws him. He's absolutely illiterate.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack. You knew he couldn't read when you hired him.
What do you mean?
You had to draw up his contract with pictures.
Oh, that's right. I remember. I had to get a lawyer and Rube Goldberg. Say, Mary, did you see Dennis Day when you came in? I told him to be here early tonight.
Yeah, I saw him downstairs in the drugstore, and I got some good news for you, Jack.
What?
I don't think his mother's with him.
How do you know?
He was on his 3rd banana split.
Oh. I knew he'd go on a spree the minute he got away from her. 3 banana splits, eh?
And a malted milk.
3 banana splits and a malted milk?
With an egg in it.
With an egg in it?
And a hamburger sandwich.
A hamburger sandwich?
With onions.
With onions?
Little Sir Echo, shut up, shut up.
I will if you will. Mary, you must be mistaken. Dennis couldn't possibly eat all that stuff and 3 banana splits.
With cherries.
Well, here we go again, folks. Now, look, Mary, run out and get Dennis. We have an important play to do tonight, and I want to start casting it right away.
He'll be here in a minute.
Oh, Jack, is this the play you were telling me about?
Yes, Don, and we've got to get going on it. In fact, I'm going to announce it right away. Hey, Phil, give me a chord in G, will you?
You'll take a chord any place we happen to hit it.
That I know. The chord, please. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Boys, that was grand.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, for our supreme effort in our current dramatic season, we are going to offer our version of one of the most famous stage and screen productions of all time. None other than that sensational play and equally sensational motion picture, The Women. Thank you, Max. Now, this play was written by that renowned playwright, Miss Claire Booth, and was first produced in New York City by Max Gordon, who just hit the cymbal. Then Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, realizing its dramatic and comedy potentialities...
Potentialities?
Yes, Phil, I'll cut it down for you later. Brought this great vehicle to Hollywood and created an outstanding film success. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Benny theatrical termites will munch on it. Now, in our version...
Say, Jack, how are we going to do The Women when I'm the only girl in our show?
We'll just have to do the best we can, Mary.
You mean we're all going to be women tonight?
Exactly. Well, not exactly, but I've got it all... But I've got it all figured out. Now, to start with, I will play the leading role as portrayed on the screen by that lovely and talented actress, Miss Norma Shearer.
Oh, no, Jackson, no!
Well, Mary, somebody's got to do it.
Why can't I be the leading lady?
What?
I look more like Norma Shearer than you do.
Isn't that awful? You look more like Norma Shearer than I do.
Yes, I do.
In an evening gown? Don't be ridiculous. Phil, you're going to be Rosalind Russell. Don, you're going to be Joan Crawford. And Mary...
I know, I'm going to be Wallace Beery.
Mary, will you please be serious? Since all the rest of you are going to be women tonight, you'll have to be a man. Mary, you're going to be Don Wilson and announce our play. Now, let's see. Is Dennis here yet? Oh, Dennis?
Yes, please?
Oh, hello, Dennis. I didn't see you come in. You know, we're casting our play, The Women.
Am I going to be in it?
Yes, you're going to play Joan Fontaine's part. You know, the little girl that just got married.
Boy, what a day. 3 banana splits and now I'm a bride.
Yes, that's quite a schedule.
Say, Jack, if you're going to play Norma Shearer's part, who's going to be your daughter?
My daughter? Oh, yes. Dennis, I'll have to change your role. Instead of the young bride, you're going to be my 5-year-old daughter, Denise.
5 years old?
Yes.
And you're going to be his mother?
Yes. What are you laughing at?
You got a late start, didn't you, Ma?
Mary, I'd be quiet if I were you, lest the new maid company get an old employee. You know, reunion at Fairfax and Wilshire. Now, let's see. Oh, yes. Where's Rochester?
Here I am, monsieur.
Rochester, I sent for you because we're short of actors, and you'll have to play the part of my maid.
Your maid?
Yes.
Why can't I be your valet?
Because I don't want a man in my room and I'm dressing. So you're going to be my maid. Now, fellas...
I ain't gonna wear no dress.
You are, too. Now, fellas...
I ain't gonna put on no mascara.
You are, too. Now, fellas...
It ain't gonna show.
All right. Now, fellas, remember, we must be very legitimate. The only reason we're playing the part of women is because we're short of actresses.
Well, why don't you hire a few?
You know, Phil, women are so scarce in Hollywood.
Mary, if you're inferring I'm too cheap to hire actresses, come right out and say so.
All right, you're too cheap to hire actresses.
Anyway, folks, our version of The Women will go on immediately after Dennis Day's song.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Who's going to play Mary Boland's part? You know, the Countess de Lage.
I can't tell you, Don. I'm saving that for a surprise. Andy, now you spoiled it. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. Nobody can keep a secret around here.
Last night I touched your fingertips And when I touched your lips, I fell in love last night. Last night I felt your heart beat fast. Swiftly the moments passed. Why couldn't it last night? Tonight here I am all alone. My lovely dream has flown. Why must I be alone? I miss you. Last night, why did we say goodbye? My heart keeps asking why. Why couldn't it last night? It was so heavenly. The sweetest kiss is one that lingers on. The dearest memory always lingers with the dawn. And in my heart these things live on. Tonight here I am all alone. My lovely dream has flown. Why must I be alone? I miss you. Last night, why did we say goodbye? My heart keeps asking why. Why couldn't it last night?
That was Last Night, sung by Dennis Day. And see, you did very well without your mother. You don't need her here at all. You know, Dennis, there are times when your mother's a pest.
Be careful, she's listening in.
That's what I say. Your mother needs a rest. She's entitled to it. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, Jack, I could have sworn you said Dennis's mother was a pest.
Well, I'm getting this front tooth fixed, Mary. It slurs my words. Oh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play, The Women, which we will present in two acts. Darn that front tooth. See what it does to me? All right, take it, Mary. You're the announcer. Wait a minute. Answer the phone, will you, Don? I'm busy.
Okay, Jack. Hello?
Hello, is this Grauman's Chinese Theater?
What's that, madam?
Is this Grauman's Chinese Theater?
Oh, yes, madam. Jell-O does come in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
I said, is this Grauman's Chinese Theater?
Yes, indeed. You must be sure to ask for genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the box.
Well, what time does the feature go on?
You're welcome, madam. Goodbye.
Are you through, Don?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, Mary, announce our play.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, The Women. The opening scene is the fashionable Park Avenue residence of Mrs. J. Updike Benny. As the curtain rises, we find Mrs. Benny seated in her boudoir, talking to her 16-year-old daughter, Denise.
Mary, I said Dennis is 5 years old.
I'm making him 16. He just winked at me.
Oh.
The Women. Act 1. Curtain. Music.
Oh, Denise.
Yes, Mumsy?
We're having dinner alone, darling. Just you and I. Daddy's working late at the office.
Oh, Mother, when are you going to wake up? When are you going to realize that men are only snakes in the grass?
Denise, I will not have you talking that way about your father.
But gee, Mumsy, Father hasn't been home to dinner in 5 years.
Well, maybe he isn't hungry. I trust Updike implicitly. Oh, dear, it's getting late. Darling, hand me my foundation cream. I must get made up.
Aren't you going to shave first?
Denise, I'm not a bearded lady. Oh, Rochelle.
Yes?
What are you doing?
I'm pressing your pants.
Rochelle! Now, Rochelle, I want you to go down to the kitchen and tell the cook Mr. Benny won't be home to dinner tonight.
That's a pretty long walk for so little news.
Never mind. Mr. Benny is detained at the office.
Don't tell me about men. I married 8 of them.
Well, Rochelle, wasn't there even one of them who was nice and sweet and kind to you? One you could trust?
Mrs. Benny is one woman to another.
Well, I refuse to be cynical.
There's the phone, Mumsy.
Yes, I'll take it, dear. Darn this negligee. I'm always tripping over it.
Don't be so clumsy, Mumsy.
I wonder who that can be. I hope it's your father, Denise.
Has he got our phone number?
Denise. Hello?
Hello, Jacqueline. This is Phyllis.
Oh, Phyllis, darling. How are you? When did you get back from Bermuda?
Yesterday, and my dear, I had a marvelous time.
Did you really? How was the trip back, Phyllis?
Oh, divine, and the captain was a dream. He chased me all over the boat.
Oh, Phyllis. Pardon me a minute. Rochelle, hook me up, please. I want to get dressed while I'm phoning.
Okay, Mrs. Benny, inhale.
Oh, Phyllis, do tell me more about your trip.
Well, Jacqueline, who do you think I met on the boat honeymooning with a South American cattleman? You'll die. You'll just die.
Who was it, Phyllis? Tell me.
Donna Wilson.
Donna Wilson? Is that tub still kicking around? My goodness.
Tub nothing. You should see her now. She's quite slim.
Now, she might look that way when she's dressed, but if her stays ever snap, watch out. Tell me, Phyllis. Ouch! Rochelle, be careful with those hooks.
Okay, Miss Benny. Where do you want this bustle?
Where do you think I want it? Phyllis, darling, I'm just dying to see you. Let's have lunch tomorrow at the Park Villa.
Oh, grand. Shall we meet in the Rendis booth room?
That's rendezvous room. And to think you went to Vassar. I'll tell you what, Phyllis. I'll call Donna, and we'll have a little get-together.
All right, darling. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye, dear.
Bye-bye. Oh, by the way, Jacqueline, I almost forgot to ask you, how is Updike?
Updike?
Here they go, folks. Meow!
Oh, Updike's just fine, darling. He's been very, very busy at the office, poor boy.
I saw him at the Silver Slipper last night. He was pretty busy there, too.
The Silver Slipper? Are you sure, Phyllis?
Why, yes. I hope I haven't shocked you, dear. I thought you knew.
Oh, I'm sure you must be mistaken. Well, my dear, see you tomorrow. The Park Villa for lunch.
Yes, goodbye, darling. You poor thing.
The hussy. I could scratch her eyes out.
What's the matter, Mother?
Nothing, darling. You run along and have your dinner. I don't feel like eating tonight.
Why?
Never mind. Now come over here and kiss Mother goodnight. Good night, darling.
Good night, Mother. Ooh, those cigars.
I've been putting up with that for years.
Phyllis, the cat, the hussy. Why did she have to tell me? Oh, Updike. Updike. How can you do this to me? You said you'd love me in December as you would in May. And here it is November. I know I'm not pretty anymore, Updike, but I've given you the best years of my life.
Oh, come now, honey, don't cry.
I can't help it, Rochelle.
I told you men are no good, none of them.
But what'll I do, Rochelle? This is so humiliating. What'll I do?
Honey, take this razor, find that man, and make way for tomorrow.
Rochelle!
This clam bake will go on immediately after the next number. Play, girls. That was An Apple for the Teacher, played by Phyllis Harris and her redheads. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Act 2, The Women. The scene is the rendezvous room of the Park Villa Hotel, where we find Phyllis Harris and Donna Wilson, three charming ladies, awaiting the arrival of Jacqueline Benny. The Women. Curtain. Music.
Well, Donna, I just couldn't believe my eyes. Updike is sure giving her the runaround.
If you ask me, Phyllis, Jacqueline's got just about as much appeal as a parsnip.
Oh, she'd be all right if she just put her wig on straight.
No fooling. Does Jacqueline wear a wig?
Yes, half the time she looks like a French poodle. Quiet, Donna. Here she comes now.
Oh, hello, girls. Phyllis, Donna.
Jacqueline, darling.
And did you hear what happened after that?
Did we?
And to make it worse... Oh, it was simply awful. Now, don't breathe a word of this to a soul.
We won't. Oh, here, Jacqueline, have a dish of Jell-O.
Thank you, darling. And, Donna, I can't get over how thin you look. Why, you're nothing but skin and bones.
And did you notice how my chins have gone down?
Yes, down to your stomach. Oh, I was just spoofing, Donna.
Oh, girls. Look who's sitting at that table over there.
Where? Oh, yes, and is she getting high hats since she's been on the radio?
Who is it, Jacqueline?
It's Frida Allen. Isn't she a sight?
Get a load of that dress.
You know, Frida Allen has the worst taste. She should never wear short sleeves with that anchor tattooed on her arm. And, girls, you want to hear something else? Frida's going to the hospital tomorrow to have her face lifted.
What, again?
Yes. About every 3 months she has a landslide. Oh, look, girls, look. Here comes Andrea Devine.
Andrea?
I thought she was in Paris. Hello, Andrea.
Hiya, Jacqueline.
Andrea, darling, what are you doing here? I thought you were living abroad.
I was, but I came back to marry a cowboy.
A cowboy? How thrilling. What's his name, Andrea?
I forget it, but it's on his guitar.
Oh. Are you very much in love, Andrea?
Am I? L'amour, toujours l'amour.
Well, by the way, Andrea, why did you divorce the Count? I'm just dying to know.
Oh, Pierre was always so busy at the office. He was working night and day.
Oh.
Uh-huh, like guess who, eh, Jacqueline?
Now, listen, Phyllis. I'll have none of your innuendos. Just because Updike happens to be working at the office a great deal, you don't need to jump at conclusions. He's a very good husband.
Oh, stop trying to kid us. It's all over between you and Updike, and you know it.
Phyllis Harris, you take that back or I'll scratch your eyes out.
Girls!
You do, and I'll pull your hair out.
I'll pull your hair out, too.
I'll bet Jack gets more than Phil does.
Phyllis, you say one more word about Updike, and I'll slap the rouge right off your face. And then will those bags show.
It's no use, Jacqueline. You can't compete with them chorus girls.
I can't, eh? Take that. Take that. And that. And that.
Oh, let go of my hair.
Watch those fingernails.
Ladies and gentlemen, while those two women are acting like women, let me remind you that Jell-O is not only economical and easy to make, but it is America's favorite gelatin dessert. So look for the big red letters on the box.
Take that, and that, and that. That'll teach you, Phyllis Harris. I'm going home. Pay the check, Donna. Goodbye.
Later that night, we find the heartbroken Mrs. Benny and her boudoir packing for her trip to Reno. And she's not going for the scenery. Music!
I'll show Updike. Can't treat me like that. He can't humiliate me in front of all my friends. Denise, hand me my hat box.
Oh, Mumsy, why are you packing all your bags? Where are you going?
I'm going to Reno.
Reno?
Yes.
Gee, Mother, don't you love Father anymore?
How can I love him when he won't come home? Oh, Denise, your mother's been a fool. A blind fool. For 5 years, I haven't seen your father. 5 long years.
But, Mother, dear...
No use, Denise. I can't keep it from you any longer. Your father is a louse. Now, let's hurry, dear, or we'll miss the train. Who can that be? Come in.
Mrs. Benny?
Yes, what do you want?
Don't you remember me? I'm your husband, Updike.
Updike! Oh, I knew you'd return to me. I knew it. Oh, Updike, darling.
Let go of me. I just came back in my long underwear.
Oh, they're in the bottom drawer. Play, Phil. Come along, Venus. We're going to Reno.
Every housewife knows that the best compliment her guest can pay her is to come back for second helpings. And that's the kind of compliment you get every time when you serve one of the new Jell-O puddings for dessert. I'm thinking right now of Jell-O butterscotch pudding, a handsome taffy-colored dessert, served up in shining sherbet glasses and sprinkled with a white curly blanket of shredded coconut. Now there's a real pudding for you. It has a texture smooth as cream, and that mellow, distinctive flavor of old-fashioned butterscotch candy the whole family will love. Jell-O chocolate pudding, too, has a rich, luscious, homemade goodness that just seems to hit the spot. And don't forget Jell-O vanilla pudding, please. You'll find its delicate, creamy flavor makes a hit with the whole family, especially when it has nuts, fruits, or chopped dates mixed in to give it that final tempting touch. All three Jell-O puddings are quick as a flash to make. So get acquainted with America's newest dessert sensation, the dessert the whole country is talking about. Jell-O puddings, butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla. Old-fashioned favorites made a new-fashioned way.
This is the last number of the 5th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Say, Mary, as a member of the fair sex, what do you think of the way we fellows did the women tonight? I thought it was pretty good, didn't you?
Well, Jack, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, Lum Gao Ching Lung Chang Lu Toy.
What does that mean?
Oh, how I'd love to tell you.
Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
Here's news. Every Tuesday night, the Aldrich family is on the air, starring Ezra Stone as Henry Aldrich, that lovable hard-luck kid. Consult your local newspaper or radio guide for time and stations, and be sure to tune in on the Aldrich family next Tuesday night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Old Johnny. This morning I was looking over the book reviews of the Sunday paper and reading the lists of bestsellers. And that just happened to give me an idea. I'd like to recommend to you a grand bestseller in the field of desserts. A dessert that's not only currently popular, but has been on the bestseller list for years and years. The author is General Foods, and the name is Jell-O. And ladies and gentlemen, that's a mighty important thing, because it's a trademark. It's the property of General Foods. And it tells you here is the real thing, the one and only Jell-O. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, you'll know that's incorrect, for there is no other. So when you buy, don't accept any substitutes. Ask for Jell-O by name, and you can be sure every time of getting your favorite dessert. you can be sure of enjoying that delicious, extra-rich flavor, so full-bodied and tempting, as inviting as a fresh, ripe fruit. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, your password to pleasure. That was Old Johnny, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Is your tooth still bothering you?
Just a little, Don, but it'll be all right. Go ahead.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, you ought to see a dentist, Jack. A toothache can be very annoying.
I know, Don, but I'm all right. Go ahead and introduce me.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, but, Jack, it must hurt. Don't you feel any jumping pains?
Only when you mention it. Now, please, go ahead and introduce me.
All right, Jack.
Good.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we bring you a man who, despite a severe toothache, feels that the show must go on. That brave little soldier, that grand old trooper, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Ooh, that tooth. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking through a murderous molar. Well, Don, here it is Sunday again, and we're back on the old merry-go-round. Time sure flies, doesn't it?
It certainly does. You know, Jack, it doesn't seem possible that we've been on the air 6 times already this season.
No, it doesn't.
No kidding, fellas. Have we been on the air 6 weeks?
Yes, Phil, and they sure roll around fast, don't they?
Yeah, it seems like I hardly get one paycheck till I have to start battling for the next one.
Oh, you do? Well, listen, Phil, if I were you, I'd take my paychecks any way I could get them.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I wouldn't complain about your job. You're very lucky. You know, in musical circles, they refer to you as Horseshoe Harris. And that goes for your boys, too, those 17 rabbit's feet. So let well enough alone. Now, what was I talking about, Don?
You were complaining about your tooth.
I was not. I was talking about how the weeks fly by. You know, Don, sometimes it amazes me how I can prepare all the ideas that go into this program in 7 days. It's really quite a grind.
I can appreciate that, Jack. It must be pretty tough.
Oh, it is, Don. 'Tis.
I don't know what you're squawking about. Look at all the band numbers I got to rehearse and get ready. It's no cinch, believe me.
Phil, you mean to tell me you actually prepare your numbers ahead of time? Those voodoo valses?
Sure, we got to have everything right up to snuff. We got to live up to our slogan, you know.
Your slogan? Oh, you've got a slogan now.
Sure, listen to this. If it's a Harris selection, it's sheer perfection.
Well, say, that's very good.
I got another one we use on the road. Get this. If it's a Harris number, you'll never slumber.
I agree with you there. And, Phil, if you can stand one more slogan, it goes like this. If it's a Harris melody, it's sure to smell-a-dee. And I don't mean Christmas night. Now, where was I? What were we talking about, Don?
You were complaining about your tooth.
I was not. You know, Don, there are times... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Say, what's the matter with your face?
My face?
Yeah, one cheek isn't sunk in anymore.
Oh, that's my tooth. My left cheek is swollen a little.
A little? You look like a squirrel that's all set for a long winter.
Oh, I do.
My goodness, Jack, that tooth's been bothering you all week. Why don't you have it pulled out?
Oh, the pain will go away. Say, fellas...
I never saw anybody so scared of a dentist.
I'm not scared of a dentist. That tooth is loose and will probably fall out by itself.
You mean like that thin stuff on top of your head?
I mean, don't worry about me. I'll get this tooth fixed my own way.
Say, Jackson.
What?
One of my piano players don't like you. He'll be glad to knock it out.
Oh, you mean that little squirt sitting over there? Why, I'll...
No, the other one.
Oh. Oh, hello, Butch. I didn't see you. Now go sit down.
He won't hit you, Jack, with those glasses on.
She's right, Jack. It's against the law to hit anybody that's wearing glasses.
Listen, Don, I said that to a big guy one day, and he took my glasses off, punched me in the nose, and put them back on again. So don't tell me.
What were you doing in the meantime?
Jack was explaining the law to him.
Yes, he'll know better next time. Say, Phil, how about playing a number? My tooth is acting up again. I want to put a couple of drops in it.
Okay.
What kind of toothache drops are you using, Jack?
I don't know. It's something Rochester makes. I think it's chloroform and white mule. It does the trick, though. Go ahead, Phil. Play something.
All right, Jackson. Get ready, boys. And remember, folks, if it's a Harris selection, it's sheer perfection. Yeah.
Hey, what's that for?
Oh, you weren't here, Mary, but Phil has suddenly become slogan conscious. Give her that other one, Phil.
Well, here's one you haven't even heard yet. When Smiling Harris plays a tune, every month in the year is June. Oh. How's that, Mary?
Wow, that's corn that isn't even ripe yet.
That's a good one.
Say, Jack.
What?
If vaudeville ever comes back, I got a swell slogan for you.
Never mind.
What is it, Mary?
When Benny plays on his violin, you can shoot him down, and it ain't no sin.
Mary, we weren't talking about my violin, so that laugh doesn't count. Now, let's forget our poetry contest and get along with the show. Play something, Phil.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. You've all had your little poetry. How about giving me a chance?
Okay, Don, let's hear your contribution, said he with a look of innocence in his baby blue eyes. Take it, Don.
All right, but I want you to help me, Jack. Now, you start me off with, hello, Joe.
Okay. Hello, Joe. What do you know?
I just got back from the grocery store.
Did you buy a box of you know what?
Yes, sirree. That's what I got.
What's in this box that's so delish?
I bet you wish you had a dish.
Can this be Jell-O, that you mean?
Yuck, yuck, yuck. I'm Madam Queen.
Mary, you spoiled the whole thing. That last line didn't make sense.
All right, send me to Siberia.
There's nothing to get funny about. Hey, genius.
What?
Play something. And that guy answers to anything if you just put a hey in front of it. That was Stop It's Wonderful, played by Phil Harris, who can now tear up his slogans. A Harris selection is sheer perfection. Oh, Maharaja. And now, folks...
Wait a minute, Jack. Are you insinuating that number was inharmonious?
What's that?
Inharmonious, mediocre, lacking in finesse and euphony.
Why, Phil.
Well, that's the day's work. Good night, all.
Rosalind, come back here. What a guy. He learns 4 big words and he's all in. And now, folks, before we say, where's Dennis?
I saw him downstairs with his mother just before the broadcast.
I did, too. And old Jack is Mrs. Day mad at you.
Mad at me? Why, we got to be very good friends at my Halloween party.
Well, she was home last Sunday listening to our program, and she heard you call her a pest.
I didn't call her a pest. I said she needed a rest.
Well, she got it, so watch out.
Oh, Mary, Mrs. Day is much too broad-minded to be upset about a little joke. And now, folks, however, Mary, I wouldn't mention anything about it when she comes in. You know.
Yeah, I know.
You know how it is.
Yeah, I know how it is.
Yeah. And now, folks...
And now, folks...
Mary, let me alone. And now, folks, following our success last week with our version of The Women, tonight we are going to...
Oh, boy, wasn't I marvelous in that play?
What?
Didn't I give a terrific performance?
Yes, Phil, you were sensational. Would you consider a $1,000 raise in salary? I feel guilty having you at these prices.
That's a deal. Shake.
Get away or I'll break your arm. Terrific performance. Anyway, folks, as I was saying, following our success last week with The Women, tonight we are going to offer...
Uh-oh, look who's coming.
Well, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
And your mother's with you. Well, this is nice. Good evening, Mrs. Day.
How do you do?
Well, you're looking very good, Lucretia.
Thanks, and you will please refer to me as Mrs. Day.
Well.
It is now 20 degrees cooler inside.
Mary. Well, Dennis, I'm glad you're here, and I know you have a lovely song prepared for us tonight. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. Say, Mr. Benny, what's the matter with your jaw? Did someone hit you?
No, Dennis, I have a bad toothache. You know, Mrs. Day, it hurts like the dickens. It's really a miracle that I can be funny tonight.
You were very funny last week. Very funny.
Oh, did you enjoy the show?
Yes, especially the part where you called me a pest. It was such a brilliant remark.
Why, Mrs. Day, I called you a pest?
Yes, you did.
On the radio?
Yes, on the radio.
On my program?
It wasn't Duke Ginsburg and his Happy Hawaiians.
Very quiet. Now, look, Mrs. Day, it may have sounded like I called you a pest, but this darn tooth of mine slurs my words. Been bothering me all week.
Your tooth, huh?
Yes, you can see for yourself. Look. It's the red one right here. The one on the urn. Sir?
Oh, that does look pretty bad.
Yeah, it hurts like the dickens.
Hey, Jack, let me hear you say your name.
What?
Let me hear you say your name.
Jerk Rennie.
That's what I thought.
Mary, I've got a toothache. I prefer a little sympathy to ridicule.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, stop complaining and go to a dentist.
I'm not going to a dentist.
What's the matter? You afraid?
No, I'm not afraid.
Well, there's only one other reason, so let's take up a collection.
Phil, that won't be necessary. It's the first time I ever had trouble with a tooth. I haven't been to a dentist since I was 10 years old.
Don't tell me you made those uppers yourself.
No, I didn't make those uppers myself.
Now, Jack, I don't want to be an alarmist, but I think you ought to do something about that tooth. It might lead to serious consequences.
Well, gee, it does hurt, but I don't know who to go to.
I know a good dentist, Jack, and he's just 2 blocks from here. Come on, let's go.
Oh, don't pull me.
Go ahead, Jack. We'll take care of the program.
Sure, I got some swell jokes, and I'm dying to tell them.
No, I know your jokes, Phil. Oh, waiter, have you got frog's legs? No, I always walk this way. That's nice, smart material. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Okay.
Well, so long, fellas.
So long, Jack. Okay. All right, Dennis, you can go ahead with your song now. What's it going to be?
He's going to sing a very popular number called A Man in His Dream.
From that
Paramount picture, The Star Maker.
Starring Bing Crosby. I got that in.
Dennis, don't be such a ham. Now sing.
they meet seem to say it's sublime, and their hearts proudly beat to a tune that is older than time. Night must fade away, and yet it leaves a love so all the world will say. There's a man and his dream.
You know, Mary, my tooth doesn't seem to be bothering me now. I think I'll let it go till some other time.
You'll do nothing of the kind. Here's the dentist's office.
Well, I'd rather wait until...
He's a swell dentist, Jack. Look at that sign.
Where?
Right there. Dr. Frank Nelson. Bridges like San Francisco.
He's not very modest, is he? Well, let's go in. Say, he's got a nice office, hasn't he?
Yeah.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? I'd like to see Dr. Nelson.
The doctor is busy with a patient right now. Would you care to wait?
Why, yes.
Well, you know what you're doing, I guess.
What?
I'll tell the doctor you're here. Please be seated.
What's that, miss? Is that a drill?
Yes, the doctor is working on a patient. Some fun, hey, kid?
Say, Mary, are you sure this dentist is all right?
Of course he's all right. Do I look worried?
No, but then I'm the one with the toothache. I'm not worried, Mary, but I just want to make sure that... Well, let's scram. I hate this waiting. Come on, Mary.
Jack, come here. Dr. Nelson is absolutely painless.
Painless? What was that, 6 o'clock? I'm getting out of here.
That'll be all for today, Mrs. Stewart. When will I see you again?
You should live so long.
Well, young man, are you waiting to see me?
Yes, but I...
Your name, please.
Benny. I'm Jack Benny, the actor.
Sorry, we don't give theatrical rates.
Well, I didn't mean it that way. I expect to pay the same price as anybody else.
Eventually.
Mary. Ooh, that tooth's throbbing again.
Step right this way, please. Follow me.
Can I come in, too?
Yes, Mary, you stick right with me.
Oh, nurse, sterilize my mandibular injector and have the gutta percha ready.
Yes, doctor.
Now, step into this chair, Mr. Benny, and I'll strap you in.
Strap me in?
Yes, we don't want you squirming around.
Oh.
Would you like a manicure, Mr. Benny?
No, thanks. I just dropped in to have my tooth fixed.
Oh, yes, the tooth. Now, first we must determine which one it is.
Yes.
Just a moment. Is it this one?
No.
This one?
No.
Is it this one?
That's the one, Doctor. It hurts something awful.
We'll take care of that. This is a large cavity, and I'll have to fill it right away. Do you want gold or silver?
I want cement.
Oh, cement is no good, Mr. Benny. It wears out.
Listen, Doctor, I've seen sidewalks around here for years, and they're holding up all right. Now go ahead and fill it.
Very well. I'll use cement, and then we'll all put our footprints in it.
I'm not Grauman's Chinese. Furthermore, I don't want to bother filling this tooth. I want it pulled.
All right, then perhaps I ought to give you an anesthetic.
Perhaps nothing knocked me out. Perhaps yet.
Very well, we'll give you gas. Now, take it easy, Mr. Benny. Relax and breathe deeply.
What are you going to do?
Nurse, place the mask over his nose.
Yes, doctor.
Now, inhale slowly, and you'll soon be in dreamland.
No, wait a minute, Doctor. Wait a minute.
Now, just relax. Bye-bye, Mr. Benny.
Mary, where are you?
Here I am, Jack.
Mary, keep your eye on my money while I'm under the anesthetic.
Okay. Which sock is it in?
The right one. Hey, doctor, I don't think I want to...
Nurse, hand me those clamps.
Here you are, Doctor.
I don't think
And that saliva ejector.
Yes, Doctor.
I don't think I don't think
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Well, as I live and brush my teeth with high penny, if it isn't Benny and he's sleeping sounder than his audience on Sunday night. Oh, nurse.
Yes, Dr. Allen?
Hand me that chisel. I'm going to do this the hard way.
Here you are, Dr. Allen.
Thank you, Mrs. Day.
Mrs. Day? Fred Allen? Where am I?
The Jell-O program starring Phil Harris with Mary Livingstone, Mahatma Gandhi, George Bernard Shaw, and yours truly, Lady Godiva.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
Now, hold on there, Benny. It's town hall tonight.
What?
Why, Portland, what are you laughing at?
Wait a minute, that's not Portland. That's Mary Livingstone.
Shut up, Carmichael.
Carmichael? Who's Carmichael? Oh, my goodness, look at this white fur all over me.
The Jell-O program starring Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Scheherazade by Rimsky-Korsakov.
That's a lie! They'll never make it. Let me out of this chair.
Now, here, hold still, Carmichael.
I'm not Carmichael. I'm Jack Benny.
Mrs. Day, hand me that crowbar. I'm not getting anywhere with this chisel.
Crowbar? Let me out of here. Let me out of here. It's a good thing I got away from there. Where am I? What am I doing in this cage? Who's that coming toward me?
Carmichael, your day has come.
What?
I've been waiting a long time for this.
Rochester, what are you doing with that razor?
Ain't no use backing away, Carmichael. Winter's coming and Papa needs a fur coat.
Look, Rochester, I'm not Carmichael. This is me, your boss, Mr. Benny.
Mr. Benny?
Yes, put down that razor. I'll give you a new tuxedo. I'll give you anything you want. I'll give you a raise in salary.
You ain't Mr. Benny.
Rochester.
Carmichael, you're about to become a fond memory.
Rochester, let go of me.
Ain't no use scratching. Pull in those long claws.
These aren't claws, Rochester. These are my fingernails.
Would you like a manicure, Mr. Benny?
No, I'm just here to get my tooth pulled. Rochester, get away from me. What are you going to do?
Carmichael, I'm going to carve you up and have you for Thanksgiving dinner.
Rochester, you don't even know when Thanksgiving is.
Who does?
Now, Rochester, for the last time, get away from me. Hiya, Rochester. Look, there's Phil Harris. He'll tell you who I am. Hello, Philsy.
Hiya, Carmichael. There's a fish for you.
Ouch! Phil, look at me. I'm not Carmichael. I'm Jack, your pal. Jack Benny, the actor.
I'm sorry, we don't give theatrical rates.
Doctor.
Hand me that hacksaw, Mrs. Day. We're coming along fine.
Here you are, Doctor.
Thank you, Mrs. Day.
I'm not Mrs. Day. I'm Carmichael.
You are not. I'm Carmichael. I'm Jack Benny. Mary, what are you laughing at?
How can I laugh? I'm a poached egg.
Mary, what are you talking about? Where are you? Ooh, my tooth.
Oh, Dr. Allen, you'll never get the tooth out that way. You'll have to use dynamite.
Oh, dynamite is so messy, Mrs. Day. Hand me my machine gun.
Machine gun? No.
Now hold still, Benny. I want to make a nice, clean job of this.
Please, Fred, please. You can't do this to me. I'm a polar bear. Don't you love animals? Don't, Fred! Don't! Where am I?
It's all over, Mr. Benny. That didn't hurt now, did it?
Hurt? Where's Fred Allen? Where's Harris? Wait till I get my hands on that Rochester.
Now, calm down, Mr. Benny. You were just dreaming.
Dreaming? Oh, yes, you gave me gas, didn't you?
I certainly did. And here's your tooth. It's a beauty, isn't it?
My tooth?
Yes. Do you mind if I keep it? I'm an elf, you know.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Well, I feel much better now. How much do I owe you, Doctor?
That'll be $35.
$35? Ooh!
There he goes again, folks. Play, Phil.
Repeated by popular request. In the language of radio and the theater, that means a hit. And it means a hit, too, when applied to some tasty dish that must be served again and again because of the whole family's enthusiasm for it. Such a dish, ladies and gentlemen, is pineapple strawberry whip, an exciting new Jell-O dessert. For one thing, it's as easy as can be to make. Simply dissolve 1 package of fragrant strawberry Jell-O in a pint of hot water. Then chill until cold and syrupy. Next, place it in a bowl of cracked ice or ice water and whip with a rotary egg beater until it becomes light and fluffy. And finally, just before molding it, fold in 1 cup of canned crushed pineapple. It's downright thrilling the way those golden tidbits of juicy pineapple complement the rich ruby goodness of strawberry Jell-O. And you can bet that everybody will want this colorful, striking dessert repeated by popular request many times. So ask your grocer tomorrow for some strawberry Jell-O. And tomorrow night, when the family gather around the dinner table, surprise them with a glorious bowl of Jell-O's new pineapple strawberry whip.
This is the last number of the 6th program of the new Jell-O series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Before we say goodnight, I would like to remind you of the annual Red Cross roll call. Every citizen should join, because your memberships are the sole support of the regular Red Cross program of fighting the suffering caused by disease, accident, and disaster. So may I urge you to join the Red Cross through your local Red Cross chapter. Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
Here's news. Every Tuesday night, the Aldrich family is on the air, starring Ezra Stone as Henry Aldrich, that lovable hard luck kid. Consult your local newspaper or radio guide from time and stations, and be sure to tune in on the Aldrich family next Tuesday night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Jell-O.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with It's a Whole New Thing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the age of research. So we've been doing a little research on the subject of Jell-O. Well, we found out that the best days of the week to serve Jell-O are Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, which is just another way of saying that Jell-O is always, anytime, and every time a perfectly swell dessert. For Jell-O brings you that full, extra-rich flavor. A flavor as fresh and sunny as the real ripe fruit itself. And all 6 of Jell-O's famous flavors have the same rich goodness. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. A grand, satisfying flavor that has made Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert. And you like Jell-O's gay, appetizing appearance, too. Its shimmering, jewel-like colors that make it look so inviting. So enjoy some tomorrow. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O and don't accept any substitutes. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was It's a Whole New Thing, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again we bring you our master of ceremonies. That bubbling personality, that effervescent comedian, that fizz, Jack Benny.
Well, thank Thank you. Now, hello again. This is Jack Benny, the carbonated kid, talking. And, Don, I like that introduction. It fits me to a T. I am bubbling and effervescent. The fizz you can have back.
Well, Jack, let me explain. When I called you a fizz, it was really a compliment. I meant you were physical.
Mm-hmm.
You know, fizz for short.
I understand, Don, perfectly. In other words, if you called me a mug, you'd really mean I was magnificent. Is that it?
Exactly.
Well, Don, if you think I fell for that, you're a fathead, and that's short for your whole body. Anyway, Don, let's not get into a routine because I know how you appreciate a good story. And I heard a gag a few minutes ago that will positively put every one of your chins in motion. Oh, it's a honey.
It's a good one, huh?
Well, Virgil, the sound man, told it to me, and you know what a clown he is. Get this, Don. Don, I haven't even told you the story yet. What are you laughing at?
Is it the one about the nearsighted old maid that buried the midget?
No, heavens, no, Don. Heavens, not that one. This is a brand new story. Get this. There was a fellow walking down the street, and he was leading a pink alligator on a leash, when all of a sudden it started to act up and snap at him.
Uh-huh.
So the guy got annoyed, turned around to this pink alligator and said, "You better behave yourself, or I'll take a bromo seltzer, and that'll be the end of you." Isn't that terrific, Don?
Oh, it sure is. That Virgil has a great sense of humor.
Yes,
Gee, that was a funny story, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Dennis, I didn't see it. Did you like it?
Yeah, but there's one thing that puzzles me.
What?
If the man was walking down the street, where did he get the bromo seltzer?
Well, I don't know. He probably had a box of it in his pocket.
Oh, then I guess he had a glass of water in his other pocket.
Yes, Dennis, and a banjo on his knee. Now, don't worry about it. Say, you're here kind of early tonight, Dennis. Where's your mother?
She's across the street in the bowling alley.
In the bowling alley? Well, with her legs, she better watch out. Anyway, Dennis, I'm glad you're here on time tonight, and I'll try and make a habit of it.
You know, Jack, I can't get over that story you told me. It's silly, but I get a great kick out of it.
Isn't it ridiculous? Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's so funny?
Mary, I must tell you. Did you hear the story about the fellow that was walking down the street leading a pink alligator on a leash?
Is that the one when the man said, "I'll take a bromo seltzer and that'll be the end of you"?
Yes.
No, tell it to me.
Well, this guy was... Wait, you just told me the answer. I thought you said you never heard it.
Oh, stop, Jack. That's one of the oldest jokes in the world.
Mary, jokes happen to be my business. And if that was the oldest joke in the world, I'd be the first one to know it.
Should I let him have it, folks?
Never mind. Do me a favor, will you, Mary? Go out and come back in again.
Well, gee, Jack, as long as you're telling jokes, why don't you tell a good one? I heard a gag last night that was terrific.
Oh, you did, eh?
Yeah. A man walked into the house and said to his wife, "It's raining cats and dogs outside."
Uh-huh.
And she said, "How do you know?"
Mm-hmm.
And he said,
I just stepped in a poodle. I know where you heard that, Mary, at the Wilshire Bowl. Phil Harris has been husking that for 3 years. That's his theme joke. You know, Don, Phil's idea of humor is really pitiful.
Oh, I don't know about that, Jack. I was at the bowl one night, and the people screamed at him.
Sure they scream at him. Every time he finishes a gag, he has a waiter throw a custard pie in his face. That's why.
I didn't see anybody do that.
Oh, well, you must have been their bucket of water night. That's his idea of changing material.
Well, I'll say one thing about Phil. He sure attracts the young collegiate crowd. All the college boys go there.
They have to go there, Mary. That's part of their initiation. Before they can join a fraternity, they have to either listen to Harris or sleep all night in a graveyard.
In a graveyard?
Yes, and you'll be surprised at the number of kids around here that aren't afraid of ghosts. Yes, sir.
You know, Jack, Phil sure believes in that college spirit. Look at that sign on the bass drum.
Oh, yeah. Phil Harris and his collegians. Look, he spells collegians with one L.
Well, he spells Phil with two, so it's all even.
You know, Mary, sometimes I think that Phil...
Jiggers, here he comes now.
Don't jiggers me. Now, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. What's going on?
Well, to tell the truth, Phil, for the last 5 minutes, we've been talking about you.
Well, a little build-up ain't never hurt nobody.
No, Phil, and never done you no good, either. Your grammar's worse than Abe Lyman's, and he never got beyond blocks.
Well, who cares about grammar? I got other things to worry about.
Oh, I can imagine. Say, Phil, I noticed that new sign you got on the bass drum. What happened to that corny painting you used to have there?
Corny?
Yeah, you know, the one with the yellow moon and the green river and the purple trees. Remember that one, Mary?
Yeah, he used to call it Gypsy Doodle by Rembrandt.
That's the one. Whatever happened to that painting, Phil?
I sold it to the Metropolitan Museum in New York.
You mean the Museum of Fine Arts?
I don't know what they got there, but that's the joint that bought it.
Phil, are you crazy?
Crazy nothing. Someday that picture will be hanging in Paris, right next to the Mona Lulu.
Well, I'm not going to even bother to correct that. How do you like that, Mary? The most famous painting of a woman in the world, and Phil doesn't even know her name.
If she were alive, he'd know her name and phone number.
And her address and what she's doing on Friday night. Well, I got myself on a detour for no reason at all. And besides...
Say, Jack, why don't you tell Phil that story the sound man told you? He'll get a kick out of it.
Oh, he wouldn't even get it.
Come on, Jackson, what is it? Let's hear it.
All right, Phil. Do you know the one about the fellow who was walking down the street and his pink alligator snapped at him?
Know it. I'm the guy that drank the bromo.
There you are, fellas. He's always got a brilliant comeback, even if he has to make a bum out of himself. Oh, Dennis.
Yes, please?
How about a song before we get involved again?
Okay, Mr. Benny. I'm going to sing an old favorite by Stephen Foster called Jeannie with the Light Brown Hair.
Oh, that's swell, Dennis. I love those old songs.
Old songs, old gags. What this program needs is glands.
Mary, you just attend to your own little knitting. I'll handle the show. Sing, Dennis. I'm the guy that drank the bromo.
I dream of Jeannie with a light brown hair, born like a vapor on the golden air. I see her dripping where the bright streams play, happy as the daisies along her way. Many are the wild notes a merry voice would pour, many are the blithe birds that warble them all. Oh, I dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair, floating like a vapor on the soft summer air. I long for Jeannie with the day dawn smile, radiant with gladness, warm with winning guile. I hear her melodies attuned to love, warm as the sunlight from heaven above. Many are the fond notes a merry voice would pour, echoed by the birds in the grove, o'er and o'er. I sigh for Jeannie with a light brown hair, floating like a vapor on the soft summer air. On the soft summer
That was I Dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, Those old songs always do something to me. I love them.
Me too.
Jeannie with the light brown hair. What a grand title. You know, Dennis, I used to have light brown hair in my hair.
Why, Jack, from the pictures I've seen of you, I thought you had black hair.
No, Don, it was brown. Sort of a russet brown. No, just like the leaves in autumn.
Well, rake them up and let's get on with the show.
Mary, I wish you'd stop with those interruptions. Anyway, Dennis, I noticed another thing. Your singing seems to improve every week. You're gaining poise and confidence.
Well, thanks, Mr. Benny.
Just think, this is your 7th week on my program.
7 weeks. Gee.
Yes, sir.
Am I going to get paid pretty soon?
Pretty soon, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to...
Hey, Jackson, why don't you pay the kid?
Phil, I intend to pay him. I'm merely holding his salary until he's a little older. I'm teaching Dennis how to save money.
Well, he's learning from the top man.
Thanks, Miss Livingston. And if I were you, I wouldn't say another word unless you rube it up on the Lum and Abner program. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to...
Here you are, Dennis. Did you sing your song yet?
Yes, Mother.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Day.
Good evening.
Oh, Mother, you should have been here a few minutes ago. Mr. Benny told the funniest joke.
It was rather good. Tell it to her, Dennis.
Well, Mr. Benny was walking down the street leading a pink alligator.
Oh, stewed, eh?
Stewed, it wasn't me, Mrs. Day. Dennis got the story all wrong. I never touch a drop of liquor.
Then why have you got that red nose?
Because I'm a comedian. What do you think? My tie lights up, too. This story, Mrs. Day, is about a man who takes a bromo seltzer and gets rid of a pink alligator.
What's funny about that?
Nothing. It's very sad. I'm crying like anything. Oh, what a dame.
What's that?
I said, oh, what a game. I saw UCLA play Santa Clara yesterday. It was thrilling. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will please forgive my outburst, as I started to announce, tonight we are going to offer an original little playlet all about Thanksgiving, written especially for the occasion by Mary Livingston. Mary, let me have it, will you?
Oh, Jack, I forgot to tell you.
What?
I changed my mind about a Thanksgiving play, and I wrote a poem instead.
A poem?
Hey, Mary, you mean to say we're not going to do a Thanksgiving play?
No.
Gee, and I was all set to be one of them pilgrims.
Oh, fine. You'd make a great pilgrim, Phil.
Well, I would. Listen, buddy, my ancestors came over on the Mayflower.
Oh, did it dock in Dixie? I thought your family always lived in Tennessee.
Not originally. You see, we migrated from Massachusetts.
Migrated? You don't by any chance mean you migrated?
All right, we moved. Forget it.
Migrated. You hear that, Mary?
Yeah, he put in an extra syllable in it.
You're not palooling.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get out of the mood, let me say a few words about Jalello.
Jalello?
It is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors. So look for the big red letters on the barracks.
Thanks, Don. You surveyed the day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we have no Thanksgiving play...
Mary Livingston's going to read a Thanksgiving poem.
Oh, no, nothing doing.
Oh, gee, it's swell, Jack.
I don't care. You're not going to read it.
Jack, Benny, you let me read this poem or I won't buy my Christmas cards from you this year.
All right, a lot I make on the ones you get. You don't even have your name printed on them. Now go ahead with your poem.
Okay.
What's the title of it?
The title is Thanksgiving, You're a Little Mixed Up, Aren't You, Kid?
Well, that fits. Go ahead.
Oh, Thanksgiving, oh, Thanksgiving. You are with us twice this year, with your pumpkin pie and dressing, and your turkey, front and rear.
That's the part I always get.
The Pilgrims planned in days of yore that you'd come once, not any more. But now you are a double feature, and we don't know which day to greet you.
Greet her?
That's what I said, you gorgeous creature.
Now, don't be funny. Go ahead with the poem.
Suppose we had 2 everything. 2 New Year's Eves to laugh and sing. 2 Christmases, 2 Labor Days, and 2 Jack Bennies with 2 toupees.
Mary, you're too pressing. Are you through?
No, but I'm coming into the stretch.
Oh.
So Thanksgiving I don't mind.
Well.
If you're a week before or a week behind. What's the difference? What the heck? The turkey's the guy that gets it in the neck. The end.
Very good. Mary, that was silly, but you came through with flying colors. And now, Phil, how about a number to kind of break things up here?
Okay, Jackson, what do you want us to play? Anything special?
Well?
You name it and we'll play it.
All right, how about that number you rehearsed all morning? You know, the only one you can possibly play.
Oh, okay. Hit it, boys.
He asked for request yet. Hold it a minute, Phil. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Are you a little mixed up on account of the 2 Thanksgivings this year?
Yes, I am. Why?
I was in a fog when we only had one. Goodbye.
He's not kidding, folks. He's got his shoes on backwards. Play, Phil. Cherry Berry Bean, a swing version of an old favorite played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, fellas...
Hey, what's the matter? Aren't you going to complain about the number we just played?
No, Phil, I thought it was pretty good. I liked it. Didn't you, Mary?
Yeah, it was swell. Did you like it, Don?
I thought it was okay. How'd you like it, Jack?
Oh, it was great. How'd you like Phil's number, Mary?
Well, I thought it was a little loud in spots. Didn't you, Don?
Yes, it seemed a little off here and there. What did you think of it, Jack?
I thought it was lousy. And now, fellas...
Hey, what is this, a rib?
Yes, Phil, we were just kidding. I thought your number sounded exceptionally good. Didn't you, Mary?
Deal me out. I'm tired.
Now, fellas, as I started to say a little while ago, and before I forget it, Thursday being Thanksgiving, I want all of you to come over to my house for a real old-fashioned turkey dinner. How about it?
Oh, that's great, Jack. We'll be there with
Dennis, this invitation goes for you also.
His mother, too?
Yes, Mrs. Day, my party wouldn't be complete without you.
You don't sound very sincere about it.
Well, what do you want me to do, send you a mash note? Glad to have you. The more the merrier. Good heavens.
Say, Jack, is this party going to be like the one you gave last Thanksgiving?
What do you mean?
I mean, is the turkey going to be leg of lamb?
Don't worry about that, Mary. This is going to be a real dinner. I've got the biggest, fattest, juiciest turkey you ever saw.
Where'd you run over it?
I didn't run over it. It's a live turkey. I got it in my garage right now. It's roosting on my Maxwell.
That's all that car needs.
Now, you wait till you see that bird. I bet it weighs 65 pounds.
65 pounds? Why, Jack, you must be mistaken about that.
Oh, no, I'm not, Don. I had it on the scales. It's an enormous thing.
65 pounds. Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding. Wait till next Thursday and you'll see for yourself. It's going to be a swell party.
How many people are you expecting, Jack?
Well, there'll be our gang, and then I invited Clark Gable and Carol Lombard, Bob Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck, Tyrone Power and Annabella.
Oh, Jack, you always ask them to every party you give, and they never show up.
Well?
Why don't you stop inviting them?
I can't stop now. They'll think I'm mad at them. You know how it is.
How can they be mad at you when they don't even know them?
I don't even know them. Listen, Phil, I know every one of those stars personally.
Sure, Jack sells them their Christmas cards.
Mary, will you stop harping on that? The only reason you ever got cards from me is because I happen to have some left over.
Every year.
Oh, quiet. Now, don't forget, fellas, Thursday night at my house.
Okay, Jack, you know that.
Boy, we're going to have a big turkey and cranberry sauce and mashed potatoes. And, Don, guess what kind of Jell-O we're going to have for dessert?
Strawberry?
No.
Raspberry?
No.
Cherry?
No.
Orange?
No.
Lemon?
No. Give up?
Yes.
Lie. You see, Don, you almost had it.
There's a kindergarten commercial if I ever heard one.
Never mind, that's what we're going to have. Now, look, kids, if I don't see you again before Thanksgiving, be sure and be at my house by 7 o'clock sharp. And don't eat a big lunch so you'll really enjoy the turkey. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
All right, what do you want?
Well, boss, I just heard you talking about a big Thanksgiving party Thursday night. That's my night off.
I'm sorry, Rochester, but you'll have to work. You can take a day off some other time.
I can get my twin brother to take my place.
I don't want your twin brother.
Well, he looks just like me.
I don't care if he does. I want you to be at my house on Thursday night.
How about me in spirit and my brother in person?
Rochester, don't try any tricks. I can tell the difference between you and your twin brother.
That's more than this gal can.
Never mind. Now, look, Rochester, I want you to get that turkey up to 70 pounds by Thanksgiving, so go out in the garage and feed it.
I'm working on the Christmas cards.
They can wait. Now, go out in the garage and feed the turkey.
Okay. Oh, say, boss, I meant to ask you something about that bird. Are you sure it's a turkey?
What do you mean, am I sure it's a turkey?
Well, I went out in the garage a few minutes ago, and she laid an egg as big as a cantaloupe.
As big as a cantaloupe? What are you talking about?
Not only that, but every time I go in there, she sticks her head in a bucket of sand.
What?
Boss, you bought an ostrich.
I bought an ostrich?
That's right. She just ate the headlights off your car.
The headlights? How do you know?
She had 2 Adam's apples, and they were going down fast.
It's all your fault, Rochester. You were with me when I went shopping for a turkey. Why did you let me buy an ostrich?
I told you it was a pretty big bird for the money, but you know you.
Well, I guess there's nothing we can do about it now. Isn't that awful? I got a polar bear in the guest room and an ostrich in the garage.
And mice in the pantry. Let's move out.
Now, don't get panicky, Rochester. I'll be home in a few minutes. Meanwhile, call up the market and order a turkey.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Have you changed your mind about using my twin brother Thursday night?
No, I haven't.
Well, I'll figure out something. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Rochester! Rochester! Well, I'll be darned.
What's the matter, Jack?
Plenty. That big turkey I bought turned out to be an ostrich.
Oh, boy, you're going to be lonesome on Thanksgiving.
I am not. Now, Mary, don't worry. We're going to have a swell dinner. Play, Phil. I wonder if you can eat an ostrich. I don't know.
This year, some folks are celebrating Thanksgiving on the 23rd of the month, others on the 30th. Well, either way, I'd like to offer a suggestion in regard to your holiday menu. For dinner, of course, there'll be plum pudding or pumpkin pie. But later on in the evening, when supper time comes, bring the day's feasting to a fitting close with a truly out-of-the-ordinary dessert. A shimmering dish of golden lemon jello. Now, there's really a luscious-looking dessert, ladies and gentlemen. A grand treat full of the ripe, tingling flavor of juicy lemons fresh from the tree and glowing with the warm color of sunshine. And you can serve it in shapely molds garnished with fruit, nuts, and maraschino cherries. Or it can be sliced into dainty cubes, tumbled into parfait glasses, and topped with snowy whipped cream. Either way, it adds up to a mighty slick dessert that will catch every eye and capture every taste. And that goes for all the rest of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Jell-O, remember, is a light dessert, just the thing to appeal after a heavy midday meal. And it's quick and easy to make, and Mother will appreciate it after cooking a big Thanksgiving dinner. So order genuine Jell-O from your grocer tomorrow.
Number of the 7th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Now, don't forget, Mary, next Thursday night at my house for a real Thanksgiving dinner.
Count me out, Jack.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to serve that ostrich. I'm going to have a turkey.
Oh, you are, eh?
Yes.
Well, if I find a headlight in the dressing, watch out.
Oh, don't worry. Good night, folks, and a happy Thanksgiving.
Here's news. Every Tuesday night, the Aldrich Family is on the air, starring Ezra Stone as Henry Aldrich, that lovable hard luck kid. Consult your local newspaper or radio guide for time and stations, and be sure to tune in on the Aldrich Family next Tuesday night.
Bluebirds in the Moonlight is from Gulliver's Travels. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Casting Company. Casting Company. Casting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with "I Must Have One Kiss, Kiss, Kiss." If you ever had a chance to peek into some of the quaint old cookbooks of centuries past, you may have noticed that many of the meat recipes begin with the amusing words, "First catch your fowl." Well, in much the same way, many of the finest dessert recipes today might begin with, "First get some Jell-O," for with Jell-O in your kitchen cupboard, you're all set to make some of the grandest desserts you ever dreamed of. No matter how you serve it, Jell-O will prove the masterpiece of the meal. Perfectly plain in a mold of brilliant color, crimson strawberry, golden lemon, or sea green lime. Cut into shimmering little cubes or whipped up into a beautiful fluffy lightness, or molded in colorful layers. Jell-O is always extra good because it has extra rich flavor, a flavor that rivals the real ripe fruit itself. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O when you buy, because the name Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was "I Must Have One More Kiss, Kiss, Kiss," played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again we bring you our master of ceremonies, that genial host of Beverly Hills whose Thanksgiving party last Thursday will never be forgotten.
I'll never forget it.
Quiet, Mary.
A man who spared no expense to ensure the success of this delightful occasion.
Mary, please.
A man whose social gatherings have made him the talk of the film colony.
Thank you, Don.
A host at whose dinners the second cup of coffee is always free, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I'm glad you had such a nice time at my Thanksgiving party. But what did you mean the second cup of coffee was free?
Oh, I was only kidding, Jack. Mary was ribbing you, so I thought I'd join in. It was really a grand evening.
Well, thanks, Don. And it's for you, Miss Livingston. That's the last time you'll ever have dinner at my house.
Oh, Jack, don't be so touchy.
Well, who wouldn't be?
Gee, you're getting so sensitive lately. It's simply awful.
Just the same, you're not eating at my house anymore.
Who cares? My ticket is punched out anyway.
My, that's comical. You know, it seems strange, Mary, but you're the only one that gets bored when I invite the gang over. Hey, Phil.
What is it, Jackson?
Did you have a good time at my Thanksgiving party?
Yeah, it's the first time I ever got a hangover from a turkey.
Phil, you don't have to tell me how you got a hangover. You were doing all right long before you came to my house.
What do you mean?
When I opened the front door, you fell in like a body in a murder mystery. Not only that, you brought me a manhole cover. So don't blame it on the turkey, eh, Don?
You're right, Jack. Personally, I thought the turkey had a delicious flavor, although it was a little tough.
Tough? Why, Don, how can you say that? It was as tender as it could be. That turkey wasn't a bit tough.
Go on. It had muscles like Earl Lederman.
Oh, it did. Well, it's too bad it was so virile. Next time, I'll get a turkey that walks around with his wing on his hip. Maybe you'll like that better.
And, oh, boy, the soup you served. You know, Phil, it reminded me of that new picture.
What picture?
The rains came.
Well, I suppose it wasn't a hit. Listen, fellas, if my party was such a big flop, how did it happen to crash the newspapers? It was right on the society page of the Beverly Hills Citizen.
The Beverly Hills Citizen?
Yes, Don, I got it right here. Get this. Here, read it to him, Mary.
Okay. Do you suffer from itchy skin? If so, try...
It's on the other side. Here, give me that. I'll read it. Listen, fellas. Jack Benny entertains. That's the headline. Last Thursday night at his cozy home on Roxbury Drive, Jack Benny, star of stage, screen, and radio, gave the outstanding party of the social season. Among those present were Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, Mrs. Lucretia Day and her son Dennis, Phil Harris, Andy Devine, and Mr. Homer T. Schmink.
Homer T. Schmink? Who was he?
Oh, he was the fellow that delivered the ice cream and wouldn't go home. Go ahead, Mary.
You're reading it.
Oh, yes. Among those unable to attend this scintillating event were Clark Gable and Carol Lombard.
Here they come, folks.
Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck, Tyrone Power and Annabella, the Fred McMurrays, and Mrs. Homer T. Schmink. A good time was had by all. How's that for a write-up?
Let me see that, Jack.
Here you are, Mary. Look at that big print on top. Jack Benny entertains.
Yeah, and look at that little print at the bottom. ADVT.
ADVT?
Yes, that means an ad, and you paid for it.
It means nothing of the kind.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. ADVT means a paid ad in any newspaper in the country.
Not in this case, Phil.
Then what does it mean?
ADVT means a dinner vit turkey. That's what it means.
Vit turkey?
Yes, vit turkey.
Oh, Jack, you're wonderful.
All right, Mary, I don't care what you say. I consider that a very lovely notice.
It certainly was, Jack. It certainly was, Jack. And you know what I enjoyed most at the party?
What, Don?
The games we played afterwards. Gee, it was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, those games are silly, but it's great when you play the old ones, like spin the bottle, pin the tail on the donkey.
Holy smokes, did we play games?
Yes, Phil, we pinned the tail on you 8 times, and you didn't even feel it. And you know why.
No fooling. Say, Jackson, I meant to ask you something. Who was that cute girl I was dancing with all evening?
Forget it, Phil.
Oh, no. Who was that girl I was dancing with? You know, the one in the ermine wrap.
Phil, I said forget it.
Forget it nothing. She was a cute kid, and I want to call her up.
All right, Phil, that cutie was Carmichael. That's who you were dancing with.
I thought she had a cold nose.
You and Carmi were certainly the life of the party. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Gee, I had a good time at your house Thursday night. The dinner was swell.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, Dennis. And incidentally, you're still new on the program, and I don't want to be bossy or anything, but, we never chew gum during a broadcast. So please throw it away.
I'm not chewing gum.
Now, Dennis.
This is a piece of turkey from your Thanksgiving party.
Oh, well, you must have got the only tough piece. Your mother didn't have any trouble, Dennis. She had 2 wings and a drumstick. Where is she?
Flat on her back.
Why, Dennis, you mean your mother's ill?
There you are. The turkey got her.
Phil, it couldn't have been the turkey.
Well, maybe it was the dressing.
Don, it wasn't the turkey and it wasn't the dressing.
Couldn't have been the butter. We didn't have any.
Listen, Mary, you don't need butter when you have gravy. You can put gravy on the bread.
Supposing you don't like gravy.
Then stay home, for heaven's sake. A big issue over butter and gravy. Now, let's forget about my party.
I don't know what you kids are complaining about. I got a big piece of butter.
I certainly. All you had to do was ask for it. Don asked for a piece of butter, and I gave it to him.
He had to burn his finger first.
Well, then what's the argument? Butter is very good on a burn.
I suppose it's no good on bread.
All right! The next time you fellas come to my house, I'm going to have nothing but butter. Just plain butter. A great big hunk of butter.
Should we come formal?
Yeah, come formal. Let's drop it. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Let's have your song, please, before I lose my temper, please. You and your please.
You wouldn't talk like that if my mother was here.
No, I wouldn't, eh? Listen, Dennis, I'll meet your mother any time, any place, any weight. And that goes for your father, too.
If you can lick Mother, you got a cinch with Pa.
I wouldn't be surprised. Now go ahead with your song. Shall we come formal?
Faithful forever, whatever I do, remember I'm true. Remember that. Faithful forever and thankful for you, I'll keep smiling through. Remember that we may be apart now and then, but I'll hold you in my heart till you're in my arms again. Faithful forever, I promise to be. So always have faith in me. Our love was fated, you were created just for me. And so if ever we're separated, I will be faithful forever. I promise to be. So always have faith in me.
Very good. That was Faithful Forever, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by the orchestra, who were still playing I Must Have One More Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. And you both did very well. By the way, Dennis, I'm sorry I spoke so sharply to you a little while ago, but I was rather annoyed and I took it out on you.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Benny.
You're about the only one around here who shows me any respect. So just keep on being a good boy, that's all I ask. You know, there's a certain formula for getting along with me, Dennis. Be grateful, act polite.
And let Jack save your money.
Nice going, Mary.
Listen, Mary, I've had just about enough of those insults and gags at my expense. If you and Geronimo don't like it... Why don't you go out and get your own program?
We've been thinking about that.
Oh, you have?
Sure, there are plenty of jobs for a guy like me.
Oh, there are. Well, Phil, let me ask you something. Have you ever driven your car across the Mojave Desert?
Sure, why?
Well, did you ever notice that just before you start across the desert, right on the edge of it, there's a gas station that says Last Chance?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, 3 years ago, when you got a job on this program, I was that gas station. Just remember that.
What are you talking about? 3 years ago, my band was the hottest thing in town.
Sure it was the hottest thing in town. You were working in a barbecue pit. Sam's Rib Joint. Music while you munch. So don't tell me.
Well, we all have our ups and downs. I'm considered the top band leader today.
Oh, you are, eh?
Right now, I'm at the pinnacle of my career.
Pinnacle? Oh, boy, what a guy. You know, Phil, sometimes when I look at you, all I can do is shake my head. Just shake my head.
You wouldn't if you could stop it.
A good stiff collar will take care of that. And you, Miss Livingston, what I said about Mr. Harris goes for you, too. You're very lucky to be here.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. You were on this program 2 years before you realized I wasn't a floor walker. And take that pencil out of your hair. Boy, am I clicking tonight.
That's your teeth.
Oh, my head shakes and my teeth click. I'm doing quite a rumba above my shoulder. Now get away from me.
Oh, my goodness, Jack, but you're sure cracking the whip tonight.
Quiet, Wilson. I'll give you just 2 seconds to say something about Jell-O.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, be sure to ask him for a package of Jell-O. It comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Well, what are they? Name them.
Yes, sir. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
All right, what do you look for? What do you look for?
Be sure to look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
Okay, now go and sit down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Get moving, buddy.
Yes, Mr. Legree.
Well, snap into it. What are you laughing at?
You remind me of another picture.
Never mind.
The devil is a sissy.
Well, maybe I did lose my head. Play, Phil. Gee, I'm a regular Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. That was East of the Border, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute. That was south of the border.
I know, Phil. That was just my way of saying you were off the beam. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Now, hold on, Jack. Perhaps it's none of my business, and I don't want to try to run things around here, but don't you think you ought to calm down a little?
Well?
Don't let everything get your goat.
Well, I guess you're right, Don. Maybe I did fly off the handle tonight, but I'm not going to let it happen again. The next party I give, I won't invite anybody, and there won't be any complaints. I'll just sit there all by myself. Just me. Just plain me.
And a big hunk of butter.
At least I'll be happy. That's not asking too much.
Well, Jack, I just can't hold out any longer. This whole thing was a rib.
A rib?
Yeah, every one of us thought that dinner of yours was marvelous.
No kidding, Jack. The turkey was delicious.
Best I ever tasted. Oh, it was, eh?
Yeah, the piece I got is swell.
Well, Dennis, stop chewing it. Give up already. So you fellas enjoyed the turkey, eh?
We sure did.
Well, kids, I can't hold out any longer either. To show you guys you know nothing about food, that bird I served Thursday night wasn't turkey at all.
It wasn't turkey.
No, it wasn't. It was duck, wild duck. I shot him myself.
Who held him?
Nobody held him. I shot him right out of the air. Mary was with me.
You mean when we were out hunting with Annie Devine?
Yeah, so don't pan the food, fellas, when you don't even know what you're eating.
So you went duck hunting with Annie, huh? Was it fun?
Oh, you should have been there, Don. Jack was a scream.
Never mind.
Boy, what he doesn't know about a gun.
I know plenty about guns, Mary. When I was on the rifle team in Waukegan, they used to call me Bullseye Benny. Bullseye.
I can make it shorter than that.
All right, forget it.
What happened at the duck hunt, Barry?
Well...
It's not important.
Well, Jack and I left Tuesday and stayed overnight at Annie's ranch.
I see.
And about 4 o'clock the next morning, I was down in the kitchen helping Annie's mother get breakfast.
Uh-huh.
Well, anyway, Annie went upstairs to wake up Jack. And pretty soon we heard him hollering, "Hey, Buck, it's 4 o'clock.
Hey, Buck, it's 4 o'clock. Come on, we got to get going.
Hello again. Oh, hello, Andy. What's the matter?
Well, if you want to shoot any ducks, we better get started.
Okay, Andy. I'll be dressed in a minute. Oh, boy, I'm tired.
Gee, Buck, you sure look funny in that nightgown.
What's wrong with my nightgown?
You look like a bride with that long train.
That's not a train. My zipper got caught in the sheet. Where's Mary?
She's downstairs with Ma getting breakfast ready.
What, Mary Livingston up at 4 o'clock in the morning? Oh, boy, I bet she's grouchy.
Oh, no, Buck. She's cheerful as a lark.
Oh, she can't be.
She is, too. I'm telling the story.
Oh.
Well, anyway, Don, Andy came downstairs, and Jack went over to the bunkhouse to wake up Rochester.
Oh, was Rochester with you?
Yeah. Jack thought he'd make a good retriever. So Jack went over to get Rochester, and he had an awful time waking him up. You could hear him yelling at the top of his voice.
Rochester. Hey, Rochester. Come on, Rochester. Rochester, we got to get going. Rochester, wake up.
What time is it, sugar?
It's 4 o'clock and it's me. Now get up.
Can I sleep a little longer?
No, you can't. The ducks are waiting for us.
Boss, anything that waits for me at 4 o'clock in the morning better pull up a chair and relax.
Don't be silly, Rochester. How can a duck pull up a chair?
Sit down, boss, and we'll discuss it.
Never mind. Now, you get up out of that bed and make it snappy. Come on.
It's dark outside.
Now, quit stalling. I'll give you just 3 to get up. 1, 2, 3. Rochester, if you don't get up right away, you're going to miss breakfast.
I'm going to score on lunch, too.
All right, very well. I'm going into breakfast right now. And for your information, Rochester, we're having pork chops.
Central Avenue pheasant. Here I come, boss.
I thought so. Now hurry it up.
Well, Don, it was about 5 o'clock when we finished breakfast, and then we started out for the duck pond.
But, Mary, you're not allowed to shoot ducks that early in the morning, are you?
No, Don, we had to wait about an hour, but you could hear them all over the place. There were hundreds of them.
Oh, boy, get a load of those ducks. Give me my gun, Rochester. There's a baby I got my eye on.
Here you are, boss.
Hey, wait a minute, Buck. You can't shoot any ducks till 7 o'clock.
Oh, yes, darn it.
Why don't you take a shot at that tree just for practice?
Practice? Don't worry about me, Mary. I've handled a gun before.
Yeah, but it had a cork on the end of it.
I mean a shotgun.
Say, Buck, I meant to tell you that gun I'll let you have has got a powerful kick when it goes off. Better be careful.
Oh! I will, Andy.
You're worse than Mary. I got a gun at home just like this, a 12 millimeter.
Millimeter? You mean gauge?
Well, whatever it is, I got one. I know how to handle it.
Just the same, you ought to try it out.
Okay, I'll show you kids some fancy shooting. See that orange hanging on that tree over there? Watch me knock it off.
That's the sun. It just came up.
Well, I'll show you something else. Here's a real trick. Hey, Rochester, put this tin can on your head and hold still.
Now, wait a minute, boss.
Come on, Rochester, put this can on your head and I'll shoot it off. Don't be scared.
That's fine. The sun isn't orange and he tells me not to be scared.
Rochester, it's a very simple trick. I saw a man do it in vaudeville.
Well, vaudeville's dead and I ain't gonna tell it to move over.
Oh, boy, what a baby. Didn't you ever hear the story about William Tell? He shot an apple off his son's head.
Well, get him. I'll wait.
All right, if you don't want to play, don't play. I never saw a guy worry so much. Hey, Andy, come here a minute.
What do you want, Buck?
Hold your cigarette up in the air. I'll shoot it out of your fingers.
Nothing doing, Buck. I gotta unlace my shoes tonight.
Oh, what a game. No one's game to do anything.
Well, if you want to try out the gun, why don't you shoot at that elm tree over there?
All right, I'll bore a hole right through it.
Now, be careful of that gun. It kicks like a mule.
Oh, Andy, let me alone, will you? Now watch, everybody. I'm aiming right for that tree. Suppose I don't know how to hold a gun, eh?
Wait a minute, Buck. Just close one eye.
Oh, that's right.
And take your finger out of your ear.
Mary, don't distract me. All right, here I go. Ready, aim, fire. Ooh.
You missed it, Buck.
Yeah. Pick me up, Andy. You were right about that gun.
Oh, Jack, look at that big flock of ducks over there in that cove. Big fat ones.
Yeah, let's sneak over and hide in the bushes.
Yeah, we'll be all ready for him at 7 o'clock. Now, be quiet, everybody. Say, Andy, how many ducks are we allowed to get? I mean, what's the limit?
10 apiece.
Oh, boy, 20 ducks. Now, remember, Rochester, all the ducks I shoot, you'll have to carry home.
Boss, if a duck flies slow enough for you to hit, he's too old to eat.
Don't worry, you just swim out and get them every time I hit them. Here we are now.
Oh, Jack, look at that cute little duck in the water, and it's sound asleep.
Yeah, I'll wake that baby up in a few minutes.
No, you won't. Look what he's got around his neck.
What?
An alarm clock, and it's set for 6:45.
Oh, don't be silly. Gee, I wish it was time already. I can hardly wait till I start blasting away at them.
Take it easy, Buck.
I will, Andy, but, gee, I'm kind of anxious to get... Oh, darn it.
Buck, I told you not to shoot before 7 o'clock.
I didn't shoot, Andy. I dropped my gun and went off by accident. What's that?
You got a duck, boss. Here it is.
Oh, boy, and I wasn't even aiming at him. Only 9 to go, kids. Wow, this is fun. What a duck.
Gee, it's a beauty, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, it is pretty. Gee.
Look at those eyes.
Yeah, look at those eyes. Gosh, I didn't know ducks had blue eyes. And look at that sad face. Ain't it sad looking? Gee, I didn't mean to kill
What's the matter, Buck?
Nothing, Andy. You look at that poor little duck. Gosh, I don't see how people can kill a little thing like that.
Well, it wasn't your fault, Jack.
I know it wasn't Mary, but gosh, blue eyes. And just think, a minute ago it was alive. Flying through the air, happy and gay. It didn't know it was going to die. Oh, I don't know why I came out here.
Oh, Buck, it was just an accident. You'll get over it.
I won't get over it.
You're not to blame, Jack.
I am, too. I'm a murderer. That's what I am.
A murderer. Killer Benny. Come on, Mary, let's go home. Rochester, you stay here with Mr. Devine. Not me, boss. I can't stand it. I'm going home with you.
All right, Rochester, if you're so sad, put down that duck. So long, Andy.
So long, Buck.
So long.
So you... So you see, Don, that's exactly what happened when Jack went on a hunting trip.
But, Mary, if that's the case, where did Jack get the wild ducks for the dinner?
He bought them in a market, and they weren't any wilder than his.
Well, at least my conscience is clear. I can sleep nights. Play, Phil.
You know, foreign visitors to this country look upon the average American supper table as one of the wonders of the world, and I agree with them. Why, every night of the year, the American table laden with foods that are fit for a king. Yet they're common items in the simplest American menu. Such delicacies, for example, as Jell-O chocolate pudding, a rich, marvelously smooth dessert that's crammed. It has a full, satisfying flavor like the old-fashioned pudding your mother used to make. But Jell-O chocolate pudding is quick and easy. You can serve it in any number of tempting ways, dressed up with whipped cream, chopped nuts, or maraschino cherries. You can make a swell chocolate pie filling with it, or use it for a satin-smooth chocolate sauce. And there's Jell-O butterscotch pudding with its warm, mellow, golden taste. And a Jell-O vanilla pudding, delicate and creamy and extra luscious with fruits or nuts folded in. They're all swell to eat. They're all easy to make. So get Jell-O puddings tomorrow. Chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla. And you'll know why all America is raving about these new desserts.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Down in the Alley and Over the Fence. Have you ever noticed how a fine chef will dress up his dishes with a little fancy touch here and there? Well, that isn't wasted effort by a long shot, for a delicious-tasting dish should look delicious, too, in order to whet your appetite. And believe me, that's where Jell-O really rates. For Jell-O looks so tempting, it makes you hungry just to see it. All 6 glowing colors lend a striking note of charm to any meal. There's rose-pink raspberry and deep crimson strawberry, bright red cherry and vivid orange, clear golden lemon and sea green lime. All 6 shimmering with tempting beauty, and all 6 crammed with extra rich flavor. A flavor as refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. A flavor that always says more. And so as soon as you can, let's say tomorrow, ask your grocer for Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was Down in the Alley and Over the Fence, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who officially opened the Christmas season last week by leading the Santa Claus Lane Parade down Hollywood Boulevard, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm glad you brought that up. That procession was really a spectacle. Wallace Beery was in it, Buck Jones, Tom Mix, Gene Autry, Jack Benny. I never saw so many bow legs in one parade. It was really thrilling, wasn't it, Don?
So I understand, Jack. I didn't see the parade. I just read about it in the paper.
Oh, you didn't get to see it?
No.
Oh. Well, Don, Don, you should have been there. Now, I don't want to compare myself with Tom Mix or Gene Autry, but they tell me I look simply marvelous on that big white stallion. One of the finest horses I've ever ridden.
Well, Jack, weren't you nervous riding a strange horse for the first time?
Oh, no, Don. You see, when I handle a new mount, You say you didn't see the parade, Don?
No.
Oh. Well, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but when I got in that saddle, there wasn't a doubt as to who was the master. I tell you, Don, I gave the crowd a real thrill.
Well, Jack, from my experience with horses, I've found that crowds generally excite them, particularly when they're high-strung. Was yours a spirited animal?
Spirited? Don, if you had witnessed the parade, which you didn't, did you?
No.
Oh. Well, if you had seen the parade, you would have been proud of me. Yes, sir.
I'm sure I would have, Jack. I didn't know you were such a skillful horseman. Do you play polo, too?
Polo? Oh, I play at it, Don. I wouldn't exactly class myself among the first 10, but I swing that old mallet for many a goal.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. Now, you take that game last week at the Uplifters Field. Boy, you didn't see that game, did you, Don?
Yes, I was there, Jack.
Oh, well. Well, it was a great game. I saw it, too. But speaking of horses, Don, even when I was a kid, Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Are you on the same old subject, Jack?
I was just telling Don about the Christmas parade I led the other night. Did you see it?
I sure did.
Oh. Well, Don, I hope everybody gets here early tonight. We've got an important play to do, and
Did you see it, Don?
Mary, let's not bore Don with any more talk about the parade. I told him all about it.
Did you tell him you were riding a stuffed horse?
Now, Mary.
A stuffed horse? Now, wait a minute, Jack. You mean to say that horse you rode in the parade wasn't a real one?
Oh, Don, don't pay any attention to Mary. That horse wasn't any more stuffed than I am.
Then why was he on a wooden platform with wheels on it?
Well...
And why did the other horses ignore him?
Look, Mary.
And why didn't his head move up and down during the whole parade?
Because we made a deal. I was to take the bow. You want to know something, Mary? That horse won a gold cup for jumping.
Well, he can't even twitch now.
No use arguing with you. Ask Andy Devine about that horse, Don. He was in the parade.
Oh, Don, I almost forgot to tell you. The funniest thing happened.
What was it, Mary?
Oh, never mind.
Right in the middle of the parade, the tail fell off the horse.
Oh.
Jack thought it was his toupee and nearly fainted.
Mary, stop dreaming it up. We got enough other things to do tonight besides rehashing a parade. Now, let's forget it. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. What's cooking?
What's what?
What's cooking? What's swinging on the gate, Bub?
What's swinging on the gate?
Yeah, what's with the gab? What's buzzing?
Don't go away, folks. I'll get to the bottom of this right now. Phil, do you mean what were we talking about when you came in?
That's it. What's the chatter adding up to?
Well, look, Phil, I don't like to hold you down or anything, but we have a pretty intelligent listening audience. I wish you wouldn't throw them off the beam. Can't you come in sometime and simply say, hello, Jack, what's going on?
Sure I could, but it ain't me. It don't fit my character.
You and your character. With your character, Phil, you should be wearing button shoes. With cloth tops. And a straw hat with a string on it.
And a jazz bow tie. I got the whole outfit.
Don't ever wear that jazz bow tie around here or I'll take your chicken inspector badge away from you. Jazz bow tie.
Say, Phil, did you see Jack in the parade the other night?
What parade?
Now, look, Mary.
Come on, what about the parade? What happened?
Well, according to Mary, Jack was riding a stuffed horse.
Don, who are you going to listen to, your boss or Miss Livingstone? And for last time, Mary, that horse was not stuffed.
Then why did his stomach light up and say, go to Jean's for chili and beans?
All right, Mary, all right. Let me ask you something. If that wasn't a real horse, why did I fall off?
Your safety belt broke.
I wasn't wearing the belt.
That's rich. Buck Benny falls off a stuffed horse.
You should talk, Harris. I wish I had $1 for every time you fell off the bandstand at the Wilshire Bowl. Would I be in the dough?
Can I help it if I faint?
Phil, when people faint, you throw water on them. That would kill you. You know, I'd like to start a conversation just once where I didn't get the words.
But, Jack, you bring it all on yourself. Why do you exaggerate so much? Why, you even told me you played polo.
I did not. I said I played at polo. I'm out there all the time. Of course, I'm not as good as Spencer Tracy.
That goes for stage, screen, polo, ping pong, and I haven't even turned the page yet.
Now, that's the trouble with Hollywood. A guy wins the Academy Award a couple of times, right away he's better than I am. But that's life, I guess.
Oh, Jack, here comes Dennis, and his mother's with him.
Oh, yeah, she must be feeling better. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Who's cooking?
Who's cooking?
Yeah, what gives out what the gives in?
Oh, fine. Mrs. Day, are you going to stand there and let your child talk like Phil Harris?
Why not? The kid's jiving.
Well, it's all right with you. There's nothing I can do about it. Oh, Mrs. Day, Dennis told me last week that my Thanksgiving dinner upset you a little.
Yes, but I'm feeling much better now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but it really couldn't have been the food. You see, nobody else got sick.
Nobody else got a Mickey.
I didn't give her a Mickey. I merely discussed it. That's all.
A Mickey? What's that?
A Mickey, Mrs. Day, is an internal hot put. You know, a sort of a liquid blackjack. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Have you got a song all ready for us?
I sure have, Mr. Benny.
Well, go ahead. Let's hear it. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I thought that horse you rode in the parade the other night was a beautiful animal.
You did?
Yes, especially south of the border, which was me. Goodbye.
Oh, he's everywhere. Sing, Dennis.
My prayer is to linger with you at the end of a day in a dream that's divine. My prayer is a rapture in blue with a world far away and your lips close to mine. Tonight, while our hearts are aglow, oh, tell me the words that I'm longing to know. The answer you give, may they still be the same, for as long as we live, that you'll always be there at the end of my prayer. When the twilight is gone and no songbird is singing, when the twilight is gone, you come into my heart, and here in my heart you will stay while I pray. Tonight, while our hearts are aglow, oh, tell me the words that I'm longing to know. My prayer and the answer you give, may they still be the same, for as long as we live, that you'll always be there at the end of
That was My Prayer, sung by Dennis Day, and very good, Dennis. That was one of your best songs. You did it beautifully.
Gee, thanks.
It was a grand job. In fact, you sang much better than you did last week.
What was the matter with last week?
Nothing was the matter with last week. I simply said he sang better today.
Oh, then you mean Dennis is not consistent?
I mean nothing of the kind. All I mean is that everybody can improve. Even Bing Crosby is better now than he used to be.
Well, if you like Crosby so much, why don't you get him?
Mrs. Day, don't be fooled by the way Crosby dresses. He doesn't work for peanuts. Those patches on his pants are baby bonds. Boy, what a woman.
It's your own fault, Jack. Why do you always stick your neck out?
I didn't stick my neck out. I'm the master of ceremony, so when Dennis finished the song, I said it was very good. Then Mrs. Day started an argument, and I answered it.
Well, Jack, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when man argue with woman, man have 2 strikes before he open mouth.
Oh.
When open mouth, strike 3.
That was very clever, Ming Toy. But not quite true.
I think Miss Livingston is absolutely right.
Oh, you do? Well, there's another Chinese proverb, Mrs. Day, that goes something like this. When Mama walk around with Chip on shoulder, goodbye, Mr. Chip and Mama. That's just a little hinty. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Jack, speaking of Chinese proverbs, I just thought up of a good one myself.
You did, Don? Said he with a sly look in his almond eyes? What is it?
When honorable customer asks esteemed grocery man for tempting and economical dessert, him sure get Jell-O, but flavor up to honorable customer.
Oh, well, tell us what the flavors are, Sing Fat. If humble servant, not too bold.
Yes, most gracious one. Jell-O comes 6 delicious flavors. Fungal, fungal, chow yao, yungao, lum toy, and lime.
Well.
So look for the big red letters on the yungao fu chow hung li ching.
My goodness, the word for box is a longi, isn't it? And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from Confucius to the ridiculous, tonight for our feature attraction, the Benny We Can Stand It If You Can players will present their annual football classic. A mystery melodrama entitled Murder on the Gridiron, or He Had 10 Yards to Go When He Went. Now, once again, I will play the part of Flash Benny, the famous coach for dear old Flatfoot. Now, Phil, you're going to be the...
Why can't I be the coach? I know more about football than you do.
What are you talking about? When I was a kid, I was the star quarterback for WAUKEGAN High. Boy, was I fast. I used to kick the ball, carry the ball, and throw the ball.
Throw the what?
Throw the ball. You heard That was hot stuff in those days. I remember once I ran 95 yards for a touchdown.
Your legs didn't buckle then.
Yeah, don't buckle now. Anyway, getting back to our football play, Phil, you're going to be right end. Dennis, you're going to be left end. And Don.
Yes, Jack.
You're going to be right guard, left guard, center, and a fraternity house. So much for the line. Now in the...
Am I going to be on the team again this year, Jack?
Yes, Mary. We're short of men. You'll have to be one of the players. Now here's your equipment. Put it on.
Okay. Oh, Jack, do men wear these?
Put them on. Those are shoulder pads. Now, let's see. We're still short of men here. We need one more in the backfield.
I'll be glad to help you out, Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to make our play as legitimate as possible, I have gone to a great deal of trouble and expense to hire a real football player. That former star fullback of the Hermosa Beach Grunions, none other than Mr. Dynamite Dugan. And here he is, folks, in person. Well, did you hear that, Dynamite? That applause was for you.
Thanks, everybody. I appreciate that spontaneous ovation.
Yes, sir. Now tell me, Mr. Dugan, how long is it since you played in a game?
Well, the last time I participated in a football contest was when we encountered Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute during the Philadelphia Sesquicentennial.
Oh.
However, in the intervening space of time, I ain't done nothing.
I see.
Hey, Jackson, this guy knows a lot of big words. I'd like to meet him.
It wouldn't hurt you any. Dynamite, this is Phil Harris, our orchestra leader.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Harris. Permit me to felicitate you on your Philharmonic aggregation.
Well, thanks, Bub. It's sure gratifying to meet a man of your intellect and mental fortitude.
Why, Phil.
That's topping him, eh, Jackson?
It certainly is.
I know more words than Noah and Webster put together.
That's one man, Noah Webster. He wrote the dictionary.
No kidding. I was under the impersonation it was two different guys.
Under the impersonation. Oh, brother. One thing about you, Phil, when you go haywire, you go all the way through. Impersonation comes from the word impersonator, and an impersonator is a mimic.
And a mimic is a man with no blood.
Mary, stop with those old jokes. What is this, a medicine show?
All we need is some snake oil.
Need? There are 8 bottles in the orchestra. And now, Phil, we're ready for a number.
Hey, what happened to me?
Oh. Pardon me, Dynamite, we digress momentarily. Now, our play tonight, Mr. Dugan, besides being a football drama, is also a murder mystery. And you're the guy that's going to get bumped off.
You mean I'm the corpus delicti?
Exactly.
Say, Jack, who's going to be the murderer?
That, Don, I cannot divulge. It may be one of us. It may be somebody sitting in our audience. And then again, it may be... This will go on immediately after the next number. Play, Phil. Isn't it thrilling, folks? That was In My Merry Oldsmobile, played by the orchestra, an old number which finally reached Harris. Phil's got a harp in his orchestra tonight. Now I've seen everything. I can quit radio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our football mystery, Murder on the Gridiron, or That Ain't Ketchup on the Grass. Now, the locale of our play is Flatfoot College, located in the thriving little town of East Bunyan, Indiana. As the scene opens, the first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. And Coach Flash Benny is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Curtain music. Now, listen, men. You're playing like a bunch of nitwits. What's the matter with you guys, anyway? Now, in this next half, I want you to go out and fight. Flatfoot can win. I know we're going to win.
Then why did you bet on Meatball?
Them odds were terrific. Now, look, fellas, this isn't a picnic, it's a football game. Why, I'm ashamed of the way you've been playing.
What are you talking about, Coach? We scored 97 points in the first half.
Sure, but Meatball scored 103. The way they've been crossing our goal line, you think we were giving away a Plymouth. My goodness.
What are we giving away?
Quiet. And you, Harris, why don't you snap into it? You've been playing like a sissy all afternoon.
Sissy, I got my arm broke, didn't I?
That was last night when you fell off the bandstand. Call yourself a football player. And you, Butch.
What is it, Coach?
Every time you get the ball, you just stand there. Why don't you run with it?
Oh, who would chase me?
Well, run and find out. Now, listen, fellas. We can win this game if you guys will only just put a little pep into it. A little fight. A little spirit.
Hey, Roach.
That's Coach. What do you want?
If that wasn't a stuffed horse, why did he have glass eyes?
Forget about that horse. Now, listen, fellas, we got to stop this fooling around. I'm going in myself this half and play quarterback in place of who was playing quarterback?
We didn't have any.
No quarterback? Then how'd you give signals?
We built fires like Indians.
Oh, then I owe you all an apology. I thought you were holding a weenie bake out there. Now, Dynamite, I want you to carry the ball in every play. It's our only chance to win.
But, gee, Coach, I'm afraid. You saw that letter that said I was going to be bumped off.
Oh, stop worrying. It didn't say positively. Now, come on, fellas. Let's go out there and fight. Fight! Fight! What's that?
Look, Coach, somebody threw a brick through the window.
And there's a note on it addressed to Dynamite Dugan.
Give me that. It says, my dear Dynamite, if you play in the last half of this game, you will be bumped off. Signed positively. I guess they mean business.
That sounds bad, Coach. I'm scared.
Well, it's too late to do anything now, Dynamite. You just got to go out there and take a chance.
Yeah, maybe he'll win the Plymouth.
Oh, forget that. Now, come on, men. We're going out in that field. And remember, we're going to win this game for dear old Flatfoot, or I'll know the reason why.
I'll tell you now, we're lousy.
All right, snap into it, man. Come on, let's go.
Well, here we are, folks. The second half is about to begin. Meatball is already on the field, and here comes the Flatfoot team, led by their coach, Flash Benny. Listen to those cheers, folks. 80,000 people are gathered here today to witness this thrilling football game and the murder of Dynamite Dugan.
How do you know?
I'm getting out of here.
Take it easy, Dynamite. Take it easy. There's nothing to be scared of. You see, they missed you. Now follow me, Dynamite, but not too close. Come on, line up, men. I'll kick the ball.
There's the whistle, folks. The teams are lining up, and Flatfoot is about to kick off the meatball. Flash Benny is running towards the ball, and there's the kick.
Wow, I can still boot him, eh, Livy? Look at that pigskin sail.
Where?
Way up there.
That's the Goodyear blimp.
Well, I'll be darned.
Flash Benny missed the ball, folks. The old boy's eyes are bad.
They are not. I haven't got my glasses.
You got 'em on, but you can't see 'em.
Oh, yes.
They're lining up again, folks. Benny is trying once more. And there's the kick. It's a beauty, folks. Meatball receives the ball on the 10-yard line. Uh-oh, it's a fumble, and Flatfoot recovers. There's another fumble, and Meatball recovers. There's another fumble, and Flatfoot recovers. Meatball, Flatfoot, Meatball, Flatfoot. The ball's loose again. I told them they should have killed that pig.
Oh, quiet. Now, listen, men. This is the break we've been waiting for. We got the ball on their 1-yard line. And besides, the wind is with us. 1 yard to go, I'll carry the ball.
Pretty long trip for you, ain't it, Bub?
Don't get smart. I'll make it. Signal. 1, 3, 7, 9. I'll take that ball and crash their line.
There's the play. Benny has the ball, and what's this? They're pushing him back. Back 5 yards, 10 yards, 20 yards, 30, 40, 50.
Hey, wait a minute. I get off at 47th Street. Gee. Hey, what's the matter with you guys anyway? Don't I get any interference? I only had 1 yard to make, and now look where I am.
Well, don't blame us, Flash. We opened a big hole for you. Why didn't you go through?
The wind changed. I'm only human. All right, Dynamite, it's up to you. In this next play, I'll throw you a forward pass, and you run for a touchdown.
But, gee, Flash, suppose I get killed.
Then drop the ball. You can't take it with you.
Sure, don't worry. All right, men. Signals. 9, 7, 4, 6. If a man answers, hang up quick.
The ball is snapped to Benny. He throws a forward pass to Dynamite Dugan. Dynamite is running down the field. He's headed for a touchdown. Services at noon Wednesday.
Run, Dynamite, run! You only got 30 yards to go. Don't let that scare you, Dynamite. Keep going. You can make it, Dynamite. Run, run! Dynamite! Dynamite, speak to me. Who shot you? Who did it? Tell me, Dynamite, who did it?
My assassination was conceived and executed by...
Use shorter words, you'll never make it.
I was shot by...
Good heavens, he's dead.
This will be continued next Sunday night. Who killed Dynamite Dugan? Was it an inside job? Will the murderer be discovered? Will Jack give me a Christmas present?
Tune in next Sunday night and find out.
The favorite dessert of our forefathers was hasty pudding, so called because of the ease and speed with which it could be made. But today it's been replaced in busy kitchens by an even hastier pudding. Yes, I mean the new Jell-O puddings. These rich, tempting desserts may look fancy, but they really take just a few brief minutes to make. They're easy and simple to prepare, and they taste so swell that all over the country, folks are changing to Jell-O puddings and reveling in their smooth, creamy goodness. Because each of these grand desserts is a real triumph of taste. For example, try Jell-O chocolate pudding, a swell old-timer that tastes even better made this modern way. Or Jell-O butterscotch with its mellow golden flavor. Or Jell-O vanilla pudding, always delicate and delicious, and doubly so with fruits, nuts, dates, or marshmallows folded in. All three can be made quick as a wink, and you'll never find any pudding the family likes better. So why not do as many folks are doing today? Serve Jell-O puddings real often. And when you make out your grocery list for tomorrow, be sure to write down Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch pudding.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Goody Goodbye. You know, this coming Friday is the first official day of winter, and during the dark, blustery days ahead, you'll find nothing lights up the dinner table like the gay glint of orange Jell-O served as a bright, tempting salad or dessert. But suppose you live in Florida or sunny California, where you don't have to worry about dark winter days. Well, orange Jell-O is still your dish, for its cheerful color reflects the sunshine, and its extra rich flavor rivals the tempting goodness of the real ripe fruit itself. Or try a tempting sea green mold of lime Jell-O served with slices of canned pineapple. Or what would you say to lemon Jell-O, as golden as sunshine with stewed figs and whipped cream folded in to make a delicious creamy fig pudding? Why, there are dozens of grand ways to serve Jell-O, each one a creation that will climax the meal. So stock up on Jell-O tomorrow and look for the big red letters on the box when you buy. They spell Jell-O in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. That was Goody Goodbye, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you our worn-out master of ceremonies. Between his broadcast at NBC, his picture at Paramount, and his Christmas shopping at the 5 and 10, he's the busiest little man in Hollywood, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again. This is Tilly the Toiler talking. And, Don, you're right. I don't ever remember being as rushed as I've been this past week. I'm a wreck.
I can appreciate that, Jack.
You know, when I got home last night, I was so exhausted I didn't have the energy to go upstairs. I slept all night on the billiard table.
My goodness, you must have been tired.
I was, Don. I rolled and tossed and tossed and rolled till almost daylight.
Restless, huh?
No, I forgot to take the balls off the table. I didn't mind that so much, but I dreamt I was an ostrich, and I woke up this morning with my head in the side pocket. What a night.
Well, if you're tired, Jack, it's your own fault. Radio keeps you busy enough. What are you making a picture for?
That's what I can't figure out, Don. I can't understand Paramount putting me in another picture so soon. I'm not tired of my last one yet. But I guess they know best, huh?
Well, Jack, tell me something about your new picture. Is it a light, sophisticated comedy like Man About Town?
Oh, no, Don. This is a Western, a real rip-snorting melodrama full of actions and thrills.
Well, that's a surprise. How did they happen to cast you in that type of story?
Well, you see, Gary Cooper isn't at Paramount anymore, and they seem to think that I'm the one to take his place.
What was that, Jack?
I said Paramount seems to think I'm the only one at the studio that can take Gary Cooper's place.
Well, so long, Don. See you later.
Mary, come back here. There's nothing ridiculous about my playing parts like Gary Cooper.
What are you talking about? In the first place, Gary Cooper's better looking than you are.
Well, a little makeup will take care of my looks.
And he's younger than you are.
Mary, makeup will help me there, too.
And he's a great actor. Put some mascara on that.
Listen, my critical friend, I can play those strong Western types, too. I can talk through my teeth just like Gary Cooper.
What do you mean, your teeth?
Mary, possession is 9 points of the law. Anyway, wait till you see the picture, young lady. You'll change your mind.
Say, Jack, is Phil Harris in this one, too?
Yes, Don, he's in it, but I can't understand why. He must have something on the director. I wish I knew what it was. I'd like to get some more lines. Oh, well, I'll just snoop around.
Well, how is Phil in it? Has he got a pretty big part?
You'd think so to see him strut around on the set. He's such a ham, Don, yet he tries to be so democratic.
What do you mean?
He's got a sign on the back of his chair that says, Phil Harris, never too busy to say hello. Isn't that corny?
Well, Jack, I guess that's just his way of being a good fellow.
I know, Don, but it's so hammy, all those words on there. Now, all I got on the back of my chair is just Jack Benny, and right under it, a simple little star. Why overdo it? Well, anyway, besides Phil, there's Ellen Drew, Andy Devine, and oh, yes, Rochester's in the picture. I forgot.
You'll remember when it comes out.
Listen, Mary, I'm the hero. That's good enough for me. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Gary.
Gary?
And I do mean Indiana. Pretty sharp, huh?
Oh, that was a honey. How long did it take you to think that one up, Phil?
No time at all. It just came to me like a flash.
Well, someday you're going to get fired like that. And incidentally, Phil, I wish you'd stop telling everybody at Paramount that you're playing the part of my son. It's not true. Besides, it takes away from the romance.
Some romance. I read the script, and in the end, Jack marries a cow.
That's cowgirl. If you'd have turned the page, you'd have seen the word girl. Anyway, this is radio, so let's forget about pictures. We can talk about something else.
Hey, Jackson, as long as we're changing the subject, how about paying off that bet you welched on?
What bet?
That bet we made on the USC-UCLA game. Come on, pay off.
Phil, I'd pay off if I owed you anything, but that game was a tie.
Sure it was a tie, but you took USC and gave me 7 points.
I don't care if I gave you 50 points. The score was nothing to nothing. That means I get nothing and you get nothing. Now get your band together and play a number.
I don't want to interfere, Jack, but if you gave Phil 7 points, he won that bet and you ought to pay him.
Certainly he ought to pay him.
Of course.
Oh. All right, Phil, all right. Here's a quarter. Now leave me alone. What a guy.
Thanks, Jackson. Here's your change.
Thanks. Now go ahead and play, you sorehead. Next time I gamble with you, I'm going to have it in writing. That was Make with the Kisses, played by a miser and his orchestra. Miser, Phil, meaning a man who thinks more of 15 cents than he does of my friendship. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
All right, if that's the way you feel about it, Jackson, here's your money back.
It's not the money, Phil. I just don't think I lost that bet.
You don't think you lost on Hoover.
Mary, I conceded that months ago. We're talking about the football game.
The trouble with you is you don't know anything about gambling. You're just a poor sport.
I'm a poor sport. That's a hot one. For your information, Phil, I had an uncle who was one of the most famous gamblers in Waukegan. Why, he'd bet $1,000 on the turn of a card.
I bet he was an uncle by marriage.
No, his name was Benny. Shoot the works, Benny. So keep that 15 cents, Mr. Small Fry. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, Jack, don't forget about,
I'm coming to that, Don. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Christmas being just a week off, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Don.
This time, ladies and gentlemen, it's the night before Christmas. The scene is the home of Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus at the North Pole. Mr. Jack Benny will be Santa Claus.
Yay!
Never mind, Mary. With a beard, no one will know the difference. Go ahead, Don.
The North Pole. Curtain. Music.
Bum 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 ba-dim bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-bum.
Oh, Santa.
What do you want, us?
You better get started pretty soon. The reindeers are all hitched and everything.
Well, I got a few more letters here, and I got to see what the kiddies want before I put my bag in the sleigh.
I'll help you. Here's a letter from Encino, California. It's from a kid named Philip Harris.
Tear it up.
But Santa, he says he's been a good little boy.
Good little boy. Why, last Christmas I got to his house around 5 a.m., and he was just getting home. Not only that, he threw snowballs at me.
There's no snow in Encino.
He didn't know it. Well, what does little Philip want from Santa Claus?
14 points in Tennessee.
Oh, well, he'll never get it.
Oh, Santa, here's a letter from Rochester Van Jones, Jr. in Central Avenue, California.
Rochester Van Jones. What does he want?
He says, Dear Santa, please send me a sled, a pair of roller skates, and a bottle of gin.
Well.
P.S. If you haven't got the sled and the roller skates, no hard feelings.
I'll see what I can do. Any more kiddies to be heard from?
Yes, here's one from Jackie Benny, Beverly Hills, California.
Well. Little Jackie Benny. He's a cute kid. What's the little rascal got to say?
He says, Dear Santa Claus, have been a good boy all year. So when I give a party Christmas Eve, will you please send Clark Abel and Carol Lombard, Robert Taylor, and Barbara Salmon?
Let's see that letter. There's nothing of the kind. Well, goodbye, darling. It's getting late, and I must be going.
Can I go with you?
That's fine. I got one night out a year. My wife wants to go along. Nothing doing. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye. Oh, Santa, just one more thing.
What is it?
When you get to Ann Sheridan's house, just fill her stocking and git.
Oh, don't be so jealous. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who can that be?
Come in.
Special delivery for Santa Claus.
Right here, boy. Well, it's from little Tubby Wilson, 834 Blimp Avenue, Van Nuys, California.
What does he say?
He says,
Dear Santa Claus, I have been a good boy all year, but I don't want a sled and I don't want roller skates.
Oh.
Just give me some Jell-O in all 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and wine.
Well.
Yours truly, Kins Wilson.
Well, there's the first kitty I'm going to take care of. So long, honey. I'll be home in the morning.
Okay, bring some cinnamon rolls.
I will. Goodbye. Get up, you reindeer. Come on, Donner. Giddy up with them. Buck Santa rides again. Don, that was marvelous. That's one of the best plays you've ever written.
I thought you'd like it, Jack. And by the way, what did you think of that surprise finish when I asked for Jell-O?
Oh, Don, it was such a shock. Yeah, I never dreamed you were going to mention our product. And now, folks...
Gee, I knew what he was getting at all the time.
Oh, hello, Dennis. I didn't hear you come in.
Well, I didn't trip over anything today.
Oh. Well, Dennis, I don't want to rush you, but Don's play reminded me I still have a lot of Christmas shopping to do, so go ahead with your number and I'll run along.
Can I go with you, Jack? I've got some stuff to buy, too.
Sure, come on, Mary. Oh, Don, you and Phil take care of the rest of the program, will you?
Sure, Jack, we'll carry on. Here's a Lulu, folks. A tramp went up to a farmhouse, knocked on the door, and said, "Can I have a piece of cake, lady? It's my birthday."
Phil, wait till I get out. With those 1912 wows. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. I'll see you next week.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, could I speak to you a minute?
Of course, Dennis. What is it?
Well, it's a little personal. I'd like to talk to you in private.
Well, you can tell me right here. What's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Benny, my mother...
Yes?
I don't know how to say it.
Go on, Dennis. Don't be bashful.
Well, my mother told me to ask you, when are you going to start paying me for singing here?
Oh, well, that's strange. I take care of you every week, don't I, Dennis?
Yes. But, gee, we got enough Jell-O now for 25 years.
Oh. Well, look, Dennis, you go back in and sing your song. I'll think it over.
I wish you would. Our house is so full of boxes we can't walk around.
Well, just leave it to me and everything will be all right. Come on, Mary. Burns me up. I never got paid till I was 28 years old.
And now, folks, Dennis Day, our young tenor, will sing a beautiful number called Tomorrow Night. Sing, Dennis.
Remember what you said tonight. Tomorrow night will all the thrill be gone. Tonight is filled with 1,001 delights, and you are saying this is a night of nights. While I'm holding you here in the soft moon glow, there's only one thing I'd give the world to know. Tomorrow night, will you remember what you said tonight? Tomorrow night, will all the thrill be gone? Tomorrow night, will this be just another memory? Another song that wouldn't linger on? Tonight your lips are tender, your heart is beating fast. You willingly surrender, but darling, will it last? Tomorrow night, will you be with me when the moon is bright? And will you say the things you said tonight? Will you remember then the things you said tonight?
Gee, the store is crowded. Everybody doing their Christmas shopping the last minute. Stick close to me, Mary. Here, I'll take your arm.
Let go of me, you masher.
Oh, pardon me, miss. It's so crowded here, I thought you were someone else.
That's what they all say.
Mary, where are you?
Here I am, right behind you. Who's your girlfriend?
She's not... Not my girlfriend. I don't even know her.
Well, it ain't your fault, Gary.
I said I was sorry, miss. Now stay close to me, Mary. Have you got my Christmas list?
Yes, here it is.
What does it say?
Dear Jackie boy, I waited for you in the Owl drugstore last night.
The list is on the other side. Read it.
Wait a minute. Who's Gladys?
Never mind. Give me that list. Let's see. I got to get some perfume for my sister and a watch for Don Wilson and a mink coat for Gladys.
Which will turn out to be perfume.
Don't be so sure. Now, let's see. I got to take care of Phil, and I got to get something nice for Dennis.
I know what Dennis is giving you, Jack.
What?
A pair of socks.
Pair of socks? What a little tightwad. Bet that kid's got the first box of Jell-O he ever earned. Well, I'll get Don's present first. I wonder where the watch department is.
Let's ask the floor walker.
Yeah, there's one over there. This must be him. Now, pardon me, are you the floor walker?
Yes, I'm the floor walker. What do I look like? A telephone booth?
Well, how do I know you haven't got a carnation on?
It's in my pocket. I detest them.
Now, listen, buddy.
Just tell him what you want, Jack.
Now, listen, buddy, if it won't tax your mentality too much, will you please direct me to the watch department?
No, I won't.
Well, if you don't tell me where it is, I won't buy a watch.
What do I care? It's not for me.
It's the last time I'll ever come to this store.
Oh, Jack, there's the watch counter right over there.
You stool pigeon.
What a guy. I don't know how he holds his job here. Come on, Mary, give me your arm.
Hey, you, let go of me.
Oh, it's you again.
Will you stop following me around?
Well, I thought...
It's no use. I'm engaged.
Well, I pity the fella. Come on, Mary. She thinks I'm trying to make a date with her.
Your approach is awful.
Well, Gladys doesn't think so. Here's the watch counter.
How do you do, sir? Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to look at a watch, please.
Bulliver, pullover, or schmulliver?
Just a watch. Just a watch, a man's wristwatch.
Well, let's see. Now, here's our new Venus de Milo model. No hands on it.
No hands on it? Well, how do you tell time?
Nearly everybody asks me that, but they sell like hotcakes.
Well, it's cute, all right, but I like something a little more practical.
Oh, Jack, I'm going over and do my own shopping. See you later.
Okay.
Now, here's a very smart clock, and it's only $25.
A clock? Well, I really wanted a watch.
But this is a real bargain. Yesterday, the same clock sold for $1,250.
My goodness, how could you afford to cut it from $1,250 to $25?
We took the Buick off.
Oh, it wasn't a car. Well, I just like a wristwatch, please. Oh, here's something cute. How much is this one?
$10.
Well, that's just what I want. I'll take it. Here's your money.
Thank you.
Say, this is a beauty, all right.
It certainly is. And you know, it has that new unbreakable crystal. Here, try it out.
No, I'll take your word for it.
Go ahead. Take this little hammer and hit it.
Oh, all right.
Shall I wrap it up now?
Wrap it up? You mean sweep it up. And give me back my $10.
I'm sorry. You'll have to see the floor walker about that.
What?
Oh, Mr. Chambers.
What is it, Miss Kelsey?
This man broke a watch with a hammer. He broke this watch with a hammer, and now he wants his money back.
Well, certainly I broke the watch, but she told me to.
She told you to?
Yes.
Well, haven't you got a mind of your own?
Well, certainly I have a mind of my own, but this young lady told me it was unbreakable.
Young? Why, she's 42 if she's a day.
We're not arguing about that. I want my $10 back.
Give it to him, Miss Kelsey, before he bites somebody.
Yes.
Here's your money. Boy, what a sore loser.
Well, certainly a fine store to do business with.
You walked in, Sugarfoot. Nobody dragged you.
Oh, quiet. Now, where the dickens is Mary?
Your daughter is over there at the hosiery counter.
She's not my daughter. More trouble buying a little watch. Now, what's Mary buying?
I like this shade. I'll take a half a dozen pair of those 2-thread hose.
You're wrong, lady. This hose is 3 thread.
Oh, no, it's 2 thread.
I beg your pardon, but it's 3 thread.
Listen, sister, don't argue with me. Not so long ago, I was standing right where you are.
That's telling her, Mary.
Oh, hello, Jack. You got a watch for Don?
Yes, but I broke it with a hammer. It's a long story. Let's go over to the perfume counter. Let's go over to the perfume counter.
Okay. Shall I wrap up these stockings, miss? Yes, I'll be back later. Oh, by the way, who's pitching for your softball team now?
Mary, you can talk shop later. Come on. Oh, Mary, here comes that girl who thought I was trying to flirt with her.
Yeah.
Watch me have some fun with her. Hello, sweetie pie. Out! Here, Mary, hold my coat.
Oh, Jack, you're in a store.
Lucky for her, believe me.
Here's the perfume counter.
I see it. Pardon me, sir. I'd like to buy some perfume.
Okay, mister, what kind of perfume would you like?
Well, I don't know. What's popular right now?
Well, now, here's something that's exotic, yet on a delicate side.
Oh.
It's called Lamauer Tujawa Lamauer.
Well, let me see that. It smells lovely.
It ain't bad to drink, either.
Well, I really don't care how it tastes. You see, I'm buying it for my sister.
Oh, is she on the wagon?
No, she just doesn't drink perfume. She's eccentric. Anyhow, it has an exquisite scent. How much is this?
2 clams a slug.
Oh, that's reasonable enough. Do you think I ought to take a bottle of this, Mary?
Certainly.
Mary. Well, wrap it up, and I'll drop in on my way out.
Okay, pal.
Oh, by the way, I don't want to seem impertinent, but how does a fellow like you happen to be selling perfume?
I'm the only mug in the joint that can speak French.
Oh. Well, see you later. Goodbye.
Au revoir, pal.
Quite a character. Let's see, what's next on the list, Mary?
You got to get something for Phil and Dennis.
Yeah, let's walk over to the necktie department.
Oh, Jack, look.
What?
There's Rochester buying some neckties.
Oh, yeah, and that floor walker's waiting on him. They sure are busy here.
I'll bet Rochester's getting a tie for you.
Let's sneak up behind him.
Well, I think this tie is beautiful. It's very unusual.
Yes, but I don't think my boss would like it. It ain't his style.
I see. What type of man is your boss?
Well, he's kind of tall, medium weight, and rather conservative.
You mean conservative in appearance?
It goes deeper than that.
Well, at least he's subtle.
Quiet, I want to hear this.
Now, here's a rich-looking tie. Maybe he'd like this one.
Yeah, that's a pretty thing. How much is it?
It's only $3.50.
How much?
$3.50.
Too bad he didn't like that one.
Oh, fine.
Well, if you don't want to spend quite so much, here's a lovely tie for 89 cents.
89 cents?
That's right.
Now the blue of your tie meets the gold of my purse.
Can you imagine that?
Of course, it may be a little too plain for your boss. Is he a young man?
No.
Is he middle-aged?
No.
Is he elderly?
Wrap it up.
Rochester Van Jones.
Oh, hello, boss. I didn't see you.
I know you didn't, and don't be buying me any 89-cent tie.
You keep out of this.
I will not. This fellow works for me. Now, look, Rochester, you've been with me 3 years now, and I've been very nice to you. I've always tried to make things pleasant for you and keep you happy.
Is that open for discussion?
No, it isn't. Now, I'm leaving you here at this necktie counter, and I want you to decide for yourself whether or not I'm worth more than an 89-cent tie. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Okay.
Mary, which tie do you think Rochester's going to buy me? The one for $3.50 or the 89-cent one?
Well, if you were Rochester, which one would you buy?
I'll fire that guy. Play,
Phil. They say, ladies and gentlemen, that it isn't good manners to point. But there really is one time when it is all right. And that's when you see Jell-O butterscotch pudding on your grocer's shelf. Every day, thousands of discriminating housewives make this new dessert a regular part of their marketing. And they serve it often because it's an all-family favorite, with its rich, buttery, brown sugar goodness and its tempting, deep golden color. Served with nuts, fruits, marshmallows, shredded coconut, or with just a big dab of snowy whipped cream, Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding is absolutely tops. And the same goes for Jell-O Vanilla and Jell-O Chocolate Puddings. So add these brand new desserts to your menu often. You can serve them time and time again in a variety of delightful ways with no risk of tiring the family's taste. Tomorrow when you're at the grocer's, just point to Jell-O Puddings and watch them point the way to a real treat.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Jell-O. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Jell-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with a happy, happy holiday. 'Twas the night before Christmas. I sat by the fire. I filled up my pipe, turned the radio higher. The hour was 12 by the clock on the stair. A few moments more, and St. Nick would be there. When out on the airwaves there rose such a clatter, I grabbed for the dial to see what was the matter. And what to my wondering ears should I hear but the sound of sleigh bells and a voice ringing clear. Now strawberry, now raspberry, now lemon and lime. On cherry, on orange, we haven't much time. A noise on the roof, and then, quick as a flash, out of the radio burst with a crash a gay-looking, cheerful, and merry-faced fellow, shaking with laughs like a bowl full of Jell-O. He spoke not a word, but working like Ned, filled all the stockings. Then, turning his head, he gave me a wink as he shook his white beard. Then, back in the radio, he disappeared. He sprang to his sleigh, and he gave a loud cry, and away they all flew like snow in the sky. But I heard him call back as he raced down the glen, "Merry Christmas, dear people. Merry Christmas again." That was a happy, happy holiday played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is always his custom on Christmas Eve, Jack Benny is holding open house tonight for all the members of his cast. So without further ado, we whisk you to Jack's home in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Work all night, work all day, never get no pay. Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Rochester, you got any complaints to make, don't sing them.
I tried everything else.
Never mind. Now, as soon as you get those packages wrapped, put them over here under the tree. The gang will be here pretty soon.
Okay, boss.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. Why is this side of the tree so bare? What happened to all the ornaments?
Your ostrich had lunch.
Oh, she ate them, eh? I thought I told you to lock Trudy up in the garage with Carmichael.
I did, and, boss, your Maxwell is now completely covered with fur and feathers.
Good. We'll enter it in the Rose Bowl parade. Where's Trudy now?
She's out in the kitchen laughing at the turkey.
She is, eh? Well, I hope she doesn't annoy Swing High.
She better not. Them Chinese can cook anything.
Well, as soon as you're through here, get Trudy out of the kitchen. Now, hurry up with those presents.
Okay. Say, boss.
What?
Who's this leather belt for?
Oh, that belt is for Don Wilson.
My, long ain't it?
Well, Mr. Wilson isn't exactly shaped like an hourglass. And wrap it up nice for him. And look, Rochester, I wish you'd... What's that?
Here comes Trudy now.
Trudy! Trudy, come back here! Well, there goes my new Ming vase. Rochester, go out and catch that ostrich.
Boss, if I could run that fast, I'd be playing with UCLA.
not going to have Trudy running through the house. As soon as you get those packages finished,
Hello, Jack. Merry Christmas.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Miss Livingston.
Same to you, Rochester.
Mary, put your packages under the tree.
Okay. Say, Jack, who are you giving this oil painting to?
Beautiful, isn't it? I got that for Phil Harris.
An oil painting for Phil Harris? Are you crazy?
No, I'm not crazy. He's got a lovely apartment.
Sure, but he hasn't got a picture on the wall he didn't tear out of Esquire.
That's why I got Phil this painting. I'm trying to educate him. Look, Mary, it's a genuine Botticelli.
He won't like it unless there's a joke under it.
He'll appreciate it, all right. Say, Mary, when you came in, did you notice the way Rochester decorated the front of the house with holly and lights and everything? Isn't it something?
Yeah. But gee whiz, Jack, you ought to take down that sign.
What sign?
The one that says, Merry Christmas, ostrich plumes, 15 cents.
Well, for heaven's sake, Rochester, did you put that sign up, ostrich plumes, 15 cents?
You told me to.
I did not. I merely said that's the price if anybody asks. I didn't tell you to advertise.
Shall I take the sign down, boss?
No, the damage is done now. Leave it up. But I want to see the books at the end of the week. Remember that.
Why, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. The idea of selling ostrich plumes.
Well, I have to do something to get even. Trudy eats everything in sight. She got in my bedroom the other day and ate my cufflinks, a box of cigars, and 2 hairbrushes.
The brushes you don't have to worry about.
I do, too. Those brushes were a present from Greta Garbo when I was working at MGM.
Oh, I remember. They were sent to your dressing room by mistake.
I don't care how I got them. I got them. It's the thought that counts. Anyway, that ostrich better stop eating things in my bedroom. It's costing me a fortune. What's so funny?
If she ever eats that green stuff out of your mattress, you'll be bankrupt.
Rochester, to hear you talk, you'd think I kept my entire life savings in my mattress.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't.
Then why do you stand there with a gun when I make the bed?
That's the only way I can get you to work, and you know it. Anyway, Mary, all Trudy needs is a little training. Well, there's somebody already. Come in.
Hello, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Same to you, Dennis.
Merry Christmas, Mrs. Day.
Put your packages under the tree, Dennis. We'll open them later.
Oh, Mother, isn't that a beautiful Christmas tree?
Yes, Dennis, it's lovely.
Thanks.
Gee, look at those popcorn balls hanging there. Can I have one, Mr. Benny?
Of course, Dennis. Help yourself.
Just put a dime under the tree.
That won't be necessary. This is Christmas. Well, Mrs. Day, I'm so glad you were able to come tonight. We've missed you on the program the last few weeks. Where have you been?
Oh, I've been very busy shopping and preparing for the holidays. You know how it is.
Yes, yes.
Jack told me you were wrestling in San Diego.
I said nothing of the kind. Don't try to start an argument between Mrs. Day and myself. We're very good friends now, aren't we, Lucretia?
Well, I'm standing under the mistletoe, if that's what you mean.
Not now, Lou. Later, when we play games.
Say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
The man just came with the ice cream. It's $4.75.
Oh.
Have you got the cash with you, or shall I go upstairs and make the bid?
Never mind. Here's $5. Let him keep the change.
The whole quarter?
Yes.
Boss, while you're in this mood, I'd like to have a little talk with you.
Never mind. Give the man the money. Now, Mrs. Day, you'll have to excuse me. I still got to wrap up a few more packages. Do you mind?
Not at all. I'll be glad to help you.
Well, thank you. And, Dennis, while we're working, how about singing something for us to brighten things up? You know any Christmas carols?
Oh, sure. Lots of them.
Good. Let's hear one. Just a second. There's someone at the door. Come in. Well, hello, Don. Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Jack. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. Well, Merry Christmas to you all.
Oh, Don, are all those packages for us?
Yes, sir. All 6 of them.
Well, put them under the tree. We'll open them later. Look, Mary, you can see the big red letters right through the paper. Here, Rochester, hang up Mr. Wilson's hat.
Yes, sir. Happy Yuletide, Mr. Wilson.
Well, the same to you, Rochester, and here's a little gift for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you. Looks like a bottle.
Yes, Rochester, it is. It's hair tonic.
Oh. Well, a little White Rock will fix that up.
Put it under the tree. You can have it later.
Now go ahead, Dennis. Let's hear your song.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
Mrs. Day, will you tie a nice bow on this package here? It's for the... Oh, darn it.
Hey, wait, everybody. Here comes the five.
Trudy! Trudy, come back here. There goes a goldfish bowl. Come on, Rochester. Let's get her.
My, what a household. Sing your song, Dennis.
Oh, little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie. Above thy deep and dreamless sleep, the silent stars go by. Yet in thy dark street shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight. The first Noel, the angel did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in fields where they lay keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Noel, 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 born is the King of Israel. Away in a manger, no crib for his bed, the little Lord Jesus lay down his sweet head. The stars in the heavens looked down where he lay. The little Lord Jesus asleep in the hay. The cattle are lowing, the poor babe awakes, but little Lord Jesus no crying he makes. I love thee, Lord Jesus. Look down from the sky and stay by my cradle to watch lullaby.
Dennis, those carols were lovely. You sang beautifully.
Thank you, Mrs. Day.
I'm your mother.
Oh.
Well, that's that.
Did you catch Trudy?
Yes, and Rochester's putting her in the basement. She won't bother us again. Say, I wish Phil and Andy'd get here. I'm getting hungry.
Me too. What are we going to have, Jack?
We're going to have turkey hash, Don. Delicious turkey hash.
Uh-oh.
What are you all on about?
They didn't move Thanksgiving back far enough.
Mary, this is not the same turkey.
Well, I think we're very lucky. I'd rather have turkey hash than roast ostrich any day.
Don, you're just being silly. In the first place, I haven't got a roaster big enough for an ostrich, and in the second place, they aren't good to eat. The meat is much too sinewy and fibrous to chew.
Oh, you looked it up, eh?
I didn't look it up. I just happen to know that.
Oh, Mr. Benny, did you invite any movie stars here tonight?
No, Mrs. Day. We're just having our own little gang. And listen, everybody, I got a big surprise for you. I wasn't going to tell you until they got here, but my sister Florence and her husband are driving in from Waukegan, and they're due here today.
Oh, your sister's coming. Well, this is a surprise.
And her husband, too, eh?
Yes, you remember him, Mary. You met him in Waukegan.
Oh, yeah. Is he the pool shark?
No, that's my cousin Boo Boo. Boo Boo Benny. The fellow that's coming here is my brother-in-law, Leonard Fenchel. He's an interior decorator.
An interior decorator, huh?
Yeah.
He's a paper hanger, and you know it.
Mary, he sells wallpaper on the side. He's got 1 million patterns.
Are they going to stay here at the house with you, Jack?
Oh, sure. You don't think they'd stay anywhere else, as my sister said in her letter. Anyway, they ought to be here any minute.
Doggone that bird, I'll teach her to nip me.
Rochester, I just want you to put her in the basement. What did you do to Trudy?
I ain't saying, but she's going to eat her dinner tonight, loop-de-loop.
Rochester, did you tie a knot in her neck again? Did you?
Well,
Rochester, did you tie a knot in Trudy's neck?
Just plain, no bow.
Well, don't you ever do that again. Now go downstairs and untie her before she chokes. Now hurry.
Okay, boss. I wish I knew a detour.
Rochester, I don't know what's the matter with that guy. Every time I get a pet, he has to... Come in, come in.
Hiya, Jackson. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Hello, Phil. Well, Phil, I'm glad you brought all your boys with you. Come on in, men. Hey, put all your presents under the tree, fellas.
Oh, Jack, the orchestra boys are here, and you forgot to buy presents for them.
I did not. I got them a lovely gift. It's a very practical and something they can all use.
I'll bet it's a roller towel.
Well, it won't hurt them any. Now, hang your hats out in the hall, men, and say, Phil, how do you like the Christmas tree? Nice decorations, eh?
Oh, boy, look at those popcorn balls.
I knew you'd say it that way. Now, Phil, we're not going to open our presents until after dinner, but the one I got for you is so beautiful, I want everybody to see it. Go and get it, Mary.
Okay.
Wait till you see it, Phil. You'll love it. It's for your apartment.
Last year, you gave me some cocktail glasses, and you didn't even wash the cheese out.
Well, I was rushed.
Here you are, Phil.
Yep, there you are, Phil. A beautiful oil painting. And it's for you.
Keep it.
You're welcome. Now, wait a minute. Phil, you don't realize that this is a masterpiece, a work of art.
Maybe you should have taken the calendar off.
There's no calendar on it. Look, Phil, this painting is The Birth of Venus by Botticelli.
I don't care if it's Whistler's wife. I don't want it.
That's Whistler's mother. And there's a guy that don't appreciate the real thing.
But, Jack, if this painting were an original Botticelli, it would cost you at least $100,000.
What do I care? It's Christmas. It only comes once a year. What if I do spend a little money?
Say, Jack.
What?
If you stay up there 8 hours, you can get a pilot's license.
Well, all right. If that's the way you all feel about it, I'll keep it myself. Go out of my way to get an unusual present. Come in.
Say, does Jack Benny live here?
Hello, Jack.
Florence Leonard. Well, I thought you'd never get here. Florence, darling, how are you? Gee whiz.
Oh, you're looking grand, Jack.
You do, too, and so does Leonard.
Yeah, I'm fine. You're putting on a little weight, ain't you, Droopy?
Oh, a little here and there.
Well, you're eating more regular now.
Oh, fellas, this is my sister Florence and her husband Leonard.
How do you do? Oh, you look beautiful.
Well, Florence, how's Dad and Cousin Boo Boo and everybody?
Oh, they're fine. Everybody's swell.
That's good. Hey, Leonard, how do you like my new house? Pretty classy, eh?
The wallpaper stinks.
Oh, it does, eh?
Say, Florence, this is your first trip out to Hollywood, isn't it? Yes, and I'm so happy for Leonard. He's just dying to meet all the movie stars. So is Jack. They ought to get together.
Listen, Mary, I know plenty of big stars, and I'll introduce them to Leonard and Florence.
Do you know Ann Sheridan? Woo!
Oh, brother.
Leonard, will you behave yourself?
Oh, let him alone, Florence. He's having a good time.
That's right, Droopy.
Stop calling me Droopy. That was years ago. Well, folks, as soon as Andy gets here, we'll eat. You want to wash up a bit first, Leonard?
Yeah, where's the sink?
Oh, fine.
Leonard, you can clean up in my room, and I'll take you there in a minute. Gee, Florence, it's nice seeing you again. I'm glad you were able to come out.
Oh, I am too, Jack. Gee, it's been ages.
Now, tomorrow I'm going to take you over to Paramount Studio, and you can watch me do a scene in my new picture.
Is Aunt Sheridan in it? Woo-woo!
No, Leonard. Woo-woo! You're as bad as Cousin Boo Boo. Gee, I wish Andy'd get here. I'm hungry.
Me too. Why don't we eat now, Jack?
All right, let's do that. When Andy comes, he can join us. Come on, fellas. Let's all go in the dining room. Hey, Leonard. Leonard, what are you doing back there?
Look at this wallpaper. It don't hang right.
Leave it alone. It's all right.
No, it's too loose. Look.
Leonard, please. You're here on a vacation. I'll have to have that wall redone. Well, come on, fellas. Let's eat. See who that is, Rochester.
That must be Mr. Devine. Come in.
Come in. Trudy! Trudy, stay out of the dining room!
Doggone that African canary!
Trudy! Well, there goes my china closet. Rochester, lock her up in the garage with Carmichael.
Okay, boss.
Come on, folks, let's see. Here, Florence, have some more of this hash. It's delicious.
Oh, no, thanks. I don't believe I can finish this.
Put some catsup on it. That'd help mine.
Now, this is darn good food, Mary.
Leonard, I wish you'd please use your fork.
I've been using a knife for years and never cut myself yet. Hey, Mrs. Day?
Stop nudging me.
Hey, Phil, you're not eating. What's the matter? Aren't you hungry?
Yeah, but I can wait.
Well, I hope none of you eat too much. I want you to save room for the dessert, you know.
What are we having for dessert, Mr. Benny?
Tell him, Don.
Well, Dennis, what do you think we're having for dessert?
Jell-O.
I'll tell you what we're having, Dennis.
Don, he just guessed it.
For dessert tonight, Dennis, we're
Don.
having a shimmering dish of tempting, delicious strawberry Jell-O.
Don, it's
and
no
Jack
use.
got it
He
at his
guessed
neighborhood
it.
grocer by simply asking for genuine
Look,
Jell-O
he
and
just
looking for the
told
big
you.
red letters on the box.
Don, he knows.
So there you are, Dennis. What are we having for dessert?
I still think it's Jell-O.
You're right, Dennis, but you know how Don is. Well, folks, soon as you're through with dinner, we're all going to play games and have some fun.
So this is a Hollywood party, huh? Give me Waukegan anytime.
Leonard, will you please keep still?
This town is overrated.
Overrated? You've only been here 5 minutes.
And bragging about a swimming pool. I bet you haven't even got one.
Look out the window. What do you think that is in the backyard?
You call that a swimming pool? You ought to see Lake Michigan.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Oh, don't let Leonard upset you, Jack.
Florence, I told you about this guy 10 years ago, but you had to marry him. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
This is my sister and brother-in-law. They're going to stay with us a while. They'll be using the guest room.
The guest room?
Yes.
Where's our boy going to sleep?
Mr. Billingsley will have to sleep in the den. He's behind anyway. Now get the room ready.
Okay. Bears, ostriches, relatives. Doggone, if I didn't have this address on my stationery, I'd move.
And it's fancy stationery with a crest on it yet. Well, finish your dinner, everybody, and we'll play those games. Well, there's Andy at last. Come on in, Andy.
Hi! Hiya, Buck. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Andy. Glad to see you. Merry Christmas. Gee, I hope you don't mind, Andy. We started to eat without you.
Oh, that's all right, Buck. I ate.
Say, Andy, I want you to meet my sister and brother-in-law, Mr. and Mrs. Pencho.
Well, howdy, folks.
How do you do, Mr. Devine?
Hello, Andy. How are you fixed for wallpaper?
Leonard! This is no time for business. Well, Andy, what do you got in that package?
A Christmas present my mom knitted for you.
Your ma? Well, that's sweet. What is it?
Well, it's a combination sock, sweater, and ear lamp.
Sock, sweater, and ear laps? Well, how do you get into them?
I don't know, Buck. When Ma knits, she's nuts.
Oh, I guess you're right.
She knitted Pa a snood for his beard.
Well, that'll keep it up out of the soup. Anyway. Now, sit down, Andy. Have a cup of coffee, anyway.
Yeah, come on, Andy. Come on.
Okay, thanks. Say, Buck, before I forget it, did you hear Fred Allen Wednesday night?
No, I didn't, Andy. What did he say?
He sure ribbed you about that picture you two are going to make together.
What picture? I'm making one right now.
I heard him too, Jack. He's talking about your next picture. Didn't you know about it?
Oh, that's a lot of baloney.
No, it isn't, Jack. All the papers carried the story. It said that you and Fred Allen are going to do a picture together, and Mark Sandrich is directing it.
Mark Sandrich? Why, he's directing the one I'm making now.
Yes, and he's going to direct your next one with Fred Allen.
Oh, no, he isn't. I wouldn't make a tintype with that guy. Imagine me making a picture with Allen.
I would.
You keep out of it. I'm not worried either.
I don't know, Jackson. Allen's a pretty funny guy.
Oh, you're a great judge of comedy, Harris. How do you make a Venetian blind poke him in the eye? I heard you tell that one the other night. Anyway, I'm not doing any picture with Fred Allen.
What are you going to do about it, Jack?
I'll show you what I'm going to do. Mary, get me Mr. Sandrich on the phone. It's Crestview 15335.
Okay.
I'll tell him a thing or two.
You better take it easy, Jackson. Paramount's liable to throw you right out.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he'll be back hanging paper with me again.
I only did that one summer when vaudeville was bad. I'm not worried.
Hello, Mr. Sandridge. Droopy wants to talk to you.
Don't be smart. Give me that phone. I'll show him who's making a picture with Allen. Hello, Mr. Sandwich. This is Jack Benny. Merry Christmas. Now, look. What's the story going around about my making a picture with Fred Allen? Well, I'm doing nothing of the kind. Now, look, Mr. Sandridge.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Mr. Billingsley, you'll sleep in the den until further notice.
Very well. Good night.
Good night. Now, look, Mr. Sandridge. Now, look, I'm not through with the picture I'm making now. And if you put Allen in my next one, I'm walking out. I said I'm liable to walk out. You know.
Some movie star.
Leonard. Now, for the last time, Mr. Sandwich, I'm not making a picture with that anemic baboon. Mr. Sandridge. Now, look, Mr. Sandridge. Now, look. 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 Look.
Lights, tick, click, Saturday Evening Post.
Mary, please. Now, look, Mr. Sandridge.
Ask him if he needs any wallpaper.
Do you need any wallpaper? Oh, shut up, Leonard. Not you. That's my brother-in-law. Now, Mr. Sandridge, my objection to making a picture with Allen is this. In the first place... Now, look, Mr. Sandridge.
Here comes shooting, boss.
Trudy, well, get her out of here. Now, in the first place, Mr. Sandridge...
And Carmichael's after.
Carmichael, separate him, Rochester. Now, in the first place, Mr. Trudy, Mr. Sandridge... In the first place, Carmichael, leave Trudy alone. Trudy, come back here. Rochester, do something. Trudy, Carmichael. Look, Mr. Sandridge. My objection to making a picture with Fred Allen. Now, Mr. Sandridge.
I'd like to offer you folks tonight what I think is an ideal Christmas menu. The first course is hospitality. And remember, it must be warm. The entree is a heaping platter of kindness, garnished with such tender herbs as charity and tolerance. And let the dessert be faith, a simple but sustaining dish with a rich sauce of happiness and contentment. Now, there's a grand menu with 3 big advantages. It costs nothing, it pleases everybody, and you can serve it every day in the year. May it always be yours to enjoy, especially during this happy holiday season. The makers of Jell-O extend to you their very best wishes and heartiest greetings for a joyous Yuletide, filled to the brim with fun, feasting, peace, good health, and good cheer. Ladies and gentlemen, Merry Christmas.
Last number of the 12th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So Merry Christmas to you all from the whole gang. Good night, everybody.
Here's news. Every Tuesday night, the Aldrich Family is on the air, starring Ezra Stone as Henry Aldrich, that lovable hard luck kid. Consult your local newspaper or radio guide for time and stations, and be sure to tune in on the Aldrich Family next Tuesday night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Do I Love You. I often think, ladies and gentlemen, that we should celebrate the end of a good meal the same way we celebrate the end of a good year on New Year's Eve. You know, with a smile, with lots of rejoicing and good cheer. Well, the happy ending to a meal merely calls for the right dessert. A swell topper offer like Jell-O. You can serve Jell-O in dozens of different ways, and no, it will be a grand success. For one thing, Jell-O looks so good, with its brilliant glowing colors that seem to say, here you, pick up a spoon and begin. And for another thing, Jell-O tastes so grand because it has an exciting, extra-rich flavor, a flavor as refreshing and delightful as the real ripe fruit itself. Just be sure of one thing when you buy. Be sure to look for the name Jell-O on the package, for that name is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods, and it tells you here's the real thing. The one and only Jell-O. So remember, those big red letters spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. Do I Love You, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few short hours, we will welcome in the new year, 1940. So without further ado, we bring you a man who was once 19 and once 40, Jack Benny.
Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny, who is rapidly closing in on Social Security talking. And, Don, you can go right ahead and kid about my age because I'm not the least bit sensitive. Remember that famous saying, Don, a man is just as old as he feels.
How do you feel, Jack?
Ooh, Johnny. But I'm only joking, Don. I'm one guy who welcomes every new year. It brings new life, new hopes, new calendars. Boy, they sent me enough calendars this year to paper my living room.
Now, Jack, don't tell me you hung up all the calendars people sent you.
Why not, Don? They have gorgeous paintings on them. I got a honey from my tailor. It's a picture of a beautiful Italian girl sitting in a gondola with her reflection in the moonlit waters of the Grand Canal in Venice. Oh, it's a Lulu.
From your tailor, huh?
Yes, and right under the picture is this Italian girl's name, Pleso Ramito. That's the most artistic hint I ever got. Huh?
You think it'll work?
I doubt it. When they get subtle with me, I burn up. And say, Don, I got the cutest calendar from that little restaurant down the street where I eat once in a while.
Oh, you mean Ginsberg's Hanging Gardens?
That's it. Well, their calendar has a picture of the restaurant, and right under it is their new slogan, Ginsberg's Grill, where the matzo ball meets the soup. Isn't that original?
It certainly is.
Hey, Jackson, did you get one of those calendars from the Wilshire Bowl?
No, Phil, I didn't.
You didn't get one with my picture on it?
Your picture on it?
Why, certainly. Yeah, the one where I'm standing with a baton in my hand, leading a 75-piece Philharmonic orchestra.
No, what's the title of it?
It can't happen here.
You said it. Phil, where did you ever have a picture taken with 75 musicians?
Ocean Park, they do it with mirrors.
I knew there was a trick to it. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Mary. Happy New Year.
What are y'all talking about?
Well, I was just telling Don and Phil about the calendars I got this year. Gee, I got them hanging in every room.
Did you tell them about the one you got from your life insurance company?
Oh, that silly thing. They got their nerve.
What was it, Mary?
Just a picture of a hand with two fingers crossed.
Hey, they aren't so worried. Say, I wonder who thinks up all those calendars.
They sent me a bunch of them, too. And, Jack, you ought to see the swell one I got from the May Company.
You got one from the May Company?
Yeah. There's a beautiful picture of the store, and right under it says, "Come back, all is forgiven."
Well, it's nice to know there's a job waiting for you just in case you get fresh tonight.
Well, I ought to get fresh after that Christmas present you sent me. A fine gift, a saucer.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. It might not look like much, but that saucer I gave you happens to be real pewter.
It certainly does.
Well, there's no use talking to you. You just don't know a genuine antique when you see it. That saucer came over on the Mayflower.
I believe you. It still had coffee in it from the Pilgrims.
Well, the Pilgrims made very good coffee, so stop complaining. Did you have a nice Christmas, Don?
Oh, yes, I did very well. In fact, I got some of the most beautiful presents I've ever seen.
You did? What'd you get, Don?
Well, I got some gold cufflinks, a moving picture camera, a camel's hair overcoat, a golf ball, and a diamond wristwatch.
Well.
Thanks for the golf ball, Jack.
You're welcome, Don. You do play golf, don't you?
No.
Oh, well. You really ought to take it up, Don. It's great exercise for a fellow like you, and there's so many beautiful courses around here.
That's fine. You give a guy one golf ball, and right away you want him to join a country club.
Well?
Why don't you give him a porthole and let him buy a yacht?
Mary, before you continue, remember the Maine, the Alamo, and the May Company. Anyway, Don, I'm sure glad Santa Claus was so nice to you.
Oh, yes, I'll never forget this Christmas.
I, too, had a joyous Yuletide.
Did you, Jazzbo? What did Santa have in his bag for you?
Well, besides that golf ball, thanks.
You're welcome.
Besides that, I got some neckties, a gold keychain, and a lovely cashier's sweater.
A what?
A cashier's sweater. You know, that soft, woolly stuff?
That's cashmere. Isn't that awful? Cashier's sweater. Well, so much for the presents. And now, Dennis, we're ready for a song. How about it? Huh?
Oh, no dialogue, eh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis. Hey, really, I am sorry. You should have a little something to do here. Tell me, did you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, well.
That's good. Did you get a lot of presents?
Yeah, lots of them.
I see. Did you enjoy them?
I sure did.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Fine.
Well, no laugh so far. I guess I better sing, eh?
That's a good idea. Go ahead, Dennis. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Did you get that calendar I sent you of Lady Godiva on a horse?
Yes, I did.
That was me with my hair down. Goodbye.
You ought to see him, folks. His head looks like a honeydew melon with ears. Sing, Dennis.
You are the promised kiss of springtime that makes a lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you are mine. If my heart could only find a voice, would you then bestow a willing ear? You are the angel glow that lights a star. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you are
That was All the Things You Are, sung by Dennis Day. And just think, Dennis, that's your last song this year. It's the last time we'll hear your voice in 1939.
Gee, time certainly flies, doesn't it?
I'll say it does. You know, Dennis, it seems like only yesterday I was your age. Only yesterday I was 19.
And the day before yesterday, Washington crossed the Delaware.
Mary, I'm talking to Dennis. Wouldn't hurt if we had a little bit of sentiment this evening. As I was saying, Dennis, 1939 is soon coming to an end. In just a few more hours, the old year will pass right out.
And I won't be far behind.
Last year, you won by 8 lengths. Well, I suppose all you guys are going to celebrate tonight, make whoopee and everything. Are you stepping out tonight, Don?
Yeah, I'm going over to the Florentine Gardens and see Sally Rand do her fan dance.
Why, Don, you're blushing already. How about you, Mary? Where are you going?
I'm going over to Ginger Rogers' house. She's having a whole mob of people over, but she told me not to tell you, so forget it.
Well, I know why. She's sore on account of those Christmas cards I sold her.
What's the matter with her cards, Jack?
I told Rochester just to print Ginger Rogers on them, and he underlined the gin. He has to get so fancy, you know.
Well, Jack, I see you've got your tuxedo on. What are you going to do tonight?
Me? Oh, I've got a date down with my girlfriend. And we're stepping out, high, wide, and handsome.
I'll bet.
Well, we are. I'm going out with Gladys tonight. I got a big roll of bills, and I'm going to shoot the works.
What's that bulge in your hip pocket?
That's my dime bank. If necessary, I'm going to crack that open. Gladys and I are going to town.
Well, Jack, as long as you've got a heavy date, you ought to have another tuxedo. That one looks awful with those moth holes on the shoulders.
Oh, it's New Year's Eve, and they throw a little confetti on me. Who'll see him? Gladys won't mind.
Oh, boy, am I going to have fun tonight.
You are, Dennis?
Yeah, I'm taking my girl to a midnight show. Wow!
Well, what's so thrilling about that?
We aren't going to watch the picture.
Oh, yes. Those were the days. Well, anyway, fellas, I'm going to have to leave early tonight, so before I go...
Hey, Jackson, who is this Dame Gladys? Is she in the movies?
No, but she could be. She tested for the part of Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind.
Who didn't?
You didn't.
Take that back, Si, or I'll horsewhip you.
Sorry, ma'am. May I offer my humble apologies?
Rastus, come here. There's a weevil in my jeweler.
All right, Phil, we've gone far enough.
No, we haven't, Colonel. Ladies and gentlemen, next time you're in the mood for a little old tempting dessert, why don't you run down to that little old grocery store and ask him for a little old package of Jell-O? It comes in 6 little old flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and little old lime. Sure enough.
That's very good, Colonel Wilson. Powerful good.
Hey, Mr. Benny, what's the big idea?
It's payday, and we're all going to get Confederate money.
Well, I suppose that's hay. Anyway, fellas, getting back to wherever we were, as I was saying, I've got a date, so I have to leave pretty soon. But before I go, I want to tell you all to be here early next Sunday because we're going to do a very important play.
What's it going to be, Jack?
We're going to present our version of William Pearlberg's outstanding Columbia film production. That sensational stage hit and screen masterpiece. That dramatic cinema achievement, Golden Boy. Thank you, Goldie. So remember, fellas, be here on time next week, as this is a long play.
We'll be here. Don't worry.
Well, I'm going to run along now. Can't keep Gladys waiting. Take over the show, will you, fellas?
Sure, Jack. We'll carry on.
Say, did you hear this one, folks? I call my girl Grapefruit because every time I squeeze her, she hits me in the eye.
Squeeze me, Phil. I'll hit you in both of them. Now I am leaving.
Oh, don't go yet, Jack. I want you to hear my New Year's poem.
You can read it later, Mary. I haven't time now. Oh, just when I'm in a hurry. Come in.
Hiya, Buck. Happy New Year, everybody. Well, Happy
Andy, if you'd have been a second later, you'd have missed me. I was just leaving. I'm going to have a big night tonight.
Me too, Buck. I'm taking Ma and Pa over at the Wilshire Bowl.
Oh, over to Phil's place, eh? So you're spending a little dough on the old folks.
Oh, it won't cost me nothing. Pa writes all of Phil's material.
Well, I knew it wasn't Alexander Woolcott. So you're taking Ma and Pa to the Wilshire Bowl, eh? Are they going formal?
Yeah, you ought to see Pa. Top hat, white tie, and jug.
Well, taking a jug of corn to Harris's place, eh? That's like carrying coals to Newcastle. Well, I'll bet you have fun at that. Is your Ma going to wear an evening gown, Andy?
I think so. She just had her tattoo retouched.
Oh, yes. That anchor on her arm was starting to fade. Come to think of it.
Well, I gotta run along now, Buck. Happy New Year, everybody!
Wait a minute, Andy. I'm leaving right away. I'll walk downstairs with you. See who it is, will you, Mary?
I got it. Hello? Yes, he's here. Oh, Jack, it's for you. It's Gladys.
Gladys? Give me that phone. You better run along, Andy. See you later.
Okay, Buck.
Hello, Gladys. Yeah, this is Speedy. I'm coming right over. What? You can't go? But Gladys, I got my tuxedo on. See, I got reservations and everything. Gee.
Tell her about your dime bank.
Quiet. Now, look, Gladys. Well, of course I believe you, but, gee, it's New Year's Eve. You gotta go. Oh, gee whiz, Gladys, won't you change your mind?
Of course I will.
Thanks. Mary, stay out of there. Now, look, Gladys, isn't there some way you can make it? But, honey, I got 2 tickets for dinner. I'll be so stuffed I can't walk. Well, all right. All right, so long then. See you next week, Gladys. Goodbye. Fine thing. Well, what are you all staring at? Gladys had a very good excuse. And she's nuts about me, too. Well, she is.
Well, don't take it so hard, Jackson. Come on out with me tonight. I'll get you a date.
No, thanks. I don't feel like going anyplace.
Oh, come on with us, Jack. We'll have a lot of fun.
No, Don, thanks just the same. I'm going to drop over at Ginsburg's, have a cup of coffee, and then go home. Well, look after the show, Don. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Jack.
So long.
Gee, I wish Jack had waited and gone along with us.
Yeah, no fun being alone on New Year's Eve.
I'll say it isn't.
Pardon me, fellas, I forgot my cane. Here it is. Well, so long.
New Year's Eve, and I got to go home. Oh, well, it's just like finding the money, I Happy New Year, Mike.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny, and a Happy New Year to you, too. Is your program over?
No, Mike, I just left early.
Oh, Stefanotti.
No, I'm just going over to Ginsburg's, have a cup of coffee, and then home.
Well,
Good night.
Good night, sir. Good night. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, thanks very much for that golf ball.
That's all right. So long, Mike. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir.
Well, everybody's sure having a good time tonight.
Happy New Year, mister. Yippee!
Happy New Year.
Where'd you get that derby?
Ow. Hey, cut that out. A brand new hat, too. Boy, what a crowd. Well, here's Ginsburg's. Hello, Sam.
Happy New Year, Mr. Benny. Did you got my calendar?
Yes, I did, Sam. I liked it better than last year.
It's nothing fancy, and still it's for nothing, you know?
Yes, it's lovely, Sam.
Are you all alone tonight?
Yep, just dropped in for a cup of coffee.
With a tuxedo on, it's 5 cents extra.
All right, I'll pay it.
Yeah, but with that tuxedo, let it go.
All right, Sam. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Coffee, please.
Would you like a sandwich or some toast with it?
No, thanks, just coffee.
Want a little cream with it?
No, just some black coffee.
Gee, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right, Gladys. That's all right. Forget it.
But honest, Jack, Mamie promised she'd work for me tonight.
Mamie. All the time it's Mamie. Couldn't have let me know before the last minute.
I'm sorry, Speedy.
Well, see, you're wearing my corsage and on that uniform yet. Forget about the coffee. I'm going home.
I'll be through at 3 o'clock.
At 3 o'clock, I'll be snoring. Goodbye.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, here's your golf ball back.
Keep it. Always blames everything on Mamie. It's always Mamie's fault. Hey, taxi! Taxi! This is the house on your left, Joe.
Okay.
What does the meter say?
$1.10.
Well, here's $2. It's all yours.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Penny.
You're welcome.
Say, you sure you won't change your mind and go out with me and Mamie?
No, thanks, Joe. Some other night. Good night.
Good night.
Now,
should go out on a party with Mamie after what she did to me. Fine New Year's Eve. Well, I guess I'll turn in.
Is that you, Josephine?
What?
Uh-oh. Happy New Year, boss.
Happy New Year. Rochester, I thought you were going out tonight and celebrate.
No hurry, boss.
Oh.
On Central Avenue, Father Time lingers till we get rolling.
I see. Well, I'm going upstairs and go to bed.
Why don't you sit in the library? It's nice and cozy there with the fireplace and everything.
I guess I will at that. Say, where's my sister and brother-in-law, Mr. Fenchel?
Your sister, your brother-in-law, and your full dress suit are out for the evening.
I wish Leonard would stay out of my clothes closet. Where's our boarder, Mr. Billingsley?
He ain't come home yet.
Gee, that fire looks good. I'm going to sit down in this easy chair and relax.
Do you want your bedroom slippers?
Yes, Rochester. Take them off. Bring me a glass of milk, will you?
Milk? Wouldn't you like something a little stronger tonight, boss?
No, Rochester.
I got a bottle of champagne right here. Can I pour you a glass?
No, Rochester.
Don't you want just one little sip?
No, I don't want one little sip.
Well, can I even wave the cork under your nose?
No, all I want is a glass of milk. Well, Rochester, in just a few hours, it'll be 1940. A brand new year.
It ain't getting off to a very good start, is it?
No, it isn't. With all this quarreling and fighting that's going on in the world.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yep. You know, Rochester, what this world needs is more peace, more brotherly love.
Boss, what this world needs is a few less people who are making less people.
You said it. Throw another log in the fire, Rochester, will you?
Okay.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Won't you sit down for a few minutes?
No, thanks. Think I'll turn in. Hey, good night.
Good night. He's an awfully nice fellow, but I wish he wouldn't walk on his hands all the time. Rochester, turn on the radio. I want to hear how our program is getting along.
It's over, ain't it?
Not yet.
So Happy New Year, Happy New Year. That is our wish. Oh, yes, indeedy. From me and Don and Phil and Dennis and good old Jack. Are you listening, Speedy?
Yes, I'm listening.
Goodbye, goodbye, old 39. Here's good luck to all mankind. So Happy New Year once again. Good night, dear folks. This is the end.
Gee, I wish I'd have heard the start of that. Turn it off, Rochester.
Okay.
Well, I think I'll get to bed.
Ain't you going to stay up and welcome the New Year in?
No, I'm tired. Good night.
Good night. Say, boss, I ain't going to get to bed till early in the morning. Do you mind if I sleep late?
How late do you want to sleep?
Till about Thursday.
All right, have a good time. Good night, Rochester.
Good night.
Ya-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, bum-bum, bum-dee-da-dum, bum. Hey, Rochester!
What do you want, boss?
Will you please call up Ginsberg's restaurant? I left my cane there.
Okay.
Good night, Rochester. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, boss. Happy New Year.
In the 1 cup of hot water, dissolve 1 package of strawberry jello. Now, there's a remark, ladies and gentlemen, that could very easily lead to something, and it does. It leads to something mighty good, because it's the first line of a recipe for making a brand new jello dessert called pineapple snow, and here's how you make it. Dissolve 1 package of strawberry jello in 1 cup of hot water, and add a cup of golden fragrant canned pineapple juice. Chill until cold and syrupy. Then place in a bowl of cracked ice, add 1 egg white, and whip with a rotary egg beater. And that's pineapple snow, a swell treat with its foamy rose pink color and the rich flavor of strawberry jello combined with tangy pineapple. You've probably already planned your whole New Year's Day dinner for tomorrow, But if you're still trying to think of a simple yet simply elegant dessert for that late evening supper, here's the answer. Use strawberry Jell-O and make some delicious pineapple snow.
This is the last number of the 13th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So to be sure to tune in and listen to our version of Golden Boy. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Jell-O.
Here's news. Every Tuesday night, the Aldrich family is on the air, starring Ezra Stone as Henry Aldrich, that lovable hard luck kid. Consult your local newspaper or radio guide for time and stations, and be sure to tune in on the Aldrich family next Tuesday night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Pinch Me. You know, one secret of planning a successful meal, ladies and gentlemen, is to finish with a flourish, with a really swell dessert. In fact, that's one reason so many people like Jell-O, because it always winds up the meal in grand style with a burst of color and a touch of rich, lingering flavor. Take cherry Jell-O, for example. Nothing makes a prettier picture than a shimmering, bright red mold of cherry Jell-O with golden sliced peaches glowing in its depths. And what a tangy, refreshing flavor, as tempting as the real ripe fruit itself. A solid, satisfying goodness that you'll want to enjoy again and again. No doubt about it, a dessert like that certainly adds the final crowning glory to any meal. So when you plan dinner tomorrow, plan to finish with a flourish with Jell-O in any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Only just be sure of getting genuine Jell-O when you buy. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was Pinch Me, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, Don, did Phil get here yet?
Not yet, Jack. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being our first program of the new year, we bring you that holdover from 1939, Jack Benny.
Well. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I didn't mean to interrupt you before, but I'm a little anxious for Phil to get here. He isn't out in the hall, is he?
No, Jack. What's the trouble?
Oh, no trouble, Don. That is, I hope not. You see, I made a wager with Phil on the Rose Bowl game last Monday, and he lost. He'll be so mad he'll go nuts.
Oh, so you bet a couple of bucks on Southern California, huh?
Couple of bucks, nothing. I bet $50 on SC. 50 smackers.
Pardon me, I must be in the wrong studio.
Mary, come back here. There's nothing wrong with my risking $50. Of course, I had a hunch that I'd win.
You didn't have a hunch, you had a vision.
Had nothing of the kind. Anyway, Don, just wait till Phil gets here. I doubt if he even shows up.
Oh, he'll show up, Jack.
Well, don't start a rhythm or anything, because I'll have a tough enough time collecting as it is. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Did you enjoy the Rose Bowl game last Monday?
I certainly did. I didn't see you, Dennis. Where were you?
I was selling hot dogs. You owe me 30 cents.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah.
I saw you at the game, Jack. You were sitting in the Southern California rooting section.
Me?
You should have seen him, Don. He was wearing a raccoon coat, a beanie, and waving a pennant with Laguna Beach on it.
That wasn't me, Mary. That was Basil Rathbone. I happened to be sitting behind the goalpost, way up in the 75th row.
Up in the 75th row? Did you enjoy the game, Jack?
Oh, it was all right till the last quarter.
What happened then?
My radio broke and the clouds rolled in. What a seat I had. I was in the fog so long I came down with an English accent. Oh, well, I'll know better next year.
Did you have any bets on the game, Mr. Benny?
Just one, but I anticipate a bit of trouble collecting. You know, Dennis, I bet $50 with Phil Harris, and wait till you see him when he has to pay up. Oh, boy, what a bum sport. You know, he's the kind of a
Quiet, Jack. Here he comes now.
Oh, yeah. Watch me needle him. Hello, gambler. How's the old Tennessee fan today?
I'm fine, Jackson. And here's your $50. You deserve it, kid. You sure can pick 'em.
Oh, boy, is he burned up.
You know, Jack, I looked for you right after the game. I wanted to pay you then.
Oh, sure. I bet you did. I can just see you.
Here, Jackson. Well, aren't you going to take the money? It's all yours, kid.
Oh, boy, what a sore loser. See what I told you, fellas?
What's going on here? If you don't want it, I'll put the dough back in my pocket.
You see? Backing out, huh? I thought so.
What are you talking about? I lost the bet and I want to pay off. Here's your $50.
I won't take it.
Why not?
Because you're a welcher and you can't fool me. That's why.
Jack, you mean to say that you're not going to take the money Phil's offering you?
No, I'm not.
Wow, that's going to knock the war right off the front page.
Listen, Mary, I wouldn't accept a dime from a guy that takes the attitude he does.
Why, Jack, are you crazy? The man offered you the money 4 times.
But he could do it like a gentleman. He doesn't have to come in here and throw it on the floor.
Who threw it on the floor? It's right here in my hand.
You can't bluff me, Harris. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. I'll collect from that guy if I have to attach his salary. I've met small-timers before.
But gee, Mr. Benny, I saw Mr. Harris offer you the money. He wants you to take it.
Sure he wants me to take it, and you know why, don't you?
Why?
Because when I bend over to put it in my shoe, he'll kick me. I'm wise. I know all the tricks. Sing, Dennis. It's about time somebody exposed that guy.
Last night we met, and I dream of you yet, with the wind and the rain in your hair. There in the mist, how you sighed when we kissed, with the wind and the rain in your hair. The rain was a song, the wind was a voice. The night was dark and stormy, but how could my heart ever be cold with your 2 arms to warm me? Last night we met, and I dream of you yet, with the wind and the rain in your hair. I held you tight as you whispered good night, with the wind and the rain in your hair. Now it will be my favorite memory, that vision of you standing there, darling. There in the mist, how you sighed when we kissed, with the wind and the rain in your hair, with the wind and the rain in your hair.
That was With the Wind and Rain in Her Hair, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by a deadbeat and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
What do you mean, deadbeat? Here's your $50. Take it.
Don't rush me. I'll get it my own way. And now, folks, if we can get back to the spirit of our program, tonight the Benny Tear and Drama Jerkers will offer their version of Frank Lloyd's great production, that maritime epic, Rulers of the Sea. Now, I will play the part...
But, Jack, last week you made a big announcement that we were going to do Golden Boy tonight.
Well, we were going to do Golden Boy, Don, but I've decided to let it go for a while.
And I know why.
Mary, that's not the reason. Anyway, folks...
Why the sudden switch?
Don, please. Now, I will play the...
Come on, Mary, tell us. Mary, why doesn't Jack want to do Golden Boy?
Well...
Mary.
Here's what happened.
Oh.
A week ago Saturday night, Jack called me up and asked me if I'd like to go over to the Wilshire Bowl for dinner, as Gladys had to work.
She did not.
Anyway, we got to the bowl about 9 o'clock and had a table way in the back where Phil couldn't see us.
And just as we were finishing dinner, I said to Jack, gee, it's crowded in here.
You like the food, Mary?
Yeah. Gee, it's crowded in here, isn't it?
It sure is. Hey, waiter, bring me another cup of coffee, please.
I don't know about that, Mr. Benny.
Go get it.
Yes, sir.
Gee whiz, Jack, just because the second cup of coffee is free, you don't have to have 5 of them.
Mary, it all averages up. How many people even take the second cup?
Cigars, cigarettes, and novelties. Cigarettes?
Oh, girlie, give me a cigar, will you, please?
Yes, sir. What kind?
A couple of those Santa Fe Biltmores. By the way, what's that you got on your tray there, tied up in that pink ribbon?
That's a lock of Mr. Harris's hair. 50 cents.
Well, I don't want it.
You better take it. This is the last one left, and we don't shear him again for a month.
No, thanks, just the same. Can you imagine that, Mary? Is that Phil corny?
Cigars, cigarettes, corn. Get in the mood, folks.
Selling locks. Selling locks of his hair now. Isn't that awful? Say, I wonder what time the floor show goes on.
Oh, look, there's Mort Werner, Phil's announcer. He's getting ready to introduce Phil.
Oh, yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Wilshire Bowl. And now, folks, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our master of ceremonies and comedian.
Oh, boy.
That maiden's dream on the beam, Phil Harris.
How does he rate a reception like that?
Well, Phil's very popular here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jello again, this is Smiling Phil Harris talking.
Jello again. He got that from me.
You remember me, folks, your favorite entertainer and the star of that Paramount picture, Man About Town.
You got that from Rochester.
Quiet. I want to hear this great comedian.
Hey, Phil.
Yes, Mort?
Where'd you get that black eye?
That's a birthmark.
A birthmark?
Yes, I peeped in the wrong berth.
Oh, my
Oh. And they're laughing yet.
Say, Phil, I heard you were in the hospital last week.
Yes, I was, Mort.
Pretty sick, eh?
No, pretty nerves.
Hey, waiter, bring me another cup of coffee. I'm going to get even somehow.
I'll have one with you.
Pull up a chair, kid. Mary, I can't understand. I can't understand why people laugh at Phil. His jokes are awful.
Then why are you writing them down?
I'm practicing my shorthand. That's why.
And now, folks, we'll be back in a little while with some sizzling dance music. See you later. Yeah.
Well, thank heaven. Say, Mary, let's pay the check and get out of here.
Okay, I'll match you this time.
No, tonight it's my treat. Come on, let's go.
All right. Oh, Jack, look. Isn't that Barbara Stanley sitting over there?
Where?
Right over there at that ringside table.
Oh, yeah, she's with another couple.
I wonder where Bob Taylor is.
I don't know. I'm going over and say hello to her.
Do you know Barbara Stanley?
Of course I know her. And say, Mary, I've got a great idea. As long as we're going to do Golden Boy next Sunday, wouldn't it be marvelous if I could get Barbara to play her original role?
It sure would.
I'm going right over and fix it. See you in a minute.
You know, Barbara, it's a shame Bob had to work at the studio tonight.
It certainly is, Barbara.
Well, he's finishing a picture, and they're working overtime. You know, Lillian, I was telling Bob only this morning that he's...
Well. Hello, Barbara.
Hello. As I was saying, Lillian, I told Bob only this morning that a week in Palm Springs would...
Gee, how are you, Barbara?
I'm fine, thank you.
Well, it's sure a surprise running into you here at the Wilshire Bowl. Where's Bob?
He's busy at the studio. I expect him later.
Oh.
Are you working here?
No. No, I just dropped in for a cup of coffee. Are these folks relatives of yours?
Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry. Mr. and Mrs. Kendall, this is Ben Burney.
Oh, pardon me, this is... No, this is Jack Burney. Benny. How do you do?
How do you do?
You know, Mr. Benny, I always listen to your program. Is Miss Livingston with you this evening?
Yes, Mrs. Kendall. She's sitting right over there with the waiter. Well, Barbara, it's sure a surprise seeing you here. Yes, sir. Yep. Where's Bob tonight?
I told you he was at the studio.
Oh, that's right. Busy, eh?
Yes, busy.
Well, it's sure a surprise. Yes, sir. Oh, look, the orchestra's about to start a number. Would you like to dance, Barbara?
Well, I'm awfully tired. Can't you dance by yourself?
No, I'd look funny. Come on. Huh?
All right, folks, grab your partners. We're going to play a little number entitled The Sun Shines Bright on My Old Kentucky Home, which is more than it can do out here.
Oh, brother. Come on, Barbara, let's dance. Come on.
All right. Wait till I get my shoe on.
Oh, yes. Why, Barbara, you dance divinely.
Thank you.
But you're going a little fast, aren't you?
Just hang on, Pappy.
You're priceless. Gee, isn't this swell, Barbara? I just love dancing.
Do you always puff like this?
No, I'm just a little excited. You know, when I was a kid back in Waukegan, I used to... Oop, I tripped. Sorry, Barbara.
Oh, that's all right.
Somebody must have shoved me.
Yes.
It's so crowded here. But you know, as I was saying, Barbara, when I was a kid in Waukegan, I used to... Oop. I tripped again.
Yeah.
I don't know what's the matter with me tonight. I'm generally very graceful. In fact, I got medals for dancing.
Well, take them off. They're tearing my dress.
Well, you have a marvelous sense of humor. Say, Barbara, look at the way that guy leads an orchestra. How he loves to show off.
I like his style very much. Hello, Phil.
Well, Barbara, how are you, Babs?
I'm fine, thank you. Oh, by the way, Phil, this is Jack Benny.
How do you do?
You work for me. How do you do, yet? See you later, Corny. I call him Corny.
What does he call you?
He wouldn't dare. Come on, Barbara. I've got something very important I want to ask you. Let's dance some more. 1, 2. So you see, Barbara, that would be a terrific novelty. What do you say?
Well, I'd love to help you out, Jack, but do you think it would go over?
Why, of course it would go over. Just imagine you playing your original role in Golden Boy on my program with me playing opposite you. Doesn't that intrigue you? Doesn't that do something to you? Doesn't that thrill you?
Keep mentioning things.
Good. Then it's a deal. Now, let's see. When can we rehearse?
Now, wait a minute.
How about rehearsing Tuesday afternoon at my house?
Oh, all right.
Then it's a date. My house, 3 o'clock Tuesday. I must tell Mary. Oh, there she is, dancing with the waiter. Oh, Mary! Mary!
Anyway, Don, Jack made a date with Barbara for Tuesday afternoon at his house.
Did she show up?
Sure she did.
Well, then why isn't Jack doing Golden Boy tonight?
Wait till I tell you what happened.
Mary, forget it.
I got over to Jack's house about 2:45, and you should have seen him. He was so excited, all he kept saying was, Rochester, have you fixed the sandwiches? Rochester, have you done this? Have you done that?
Rochester, have you fixed the sandwiches?
Yes, boss, here they are.
What's in them?
This is some of that turkey from Thanksgiving, which we also served on Christmas.
Oh.
That bird had a longer run than Tobacco Road.
Well, I don't want to serve that to Miss Stanley. My goodness, haven't we got any peanut butter? Or something?
Yes, sir.
Well, make some of those. And Rochester, when Miss Stanwyck arrives, bring her right here into the library.
Okay, boss.
And oh, yes, take that copy of Shakespeare down from the shelf, dust it off, open it to Hamlet, and put it on the table. It'll make an impression.
Uh-huh.
Gee, I hope I look all right. What do you think of my new suit, Rochester?
Oh, the coat's beautiful, boss, but don't you think you ought to put your pants on?
Oh, my goodness. Get 'em, quick.
Are you in there, Jack?
Yeah, but don't come in for a minute, Mary. I'm waiting for something.
Here's your pants, boss.
Thanks.
Say, that's a mighty good-looking outfit.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
You ought to buy more brown suits, Mr. Benny. They flatter both of us.
Rochester, don't you dare put this on until it starts to shine. Mary, you can come in now.
What was going on, Jack?
My pants. Now, Mary, just for today, I want you to do me a favor. Please lay off the wisecracks, will you?
Okay. But say, Jack, you ought to take that sign down from in front of your house. It looks awful.
What sign?
The one that says, "Today in person, Barbara Stanwyck."
What? Rochester did that. Rochester, you take that sign down right from the front of the house.
Shall I take down the bleachers, too?
Yes. Now, Mary, when I'm rehearsing with Miss Stanwyck today, you can help me out by commenting on how good I am.
What should I do?
Well, when I finish a very dramatic line, you yell out, "Bravo." No, it'll impress Barbara.
Bravo? What does that mean?
Never mind what it means. Just say bravo.
Why can't I say pew?
Don't you dare. Now, I want everything to be... That must be her now. Answer the door, Rochester.
Okay, boss.
Oh, Jack, control yourself.
I'm all right. Where's my cigar?
In your ear.
Oh, yes. Now, remember, Mary.
Good evening. May I take your coat?
Thank you.
Barbara, come right in. Well, this is a surprise.
Surprise?
Yes. I mean, that is, welcome home. I mean, make yourself at home. I mean...
You mean hello.
That's it. Oh, by the way, Barbara, this is Mary Livingston.
How do you do, Miss Livingston?
I knew Bob Taylor before you did.
Mary. Don't mind her, Barbara. She's always like that.
I know. She used to tell me hose at the May Company.
Well, that's a good one.
Shut up.
Serves you right. Well, let's get on with the rehearsal. Did you bring the script with you, Barbara?
Yes, and as the play is very long, I've selected one scene which I think would be ideal for both of us.
Oh, you mean it's equally important?
Yes. It's the scene where Lorna pleads with Joe to give up fighting and go back to his violin.
I see. And I'm Joe.
Unless you'd rather be Lorna.
Oh, no. No, Joe's all right. I'm Joe.
Hello, Joe. What do you know?
I just got back. Mary, cut it out. Well, Barbara, I think we better get going with our rehearsal.
All right. Now, here's your part. It's on page 93.
Oh, yes.
Well, what a beautiful copy of Shakespeare you have here. Are you fond of his plays?
Oh, yes. I often while away an hour or so perusing Hamlet, Macbeth, As You Like It, The Tempest.
Bravo!
Not yet. Oh, yes, I'm quite fond of Shakespeare.
Well, that's that. Should I put it back on the shelf now, boss?
Never mind, Rochester. Bring in some tea and sandwiches.
Yes, sir.
Now, all right, Barbara, I'm ready to rehearse.
Let's take it from the top of the page here. The scene where I'm trying to get you out of the fight racket. You have the first line.
Oh, yes. Joe, I'm going, Lorna.
Don't read Joe, just read the line.
Oh, yes. Excuse me. I'm going, Lorna.
Don't go, Joe. You must listen to me. When I first saw you, I didn't care what you did. I thought you were just a fighter. I didn't love you then. I didn't care whether you lived or died or what happened to you. I didn't care if I ever saw you again.
I'm going, Lorna.
No, Joe, you must listen to me. I love you now. You're part of me. Watching you become a fighter taught me something. I've seen you get hard-shelled and tough. Oh, you shouldn't be in the ring, Joe. It's not for you. You belong in your home with your violin.
I'm going, Lorna.
Oh, please, Joe. Please, if you love me, you'll listen to me. I know why you're doing this. You're bitter and callous and hard-boiled.
Pardon
But,
me.
Joe, don't you remember that night? You spoke of music and what it meant to you. How you loved your violin. You knew what was right then, how people should live. Oh, Joe, give up fighting, please, please.
I'm going, Lorna?
Jack, read that right. That's I'm going, Lorna.
Well, I'm tired of saying it the same way. Gee, it gets monotonous. A fine part.
Well, you've got a very dramatic speech coming up. It's the next line.
Oh, yes, I didn't see it. Go ahead, Barbara.
What do you say, Joe? Will you give up fighting? Oh, Joe, you don't need the money.
It isn't the money. I got plenty.
Bravo and how?
Mary. I'm sorry, Barbara. I'll take it again. It isn't the money. I got plenty.
Oh, Joe. Joe, you must give up fighting.
Watch this, Mary. Give up fighting? Why, you were the girl that liked champions. You were the...
Please. Oh, Joe, don't try to get even with me.
Well, I made up my mind to win the lightweight crown.
But your heart's in music, Joe. You know that.
I can't play anymore. I got the hands of a fighter. They've been... They've been soaked in brine for a year, and they're as hard as nails. They're good for only one thing now, slugging. Slugging my way to the title. I tell you, Lorna, if I don't...
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. Oh, that's awful.
Why? What's the matter?
You're supposed to be a fighter, not little Eva.
Now, wait a minute, Barbara. I put a lot into that speech. I felt the part and was very emotional.
I wasn't carried away.
You keep out of this. And go get the tea.
He's right, Jack. Your performance wouldn't convince anybody.
Now, Barbara, aren't you getting a little bit hasty? Gee, I might not be as good an actor as your husband, but gee whiz, we can't all be tailors.
Your father was.
Quiet. Now, give me a chance, Barbara. I've never read this before. Let's go back to my last line.
Oh, all right. I'll try it once more.
Okay. My hands are good for only one thing now, slugging. Slugging my way to the title.
No, Joe. You must give up fighting.
You can't talk me out of it, Lorna. I'm going.
Oh, don't go. Don't go. Joe, please don't go. Take me in your arms. Kiss me.
My darling. How was that, Lorna?
Oh, Joe. Joe, you must give up kissing.
That's not in the script. Anyhow, I can kiss better than that. I was a little nervous.
Oh, Jack, it's no use. You're a nice fellow, but you're a comedian. We'd only make fools of ourselves if we tried to do this on your program.
But, Barbara, it's only Tuesday. We got plenty of time to rehearse.
No. Believe me, Jack. Rehearsing won't help any.
But, Barbara, if you'd only...
Tea and sandwiches, folks. Tea and sandwiches. Tipping is un-American.
Rochester. Will you have a cup of tea, Barbara?
No, thanks, Jack. I'll just run along.
He's not that bad. He can at least walk.
Mary. No kidding, Barbara. Have a cup of tea and we'll rehearse some more.
No, thank you. Some other time, Jack.
Well, that's the way you feel about it. Thanks, just the same.
You're welcome. Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye.
So long, Jack.
So long.
Oh, by the way, Jack, you're not the kind that kisses and tells, are you?
Oh, no, Barbara. No. Oh, no. You can trust me.
All right, then. Goodbye.
Well, there she goes.
And I'm going, too. Goodbye, Punchy.
I can't understand why I didn't play that scene right. I know I can do it. Rochester, read Miss Stanley's part, will you? I want to try it again. Start right here, will you?
Okay. No, Joe, you must listen to me. I made a mistake. I love you, Joe. You're a part of me.
I can't play my violin anymore, Lorna. I got the hands of a fighter. They've been soaked in brine for a year and they're hard as nails. They're good only for one thing now, slugging. Slugging my way to the tight.
So there you are, Don. That's the reason we're not going to do Golden Boy tonight.
Well, that's a shame. It would have been a great show.
Don't worry, Don. I've been soaking my hands in brine all week. I'll get her yet. Play, Phil.
One thing Jell-O has always been famous for, ladies and gentlemen, is the wide variety of ways that it can be served in desserts, salads, and many other grand gelatin treats. But did you know that you can also use Jell-O to make the finest fruit or vegetable relishes you ever tasted? For example, Jell-O Cranberry Relish, bright crimson cranberries gleaming in a golden mold of clear lemon Jell-O, and marvelously easy to make. All you do is first dissolve 1 package of lemon Jell-O and 1/3 cup of sugar in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened, and fold in 2 teaspoons of horseradish and 2 cups of raw cranberries, which have been put through the food chopper. Then mold, and you have a delicious relish, a sprightly combination of delicate lemon Jell-O and the spicy tartness of juicy, ripe red cranberries. Served with roast or cold meat, it lends a tasty tingle to their... With roast or cold meat, it lends a tasty tingle to their... With roast or cold meat, it lends a tasty tingle to their... With roast or cold meat, it lends a tasty tingle. K-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Civic Auditorium in Oakland, California, for the benefit of President Roosevelt's Infantile Paralysis Fund, the March of Dimes. The orchestra opens the program with Billy. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you something now that I think is mighty important, and this is it. Into every single package of Jell-O goes one ingredient that can't be weighed or measured: the persistent and never-ending desire for perfection. This is the ideal by which the makers of Jell-O have steadily progressed toward a more perfect product, the strict standard to which they've been unfailingly devoted. As a result, constant improvements have been made in the rich, tempting taste of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors and the rare, glowing beauty of Jell-O's 6 lovely colors. To make the good better and to make the better best has been Jell-O's everlasting aim, and perhaps that explains why every day more and more people enjoy Jell-O's luscious, thrilling goodness. Yes, sir, that's why today's Jell-O, so rich and radiant, so truly satisfying, is more than ever America's most popular gelatin dessert. That was Billy, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who was so anxious to appear at this benefit tonight that he drove all the way from Los Angeles to Oakland in his 1923 Maxwell.
Boy, am I stiff.
A man who braved the elements, unflinching and courageous, and made this hazardous journey through wind, rain, and storm.
Oh, Dancy.
Here he is, folks, that fearless adventurer, that unsung hero of the Jell-O program, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, when you said I braved the elements to get here, no truer words were ever spoken. What a trip. Would you like to hear about it?
Not particularly.
Well, we left Beverly Hills Monday morning at exactly 5 a.m. It was quite dark, and it had just begun to drizzle. Nevertheless, Rochester and I loaded up with provisions, put our Oakland or bus sign on the car, and stepped into the Maxwell. At 6:12, we got the motor started. And 8 hours later, we arrived in the thriving little town of Santa Barbara. Tired but determined to go on.
I see. Well, tell me, Jack, are you enjoying yourself here in Oakland?
Wait a minute, Don, I'm not here yet.
Oh.
By now, the drizzle had turned into a steady pouring rain. It was cold and dreary, and the wind was howling like a pack of hungry wolves. Ow! Ow! Oh, it was ghastly.
Well, you're here anyway. Tell me, Jack...
Don, you should have heard that wind and rain. People stared at us as we drove by and said, "Why, they're mad. They'll never make it, the fools."
They called us fools, Don. But just the same, we pushed on. San Luis Obispo, Paso Robles, King City, Salinas. On and on through the night with the rain splash, 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 and that front tire going flap, flap, flap against the fender. Until I thought I'd go crazy. Oh, it was awful.
Well, now that you're here, Jack, how about
We
telling
drove
me...
on and on through the night, little knowing what was ahead of us. And then came mutiny.
Mutiny?
Yes, Rochester wanted to turn back. But I said no. We started for Oakland, and that's where we're a-going.
I see. Well, now that you're here,
The
Jack, how
following
about...
morning, tired and weary, we arrived in the peaceful little town of San Jose. Here we stopped and enjoyed a hearty #1 breakfast at the Extra Blanket is Free Motel. Upon bidding Mo adieu, we discovered that in our absence, a truck had nudged the rear end of my car, causing a complete nervous breakdown. So I left Rochester to cope with the situation, hailed a passing Greyhound, and here I am at the Civic Auditorium in Oakland, California.
Thank you, folks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm sure glad to be
wait a
back
minute,
here.
Phil, wait a minute. That ovation wasn't for you. I just told our audience about my hazardous journey to Oakland, and they applauded.
Then I'll go out and come back in again. I want to get my own reception.
Boy, what a hamola. Anyway, Don, it was a tough, grueling trip, but it was worth it just to be here for the benefit for the March of Dimes. Imagine, Don, playing before such a large audience, over 9,000 people. Isn't this an enormous place?
It certainly is. I'll bet that from way up in the balcony, we look like two tiny ants.
Well, I don't know about me, Don, but you look like an ant that needs bending exercises. But at that, we must seem pretty small in a place this size. Look at that man sitting way back there all alone in the last row.
Oh, yes. I wonder if he can hear us.
I'll find out, Don. Hello there.
Hello.
Can you hear our program?
Yes. When does it start?
Fresh guy. But you know, Don, when we do a broadcast from a place like this, we should always...
Hi, everybody. This is Happy Harris talking. Hollywood's gift to Oakland, California.
Happy Harris, Hollywood's gift. Phil, this is a benefit performance on a special occasion, so you could have made your entrance tonight with a little dignity.
What are you talking about? I'm sober.
I know, Phil. I've already given you a gold star for that. But you don't have to show off. Look at that audience there, 9,000 people. Doesn't that thrill you?
Why, Jackson, when I saw that crowd and realized how popular I am here, I cried like a baby.
Oh. You mean you're the drawing card?
Who else?
Listen, Phil, if you were the only attraction here tonight, this benefit would need a benefit. And I nearly killed that gag, too. And by the way, Phil, I tried to locate you last night. Where are you staying?
Oh, I got the bridal suite at the Hotel Oakland.
The bridal suite?
Yeah, I asked them for the best they got, and that's what they gave me.
Well, that's rich. The bridal suite. Where are you staying, Don?
I'm rooming with Phil.
Oh. Well, I hope you'll both be very happy. Yes, sir.
Where are you stopping, Jack?
Well, it's been quite a problem, Don. You see, I have friends in both cities. So I took a room at the Leamington here in Oakland and also a room at the St. Francis in San Francisco.
Oh, a room with two towns, huh?
Yes, it's a sort of a suite with a connecting bridge. I got on the ferry to go to the bathroom the other day, and I wound up in Sausalito. It's a bit confusing, but it's homey.
Well, look who's here in Oakland, Cal. Mary Liv, the Jello gal. You've heard from Don and Phil and Jack. And if you don't like me, I'll go right back.
Mary? There you are. You see, they do like you, Mary.
Gee, thanks, everybody. Oh, boy, isn't this a big place?
I'll say it is.
You know, Jack, I climbed way up there in the balcony a few minutes ago to see how you all look. And you know how far it is?
How far?
You can't even see the bags under Phil's eyes.
No fooling. Gee, Mary, from way up there, I'll bet I look like a high school kid.
Yeah, an old gray high school kid.
That's so. Well, just for that, I'm going to climb way up there myself and see what you look like.
You'll never make it.
Don't be too sure about that. I'll make it all right.
Say, Mary, I was looking for you last night. Where are you living?
I'm stopping with relatives here in town, my Uncle Lou and Aunt Rose.
Oh, that's right, Mary. Your uncle's in the fish business, isn't he?
Yeah, Pew.
Well, you think that's something? Here's one that'll kill you, Mary. Oh, this will really kill you. Phil and Don have the bridal suite at the Oakland Hotel. Is that a laugh?
Yeah. Do you want another laugh?
What?
Dennis Day is sleeping in the bassinet.
Oh, the three of them bunking together, eh? And they talk about me being cheap. Hey, Maestro, it's about time for a number. Have you something especially arranged for this occasion?
Yes, sir. I got a real sizzler.
Well, play it loud. I want that fellow in the last row to hear it.
Don't worry, Jackson. The way we play, President Roosevelt will hear us.
And Mrs. Roosevelt, wherever she is. Go ahead, Phil. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Pardon me. I'd like to enter Fifi, my French poodle, in your dog show.
Dog show? Oh, you made a mistake, madam. This is the Civic Auditorium in Oakland. The dog show is being held at the Civic Auditorium in San Francisco.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come along, Fifi.
Oui, oui, madame.
Well, that's the first time I ever heard a dog speak French. Play, Happy. That was Pinch Me, played by the orchestra. Say, Phil, that number sounds familiar. You played it on our program just a few weeks ago, didn't you?
Yeah, and we're going to keep on playing it till we get it right.
Well, don't get sore about it. I just noticed it, that's all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, the Benny Opinion is Divided players have prepared one of their famous detective mysteries. Now, as we have friends from both Oakland and San Francisco in our audience tonight, we couldn't make up our minds which city to favor. So after much deliberation, we finally decided to call our play Murder on the Bay Bridge. Or he got halfway across when he got it. Now, I will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny of Police Headquarters, and Don, you're going to be my assistant.
Oh, that's fine, Jack.
And you, Mary, you're going to be the victim's wife. He's a strong, handsome fellow with flashing eyes and a marvelous physique. And you kill him.
I must be nuts.
That's right. And you, Phil, you're going to be Mary's lawyer, and you're also her sweetheart.
I get it, the internal triangle.
That's eternal. A fine lawyer. Now, where's Dennis Day? Oh, Dennis?
Yes, please?
Oh, here it is, folks.
Well, we're all popular here. Say, Dennis, this is your first trip up here. How do you like it?
Oh, it's wonderful. You know, Mr. Benny, I went over to Treasure Island to see the fair, and it's closed.
Well, certainly it's closed.
Gee, and I had $5 to spend.
$5?
If they'd have known that, they'd open it again.
Now, Mary, the fair is reopening in the spring. Now, Dennis...
Say, Mr. Benny, I meant to ask you, did you have a nice trip up here in your Maxwell?
Oh, Dennis, you'll never know what I went through. It was the worst experience I've ever had.
Pretty bad, huh?
Bad? Listen to this, Dennis. We left Beverly Hills Monday morning at exactly 5 a.m. It was quite dark, and it had just begun to drizzle.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Nevertheless,
inasmuch as I've heard this story before, and you have also, let me say a few words about our product, Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. The next time you feel in the mood for a treat, go down to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of this tempting, delicious dessert. It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors. So be sure to insist on genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box.
But just the same, we pushed on.
Remember, folks, J-E-L-L-O
and then the
spells Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat.
And here I am in Oakland, California. I tell you, Dennis, I wouldn't go through that experience again for $1 million. It takes plenty of stamina and endurance. Why, I'm practically a pioneer.
Oh, Jack, I never saw a guy with your imagination. You have to dramatize everything.
What do you mean?
Look what happened the other day at your house.
Oh.
What was it, Mary?
His living room curtains caught on fire, and Jack took out his fiddle and played.
Nero Benny, that's rich.
Now, wait a minute. I happened to be playing my violin at the time of the fire. I was not posing as Nero.
Then why were you wearing a toga?
That wasn't a toga. That was my nightshirt. I was on my way to bed.
With an olive branch in your hair?
Oh, quiet. I've got a play to announce here. Now, Dennis, in our murder mystery tonight, you're going to be a traffic cop. So here's a whistle for you.
Oh, boy.
Wait till the play starts. And now, folks, our drama will go on immediately after Dennis Day's song, which will be... Excuse me a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Where are you? At the hotel?
No, I'm still in San Jose.
San Jose? For heaven's sake, Rochester, haven't you got that car fixed yet?
Well, I had a mechanic working on it all day. He fixed the motor all right and put some new gears in the transmission.
I see.
But the rear end is still droopy.
Well, as long as it runs, drive it in. How much are the repairs going to cost me? Rochester, I said, how much are the repairs going to cost me?
Boss, are you standing up or sitting down?
I'm standing up. How much is it?
It had to be done, you know.
Rochester, for the last time, how much did he charge for fixing the car?
$27.50. Goodbye, boss.
Wait a minute. $27.50. Now, listen, Rochester, I've got a good idea. In the first place, it was the truck driver's fault for bumping into us.
Uh-huh.
So naturally, he's responsible for it.
Uh-huh.
I want you to go to that guy and get the money, and if necessary, use force.
Boss, did you get a full view of that truck driver?
Yes, and he don't look so big.
You mean from Oakland or from where I am?
I mean, we're entitled to that money, and I expect you to collect it. If he gives you an argument, sock him on the chin.
If I could reach that high, I'd get a job picking apples.
Well, I'm ashamed of you, Rochester. It isn't the $27.50, but I hate to think that I have a coward working for me.
Who's a coward?
You're a coward.
Just checking, boss. Just checking.
All right, now I'm not going to argue with you. Get in that car and drive to Oakland. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
You left your toothbrush in the motel. Do you want it?
Of course I want it.
It's down to 3 bristles.
I don't care. Bring it along.
Well, I'll be doggone. So long, boss.
$27.50. I could have bought a new car for that.
Oh, well, now, where were we?
I was going to sing, Mr. Benny.
Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this being Dennis's first out-of-town trip with our gang, by special request, he's going to do the first number he ever sang on this program, Good Night, My Beautiful. Go ahead, Dennis. Oh, now what? Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is this the auditorium where they're holding the dog show?
No, the dog show is being held at the Civic Auditorium in San Francisco. Who are you?
Just a Mexican hairless. Arf, arf.
Oh, Hager, I'd like to muzzle you. Sing, Dennis.
Good night, my beautiful. The night will be lonely but beautiful when I am alone with my wonderful dreams of you. Darling, someday I hope that bidding you good night will mean nothing more than turning out a light. Someday good night will bring me closer to you. But in the meantime, this will have to do. Good night, my beautiful. Just being with you is so beautiful, and tearing away from your arms is not easy to do. Good night, my wonderful. There's nobody who is so wonderful. Each moment with you is like living a dream come true. So hold me close to you, parting is such sweet sorrow. Your love is all I have to waken for tomorrow. Good night, my beautiful. The night will be lonely but beautiful when I am alone with my wonderful dreams of you. My wonderful dreams of you.
That was Good Night, My Beautiful, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we are a little pressed for time, we will proceed immediately with our thrilling mystery entitled Murder on the Bay Bridge, or It Wasn't a Seagull That Got Him. The opening scene is the office of Captain O'Benny at police headquarters. Curtain, music. Hello, police headquarters. Captain, you kill him, I grill him. O'Benny speaking. Oh, hello, darling. What? No, I'm sorry. No, honey. No, you can't have it. Goodbye. Women burn me up.
Who's that, Cap?
My wife. She's giving a party this afternoon. She wants a patrol wagon for a bingo prize. We need that here.
Oh, let her have it, Cap. We never use it.
We don't, hey? Where do you think I keep my pigeons? And that reminds me, Wilson, I've been missing several birds lately, and I want you to find out who's stealing them.
Okay, Cap. I'll get on the case immediately.
Good. By the way, what's that bulge in your hip pocket?
My handcuffs.
Well, they got feathers on them, so the case is solved. Now, the next time that happens, Wilson, I'm going to take away your arch supporters. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Cap.
Officer O'Day, you're supposed to be on traffic duty at 5th and Main.
That's right.
Well, what are you doing here?
The traffic is all balled up.
Oh, it is, eh?
Yes, can I have another corner and start over?
Absolutely not. You go back to 5th and Main and straighten out that traffic snarl.
It's a Lulu.
I don't care if it is. Straighten it out.
Yes, sir.
That O'Day is the worst traffic cop on the force.
Well, why'd you take him off the bomb squad?
What is that?
I say, why'd you take him off the bomb squad?
Because he hasn't any fingers left.
Now he can't count at all. You better get that traffic moving in a hurry.
Say, Captain O'Benny.
Oh, you again. What is it now?
Which is for stop, red or green?
Get out of here. What a dodo. If we didn't need him in our quartet, I'd fire him. Hello, police headquarters. Captain, you slug 'em, I jug 'em. O'Benny speaking. What? What's that, madam? I can't hear you. What? You'll have to talk louder. What's that?
I said my husband was killed.
Oh. Where did this happen? I see. Well, was he? Oh, he was. Very well, madam. We'll be right over. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Snooky.
Sergeant Wilson, we must leave immediately. There's been a murder committed on the Bay Bridge. And I'll solve this crime, or my name ain't, you nail 'em, I jail 'em, O'Benny. Follow me.
Calling all cars. Stay away from 5th and Main. You'll never get through. That is all.
Darn that old Dave. Well, here we are in the middle of the bridge, Sarge. This must be the place.
Yeah, look at the crowd of people.
Stop the car.
What's going on here?
All right. Break it up, everybody. I'm taking charge here. Now, where's the body?
Coming through the rye.
Don't get smart. Now, who are you?
I'm the victim's wife.
Oh, DeVito, eh? Well, you certainly don't look like one.
I couldn't get a veil. Feinstein's is closed today.
Well, so much for that. Now, let me ask you something.
Pardon me, Cap. Do you mind if I leave?
Well, what's the matter, Sarge?
Well, I don't want you to think I'm a sissy or anything, but this high bridge makes me kind of dizzy.
Well, go ahead. I can handle this alone. Now, let me ask you something, madam. This bridge is pretty high. Oh, well, I just won't look over. Now, I want to ask you a few questions, madam. What's the name of your husband, the deceased?
Smith. John Smith.
John Smith, eh? And what's your name?
Pocahontas.
Cut that out! Now, tell me, Mrs. Smith, were you in love with... Gee, this bridge is high. Swaying a little, too. Now, tell me, Mrs. Smith, were you in love with your late husband?
I ain't talking till I see my lawyer.
Your lawyer, eh? Where is he?
There he is, cleaning that gun. Oh, sweetheart.
Yes, sugar.
Oh-ho! So you're Mrs. Smith's lawyer, eh?
That's me, Bob.
Well, I think your client is guilty of murder.
That's supposition, and you can't hold her without a writ of habeas corpus.
I know all about that. What are you doing with that gun in your hand?
I'm cleaning it, whereas and to wit.
We know you're a lawyer. Shut up. Now, see here, Mr. Attorney. What's your relationship to Mrs. Smith?
Strictly business. She's nothing but a client.
Oh, yeah?
Don't let him bluff you, darling.
Don't worry, sweetie pie.
Sweetie pie? Oh-ho!
Quiet with that oh-ho!
Quiet nothing. I'm arresting you, Mrs. Smith, for the murder of your husband.
What do I care? Sure, I killed him. And you know why? Because I hated him. I hated John Smith, and I'm glad he's dead.
Gee, I never realized this bridge was so high. Oh, well.
No, Captain. She didn't do it. She's trying to shield me, I confess. I killed John Smith. I shot him dead.
Gee, it's still swaying a little, too. Oh! Gee, I wonder if I ought to...
Well, what are you standing there for? Are you going to arrest us or not?
Gee, I'm dizzy. Oh, I guess it's just my imagination. No, it isn't. Now, see here, you two. I'm arresting you for the murder of... What's that?
Hello, boss. Here I am, safe and sound.
Oh, hello, Rochester. So you finally got here, eh?
What's the matter, boss?
Nothing. I see the Maxwell is running all right. Did you pay the toll when you drove on the bridge?
No, the man just took a look at the car and said, this one's on the house.
Oh. Well, as long as you're here, you can give me a lift. So long, folks.
Hey, what about us?
Yeah, aren't you going to arrest us?
Drop in at the police station. We'll talk it over. Come on, Rochester. Step on it.
Okay, boss.
Folks nowadays have found that grapefruit is not only grand for breakfast, but equally delicious when served at other meals as an appetizer, salad, or dessert. For example, in third is Jell-O Cherry and grapefruit bread mold of clear cherry Jell-O, nestling in a golden circle of tender, juicy grapefruit sections. As for making it, well, nothing could be simpler. Just dissolve 1 package of cherry Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water. Turn into a mold and chill until firm. Then unmold and arrange grapefruit sections around the gracefully shaped mound of Jell-O. A perfect study in crimson and gold, this colorful combination of cherry Jell-O and grapefruit is a handsome dessert you can well be proud of. A swell treat the whole family will love. So tomorrow, brighten the dinner table with one of the finest, most successful desserts you've ever served, Jell-O cherry and grapefruit mold.
We're a little late, folks, and it was swell being here. Good night, everybody.
It's the National Broadcasting Company. Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program, back in Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I've Got My Eyes on You. Ladies and gentlemen, when you hear me say Jell-O, here's what I hope you think of. I hope you get a picture in your mind of a swell, gay, colorful dessert, chock full of bang-up goodness filled with rich, juicy flavor. Because that's just what the name Jell-O stands for. It means the most delicious, refreshing desserts you ever enjoyed. But it means more than that, because the name Jell-O is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods, and believe me, that trademark is not just a handy name, it's a real responsibility. It means something to be lived up to. So when you buy Jell-O, you know you're getting the finest product possible. And that's why, year in, year out, the makers of Jell-O are making it even better. And it's also why we ask you to insist on Jell-O by name, to be sure of getting the one and only Jell-O, the real thing. So look for those big red letters on the box when you buy. They spell Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert for 40 years and better than ever today. That was I've Got My Eyes on You, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, last Sunday our broadcast came to you from Oakland, California, where we gave a benefit performance for the March of Dimes. So now we would like to show you exactly what happened at the conclusion of that program. The place is the Civic Auditorium in Oakland. The orchestra has just finished the closing number, and Jack is at the microphone saying, as he always does at the end of every program.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the current Jell-O series. And I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure appearing here in Oakland for the March of Dimes. You were a swell audience, and thanks again very much. Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
Well, that's that. Gee, what a crowd.
Follow me, Jack. I'll get you through the dressing room.
I don't know of any better interference, Don. I'm right behind you.
Can I have your autograph, Miss Livingston?
Why, certainly. Here you are, little boy.
Mary, we'll never get through this mob.
Oh, Mr. Harris, can I have your autograph?
Sure, honey. What's your name and telephone number?
Phil, cut that out. Keep pushing through, Don.
Here's the dressing room, Jack.
Come on, Dennis.
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Wow, what excitement. Well, fellas, there's another one in the bag.
Well, how do you think the show went over, Jack?
Very good, Don, considering we had to work in such a big auditorium.
Yes, sir. 9,000 people.
And they were a swell audience.
They sure were, Jack. Did you hear them laugh when I said I was sharing the bridal suite with Phil Harris?
Oh, they really went for that one. And when I said I hope you'll both be very happy, they screamed, didn't they, Mary?
Sure. How about the yell I got when I said Dennis Day was sleeping in the bassinet?
Yeah.
I don't know what they were laughing at. I never slept in a bassinet in my life.
Well, maybe you haven't, Dennis, but they laugh because a bassinet sounds funny.
Sure, it's funny. Imagine a guy sleeping in a horn.
A horn? Phil, you're thinking of a bassoon. A bassinet is a baby's crib.
Oh, well, say, that's even better, ain't it?
Yes, Phil, we think so.
Say, Jack.
What?
I thought you were marvelous tonight. I never saw you work better.
Well.
Gee, you got big laughs. They screamed at you.
Well, thanks, Mary.
Now stick your shirt tail back in.
Oh, was that out during the broadcast? Why didn't somebody tell me?
I thought you were doing it for a gag.
Phil, I don't resort to those corny tactics like you do. You never got a laugh in your life without mugging it up.
What are you talking about? I was the hit of the show tonight, and I didn't make one face.
You were the hit of the show.
Yes, if you don't believe it, I'll leave it to Don.
All right, and I'll leave it to Mary.
Are you sure you want to do that, Jack?
Correction, I leave it to Dennis. I got more laughs.
Oh, let's go out and eat. Every week you two have the same argument.
Well, I'm tired of Phil's bragging all the time. When you come right down to it, he had very little to do on this show.
I'm fixing that, too. Next week, I'm going to bring in my own writer.
Oh, no, you don't. The last writer you brought in didn't know a single joke that didn't begin with a traveling salesman went up to a farmer's daughter. A fine writer. What was his name again?
Belly Laugh Barton.
That's the guy. Some gag man.
Oh, Jack, remember those cards they used to hand out?
Cards?
Yeah. Belly Laugh Barton. Call out the police. I'm a riot.
Oh, yes. What a pest he was.
You never did like that guy, did you, Jack?
No, and his idea of humor. I told him one day if he didn't watch out with that cane of his, I'd hit him right over the head with it. Whatever became of that broken-down genius, anyway?
He's working for Fred Allen.
Oh, well, they ought to make a marvelous combination. Belly Laugh Barton and Call Me a Taxi, Okay, You're a Taxi, Allen. They ought to get along swell together.
Jack, you're just sore at Alan because last Wednesday he said you were stingy.
Listen, Mary, saying I'm stingy is one thing and proving it is another.
Well, he said it and I'll prove it.
Is that so? Well, I'll tell you one thing, Mary, and this goes for Phil Harris.
Oh, Jack, stop all this arguing. We've just finished the program. Let's relax for a while.
You're right, Don. I'm sorry. But Phil always... Well, forget it. I'm going back to the hotel now. And listen, fellas, I want you all to get a good night's rest because, remember, we're leaving very early in the morning for Yosemite. We're going to have 4 lovely days in the snow.
I thought you were kidding, Jack. Are you really treating us to a vacation in Yosemite?
I certainly am.
Oh, boy, am I going to pop you with a snowball.
You're not going to pop me, Phil, because you're not going.
You invited me, didn't you?
That's been canceled as of your attitude tonight. So forget it. Now, fellas, it's pretty cold up in Yosemite, so I think that tomorrow morning we ought to buy all the warm clothes and equipment we'll need for the winter sports.
That's a good suggestion, Jack. I'm going to get some skates and go ice skating every day.
So was I until I heard that.
Don't worry, Mary. It gets pretty cold up there. That ice will even hold Wilson up.
Just the same, if I hear a crack, I'm not going to stop to think of an answer.
All right, suit yourself. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
I think you ought to buy a pair of ski shoes and some skis.
Well, I've never been on skis before, Mr. Benny. It's pretty dangerous, isn't it?
No, there's nothing to it. You just keep one foot a little ahead of the other and your knees slightly bent. You soon get onto it.
Say, Jack, tell them what happened to you last year when you went skiing at Lone Pine.
Well, that was just an accident.
What happened, Mary?
Jack banged into a tree so hard a squirrel came down waving a white flag.
Mary, the only reason I hit that tree is because I was skiing on one foot.
And the only reason you were skiing on one foot is because the other one got caught in your bloomers.
Those weren't bloomers, those were ski pants.
Those were bloomers, and you borrowed them from me.
Mary, you keep that up, and you'll stay home like Phil Harris. Anyway, Dennis, I'll meet you in the store tomorrow morning, and be sure to buy a pair of skis.
Bloomers, too?
No. Now, get this straight, everybody. We'll meet in the morning at 7:30 sharp in that little sporting goods store right next to my hotel. That's where I want you to buy all your clothing and equipment.
Oh, getting a cut, eh?
No, I'm not getting a cut, eh? I want everybody to meet there so we can leave right from the store for Yosemite.
Okay, Jackson, it's a date.
You're not going, Phil.
Neither am I if I have to get up at 7 o'clock.
Mary, it won't hurt you to get up early one morning. What did you do when you worked in the May Company?
Up till noon I had a stand-in.
Just the same, you meet me at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Well, I'm going to run along now, fellas. Is everything clear?
Sure, Jack.
Good. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Oh, gee whiz, Jack, I don't want to get up at 7:30.
Look, Mary, I know it's early, but once you're up, you'll enjoy it. The air is snappy and fresh, and, gee, you'll feel like $1 million.
So Jack and Mary left the auditorium, and right after Dennis Day's song, we will show you what happened the following morning. Sing, Dennis.
a blue world without you. It's a blue world alone. The sea, the sky, my heart and I, we're all an indigo hue. Without you, it's a blue, blue world. You were the light that brightened my life, my stars and moon and sun. Then with your flight came the night in my life. No laugh, no love, no fun. It's a blue world without you. It's a blue world alone. My days and nights that once were filled with heaven, with you away, how empty they have grown. It's a blue world from now on. It's a blue world for me. The sea, the sky, my heart and I, we're all an indigo hue. Without you, it's a blue, blue world.
Oh, here you are, Mary. Right in front of the store and right on time, too. 7:30. I'm sorry I had to get you up so early in the morning. Did you have a good night's rest?
Oh, shut up.
Gee, you're always so touchy in the morning. Well, you'll feel better after you've had some breakfast.
I ate.
Mary, what's the matter with you anyway? Look how nice it is outdoors. The sun is shining. The birds are singing. Be happy and gay. You're going on a vacation.
Hooray.
That's the spirit. Well, let's go in the store and buy what we need. Say, we're the only ones here. I guess we must be the first customers, eh, Mary?
Yeah.
Oh, there's the clerk. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm going to Yosemite, and I'd like to buy some equipment for the winter sport.
You can rent everything you need up there.
I know that, but I'd rather buy my own.
Much more expensive that way.
I don't care. I want to buy my own equipment.
Okay, you're the doctor.
Now, let's see. I'll need some heavy woolen socks and a sweater. Say, Mary, it's pretty cold up there. Do you think I ought to buy some long underwear?
Did they come any longer than the ones you're wearing?
They're not so long. They just stretch when they're washed. Young man, I think I'll take some long underwear, woolen socks, 2 pair of mittens, and a sweater.
What are you going to do with all that?
I told you I'm going up to Yosemite.
Well, how long are you going to stay there?
About 4 days.
Okay, you're the doctor.
Believe me, I know what I'm doing. Now, let's see. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. I want to get some snowshoes, a fur hood, and some felt-lined boots.
Oh, come now.
Never mind, it's cold up there.
Excuse me a minute. My wife just came in.
Good morning, dear. I brought your lunch.
Thanks, darling.
Are you busy right now?
Yes, I'm waiting on Admiral Byrd.
Admiral Byrd yet. Hey, Mary, I'm going to buy some skis. Come over and help me pick out a pair.
Be careful, Jack. Remember what happened to you at Lone Pine.
Don't worry about me, Mary. I can ski like a Norwegian. Oh, way back in Waukegan, they used to call me Bajork Benny. That's what.
You're a bajork, all right.
Well, at least you're waking up. Say, here's a nice pair right here. Hey, young fellow, I think I'll buy this pair of skis right here.
Pretty dangerous, you know.
Not if you know how to use them. I want this pair of skis.
Okay.
I'm the doctor, so don't argue. My goodness.
Very well. Shall I wrap them up, or do you want to wear them?
Wrap them up, of course. How can I get in my car with a pair of skis on?
Take the top down.
Now, look, young man, I didn't come here to argue with you. I just want to buy these skis. How much are they?
$22.50.
$22.50?
Buy 'em, Jack. You can send 'em to your father in Florida.
Well, see, that should have gotten a bigger laugh in California. Well, they're pretty steep, but I'll take them. I never saw such a... Well, hello, Don. Hiya, Dennis.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, Mary, this is a little early for you, isn't it?
Oh, no, it's wonderful. The sun is shining, the birds are singing. What do they want, anyway?
Don't annoy her, Don. You know, the princess can't get up until noon.
Well, I'd get up early, too, if I stayed home every night like you do.
What do you mean I stay home every night? You know very well I go out with Gladys on Wednesday and Saturday. And Thursday I bowl till midnight.
Gee, you're a regular Tommy Manville.
Don't be funny. Say, Don, you better get whatever you need in a hurry so we can get started.
Well, the only thing I need, Jack, is a pair of ski pants.
Okay. Say, young man, have you got a pair of ski pants his size?
Let him ask me.
Oh, I'm sorry I intruded. Ask him, Don.
Young man, have you got a pair of ski pants that'll fit me?
Just, so don't bend over.
Ha ha, that's very comical.
Quiet, I've had just about enough for you.
For me? Well, of all the insolence.
Why don't you punch him in the nose, Jack?
You do it. You're more in the mood than I am. Come on, Don, get your stuff and let's get out of here. Do you want anything, Dennis?
No, I bought all the stuff I need across the street.
I'm glad you did. Come on, fellas, let's go. Rochester's waiting for us in front of the hotel with the car.
Okay, Jack.
Oh, boy, Yosemite.
I can hardly wait.
Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, fellas.
Oh, hello, Phil.
What are you doing in this store, Phil Harris?
What do you think I'm doing? I'm going to buy my stuff for Yosemite.
You're not going up in my car.
Who cares? I got a car of my own, and I'm leaving at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, you are, eh?
Yes, and I'll be in Yosemite before you finish taking up collection for your gasoline.
All right, sour gapes. I'm paying for this trip, gasoline and all. Come on, fellas.
I'll ride up with Phil.
You'll ride with me. Now, let's go. Here, Dennis, carry my skis.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
What can I do for you, sir?
Give me a real snappy ski outfit, a pair of ice skates, and a case of musician's milk.
Oh, bourbon, eh?
Oh, Don, are you and Mary comfortable back there?
Yeah, we're fine, Jack. Everything's okay.
Speak for yourself, Don. I'm half frozen.
Well, put the blanket around you. Rochester, can't you go a little faster? We've been driving 8 hours, and we're nowhere near Yosemite. We made much better time from Los Angeles to Oakland.
Mr. Wilson wasn't with us then.
Oh, that's right.
I can hardly move with these suitcases and Don all around me.
Oh, stop complaining, Mary. I'm holding Dennis on my lap, ain't I?
You wouldn't if you had a windshield.
That's so. I'm just holding Dennis so you'll be comfortable. Are you all right, Dennis?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Well, wrap your muffler up around you and you'll be all right.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
Atta boy.
Say, Jack, why don't you let me hold Dennis back here on my lap?
You've got fat, Don. You don't need him. Gee, the scenery is beautiful along here. Hey, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Listen to the knock in that motor. Does that mean anything?
Not anymore.
Well, I wish you'd watch those things. Gee, the way you abuse this car, it'll have no trade-in value at all.
Trade-in value?
Yes.
Boss, this car has to tiptoe past the junkyard now.
Does, eh? Well, if you want to know something, Rochester, a man offered me $485 for this car.
Uh-huh.
Well, he did.
I said uh-huh. That's as far as I'll go.
Well, he's not the only one. I've had other offers. Dennis, will you please sit still and enjoy the scenery?
Say, Jack, I'm getting hungry.
You are?
Yeah, when are you going to take the hot dogs out of the radiator?
As soon as they're done. Now sit back and be patient. Gee, we'll be going through the mountains in a minute. Oh, Rochester, what's the gas situation?
Still 19 cents a gallon.
I don't mean that. I mean, what does the gauge say?
It's right between empty and positively.
Well, we're all right for a while yet. But we better stop at the next station and not take any chances.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Look at Don. He's sound asleep.
Oh, yeah. What was he mumbling about?
I don't know.
Why don't you go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of tempting, delicious Jell-O? It comes in ice skates, snowshoes, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Isn't that cute, huh?
So insist on genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the ski pants.
Ski pants? Wow.
Maybe I better wake him up, Jack. He'll catch cold.
No, let him alone. He's happy. Hey, Rochester, take it easy going around these curves here. Rochester, wake up!
All out, Yosemite.
We're not there yet. Rochester, don't you ever fall asleep at the wheel again. We could have been killed. Now watch yourself.
Okay, boss.
And it's getting dark. Turn on the headlights.
They've been on for 15 minutes.
Oh. Gee, they're not very bright for driving, are they? Oh, well, the moon will be out pretty soon.
That's all right for songwriters, but it won't help me any.
Oh, stop squawking and watch the road. Pull over at the side, Rochester. Somebody wants to pass us. All right, come on.
Hiya, Jackson. Why don't you get a horse?
It's Bill Harris.
Hello, Phil.
Ignore him, Mary. The big show-off. Look at him ahead there. Rochester, step on the gas. I'll give you $50 if you pass him. I'll give you $100.
Go back to 50. I feel bad enough.
Oh, well, let him go. We don't want to be with him anyway.
Jack, we'll never make Yosemite by tonight. It's pretty dangerous driving through the mountains.
Maybe you're right, Don. Let's stop somewhere and leave early in the morning.
Oh, no. I got up this morning, but tomorrow comes the revolution.
You'll get up with the rest of us. We'll stop at an auto court. We ought to get to one pretty soon.
I hope so.
Well, I'm glad to hear from you, Dennis. I thought you were frozen. Rochester, see those lights up ahead? That might be an auto camp. Slow down.
Okay.
Now listen, fellas, when we get there, I'm paying for all your rooms. Yes, sir. Of course, I really don't have to because our vacation doesn't officially start until we get to Yosemite. But just the same, this is on me. Yes, sir. Yep.
Keep talking, brother. You're hooked.
I'm not hooked. I'm only too glad to do it.
Say, boss, you were right. Look at that sign.
Where?
Right there. It says Mountain View Auto Court. Our cabins are cozy, so come in and dozy.
Oh, yes, and it says 75 cents a night. Pull up, Rochester. We'll stop here. Honk the horn. Maybe somebody will come out. They didn't hear it. Try the other one. That ought to bring them. Here comes somebody now.
Good evening, folks. What can I do for you?
We're on our way to Yosemite, and we'd like to stop here. How much are your cabin?
$3 a night.
$3 a night? Why, your sign there says 75 cents.
Yep, that stops them every time.
Well, that's the worst thing I've ever heard of, fooling people like that.
I know, but our cabins are worth $3 a night. We've got running water.
I don't care if you've got Sitting Bull. I'll only pay 75 cents. Now, we'll need about 4 cabins.
I'm sorry, but we only had one left, and that was just taken.
Just taken?
Yes, you'll have to go somewhere else.
Well, for heaven's sake, why didn't you tell me in the first place and not waste my time?
Quiet! Quiet out there. I'm trying to get some sleep.
Oh, so Harris got the last cabin. I'll bet he didn't pay any $3.
You said it, kid.
Well, I wouldn't stay here now if you gave me the place for nothing. Drive on, Rochester.
Okay, you're the doctor.
Imagine Harris getting the last cabin. Boy, what luck. All we need now is a flat tire.
Don't tempt them, boss. They're much too willing.
Just keep still and drive.
I'm hungry, Jack.
I'm cold.
I'm hungry and cold.
Well, gee whiz, fellas, we'll get to another place pretty soon. Cheer up, everybody. Stop acting like a lot of babies. Come on, let's sing and be happy. Merrily we roll along, Mar. What's the matter with you? Come on, sing. Merrily we roll along, merrily we roll along, la 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 la.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story of our trip to Yosemite will be continued next Sunday night, so be sure and tune in for further episodes of our vacation in the snow. Ice skating, bobsledding, skiing, thrills, chills, and spills.
You said it. Drive on, Rochester.
Folks, I want to tell you about something entirely new and different in desserts. It's a brand new Jell-O recipe called Jell-O Orange Vanilla Whip. 2 swell desserts blended into a wonderfully enticing new Jell-O treat that combines all the unique goodness of both these delightful Jell-O favorites. And here's how it's done. First, prepare orange Jell-O and drill the Jell-O until cold and syrupy. Place in a bowl of cracked ice and whip with a rotary egg beater until thick and fluffy. Next, gradually add the chilled pudding to the Jell-O, beating constantly until blended. Then mold, and you'll have one of the most exciting, most tender, tempting desserts you ever tasted. A velvety, smooth as Bavarian cream, but so inexpensive. A rich, creamy orange creation that combines the juicy, tantalizing tang of bright orange Jell-O with the delicate beauty and flavor of Jell-O vanilla pudding. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for a really thrilling surprise the first time you try that new, luxurious dessert of desserts, Jell-O Orange Vanilla Whip.
This is the last number of the 18th program in the current Jell-O series. And now that we showed you what happened on our trip to Yosemite last week, tune in next week to see what happened this week. I mean, last week. I mean...
He means good night, folks.
Yes, that's it. Good night.
J-E-L-L-O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Relax. Every week, ladies and gentlemen, we receive a number of letters from listeners, many of them saying that Jell-O can't be beat, that it's so delicious it just can't be improved. Well, the makers of Jell-O appreciate that, of course, but all the same, they look at the matter a little differently. For ever since this grand new dessert was first introduced more than 40 years ago, the Jell-O people have been constantly working to improve it, to make those 6 delicious flavors even more delicious, to make those grand glowing colors even gayer and more festive, to make it thriftier to buy and easier to prepare. In other words, to make Jell-O even better than the best. And your thank you to us has been Jell-O's steady growth in popularity. So remember, those big red letters on the box spell Jell-O, and Jell-O assures you of the finest enjoyment, rich flavor, and glowing colors, America's favorite gelatin dessert, now better than ever. Was Relax, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our program tonight will be devoted to a further description of our trip to Yosemite.
Yes, sir.
As you may remember, last week, Jack, Mary, Dennis, and myself piled into the Maxwell and left Oakland with Rochester at the wheel. Phil Harris was not a member of our little party, as Jack, in a fit of anger, canceled his invitation.
It wasn't a fit of anger, Don. He just had to be disciplined, that's all.
Nevertheless, Phil left...
That guy has to be put in his place once in a while, you know.
Nevertheless,
I'll
Phil
teach him to get smart with me.
Nevertheless, my goodness, Jack.
Excuse me, Don.
Nevertheless, Phil left in his own car 6 hours later than we did, and much to our surprise, soon passed us on the road.
Much to whose surprise?
Quiet. Go ahead, Don.
Anyhow, realizing we couldn't reach Yosemite that night, we pulled into an auto court only to find that Phil Harris had taken the last cabin.
Who cares? We found a much better place to stay.
Some place. I rang for a bellboy and a coyote came in.
Well, it was rather primitive. Huh?
It is now the following morning, and we are once more on the road, headed down the highway toward Yosemite.
Careless, now that you got me loving you. Careless, careless in everything you do. Are you just careless as you seem to be? Or do you just careless for me? I said for me.
Very good, Rochester, very good. Now sing Scatterbrain.
Now, wait a minute, boss.
Rochester, I said sing Scatterbrain.
I'm tired singing for you all the time. Why don't you put a radio in this car?
Because I only want to hear what I want to hear. That's why.
Oh, Jack, let him rest. He's been singing for an hour.
I don't mind singing, Miss Livingston, but at 8 o'clock he wants me to imitate Amos and Andy.
Well?
I can't do that blackface stuff.
You can try, that's all I ask. You don't have to be perfect. There's a car coming, Rochester. I think we better let it pass us.
I think it's inevitable.
Look at that speed demon showing off. He ought to get a ticket.
Oh, you're jealous of every car that's got cylinders.
I am not.
Boy, what a ride. 2 days to make 180 miles.
Listen, Mary, if you don't like it, get out and walk.
How can I walk after 2 days in this cocktail shaker?
Oh, this car doesn't vibrate so much.
It doesn't. You've been trying to get that cigar in your mouth for the last 5 miles.
Don't worry, I'll make it. See, I never saw anyone like it. It's funny Don and Dennis aren't complaining.
I'm fine, Mr. Benny.
There you are. Are you all right back there, Don?
Well, tell you the truth, Jack, I'm still a little sleepy.
You're sleepy. What about me? You're a nice fellow, Don, but that's the last time I'll ever share a bed with you and Dennis.
I didn't have much of it.
That's right. You were wedged in pretty tight there. Incidentally, Dennis, what was the idea of wiggling your ears all night long?
I dreamt I was a butterfly on my way to a daisy.
Well, that's rather odd.
You know, Jack, I had a dream, too. I dreamt I was lost in Mexico with Clark Gable.
Oh.
Mighty nice country down there.
Yeah, especially this time of year, you know. Another car wants to pass us, Rochester.
Okay, boss, let's look nonchalant.
Never mind, let them go, the fools. There's another guy that ought to get pinched.
Oh, he wasn't going so fast.
He wasn't, eh? He passed us, and our speedometer says 65 miles an hour.
I thought you were going to have that fixed.
Never mind.
Say, boss, there's a big hill up ahead. What'll we do?
What'll we do? Climb it, of course.
It's pretty steep, you know.
Rochester, this car's made hills much steeper than that one.
Not doing my regime.
Just give her the gas. We'll make it.
Okay, hang on, everybody.
There you are. We're doing fine.
Uh-oh.
Well, don't let it die out on you. Throw it in the second.
There ain't no second.
Then throw it in the first. What are you waiting for?
Okay, boss.
There. Now we'll make it. Pull the choke out.
Okay.
Keep calm, everybody. Don't get excited. We're near the top. We're making it. We're making it.
That did it. We're over.
Well, here we are. It was a little dangerous, but we're all right now, eh, Mary?
I don't know why I don't punch you right in the nose.
You wouldn't dare. You weren't afraid, were you, Dennis?
No, sir, that was fun. Let's do it again.
It won't be necessary.
Say, Jack, now the excitement is over, let's stop at that lunchroom up ahead and get something to eat.
Okay.
There's a gas station alongside of it.
Good. We'll put some water in the radiator and some air in the tires.
Yeah, and you better put some of that stuff they make a little profit on in the gas tank.
I was going to get some gas, Rochester, so mind your own business. Well, here we are. Let's stop. Gee, I'm hungry.
Rocky Crest, 10 minutes here, folks.
Rochester, you're not driving a bus. Now get out, everybody. Oh, boy, it feels good to stretch. Huh?
Yes, sir. I'm stiff as a board.
I feel wonderful. Simply marvelous.
You don't have to be so sarcastic, Mary. What about the women that used to ride across the plains in covered wagons?
I envy them.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Mary. If I ever ask you to take a trip with me again, I'll go right out and have my head examined.
And if I say yes, they can throw a net over both of us.
All right, all right. I've got to get some gas, so wait for me in the lunchroom. And if it's not too much trouble, order me a peanut butter sandwich, will you?
Okay. Come on, Don.
Right with you, Mary.
See you later. Now, where did Dennis disappear to? Oh. Say, young fella.
Yes, sir?
I want 5 gallons of gas, please.
Ethel, Pethel, or Schmethel?
The regular gas will be all right. 5 gallons, please.
The Ethel is much better for your motor.
Now, look, buddy, I know what I want. Put in 5 gallons of regular gas.
Okay, you're the doctor.
You remind me of a fella that waited on me in a sporting goods store in Oakland.
That's my brother Egbert. Isn't he priceless?
He sure is.
Oh, Mr. Benny, where'd the gang go?
They're in the lunchroom, Dennis.
Okay. La, 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 la.
I never saw such a happy kid. Say, Rochester, see what else the car needs. I'm going in and eat.
Don't forget the driver, boss.
Oh, yes, I'll bring you back something. What do you want, Rochester?
I'd like a stuffed pork chop under glass.
You'll get a hamburger under mustard and piccalilli. Now, check the tires so we can leave as soon as possible.
Okay.
Please pass the ketchup, will you, Mary?
Here you are, Don.
Oh, you're eating already, eh? Did you order my peanut butter sandwich, Mary?
Yes, and it was delicious.
Oh, fine. Now order me another one.
Say, Mr. Benny, look what I found on this record machine.
What, Dennis?
Look at number 12 here. It says, Darn That Dream with a vocal refrain by Dennis Day.
Oh, one of your records, eh? Well, let's hear it. Put in a nickel.
Okay.
I dream each night. You say you love me and you hold me tight. But when I awake, you're out of sight. Oh, darn that dream. Darn your lips and darn your eyes. They lift me high above the moonlit skies. Then I tumble out of paradise. Oh, darn that dream. Darn that one-track mind of mine. It can't understand that you don't care. Just to change the mood I'm in, I'd welcome an ice-cold nightmare. Darn that dream, and bless it too. Without that dream, I never would have you. But it haunts me and it won't come true. Oh, darn that dream. Darn that dream, and bless it too. Without that dream, I never would have you. But it haunts me and it won't come true. Oh, darn that dream. Oh, darn it.
Say, Dennis, that was swell. I didn't know you made records.
Shall I play it again?
No, don't bother. But it was a grand number.
You ought to sing it on the program sometime.
You're darn right.
Gee, the food's good here, isn't it, Jack?
Well, we were pretty hungry, Don. Oh, Miss?
Yes, sir?
That peanut butter was delicious, but I'm still hungry. Give me a T-bone steak for myself and a hamburger to take out.
Okay. 2 cows. Torture one.
And by the way, Miss, I want my steak very rare.
The T-bone's for Tarzan.
Okay.
Well, they understand each other anyway.
Let's hurry up neat, fellas. I'm dying to get to Yosemite.
Gee, I'll bet Mr. Harrison's there already.
Who, Phil? Oh, he's still sleeping in that auto court. He might have passed us yesterday, but we'll beat him into Yosemite.
We will, eh?
Yeah, you know the story of the hare and the tortoise, don't you, Mary?
The what?
The tortoise. You know, turtle.
One turtle soup.
Coming up.
Wait a minute. I didn't order any soup.
Oh, pardon me. Scuttle the turtle.
You can't even open your mouth around here. What's that?
There's a parrot over there. Isn't it cute?
Where? Oh, yeah, in that cage. Let's go over and talk to it.
Gee, I love parrots.
That one's a beauty.
It sure is cute. Hello, Polly.
Hello, Polly. Hello, Polly.
Isn't that marvelous? Polly, want a cracker?
I want a cracker.
Gee whiz. You talk to him, Mary.
Okay. Hello, Polly.
Hurry up, babe. What you doing tonight?
Well, that's terrific.
Your steak is ready, sir.
Thanks. Gee, Mary, isn't it wonderful the way that bird talks? Huh?
Yeah, hurry up and eat your steak, Jack, so we can get out of here.
Well, it won't take me long. Oh, miss, will you please fill this thermos bottle with coffee? I want to take it with me.
Yes, sir.
Very little cream.
One quart of coffee. There you are.
Thank you. Gee, you folks measure everything around here, don't you?
Stop talking, Jack. We want to get going.
I'll be through in a minute, Don.
Pardon me, but aren't you Jack Benny from the radio?
Yes, I am.
I thought so. Would you mind autographing this piece of rye crisp for me?
Well, I'll be glad to.
You know, Mr. Benny, you're my favorite comedian.
Well, thanks very much.
I like Fred Allen.
You sound like him, too. That parrot's a little fresh there. Here's your autograph, miss.
Thanks.
Hello again. Hello again. Hello again. Boy,
Nobody asked you to listen, you know.
And it's in the trees that fills the breeze. Boy!
Well, plenty of people like that song if you want to know something.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, Jack, you're arguing with a parrot.
I don't care. He started it. Let's get out of here. Give me the check, please.
For everybody?
Yes, it's my treat. And here's 50 cents for you, miss.
Well, now I've seen everything. Shoot me.
Oh, how I'd love to. Come on, fellas.
Before we go, miss, I want to congratulate you on the marvelous dish of Jell-O you served me.
Thank you.
I can see now why it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. It's tempting and appetizing, easy to make, and as you know, comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Look, the big brown letter's on the box. Get it all in.
My, what a fresh bird that is. By the way, miss, where's that hamburger?
Here you are. It's in this bag.
Oh, yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
He's got a spoon in his pocket.
I have not. Come on, gang. Let's get out of here. I'd rather have a canary any day.
You had a canary and you took it back because he couldn't sing Rigoletto.
Well, it was in the guarantee.
What a guy. He expects Nelson Eddy with feathers.
Oh, quiet. Hey, Rochester, here's your sandwich.
Thanks, boss.
Is everything all set now?
Everything's fine, all ready to go.
Good. How much do I owe you, young man?
That'll be $2.10 for gas and $12 for the tire.
The tire? What tire?
Hop in, boss. Let's get going.
Wait a minute, Rochester. What's the idea of buying a new tire?
Well, you told me to check them, and the right front one was a little low.
Yes?
So I put some air in it, then kicked it to see if it was hard.
Uh-huh.
I never should have done that.
Well, that's no excuse for buying a new tire. If it blew out, you could have patched the inner tube.
Patch it? We couldn't even find it.
Well, here's your money, mister. And from now on, Rochester, before you buy anything, please consult me first. Come on, everybody, let's go. Where's Dennis? Oh. Well, pile in, fellas. I'll get the car started.
Are you going to drive, boss?
Yes, I'll drive for a while so you can eat your sandwich.
Are you ready to go, Mr. Benny?
Yes, hop in, Dennis. Come on, everybody. I'm driving. Now, let's see. Where's the starter, Rochester?
Right there on the floor, next to the mousetrap.
Oh, yes.
Mice, I'm getting out of here.
Don't worry, Mary. There was one little mouse living in the toolbox.
Little mouse? He came out and hit me with a hammer, didn't he?
Oh, stop exaggerating. Now, hold on, everybody. We're off. There we are. See how easy the car rides when I handle it, Rochester?
Uh-huh.
All you have to do is know how to drive it, that's all.
Uh-huh.
That's all there is to it. I'm doing all right, ain't I, Mary?
Yeah, but you look pretty silly with those goggles on.
I do, eh?
And turn your cap around. Who do you think you are, Barney Oldfield?
I'll wear my cap any way I want to.
Uh-huh.
Shut up! Oh, Don, you're not nervous with me driving, are you?
No, Jack, but what makes the car weave from side to side?
With this new tire on, it's gone nuts.
Well, it does throw me off a little. I'll hold the wheel tighter.
Somebody wants to pass us.
Pull over at the side, Rochester.
You're driving, boss.
Oh, yes. Come on, come on. How can people drive that fast? A guy like that ought to get a ticket.
Was that Phil Harris, Mr. Benny?
No, Phil's got a red sport model with a blonde siren. Say, fellas, you know, it's fun being at the wheel for a change.
Hey, Jack, pull over. Somebody else wants to pass us.
Okay.
Well, I'll be darned. It's a hay wagon.
Yeah.
Well, Jack, do you mean to say you're going to let a team of horses pass us?
They weren't ordinary horses, Don. The one on the outside looked like Indian broom. Hey, fellas, look at that sign. Yosemite National Park. 23 miles.
Gee, I just got time to knit a sweater.
You have not. Allowing for the hills and everything, we'll be there in a couple of hours.
Say, boss, you want me to drive for a while?
No, I don't want to bother changing seats.
You don't have to change. Just hand me the wheel.
Don't be smart. I'll drive, Rochester. Everybody has to be so comical. Good heavens, another speed demon.
It looks like Phil Harris's car.
It is Phil. Pull over, Jack.
Pull over nothing. He's not going to beat me to Yosemite. I'm going to hog the road. Keep on honking, Phil. That ain't going to help any.
Come on, pull that egg beater out of the way.
Oh, boy, is he burning up.
Jack, you're right in the center of the road.
I know what I'm doing. I'll teach that guy to show off.
Come on, Jackson, I'm in a hurry. Let me by.
Oh, no, Phil. Get in line. From now on, this is going to be a parade. What's that?
Pull over to the side, buddy. What do you think you're doing?
Who, me, officer?
Yes, you, and make it snappy.
Here, Rochester, you sit at the wheel.
It's too late now, boss.
What's the idea of blocking the highway? Don't you know it's against the law?
Well, gee, officer.
Let me see your driver's license.
I'm glad you got that guy, officer. He's a menace to safe driving.
I was only kidding, Phil Harris, and you know it. Look, officer, we're friends.
Friends, huh?
I never saw this guy before in my life. I think he's crazy.
Why, Phil Harris, you mean to say that...
May I go now, officer? I'm a physician, and I'm on a rush call.
Go right ahead, Doctor.
Doctor? He's no more doctor than I am.
By the way, officer, I'd inspect the trunk in the back of his car. I think there's a body in it.
Why, Phil Harris...
So long, officer.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Now, look, officer.
I've had about enough out of you. Let's have that driver's license.
Now, look, officer, you see, I'm taking my little family to Yosemite. I worked hard all year and saved up every penny, and this was to be our vacation up in the snow. You say one word, Mary Livingston. I realize, officer, that I've broken the law, but I'd just hate to have anything upset the vacation plans of my little family.
I see. Well, I'm a family man myself, and I appreciate what this trip means to you, so I'll let you go this time. But in the future, keep to the right.
Oh, I will, officer, I will. Way over to the side. Gee, thanks very much.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, that was a close call. All right, relax, fellas, and let's get started.
Can I drive now, Daddy?
Rochester! I'll drive till we get there. Well, here we are, fellas, coming into Yosemite.
A fine time to be getting in. 10 o'clock at night.
Well, we had mountains to climb. There were a lot of curves. Oh, Rochester, where are you?
Right beside you, boss. It's dark.
Well, either open your eyes or smile. There's the gate, fellas. Yosemite National Park.
Hooray! Hooray!
Boy, what fun we're going to have. We'll check in at the Ahwahnee Hotel, have a nice hot shower, a little supper, and get to bed so we can get up early in the morning and go out and play in the snow.
Oh, boy.
How are we going to get through that gate? It's closed.
Well, naturally it's closed. You got to pay $2 to get into the park. There's the ranger station right there. here comes the ranger now.
Good evening, folks.
Good evening. We're on our way. We want to go to the Ahwahnee Hotel to spend a few days there. That's $2 to get in, isn't it?
Yes, but you can't get through tonight. The park closes at 10 p.m.
What?
I'm sorry, but we don't open until 6 o'clock in the morning.
6 o'clock in the morning? Well, what are we going to do till then?
There's a lovely auto camp just 40 miles back.
I know. We stayed there last night. Now, look, mister. Can't you make an exception just for tonight?
I'm sorry. I'd like to help you out, but rules are rules.
I see.
Good night.
Good night. Well, this is the last straw.
What are we going to do now, Jack?
I don't know. I got a couple of tents in the back of the car. We can put them up.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Oh, everything is fun to you.
Well, Dennis is right. It won't hurt to rough it once in a while. It'll be good for us.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my goodness, don't tell me it's going to rain now.
That's all we need.
Well, we might just well spend the night right here in the car. We're all tired anyway, and we'll sleep till morning.
That's right, Jack. It'll only be a few hours.
Doggone, it looks like it's really going to rain.
My bunion's bouncing, if that means anything.
Here it comes. Well, good night, fellas.
Good night, Jack.
Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night. Dennis, you don't have to put your pajamas on. Well, good night, Mary. Pleasant dreams.
Keep 'em.
Oh, nuts.
So we leave our little group sleeping peacefully with the rain beating a lullaby on top of the car. What will happen in the morning? Will they finally reach Ahwahnee Hotel in Yosemite? Will they go skiing? Will Jack fall down and break his crown?
I hope so.
Tune in next Sunday night and find out. Play, Phil.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pretend I'm the postman delivering a Valentine to your home. Just tear open the envelope and you'll find it's a Valentine from all of us to all of you. A brand new Jell-O recipe for Valentine's Day. It's called Jell-O Valentine Hearts. Rich crimson hearts made of delicious cherry Jell-O, strikingly arranged on heart-shaped pieces of white cake. And here's how easy it is to make. In 1 pint of hot water, dissolve 1 package of cherry Jell-O, or any red Jell-O flavor you prefer. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Then cut into hearts with a heart-shaped cutter and arrange on heart-shaped pieces of cake. Serve plain or garnish with whipped cream, and you'll have a swell dessert for Valentine's Day that's really distinctive. So whether you plan to have a Valentine's party or just a regular family dinner, give the meal a festive touch with Jell-O Valentine Hearts, and let me tell you, you'll win every heart at the table.
Well, it's still raining. This is the last number of the 19th program in the current Jell-O series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, while we're sitting out here in the rain, I want to congratulate the Boy Scouts of America, who are this week celebrating their 30th anniversary. You know, Mary, I used to be a Boy Scout.
Quiet, I'm trying to sleep.
Oh, that's right. Good night, folks.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half-hour of Jell-O entertainment, the famous Aldrich family. See your local paper for time and station. It's the Blue World is from Music in My Heart. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Program in the current Jell-O series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, while we're sitting out here in the rain, I want to congratulate the Boy Scouts of America, who are this week celebrating their 30th anniversary. You know, Mary, I used to be a Boy Scout.
quiet. I'm trying to sleep.
Oh, that's right. Good night, folks.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half-hour Jell-O entertainment, the famous Aldrich family. See your local paper for time and station. It's a Blue World is from Music in My Heart. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with How High the Moon. Friends, I can tell you how quick and easy Jell-O is to make, and I can tell you how thrifty it is, too. But when it comes to flavor, well, you'll simply have to try Jell-O yourself. A clear, shimmering mold of lime Jell-O will give you the idea in no time at all. You'll be struck first by its brilliant jewel-like color, so gay and inviting. And with your first taste, you'll notice something else, extra rich flavor, alive with all the tart, tingling goodness of real fresh limes. Yes, friends, Jell-O is a swell, satisfying dessert, no matter how you serve it, no matter which of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors you choose. So try some tomorrow. The name Jell-O is printed on each package in big red letters. That's how you can be sure of always getting genuine Jell-O with its grand, extra-rich flavor, now better than ever. How High the Moon, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again we continue with the description of our trip to Yosemite in Jack's Maxwell. As you remember, last week our little party finally reached the gates of Yosemite National Park, only to find that it was closed for the night.
Darn it.
Being tired and weary, we decided to stay right there in the car until morning. And before we could nod off to sleep, we heard a clap of thunder, and it started to rain.
Here it comes. Well, we might as well get some sleep. Good night, fellas.
Good night, Jack.
Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night. Dennis, you don't have to put your pajamas on. Good night, Mary. Pleasant dreams.
Keep 'em.
Oh, nuts. Everything has to happen to me.
Well, it's your own fault. If you'd had a decent car, we'd have been here 2 days ago.
Well, it can't be helped now. Good night, Mary.
Good night. I didn't want to come to Yosemite anyway. I don't know how I ever let you talk me into it.
All right, Mary, I'm trying to sleep.
Come on up to Yosemite, Mary. We'll have a lot of fun. We'll play around in the snow. Fine lot of fun.
Mary, will you please be quiet? We're all trying to get a little sleep. My goodness.
Some car.
Oh. Now, look, Mary, you might as well make the best of it. It's raining. The park gates don't open till 6 o'clock in the morning, so quit beefing and get some rest.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Why'd you ever leave Waukegan?
Mary, would it make you feel any better if I killed myself right now? Right in front of you? Look at Don. He's sound asleep already. Are you asleep, Don?
Only my feet.
Oh. How about you, Dennis? Dennis, are you comfortable?
Yeah, this is fun.
Oh, you've been having fun ever since your nurse dropped you.
Boy, what I go through. I take the whole gang on a wonderful trip, and this is the thanks I get. Oh, well, I might as well try and get some rest. Oh, fine. Listen to Rochester. Rochester, close your mouth. Rochester.
Let me see them dice.
Rochester, we can't sleep with that snoring going on.
I'm glad you woke me up, boss. I was right in the middle of a crap game.
How'd you make out?
Pretty bad. I can't even dream myself rich.
I'll go back to sleep. Maybe your luck will change. Good night.
Good night, boss.
Gee, I wish this rain would stop. Oh, well, it's good for the farmers.
6 hours later. It is now the following morning, and our little group awakens to find themselves in a natural setting of breathtaking beauty. The sun is just rising over the snow-capped mountains. Birds are twittering in the giant redwoods. What a picture Mother Nature has painted.
Come on, fellas. Come on, come on. Wake up, everybody. Come on, it's 6 o'clock. Wake up. Wake up, everybody.
Stop with that bugle.
Up, Mary. We got to get going. You too, Don.
What time is it, Jack?
6 o'clock. Come on, kids. Up, up, up. Be happy and gay. It's a brand new day. Come, come.
Oh, put your toupee on.
I don't wear any and snap out of it. And listen, everybody, I'm going to give you just 10 minutes to be cheerful, or you'll have to pay for your own rooms. Are you up, Dennis?
Yeah. Oh, boy, look at that scenery. Isn't it beautiful?
It sure is. And look at those giant redwood trees. You know, Dennis, they're called sequoia.
They are?
Yes, you see, sequoia is an Indian word meaning heap big tree.
Hey, Throwing Bull, when do we catch him breakfast?
We'll eat as soon as we get to the hotel. Come on, Rochester, we're ready to go.
Okay, boss.
How you feeling?
Fine, I broke even in that crap game.
That's good. Toot the horn, Rochester, so we can get to the ranger out here and pay our entrance fee into the park. Gee, the air is brisk up here, so snappy. Here comes the ranger now. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Up bright and early, I see.
Yes, we want to get an early start. It's so beautiful here in the morning, especially the sun coming through the sequoias. You know, sequoia is an Indian word.
Oh, really?
Yes, it means big tree. And Yosemite is an Indian word, too.
You don't say.
Yes, sir.
You seem to be quite well informed about the park.
Yes, I read all about it in this little booklet here. It explains everything.
I know, I wrote it.
Oh. Well, here's the $2 entrance fee. Now, which road do we take to get to the Ahwahnee Hotel?
That's on page 5.
Oh, I must have missed that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, Rochester, let's go. Where's Dennis? Oh. Now, let's see. It says here in the book that the Ahwahnee Hotel is 4 miles straight ahead.
We ought to make that today. We got an early start.
Oh, we'll be there in half an hour.
All ready to go, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Dennis, hop in. Let's get started, Rochester.
Okay, boss.
Well, here we are inside the gate. Gosh, I never saw such beautiful scenery in my life. You know, man is so insignificant compared to the majestic grandeur of this supreme phenomena of nature.
What page is that on?
I made that up myself.
Say, Jack, I can't understand why there isn't any snow here in the valley.
Well, it's been a very mild winter, Don, but there's plenty of snow just a short drive from the hotel. It's up at Badger Pass.
Are we all going skiing this afternoon, Mr. Benny?
I don't know about you fellas, but I am. Boy, I can't wait till I get into my ski outfit and go zooming down those hills 60 miles an hour. Whee!
Take it easy, brittle bones.
Don't worry. I'll surprise you, Mary Livingston.
Say, boss, are you sure this is the right road to the hotel?
I think so, Rochester. We just passed a sign back there. What did it say?
It was printed, boss. I'm a longhand man.
Well, stop the car and back up. There's no use getting out of our way. And we'll see that sign. All clear, Don?
Yeah, nobody behind us.
Okay. About 20 yards more, Rochester.
Gee, I didn't know this car could back up.
Oh, sure, Dennis. It does everything. Just a little further back, Rochester. About 5 more yards. That's it. There's the sign. What does it say?
Wilshire Bowl, 400 miles.
Darn that Phil Harris. He put that up when he got here last night. Well, there must be a sign around here somewhere.
Here comes an Indian, Jack. He ought to be able to help us.
Where? Oh, yes.
Gee, he's got long black hair. And look at the beads on his jacket.
Well, naturally. Well, naturally, Dennis, that's how Indians dress. I'll talk to him.
How do you do?
We like Ketchum Awani Hotel.
The Awani? You continue on this road until you get to the bridge, and at the intersection, you bear right for approximately 2 miles. You can't miss it.
Oh, thank you very much, Chief.
Ugh.
Well, it's about time. Go ahead, Rochester. We're on the right road.
Okay, boss.
Well, 2 more miles and we'll be at the hotel.
Oh, Jack, look over here at your right. Isn't that Brattleville Falls?
Where? Oh, yes. My goodness, what a magnificent sight.
And there's Yosemite Falls to the left.
Yep, that's it, all right.
Gee, it's beautiful.
Hey, fellas, look. Look straight ahead. There's Old Faithful, the famous geyser.
Old Faithful?
Why, Jack, Old Faithful is in Yellowstone.
I don't care. There's a geyser right ahead of us, and it's shooting up.
That's the radiator, boss. I lost the cap.
Oh, is that spouting again? Well, step on it, Rochester. Soon we get the hotel, we'll fix it.
So our little gang finally reached the Awani Hotel, had breakfast, and went upstairs to change into their skiing outfits. Now, in just a moment, we'll take you to Jack's room at the Awani.
Boy, I can hardly wait till I get up there in that snow. Oh, Rochester, where'd you put my ski pants?
They're on the bed, Mr. Benny.
Oh, yes. Well, come in here and help me get dressed.
Ain't you going to take a bath first?
Not till I get back from skiing.
I got water in the tub.
I don't care. I'm not going to take a hot bath and go out in the cold air.
I poured in some bath salts.
Rochester, forget it. I'm not getting in that tub.
I got your sailboat in.
Rochester, just mind your own business and help me get dressed. Gee, these ski pants look pretty good. And say, how do you like this lumberjack I've got on? Pretty loud shirt, isn't it, Rochester?
That wouldn't even cause a ripple on Central Avenue.
Well, I like it. Now, hand me my brown sweater.
Here you are.
Thanks. There. Now, hand me my gray sweater.
Here you are.
Thanks. There. Now, hand me my turtleneck sweater.
Here you are.
Well, now open the window. I want to try this stuff out.
Okay.
That's enough. Close it. Say, this outfit ought to be all right. Do you think I need another sweater, Rochester?
Not unless you got a friend.
I guess I'll be warm enough. Come in.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Where's Mr. Benny?
Here I am, Mary. I got 3 sweaters on. How do I look?
Still no chest.
That's so. I'm chesty enough. What are you laughing at?
Look what it says on your back there. Waukegan Ski and Flexible Flyer Club.
Well, certainly. I've been a member ever since I was a kid. Anyway, you wait till I get up to Badger Pass. I'll show you some real skiing. That must be Don and Dennis. Come in.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Mary. Hiya, Roch.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Phil Harris, you get right out of this room. You're not a member of our party.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. We're all up here to have some fun. Let's have it together.
Phil, I told you in Oakland that due to your smart aleck attitude, you weren't invited on this trip.
Oh, come on, Jack. Don't be such a baby.
Sure, let's kiss and make up.
Phil, I wouldn't kiss you if I was an old maid, which I'm not, and you were a tramp, period. So kindly leave this room.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. I said I was sorry, and besides, I'll pay my own expenses.
I don't care. Well, all right. But if you get out of line once, I'm through with you. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Bring the camera along. I want to get some good pictures of me in action.
I don't know where it is.
Well, find it.
Say, Phil, have you been up to Badger Pass yet?
Yes, I was up there this morning, and a terrible thing happened. I hadn't been there 10 minutes when a guy broke his leg.
Yipe! What was that, Phil?
I said some fella broke his leg skiing. Those hills are pretty steep, you know.
Oh.
Well, that's that. Shall I start packing, boss?
No, of course not. He broke his leg, Phil?
Yeah. Well, come on, Jackson. Let's get started.
Okay. Gee, I don't know if it'll be any fun if there isn't any snow up there.
Oh, there's plenty of snow, over 41 inches.
That's what I mean. It's too deep. You can't ski in deep snow. No fun in that. Gee. I'll tell you what. Let's go tomorrow.
Now listen, Jack Benny. I rode for 3 days in that Maxwell to get here, and all I heard was ski, ski, ski from morning to night.
Well.
And I'm going to see you in action if I have to drag you up to that mountain and push you down.
Well.
Bravo, Miss Livingston.
You keep quiet. We don't need a cheering section around here. Come in.
Well, we're ready. You all set, Jack?
Not quite, Don.
Oh, hello, Mr. Harris.
Hiya, kid.
Well, Phil Harris. So you and Jack got together, huh?
Yeah, we're buddies now, eh, Jackson?
Yeah, we're buddies, all right.
Well, come on, Jack. You've got all your clothes on. Aren't you going skiing?
Yeah, but what's all this rush? We're supposed to be on a vacation. Let's relax. My goodness.
Listen to the guy that blew the bugle.
Well, I don't think we ought to go up to Badger Pass until we've had some lunch. And then those of us who want to go skiing can go skiing. Those of us who want to take a nap can take a little nap. After all, this is a vacation.
Don't try to get out of it, Jack. Right after lunch, you're going skiing with us.
Oh, boy, that'll be fun.
Now, bye. That'll be fun. That's all he knows. Well, come on, fellas. Let's go down to the dining room.
Come on, let's hurry up.
Yeah, let's get going.
Well, Dennis, come on with me, will you?
Say, Phil, about this fellow that broke his leg, was he going very fast or was he just showing off or something? Huh?
Well, I'll tell you, Jack, it was like this. He started down the big hill all right, but when he got almost halfway, he seemed to trip and lose his balance.
I see.
Well, he kept going down faster and faster, and the first thing...
Anyway, folks, we all enjoyed a hearty lunch, topped off by America's favorite gelatin dessert, tempting and appetizing Jell-O. We each had one of its 6 delicious flavors, and oh boy, was it good. Yum, yum. Immediately after lunch, we piled into the Maxwell and started out for Badger Pass. Hey, Phil, give us a little time to get there, will you?
Okay, Don. Hit it, boys.
Well, we're almost up to Badger Pass. Wow, look at all that snow.
snow.
Yep, and there's the ski house right ahead of us.
Yeah, let us off here, Rochester, and park the car.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
Gee, look at all those skiers coming down the hill.
Oh, boy, isn't that a thrill?
Yeah. Whee!
Shut up. We yet.
Come on, everybody, let's go.
Let's get going. We're going to go. I'm going to put my shoes on.
Rochester, you stay here and watch the car.
I'd kind of like to walk around and see what's going on.
Okay, Rochester, but don't get lost in the snow.
Who, me?
Oh, that's right. Say, fellas, you go ahead. I'm going to stop in the ski house and get a bite to eat.
You just finished your lunch.
Well, I want to get something hot to drink. I got to chill.
We're coming with you. You ain't going to give us the slip.
All right, come along. Who's trying to give you the slip? Say, there are a lot of people here, aren't there?
Yes, this is a very popular place.
Oh, miss,
Yes, sir.
I'd like a cup of hot chocolate, please.
It'll take a little time to make it. Would you just as soon have coffee?
No, I'll wait. A cup of hot chocolate, please.
Hey, Jack, here comes the ski instructor. I want you to meet him. Hey, Larson.
Hello, Mr. Harris. I see you're back again this afternoon.
Sure. Say, how's that fella coming along that broke his leg this morning?
Well, it was a pretty bad fracture, but he'll be all right in a few weeks. It was his own fault, you know. He was a beginner and just wouldn't listen.
That's the trouble with those beginners. They think they know everything.
Yeah, they think they know everything. A few weeks, eh?
Oh, Larson, this is Jack Benny of the WAUKEGAN Ski Club.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
His own fault, all right, if he wouldn't listen. Oh, pardon me. How do you do?
Glad to know you. So you're an old-timer, eh, Mr. Benny?
He's over 21 twice, if that's what you mean.
Married. Well, I haven't been on skis for quite a while, Mr. Larson, but I guess I can still hold my own. By the way, this is Mary Livingstone, Don Wilson, and Dennis Day. Dennis Day.
How do you do, folks?
Well, it's a pleasure to know you, Mr. Larson, indeed.
Oh, miss, is my hot chocolate ready?
Not quite.
Oh, no hurry.
Say, Jack, you're wasting the whole afternoon. Let's go skiing.
Sure, come on, Jack, let's get going.
That's right. You can have your hot chocolate later.
Yeah.
Dennis, don't try to always run things. My hot chocolate ready yet, miss?
Not yet.
Oh.
Come on, Jack.
Now listen, Mary.
Well, there's the ski lift ready to start up. Come on, everybody. I'll go with you.
Let's go. I'm ready.
Oh, Mr. Larson, do we go clear up to the top of that hill?
Yes, it's about 1,000 feet.
Well, it'll be just like old times, eh, Mary?
You're on your own, Bajork.
Okay, Mr. Larson. Up we go. Gee, it's high up here, isn't it? Huh?
Yes, Mr. Benny, this mountaintop is 8,100 feet above sea level.
Gee whiz. Now, Mr. Larson, when I get my skis on, should I... Mary, stop throwing those snowballs.
I'm not throwing them at you.
I don't care. You'll hit somebody. Mr. Larson, when I get my skis on, should I...
Hey, Jackson!
What? Ouch! Darn you, Phil Harris, you hit me right in the face.
Sorry, so long, Jackson.
Gee, look at him go down that hill. What a show-off.
What were you saying, Mr. Benny?
I said when I put my skis on, Mr. Larson...
Hey, Jack, I'm going to join Phil. Come on, Dennis.
See you later, Mr. Benny.
Say, those guys are all right. I didn't know they could ski so well.
Don't you think you'd better put your skis on, Mr. Benny?
Yes, I might as well. I'll be with you in a minute. Excuse me.
Say, Miss Livingston, I'm a little worried. Are you sure Mr. Benny belongs to a ski club?
All I know is what I read on his back.
But he's wearing such an outlandish outfit. What's he got that turtleneck sweater on for?
That's in case he hits a tree and pull his head in.
Well,
Here I am, Mr. Larson, ready to go.
Yeah, so I see. But there's just one thing wrong, Mr. Benny. You've got your skis on backwards.
I have? Oh, yes. What's the matter with me? The curved end goes in front, doesn't it?
Yes, that seems to be the vogue this year.
Imagine me making a mistake like that. I've got a good mind to punish myself by not skiing at all.
I don't know what you're laughing for. You don't look happy.
Well, I can't jump up and down with my skis on.
I'll turn them around, Mr. Benny, and we'll get you started.
Okay.
Pardon me, young man. Are you going to start down the hill?
No, not yet.
Then I'll go. Yippee!
Wow, look at her go. Who is that, Mr. Larson?
That's my grandmother. She's getting in shape for the Olympics.
She's a spry old lady, isn't she, huh? Well, I got my skis on right, I think, Mr. Larson. I guess that's enough for the first day, huh?
Well, I think you ought to go down once this afternoon.
Oh.
Now, follow me. There's a good place to start right over there.
Yes, sir.
Now, remember, keep your feet close together, your knees slightly bent, and if you want to slow down, just point your toes in.
Oh, that'll be easy for me. I'm naturally a little pigeon-toed.
And, of course, for a full stop, you'll turn to the side, which you undoubtedly know.
Oh, yes. Anyway, if I forget, I have an instruction book here in my pocket.
That's fine. At 60 miles an hour, he's going to read a book.
Never mind. Well, here I go. So long.
Good luck, kid.
I'll be all right, I guess. Well, here I go.
I better give you a little push.
Now, wait a minute. Mr. Larson. Now, wait a minute. Whoop! I'm moving.
Goodbye.
Good luck.
Oh, my goodness. I'm really going. Gee. Say, this isn't so bad. Whoops! I nearly went over that time. Oh, boy, I'm sure going fast now. Oh, my goodness, I forgot how to slow down.
Hey, Jackson, take it easy. Turn to the right, Jack. Turn to the right.
Nuts to turn to the right. How do I stop these things?
Look out, Jackson. Look out. You're going to hit that ski house.
I know. What'll I do?
Turn to the right, for heaven's sake.
Oh, my goodness, I'm heading right for it. Stop me, somebody. Stop me. I'm going right through the ski house.
Here's your hot chocolate, sir.
Hot chocolate, nothing. I want a doctor. Mary, Phil, Don, Dennis.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, ended Jack's first day of skiing at Yosemite. Will we continue with our adventures in this great national park next week, or will we be back home in Hollywood? Who knows?
Tune in next Sunday night and find out. I'm going to. Play, Phil.
Right now in homes all over the country, a lot of boys and girls are looking forward to a swell party next Thursday on Washington's birthday. And a lot of mothers are thinking about what to serve. Well, that's where we step in with a grand suggestion. Washington's birthday salad, something new and mighty grand. Sweet red cherries, spicy stuffed olives, combined in a shimmering mold of vivid cherry jello and served on crisp green lettuce. Delicious? Oh, you bet. And easy to make. Dissolve 1 package of cherry jello in 1 pint of hot cherry juice and water. Chill until slightly thickened. Fold in 1 1/2 cups of canned sweet red cherries cut in quarters and 1/2 cup of sliced stuffed olives. Then mold until firm. And there is a treat. Bright with glowing color and rich with tempting flavor. So ask your grocer for cherry jello and make a Washington's birthday salad.
This is the last number of the 20th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. How do you feel, Jack?
Oh.
I see. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jell-O entertainment, the famous Aldrich family. See your local paper for time and station. Think about, Jack. Think about, fella. Do I Love You, Do I, is from the show Dewberry Was a Lady. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Let's All Sing Together. When you were a youngster, did this ever happen to you? The family would sit down to some special dessert, but you weren't allowed to have any. Remember how hurt you felt? Well, that never happens when there's Jell-O for dessert. For Jell-O is marvelously light and wholesome, and the whole family can enjoy it, from Grandpop on down to Junior. And believe me, the whole family does enjoy it. For Jell-O is the perfect ending to any meal. Those 6 delicious flavors are as delightful and refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. And those 6 gay colors, as cheerful as a rainbow, make a radiant success of your dessert course. Make it something truly special every time. So treat the family to some Jell-O tomorrow. If you haven't enjoyed it recently, you'll find it even better than you remember. More delicious and inviting, more downright swell. Try it and see. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells an all-family treat. That was Let's All Sing Together, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the last installment of our recent journey to Yosemite National Park and Jack's Maxwell. The trip will go down in history with the adventures of Marco Polo, the exploits of Admiral Byrd, the voyage of Christopher Columbus.
Don't forget the Rover Boys.
Quiet, Mary.
As you remember, last week's episode ended with Jack skiing down a steep hill and crashing into the ski house, with the result that he suffered a sprained ligament in his leg and several assorted abrasions.
Oh, it's a miracle I'm alive. I must be made of iron. Continue, Don.
It is now several days later, and we take you to Jack's room at the Ahwahnee Hotel in Yosemite, where he is convalescing.
It's my birthday, too, folks.
Jack is propped up in bed, and as the scene opens, we find Rochester reading to him from a magazine.
It was past midnight, and the moon was shining brightly through the magnolia trees as Ronald walked into the garden. Carlotta heard his footsteps approaching and looked up like a frightened gazelle.
That's Gazelle. That's frightened Gazelle.
Don't be alarmed, darling, cried the young American engineer. It is I. I have come back for you.
I knew he would.
Carlotta's dark Mexican eyes flashed. Her lips quivered. Kiss me, she said. Kiss me.
All right, never mind the dialect. Go ahead.
The smile on Ronald's face suddenly turned to a sneer. It's no use, Carlotta, he said. I only come back to say goodbye. This is the end.
The darn fool. Doesn't he know she loves him?
But Ronald, cried Carlotta, you can't go. We're married. And what about the baby?
The baby? What baby?
That was last month, boss. We missed that.
Oh. Well, that changes everything. Go ahead.
Ronald turned and started toward the gate. Carlotta clung to him, and the tears came to her eyes. But Ronald laughed bitterly and struck her to the ground.
Brute.
She quickly arose and ran toward him. His back was turned, so she could not see the long, thin dagger flashing in his hand.
A dagger?
She crept closer and closer. Ronald's back was still turned.
Yes, yes?
Please, Ronald, she cried. He did not answer.
Oh.
So she clutched the dagger and raised it higher and higher and higher.
Oh, my goodness, he better run.
No hurry. Continued next month.
What? It's a fine ending. They always leave you in suspense like that.
It's a great story, though.
Yes, and you know, Rochester would make a swell picture. Can't you just see me as the young American engineer that spurns the love of this beautiful senorita?
Uh-huh.
It's no use, Carlotta. I only came back to say goodbye. This is the end. And then when she tries to kiss me, I'd knock her to the ground. Ha ha! What I could do to a part like that.
Uh-huh.
I wonder who the right girl would be to play opposite me. Of course, Hetty Lamar might be the type. She's dark, and she's got those flashing eyes.
She's too healthy. You'd never knock her down.
Well, I still think we'd make a very romantic couple. Come in.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Oh, hello, Mary. Thanks. I'm having a fine birthday this year, flat on my back in bed.
Don't feel so sorry for yourself. Your leg hurts a little, that's all.
That's so. Well, if you want to know something, young lady, I had a pretty bad accident. And it's a serious case.
Oh, everything is serious with you.
It is, eh?
Last month you got a sliver in your finger and you wanted to go to the Mayo Brothers to have it taken out.
Now, wait a minute, Mary Livingston. That sliver wasn't in my finger. It was in my tongue. And it was painful.
Well, I told you not to eat those good humors so close to the stick.
Mary, did you come in here to sympathize with me or aggravate me?
I came in to bring you a birthday present. Here it is.
Ouch, my leg. I got a sore leg. That's why I'm in bed. Didn't have to throw the package.
I'm sorry, Jack. I forgot.
What's the present? I'll open it later.
It's a bottle of rubbing alcohol for your back.
Oh.
Well, you like it, don't you?
Yes, thanks. It's just what I need. Rubbing alcohol, a fine birthday present. Anyway, I'm glad you dropped in, Mary. It gets so monotonous lying here in bed.
How about another game of casino, boss?
Okay, how much do I owe you now, Rochester?
Let's see. I got the score right here. 4, carry 2, add 5.
Well, how much is it?
$8,000.
Let's see that. That's $80. You're supposed to put a decimal point in there.
You put in the money, I'll put in the point.
$80, eh?
Why, Jack Benny, you mean to say you lost $80 to Rochester playing casino?
Not only that, I was teaching him the game. Oh, well, we were only playing for fun. Hey, Roch?
You ain't gonna roch me out of it.
All right, Mr. Van Jones, I'll add it to your check next week. Wish my nurse would get here. She's supposed to be here at 8 o'clock, and it's 11:30.
I saw her a little while ago.
Where?
She was out skiing with Phil Harris.
Oh, fine. I pay a nurse $7 a day so she can slide down a hill with Harris. I never find her when I want her.
Well, I think you went too far yesterday when you hung that cowbell around her neck.
Well, I had to do something. See, my leg's throbbing, and I got a fever and everything. Maybe that's her now. Come in.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Oh, thanks, Don.
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny. Are you feeling better?
Oh, a little, Dennis, but I'm still not myself. My leg hurts, and I ache all over.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, anyway, Jack, you're a year older today.
That doesn't help any either.
Now, listen, Mary, I wouldn't say anything if I were you after that birthday present you gave me. You know, fellas, I just received a lovely bottle of rubbing alcohol from Miss Livingston.
No kidding.
Yeah, what a present. Suppose if I had a cold, she'd have bought me Kleenex. If I had a headache, she'd have bought me a box of aspirin.
As long as you stay under $1, you're safe.
Just what I was getting at. I wouldn't mind that so much, Mary, but after the beautiful birthday presents I always give you. Remember that mink jacket 3 years ago?
Some mink jacket. Every spring it comes out to look at his shadow.
Oh, you always have to run and get things appraised. Gee, I wish my nurse would get here, or my doctor, or somebody. I'm tired of lying here in bed.
You want to teach me some more casino, boss?
No, I lost $80. That's enough. And incidentally, Rochester, inasmuch as I was teaching you the game, I'm charging you $60 for lessons. So I only owe you $20. And if I recall correctly, I recently gave you my old blue suit, which is worth at least $20, so I really don't owe you anything.
I knew we'd arrive there, but I didn't know just how.
Well, that's how, and the meeting is closed. I wish the doctor'd show up. I want to get back to Hollywood in time for our broadcast Sunday.
Oh, you'll make it all right, Jack.
Sure, there's nothing the matter with you.
There's plenty the matter with me. I just don't complain, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, what song do you want me to sing next Sunday?
Well, Dennis, what's popular right now?
There's a new number out called The Isle of May. It's a ballad type. Would that be all right?
I don't know. Does it fit you, Dennis?
I think so. It goes something like this.
You were lovely, I was lonely. It was springtime, and we fell in love. We strolled along through the heather, and it was June, June on the Isle of May. Your lips were sweet as the heather. Love was in bloom there on the Isle of May. Close in your arms, heaven opened its doors. Then, like a fool, I sailed away. But our love will bring us together when it is June, June on the Isle of May. Close in your arms, heaven opened its doors. Then, like a fool, I sailed away. But our love will bring us together when it is June, June on the Isle of
Well, that was swell, Dennis. That song's going to be all right for the program.
I think I ought to brush up on it, though.
Maybe so.
Oh, Jack, speaking of Sunday's show, I have a problem that's been bothering me.
You have, Don?
Yes, it's been on my mind all day, and I just can't seem to arrive at a definite solution.
My goodness, what is it?
Well, on next Sunday's show, I don't know whether to say, go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O, or run to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O.
Oh, well, that is a problem there.
I like go.
I like run.
Yes, either one is good, Don.
No, Jack, no. I don't think they convey the idea of enough speed.
Oh. Well, how about hasten, Don? Listen to this. Hasten to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O. How's that for the customers?
Well, I don't know.
How about shooting him out of a cannon?
Out of a cannon?
That's it. Shoot yourself out of a cannon to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O. Thanks, Mary. That's terrific.
You're welcome.
See you later, Jack.
Oh, God.
Wow, cannon. Yippee!
Gee.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Me too. Well, if my nurse doesn't get here pretty soon, I'll say, Rochester, give me a spoonful of that iron tonic.
Uh-oh, was there iron in that, boss?
Why, certainly, iron and alcohol.
My, that's the first time I ever had a metallic martini.
You lay off my medicine. Gee, my leg hurts again. I get those shooting pains. Come in.
Oh, Jack, it's Dr. Nelson.
It's about time. So it's you, Doctor.
Yes. Well, quite a little party we're having here. How are you today, Miss Livingston?
I'm just fine, Doctor.
That's good. And you, Mr. Day, how's your health?
I feel marvelous.
Fine, fine. And Rochester, how are you feeling?
Okay, Doc, I'm okay.
Good. Well, I'll be running along now. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm the patient here. What about me?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. Yes. How is your arm today? Still bothering you?
It's my leg, my left leg. My arms are all right. I just lost $80 playing cards with them.
Oh, certainly it's your leg. You fell off a horse.
A horse? Look, Doc, I never fell off a horse on my leg in my life. Now, Doc, here's the whole story. Don't you remember? I hurt my leg skiing. I went down the mountain at Badger Pass and crashed through the ski house. Then we phoned for you, and you came to examine me, remember?
Oh, yes, and I'll never forget how you called me Daddy.
Well, I was delirious, that's why. I was delirious.
Well, just the same, it was embarrassing. I'm a bachelor, you know.
I know. Now, look, Doctor, I want to know if I can get out of here today and go home.
You see, Doctor, Mr. Benny's anxious to get up because it's his birthday today.
Well, congratulations, young man. How old are you?
It's none of your business. I'm old enough to vote.
For Lincoln.
Marry. I'm trying to get some information here. Now, Doctor, when am... Oh, come in.
Well, Jack, your nurse finally arrived.
So I see. Awfully glad you dropped in, nurse.
How's my little patient today?
As if you cared. And take off those skis. My goodness.
Well, I'm only going to be here for a minute.
Did you hear that, Doctor? Fine nurse you recommended. Supposed to be taking care of me. She's out skiing with Phil Harris all day.
You're a naughty girl, Miss Kelly.
I'm sorry, kid.
Later, Miss Kelly.
Now, look, Doc, I want to find out if I can...
Miss Kelly, will you please take Mr. Benny's pulse?
Okay, Doctor. Let me have your wrist, Mr. Benny.
Here. Well, you going to come here? You want me to throw it over? Now, come here.
All right.
Here. Here's my wrist. Nothing but screwballs in this room. I'll bet $10 Olson and Johnson are under the bed. Well, Miss Kelly, what about it?
Oh, Doctor, Mr. Benny has no pulse. I can't feel a thing.
Of course not. You're wearing mittens. No pulse. Why, the blood just leaps through my veins.
It can't be that happy.
That's all. Now, Doctor, for the last time, I want to find out if I can get... Oh, for heaven's sake, come in.
Hiya, Jackson. How's your leg?
You're certainly worried about that, Phil Harris.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, there you are, Miss Kelly. Hiding from me, huh?
Hiding from you? She works here. And incidentally, Phil, when you came in, you might at least have wished me a happy birthday.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Jackson.
Keep it. Happy birthday.
Oh, is this your birthday, Mr. Benny?
Yes.
Well, if I'd have known that, I'd have put a candle on your poached egg.
Oh, that would have been lovely.
You know, Jackson, I forgot all about this being your birthday, and I feel terrible about not bringing you a gift.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I don't want you to think I'm a heel.
Believe me, Phil, one little present won't influence me one way or the other. So don't worry about it.
Well, I think I'll be running along now, Mr. Benny.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor. You haven't told me if I can leave here today and go home.
Oh, my goodness. You could have gone home 4 days ago.
I could? Then why keep me in bed? Why didn't you tell me then? I'm going to pack and get out of here. What's my bill, Doctor?
$35.
$35?
Make it $37.50. I saw a suit I like today.
You'll get $35. Rochester, take care of that, will you?
Okay, boss. Do you play casino, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
Follow me.
Keep your fingers crossed, Mary. What do I owe you, nurse?
$42. That's 6 days at $7 a day.
Now, wait a minute. You only dropped in for lunch. The rest of the time you were skiing with Phil Harris.
Well, I'm the outdoor type.
Well, then get out of here. Here's your money.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on, Philsy.
Right with you, baby. So long, Jackson. See you in Hollywood.
I'm going to get dressed. Hand me my robe, Mary.
Here you are. About time you took that emblem off the back of it.
Never mind that.
Look at that. Golden Gloves, 1898.
My father's robe. Now, Mary, call downstairs and have the room clerk make up the bill. Tell him I'm paying for everybody's room but my nurse's boyfriend.
Okay.
Oh, Dennis, help me get my things packed, will you?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Hello, the room clerk, please.
Dennis, take all my shirts and socks out of the top drawer.
Hello, room clerk. Will you please make up Mr. Benny's bill? We're checking out today.
Dennis, hand me that suitcase, the larger one.
Yes, everybody except Phil Harris.
Where'll I put the sweaters?
Right in there and keep them together.
How much does that amount to?
And don't forget my skates.
$198?
And put them in my... $198?
We'll have it itemized. Thank you.
$198. I've been in bed since the first day here. Come on, Dennis, get going. Pack, for heaven's sake.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary.
Okay.
Where do you want these pieces of skis put, Mr. Benny?
Throw them in the fireplace. Who's the wire from, Mary?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? What does he say? All right, what does he say?
He says, Dear Jack, as long as you made it, happy birthday.
Well, you can throw that in the fireplace, too. Dennis, not my underwear. I meant the telegram. Give me the poker, quick. Give me the poker. Oh, what a kid. I wonder if There, I hope I didn't forget anything. That was quick, Mary. You all packed?
Yeah, how did your leg feel?
Well, I can't put much weight on it yet, but it's all right. Rochester, did you get all the stuff out of the bathroom? My razor and everything?
Yeah. Say, boss, do you want that old tube of shaving cream, too?
Of course I want it.
There isn't enough there to shave the fuzz off a peach.
I have a very light beard, so get it. Now, let's see. The bellboy took the other 4 grips. Rochester, grab those 2. Mary, help me with this big one, will you?
Okay.
Oh, now what? Come in.
Well, well, how's my little patient today?
You were here already, Doctor.
Oh, that's right. Goodbye.
What a cluck. How'd you make out with him in that casino game, Rochester?
Okay. What can I do with a stethoscope?
You didn't have to go that far. I just wanted to square the bill, that's all.
I got enough pills to last me for the rest of my life.
All right, now grab those 2 bags and let's get moving. Come on, Mary. Is Dennis packed?
Yeah, he's downstairs in the lobby.
Then let's get on our way. You go ahead, Rochester. Come on, Mary. We'll stop at the cashier's desk and take care of the bill. Oh, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Help everybody get their things in the car so we can get started.
Okay, and by the way, Jack, I think that cannon idea is going to work out all right.
What cannon idea?
Well, you know, shoot yourself out of a cannon to your neighborhood
Oh,
grocer and ask
yes.
him for a
Congratulations, Don. See you in the car. Oh, cashier, give me my bill, please.
Here you are, sir. It's $198.40.
40 cents? Well, you just told Miss Livingston on the phone that the bill was $198. What's the extra 40 cents for?
There's a towel sticking out of your suitcase.
I brought that with me. It's mine.
Certainly. It says Bluebell Auto Court on it.
Of course. I'll make out a check, young man, for $198. Now, let's see. The Ahwahnee Hotel. How do you spell Ahwahnee?
Ahwahnee? Hey, Eddie, how do you spell Ahwahnee?
Ahwahnee? Hey, Bill, how do you spell Ahwahnee?
Ahwahnee? Hey, Sam!
Never mind. I'll just make it out the cash. That's good enough.
You know, Ahwahnee is an Indian word.
Yes, I heard all about it.
In fact, I'm an Indian myself.
I know. I can see where you were scalped. Now, here's your check.
Thank you, sir, and a happy birthday.
Fine birthday. Come on, Mary.
Oh, Jack, here comes your doctor.
Oh, yes. I might as well be nice to him and say goodbye. Oh, Doctor.
Yes?
I'm checking out, and I just want to say goodbye to you.
Goodbye, and I hope you've enjoyed your stay here.
Oh, I have. It was very pleasant.
I'd like to walk out to the car with you, but I've got to rush upstairs and see Jack Benny. He hurt his leg.
Oh. Well, listen, Doctor, if you knock on Mr. Benny's door and he says, come in, drop the conversation. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on, Jack. We're waiting for you.
Yeah, hurry up, Mr. Benny.
I'm coming. Be right with you.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
You're wanted on the telephone. You can take it right here.
Thank you. Who would be calling me here? Hello?
Hello, is this Jack Benny?
Yes.
This is Western Union. We have a singing telegram for you from your father in Miami Beach. It's a birthday greeting.
Oh, a singing telegram from Dad, eh? Well, that's cute. Go ahead.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Look, that was very...
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you very much. That was swell, really. Look, I've got to get away now.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
The car is waiting for me.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday to you.
Well, that was awfully sweet of you, really.
What a happy day, 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 what a happy day.
Happy birthday, Buck Benny.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome, yes, you're welcome very well.
Happy birthday to
Well, I'll be darned.
Come on, Jack, hurry up.
I'm coming.
Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks ago, when we told you about Jell-O Orange Vanilla Whip, we really started something. Letters have been coming in every day telling us how much folks have enjoyed this new Jell-O dessert. In fact, it's proved such a big hit that we've decided to give you this swell, easy recipe again for those of you who may have missed it the first time. Here's how it goes. Take 1 package each of orange Jell-O and Jell-O vanilla pudding and make them up as you usually do. Then chill the orange Jell-O and whip it as directed on the box. Next, chill the Jell-O vanilla pudding and add to the whipped Jell-O, beating constantly until blended. Then mold and you have a grand, inexpensive treat, simply ideal for parties and special occasions. So, friends, be sure to try this intriguing new combination of golden orange Jell-O and creamy Jell-O vanilla pudding. It's really different, really delicious, really top.
Well, folks, we're on our way home now. This is the last number of the 21st program in the current Jell-O series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time from Hollywood, California. You know, Mary, it was thrilling being up in Yosemite, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was swell.
What are you laughing at?
I'll never forget the expression on your face when you crashed through the ski house.
Boy, that was fun.
Quiet, Dennis. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jell-O entertainment. The famous Jell-O Aldrich family. See your local paper for time and station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Little Girl. One way to define an ideal dessert, ladies and gentlemen, is to say it's something you look forward to with eagerness and look back upon with satisfaction. Yes, that's one way, but an even better way is simply to say Jell-O, because Jell-O is really tops for topping off a meal. It's a grand-looking dessert, one that sets off a table in first-rate style, a gay, glistening dessert radiant with jewel-like colors, the most tempting and attractive treat you ever laid eyes on. And what a swell taste. A top-notch, tantalizing flavor, extra rich, as inviting as the juicy ripe fruit itself. So tomorrow, friends, try a delightful Jell-O dessert in any one of Jell-O's 6 famous flavors. Ask your grocer for Jell-O by name. For Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. And those big red letters on the box are your assurance of the highest quality and that delicious Jell-O flavor. Little Girl, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in Hollywood after enjoying the winter sports at Yosemite. So without further ado, we bring you our master of ceremonies, that outdoor man with an indoor body, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, if you're referring to that little incident when I hurt my leg skiing in Yosemite, you're not being very fair. I'm a very good skier, but after all, accidents will happen.
Well, Jack, if you're such a good skier, how come the very first day you started down the hill, you had your skis on backwards?
Don, did you ever hear that expression, doing it the hard way? I mean, anybody can go down a hill frontwards.
Oh, then I must have misunderstood the whole thing. I thought you made a mistake and didn't know what you were doing.
Oh, no, Don, no.
Then I'm sorry, Jack, and I apologize.
I object.
Well, if it isn't Livingston, the D.A. What are you objecting to, Mary?
I object to that big fib you just told Don Wilson. If you're such an expert skier, how come you didn't even know how to stop?
Well...
Why, the first thing you did was crash right through the ski house.
It could have been a publicity stunt, you know.
Go on. You don't know any more about skiing than you do about spending money.
Spending money?
You do that the hard way, too.
All right, Mary, all right. My skiing accident is over. I lived through it, so let's forget it.
Now, listen, Jackson, I don't want to butt in, but that accident was nobody's fault but your own. You had no business getting on a pair of skis in the first place.
Do I hear a voice from the cornfield? What was that, Phil?
I said the whole thing was your own fault.
Oh, it was?
Certainly. It never would have happened if you weren't such a show-off.
I'm a show-off? Listen, Phil, you're calling me a show-off is equivalent to Tommy Manville telling an owl it stays up too late. And furthermore, I'm not interested in your diagnosis of my accident. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. How's your leg?
It's much better, thanks, but it still hurts a little. Every once in a while, I feel a twitch of pain there.
How can you tell where your accident stops and rheumatism begins?
Now, wait a minute, Mary. If I've got rheumatism, how is it I'm such a good skier?
I'm not going through that again.
You bet you won't. Well, Dennis, are you glad to be back home?
Yeah, I'm as happy as a lark.
Oh, he's always happy.
Well, I regard that as a virtue. I'm glad that somebody is contented around here.
There's nothing wrong with me that a raise wouldn't cure.
There he goes with that raise again. All that guy thinks of is money. Women and money.
Well, I never got one in a box of cracker, Jack.
Neither did I, but let's forget it. Well, tell me, Dennis, did you enjoy our little vacation at Yosemite?
I sure did, Mr. Benny, and I want to thank you very much for treating us to the trip.
That's all right, Dennis.
Yes, Jack, it was a grand gesture on your part.
That's okay, Don. It was a pleasure. You and Dennis have acted like gentlemen, and you've always spoken very nicely of me. Therefore, I was glad to pay for your trip.
I'm sincere, so I get hooked.
Hooked?
Yes, and I think it was a pretty cheap trick for you to pay everybody else's expenses and leave me out.
Oh, you do?
Sure, that vacation cost me over $100.
All right, Phil, I'll tell you what I'll do. Just give me an itemized bill of all your expenses in Yosemite, food, room, and everything, and I'll be only too happy to reimburse you.
Oh, Jackson, you're kidding.
If I'm not, may the roof fall on me. You got a nerve expecting me to pay your expenses after the way you acted. There I was flat on my back in bed, and you were out every day with a nurse.
Well, she was a cute kid.
I don't care if she was Ann Sheridan. She was supposed to rub my back.
Gee, Mr. Benny, would Ann Sheridan rub your back?
I wish I knew and pay attention. I was talking about Miss Kelly, my alleged nurse.
I think she did pretty well, considering that she had to work 24 hours a day.
24 hours a day? Why, didn't he have a night nurse?
No, Jack hired a girl with insomnia.
Well, she certainly wasn't on the job in the daytime. She was out with Phil Harris every minute.
By the way, Jackson, I had a letter from her this morning.
Really? Well, I'm glad you finally met a girl that can write. Did she say anything about me?
Yeah, she told me to be sure and say hello to Grapes of Wrath.
Well, that's very, very clever. And, Phil, when you answer her letter, be sure to give her my regards and tell her that as a nurse, she doesn't know an aspirin tablet from a manhole cover. I wouldn't recommend her to my worst enemy.
Your worst enemy? Who's that, Jack?
Well, Don, take the name Edgar Allan Poe, remove the Edgar and the Poe, add Fred, and boil for 10 minutes. Now, look, fellas, we've got other things to do tonight, so let's settle down and eliminate all references to our vacation. How about a song, Dennis? Are you all set?
Yeah, I got a swell number, Mr. Benny, called Make Love with a Guitar.
Oh, yes, that's a very good song, Make Love with a Guitar. You know, when I was a young fella, I used to serenade the girls myself. Only instead of playing a guitar, I played my violin.
And instead of girls, you got pennies from heaven.
That's so. Well, all I know, Mary, everybody in Waukegan used to call me the Sheep.
Sure, you lived in a tent.
I lived in a house. Where I live. Go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Jack, I knew I had something to ask you. Did you go to the Motion Picture Academy Award dinner Thursday night?
Yes, Don. Mary and I attended, and it was a grand affair. Go ahead, Dennis.
Well, Jack, weren't you disappointed that you didn't get the award for the outstanding performance?
Disappointed? Why, no, Don. Go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Now, come on, Jackson. Look, Jackson, weren't you just a little bit jealous?
Me jealous? What are you talking about?
He's talking about the Academy Award dinner Thursday night. You should have seen him, fellas.
Dennis, are you going to sing or not?
Boy, was Jack burned up. He nearly...
Dennis, what are you waiting for? Sing.
Jack was so mad, I thought...
Sing, Dennis, for heaven's sake.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
Come here a minute, young lady. I want to talk to you.
On my guitar, I strike a chord like this. It always brings a kiss I never miss. Speaking of love, you can go very far, no matter who you are, if you play a guitar. Make love with a guitar. If you should meet her, sweet senorita, romance with a guitar. And when you find her, the strings will bind her. Make love with a guitar. Always the right time, daylight or night time. stand it, and as I planned it, she'll say I love you. It is the right time, daylight or night time. She'll not withstand it, and as I planned it, she'll say I love you. It's very easy to make love with a guitar.
That was Make Love with a Guitar, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. That was one of your best numbers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a special offering and for the feature attraction of our program, tonight we are going to present one of the Mary, I warned you. Tonight we are going to present one of the outstanding plays.
All right, Jackson, come clean. What happened Thursday night at the banquet?
Phil, I'm trying to introduce our play. This, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the outstanding...
I'm curious, too. What happened, Mary?
Well, fellas, it was like this.
Oh.
Jack took me to the Academy Award dinner, and on the way over, he was so nervous and fidgety, he nearly drove me crazy.
Well, of course I was nervous. We were late.
Late? We got there so early, the head waiter gave Jack a box of silverware and told him to set the table.
I didn't do it, did I? Anyway, getting back to our play...
What were you so nervous about, Jack?
I'm coming to that.
He asked me.
Well, fellas, you know Jack. As usual, he thought he was going to win the Academy Award.
For what, acting?
Don't be so surprised.
Why, that's silly, Jackson. Even before the banquet, everybody knew it was a toss-up between Jimmy Stewart and Robert Donat.
All right, Phil, didn't you ever hear of a dark horse?
Oh, Rochester.
I don't mean Rochester, I mean me. Tough Luck Benny. That's who I mean.
Well, anyway.
Anyway.
Anyway, all the stars got there, and during the dinner, Jack ran around like a regular politician, shaking hands with everybody and passing out cigars.
Well, there's nothing wrong with passing out cigars.
You didn't have to give one to Betty Davis.
Well, I was excited.
Sure you were excited. And here's the payoff, fellas.
Oh.
When the dinner was over and they announced that Robert Donat was the winner, Jack got up and yelled, "You can't do this to me!"
Well, I told you I was nervous. Anyway, I sat right down, didn't I?
Not until someone hit you in the face with an artichoke.
That was a Brussels sprout, and I didn't even feel it. Artichoke, you have to exaggerate everything. Anyway, folks, as I started to
But,
announce...
Jack, getting back to the award, I can't understand what you objected to in the decision.
Because I don't think Robert Donat deserves that statue as much as I do.
What are you talking about? Did you see Goodbye, Mr. Chip?
Yes, but I don't remember him in it. Well, I don't.
You're the kind of a guy that would visit Niagara Falls and not remember the water.
Well, let me tell you something about Goodbye, Mr. Chips, Mary. I just wish I had a chance to play that kind of a role, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, I didn't see that picture. Would the part really fit you?
Like a glove. You know, Dennis, it's a story about an English schoolmaster, and we follow his career. First he's young, then middle-aged. Then he gradually becomes older and older and older. And finally he's a white-haired, wrinkled old man, sitting by the fireplace.
That's where the glove fits.
All right, now listen, fellas, let's change the subject and forget about this year's Academy Award. First thing you know, people will think it's a case of sour grapes on my part. Now, getting back to our play...
Pardon me, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of sour grapes, I would like to announce that Jell-O does not come in that particular flavor.
Well.
However, it does come in 6 other flavors, and you will find each one of them tempting, economical, and easy to make. So go to your neighborhood grocer and insist on genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Very good, Don. Allow me to congratulate you. That was not only brilliant, but obvious. And now, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to our play, tonight we are going to present something entirely different and away from our usual sketches. However, before we begin, I'd like to explain... Oh, who is it? Come in. Well, look who's here, fellas.
Hiya, Buck. Remember me?
Andy. Well, Andy, it's about time you showed up. Gosh, you've been away a long time.
Yep, about 2 months. Had a lot of fun, though.
Oh, that's right. You were out playing vaudeville. How'd you do, Andy? How was business?
Swell, Buck. I was the biggest thing since Powers Elephants.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Andy, because I'd like to go back on the road again myself and play those good old 4-a-days.
I got a great idea for your act, Jack.
What?
You start out as a young man, and the audience gets older and older and older.
Don't worry, I'd entertain them. Well, tell me, Andy, what sort of a routine did you do?
Well, I sang songs and told some jokes and all that sophisticated stuff.
Well, I'll bet, huh?
And then for a wind-up, Ma, Pa, and me would come out and do an adagio act.
Well, that sounds exciting. You mean to say you and your paw would throw your maw around in the air, huh?
Not only that, he'd catch her blindfolded.
Blindfolded?
Yeah, he couldn't stand the sight of her in those pink tights.
Oh, well, I'd like to have seen that myself. Say, that must have been pretty dangerous for your maw. Didn't your paw ever miss her?
Every show, Buck. That was our big finish.
Say, that must have been surefire, and I'm glad you did so well. Well, stick around, Andy. We're going to put on a little play right after Phil's number. Maybe we can find a part for you in it.
Sorry, Buck. I got to run along now. I got a blonde and a brunette waiting for me down the car.
Oh, 2 girls, eh?
No, just one, and you ought to see her.
I'd like to. Well, so long, Andy.
So long, everybody.
Doggone, Andy sure gets a kick out of life. Well, Phil, now that I feel good again, let's hear a number and we'll do our play right after it.
Okay, Jackson. Is there anything special you'd like from our large repertoire?
Large repertoire? Phil, you never played anything that was over 3 feet away from Dipsy Doodle. So get in the groove. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Hey, buddy, got change for a half?
Only 2 quarters. That won't help you.
Thought we'd never get to that. Well, I'm glad he finally got a job. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from your father in Miami Beach.
From Dad, eh? What does he say?
He says that my dear son Jack received your letter saying you were going to win the Academy Award. The newspapers here got it all wrong.
Poor Dad, he'll be so disappointed.
Wait, there's more.
Oh.
Congratulations, and I'm very anxious to see your new picture, Mr. Chips Rides Again.
He means Buck Benny. Let me have that, Mary. I'll answer it. Play, Phil. Gosh, how will I ever tell Dad? that was I've Got My Eyes on You, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, that number was vaguely familiar. Didn't you play it a few weeks ago?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, did we ever play that number before?
I don't know. Hey, Bill, did we ever play that number before?
I don't know. Hey, Sam!
Never mind. I was just asking. No use going through the whole orchestra. Not that important. I think, Phil, you ought to be a little bit careful about repeating band numbers so soon, that's all. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Well, I don't remember whether we played it before or not. It bothers me.
Me too.
Me too.
Cut it out! You know, Phil, if your boys would worry more about their music ahead of time instead of spending all week at the Santa Anita racetrack, we'd be a lot better off.
What do you mean?
Well, I went out to the track yesterday, and there they were, every one of them, including your guitar player. What a pest he is.
Who, Frankie? He used to be a tout.
Used to be? He used to be a tout. He's got more information now than Clifton Fadiman. Every race he'd come around and say, play this horse, play that horse.
Well, you know how Frankie is. He gets enthusiastic, that's all.
Phil, I don't object to enthusiasm, but those tips he hands out. Yesterday in the big race, he insisted that I play heel fly. He said, I'm so sure of that horse that if he don't win, I'll kill myself.
Well, what about it?
I lost $2 and I don't see any lily in his hand. I can't stand a welcher. No, sir.
Well, Jack, you certainly don't expect a fellow to kill himself just because he gave you a bad tip, do you?
No, but he could cut his finger or something and so he was sincere. Some little gesture.
You know, Jack, a guy like you should stay away from the races. You don't have any fun there.
Listen, Mary, there's nobody that enjoys a hot dog and a little fresh air more than I do.
I mean, you can't stand to lose.
Well, naturally, 6 races in a row is just a little too much.
No kidding, Jack. Did you really lose 6 straight races yesterday?
Yeah.
Jack was so mad that instead of tearing up his tickets at the track, he took them home and ran them to the meat grinder.
Darn right I did. Well, so much for Santa Anita. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present, if possible, a dramatic version of one of the outstanding... Well, I give up. Come in.
Hello.
Hello. Look, miss, I'm very busy, and I don't...
Hello, Gracie. Jack, it's Gracie Allen.
Oh.
Jack.
Hello.
Hello, Dennis. Hello, Don.
Hello.
Hello, beautiful.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, fine. Gracie, you're the only one in the world that thinks Phil Harris is beautiful.
Oh, yeah, and so do I.
Oh. Well, Gracie, it was nice of you to drop in, but we have a play to do, and we haven't much time. What brought you up here tonight?
Well, I don't know. When I hitchhike, I never ask their names.
I see. Well, if you'll excuse me,
Jack. Jack, did you know I'm running for president?
President? Oh, yes, I heard about it. Where's George?
Well, he's out digging up worms so I can go fishing.
Oh. Now, look, Gracie, I'll be through in a few minutes, so if you'll just...
I just came up here to ask you, Jack, if you'll vote for me.
Well, are you nominated?
No, I just think to be sociable.
That I don't understand at all. Now, if you don't mind, Gracie, look...
How about you, Mary? Will you vote for me, Don?
What's he talking about?
I'll be glad to.
Me too. So you've thrown your hat in the ring, huh, Gracie?
Oh, yes, and it was adorable. I paid $37.50 for it at full exposure.
Oh.
No. Did you really? I think the hats they're wearing this year are so much better than last year. Don't you, Gracie? Oh, yes. I like the hat I got on even better than on my head. Well, it's more becoming.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Look, girls, you can discuss all...
Just there, too. Still in material? Oh, Gracie, it's stunning. Oh, it's just a little thing I'm going to wear around the White House.
Look, girls, you can discuss all this later. We're very busy.
Hey, Jackson, come to think of it, we did play that number 3 weeks ago.
That's right.
That's right.
Forget about it. Now, look, Gracie, I'm glad you're running for president, and we'll be very happy to vote for you. But now, look...
You know, I've got my own party. The surprise party.
Oh, well...
And I was thinking that maybe you could get me a lot of votes from your hometown, Waukegan.
Waukegan? Well, I haven't lived in Waukegan for 10 years.
Oh, well, then maybe they'd be glad to do you a favor.
Gracie... Gracie, listen to me, will you? The election isn't until fall, and we'll all vote for you. Now, don't annoy us anymore. We've got our own show to do. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
And give my regards to George.
Oh, I will. You know, George will be pretty busy after I'm president.
You mean between writing a column and flying to Seattle? I know. I know all about it. Huh?
Imagine My Day by George Burns.
That ought to be something. Well, so long, Gracie. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. Well, if I'm going to be elected, I've got to run out now and make some speeches.
And perhaps kiss babies, huh?
Hey, that's not a bad idea. Come here, Phil.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, that's my baby. Goodbye.
That's about the silliest thing I ever heard. Gracie Allen running for president.
Wouldn't it be funny if she were elected president next year?
It sure would.
And you won the Academy Award?
Oh, quiet. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a little announcement to make. This evening, for our feature attraction, we were going to do Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. But inasmuch as we only have a few minutes left, we will change it to Mr. Smith Goes to Glendale. Now, in this abbreviated version, I will play the part... Oh, nuts, let it ring. In our abbreviated version, I will play the part of... Oh...
Answer it, Jack. Mr. Smith went to bed.
You might as well. You try to do something high class. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Well, you'll have to call me later. We only got a short time left and we have a play to do.
Okay, boss, but they're at it again, hot and heavy. So long.
Wait a minute. Wait, you mean to say Carmichael and Trudy are having another scrap?
Uh-huh.
My goodness, Rochester, I told you to keep that polar bear and ostrich separated. Is it much of a fight?
Tune in. We're broadcasting it.
It's nothing to get funny about. Now tell me exactly what happened.
Well, I was in the kitchen when I heard a noise and I ran into the living room.
Yes?
And apparently Carmichael had run the vacuum cleaner over Trudy.
Apparently? What do you mean, apparently?
Well, the bag is full of feathers and she ain't. For heaven's sakes, Rochester, why didn't you take the vacuum cleaner away from Carmichael? I ain't the finance company.
I don't mean that. Anyway, the whole thing is your own fault. In the first place, Carmichael is supposed to be locked up in the garage. What was he doing in the house?
I brought him in to help me wipe the dishes.
Are you crazy? The last time you did that, he broke 4 plates.
Well, he established a new high today.
What?
He broke everything but that big meat platter.
Oh, my goodness.
He broke everything.
Now, look, Rochester, I've had just about enough. And you're going to pay for all the damage that's been done in the living room and the kitchen. It's coming out of your salary.
That old refrain.
Never mind. Now, you separate those animals and keep them quiet. I'll be home in a little while. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
I see where Robert Donut won the Academy Award this year.
I know.
Should I go out and buy a statue for that shelf you built?
Never mind. There's always another year. Goodbye. And I'll perhaps find a nice-looking mess when I get home. Oh, well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to our feature attraction, tonight we are going to... Oh, the heck with it. Play, Phil.
And now, folks, here's something that's really extra special. Truly a mealtime masterpiece, Jell-O Apricot Mold, a swell new Jell-O dessert that's sure to prove one of the best you've ever tasted. It's a gay, sunny combination of delicious golden apricots and clear, shimmering lemon Jell-O. And it's so easy and simple that you can make it in just a jiffy. First, dissolve 1 package of lemon Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and apricot syrup. Chill until slightly thickened and fold in 2 1/2 cups of apricots. Then mold, and you have a grand, intriguing dessert or salad that's simply sunshine itself, bright with color and brimful of rare, delightful goodness. So tomorrow, friends, for a real thrill, try this new Jell-O creation, Jell-O Apricot Mold, a marvelous blend of golden, tangy apricots and a rich, tempting lemon Jell-O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.